In an unexpected turn of events, a young man from Earth meets his untimely demise, only to be reincarnated amidst a divine conflict. The cycle of reincarnation is shattered, and after traversing through chaos, he finds himself on the Dolua continent. Prologue, the beginning. XX News. At 1632 on September 25, 2018, a fire broke out in the Zizhu community of Mountain City, resulting in one fatality and multiple injuries. As of now, the blaze has been extinguished. The deceased, Zhao Xuan, male, 26 years old, unemployed. Smoke still lingered in the air of Zizhu community as curious onlookers gathered beneath a building, animatedly discussing the incident. Old Li, who died, seems to be a young man. Heard he was only in his 20s, unmarried. What a tragedy. Such a pity. His parents must be heartbroken. Indeed, the elderly residents shook their heads in sorrow, their faces etched with compassion. Meanwhile, in a realm invisible to ordinary eyes, the subject of their conversation, Zhao Xuan, hovered in bewilderment, observing the scene before him. What? Huh? How is this happening? Zhao Xuan exclaimed, his mind racing with confusion and disbelief. All that remained of him was an ethereal form, which, by conventional wisdom, could be deemed a soul. Yet, he was too preoccupied with the mystery of his death to ponder his current state. How could he have perished so abruptly? It was merely an afternoon nap. This was too sudden. Oh heavens! As he listened to the murmurs below, Zhao Xian's initial confusion morphed into shock and, ultimately, exasperation. How could a device explode while charging? Was it the computer or the phone that failed? Strangely, instead of thinking of his parents, his thoughts fixated on the circumstances of his demise. After all, he was an orphan. Furrowing his brow, he skeptically muttered, could it be that some scoundrel discovered my address and staged this scene? After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the notion. Although he was a skilled hacker, he had never engaged in any nefarious activities, even infiltrating the NSA's database without causing a stir. As he ceased his speculations, Zhao Xuan began to realize the peculiar nature of his situation. Wait a minute, why am I ascending? He cast a glance downward and felt his vision blur as the crowd below appeared no larger than ants. Despite struggling to move, he found himself inexplicably drawn higher into the sky, as if an unseen force was pulling him upward. Soon, he was soaring ever higher, enveloped by a misty expanse shimmering with iridescent hues. Having abandoned all hope of resistance, Zhao Xuan entertained the idea of escaping Earth's confines to explore the vast cosmos. Yet, he gradually sensed something amiss. The surrounding brilliance began to emanate a spectrum of colors, and overhead, a vibrant aurora appeared, from which cascaded ethereal energies, awe-inspiring and divine. Zhao Xuan paused, then felt a surge of joy. Could it be that I am destined for paradise? He mused, reveling in the thought. However, in the next instant, the distant aurora unleashed a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. A visible black rift rapidly expanded, revealing flickers of violet divine lightning within. His expression froze, and he cried out, Great Ones, spare me. I did not realize you were calling for me. Do we not descend underground upon death? Why am I ascending instead? Despite his pleas, the ominous rift continued to widen, drawing him into its depths, with a violet lightning assailed his very essence. Ah, it hurts, he screamed, as if responding to his anguish. The expanding rift hesitated momentarily before collapsing like melting ice, restoring the surroundings to normalcy. In the midst of it all, two consciousnesses collided. Do we stir up trouble, Tang Tian? A rebellious voice queried hesitantly. You foolish child, it was your inability to control your power that shattered the reincarnation pool. Do not implicate me, a commanding voice retorted. TCH, do you not have any awareness of your own actions? The first voice scoffed. It seems something collided with my divine lightning. How could I be bothered by you, a mere junior? I shall repair the reincarnation pool. Our business ends here, lest that elder begins to ramble, the authoritative voice concluded. A figure appeared beside the reincarnation pool, frowning at its once sacred state, muttering, Why is this pool so fragile? Peering into the now chaotic pool, the young man clicked his tongue in surprise. Chaos has seeped in? There's even a person? Intriguing. There's no trace of divine lightning. Yet someone managed to survive in this chaos. Fascinating. With a smile, he carelessly scooped up a soul amidst the chaos and hurled it into another reincarnation pool before vanishing from sight. Zhao Xuan was bewildered, feeling dizzy. He had just experienced a surreal ordeal in an unknown realm, only to find himself spinning once more. As he entered the reincarnation pool, the remnants of the young man's power clashed with the pool's laws. The scenery before him blurred and rushed by, so indistinct that it was almost unrecognizable. In the next moment, his vision faded to black. Chapter 1. Holy Soul Village. Holy Soul Village. Merely the name evokes a sense of wonder. Yet in reality, it is a modest village with just over 300 households, located south of Notting City in the Fasnuo province. It earned its name from a legendary soul master who emerged from its midst a century ago, achieving the rank of Soul Sage. This is the eternal pride of Holy Soul Village. As dawn broke, warm sunlight bathed the tranquil village once more. Mist wove through the trees, and dewdrops glistened as they slipped from delicate blue silvergrass, startling a slumbering fawn. In one corner of Holy Soul Village, white smoke spiraled upwards from a quaint cottage. In the courtyard outside, two figures stood facing each other. "What are you staring at?" The burly middle-aged man asked the child before him. The child, approximately 5 or 6 years old, gazed at him wide-eyed, grinning as he replied, "And why are you staring at me?" The man's lips twitched as he narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he launched a powerful punch towards the child's face, demonstrating no mercy. Yet, the child showed no sign of surprise as the fist approached within 3 punches' distance. He smiled and said, "You're getting slower, Dad." In that moment, the child's small hand rose, intercepting the man's fist with surprising finesse, the two arms exhibiting an amusing disparity in size, yet the larger hand could not overpower the smaller one, halting just shy of the child's face. The small hand seemed to aim to grasp the larger one, but due to the vast size difference, ultimately had to relent. Seeing his attack thwarted, the middle-aged man swiftly executed a sweeping kick towards the child, who effortlessly leapt and landed squarely on the man's calf. "Ouch! You little rascal, let go. You'll break it." The middle-aged man cried out, pleading for mercy. A child stood atop the calf of a middle-aged man, leisurely remarking, "Father, you are growing weaker by the day. You used to be able to teach me a few combat techniques, yet now you can barely withstand 2 of my moves." With a sigh, the child placed one hand behind his back, his innocent face tilted at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, displaying a look of profound melancholy. The middle-aged man's face twitched in response, a wave of discomfort washing over him as he felt a twinge of humiliation. However, this child was indeed an anomaly. His innate strength seemed almost preposterous. "Are you truly my son?" the middle-aged man quipped, incredulous. "Not your son. Then whose son am I?" At that moment, a plainly dressed woman emerged from within the house, having overheard the man's words. Enraged, she brandished a spatula, swinging it fiercely at the middle-aged man. The child, witnessing this, burst into laughter as he hopped down from the man's leg, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Freed from restraint, the middle-aged man immediately began to evade, while the woman relentlessly pursued him, demanding he beg for mercy. Zhao Xuan observed from the sidelines, his thoughts drifting. "Indeed, you are not mistaken. This child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, is Zhao Xuan himself." Even Zhao Xuan was perplexed as to why he retained memories of his past life and found himself reborn in a world so vastly different from the one he once knew. Perhaps it was related to the strange occurrences following his death, yet at this moment, such matters were no longer his concern. In this realm, he was a completely new Zhao Xuan with a complete family. His father, Zhao Shi, had once been a martial artist of considerable skill, but in a world where martial spirits reigned supreme, personal prowess held little significance. Zhao Shi's martial spirit, unfortunately, was a useless Oni-ho. After wandering for half a year, he returned to Sacred Soul Village, disheartened, and settled into the life of a farmer. Given the village's geographical circumstances, farming was a respectable profession, and life was manageable. His mother, Mu-chin, hailed from a neighboring village and possessed a similarly ineffective martial spirit of spatula. By some twist of fate, she ended up marrying Zhao Shi. Zhao Xuan often teased Zhao Shi, noting that although his mother was not a beauty of legendary status, she was a rare gem of modest charm. How did she come to choose such a boorish man? At such times, Zhao Shi would beam with pride, declaring that while the surrounding villages were filled with those possessing useless martial spirits, his fists could not be matched. Though Zhao Xuan frequently jested, he was nonetheless intrigued by the peculiar martial spirit that his parents possessed. However, the time is drawing near, Zhao Xuan mused silently. In a few days, the soul masters from Notting City would send someone to awaken their martial spirits. Meanwhile, Mu-chin, having finished tidying up, called out to Zhao Xuan, "Son, it's time for breakfast." Zhao Xuan responded and, after finishing his meal, hurriedly bid farewell to his parents and stepped outside. Upon exiting, Zhao Xuan did not linger, but made his way directly toward the small hill outside the village. Atop the hill, a familiar figure sat in meditation. A smile crept across Zhao Xuan's lips as he stealthily approached from behind, preparing to startle the figure. However, a resigned voice preempted him. "Xuan, could you refrain from being so tedious?" Zhao Xuan pouted and lay down beside the figure, casually plucking a piece of blue-silver grass to chew on. The figure was another child of approximately the same age, perhaps often basking in the sun, his skin a healthy shade of wheat. With short black hair neatly styled and dressed in simple yet clean clothing, he appeared unassuming. He gently closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later, a fleeting glimmer of purple flashing within. "I mentioned before, this is a unique technique that I can teach you," the child, named Tang San, stated softly, his voice smooth and warm like jade. Zhao Xuan shook his head in refusal. "I won't learn it. You've been staring at the sun for ages without mastering it. I can't fathom how long it will take me to learn." Tang San gazed earnestly at Zhao Xuan. Nothing can be accomplished overnight. The saying, dripping water penetrates stone, holds true. If you dedicate yourself to practice, your innate talent should enable you to grasp it quickly. Zhao Xuan suddenly propped himself up, fixing his gaze on Tang San. "I say, little San, what?" Tang San asked, curious. "You might as well change your name to Tang Sanzang," Zhao Xuan remarked, initially serious but unable to contain his laughter the next moment. "Tang Sanzang? Who is that?" Tang San replied, bewildered, racking his brain for any recollection of such a person. Seeing Tang San's honest expression, Zhao Xuan felt a surge of boredom. He rolled his eyes and proposed, "How about we train together?" Tang San stiffened momentarily before forcing a smile. "I still need to cook for my father. Perhaps another time." Without waiting for Zhao Xuan's response, he swiftly executed a disappearing act and fled. Zhao Xuan could not help but feel vexed. Is it really that terrifying? Not far into his escape, Tang San hesitated, a bitter smile crossing his face. It was more than terrifying, it was downright life-threatening. The memory of Zhao Xuan's previous mishap when he inadvertently shattered a tree trunk as thick as a bowl with a single punch haunted Tang San. Was this truly something a human could achieve? Zhao Xuan, meanwhile, sat in a daze, staring at the rising sun. "By the way, I haven't consumed anything unusual. How has my physical prowess become so formidable?" Chapter 2. The awakening of the martial soul. Time flitted by like a fleeting shadow, and before one could fully grasp it, the day of martial soul awakening had arrived. Zhao Xuan rose with the dawn, though it was not entirely by his own volition. Rather, it was the boisterous voice of the village elder, Grandpa Jack, that roused him. Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Xuan trailed behind the spirited old man, whose attire was immaculate and whose hair was meticulously styled. Dressed in a newly purchased outfit meant to celebrate this auspicious occasion, Grandpa Jack incessantly urged, "You all must strive to produce a soul master this year. Do not forget, our Holy Soul Village once boasted a soul sage of the 8th rank a century ago. Such a feat is exceedingly rare in the entirety of Notting City, and even in the entire Fastno province." Zhao Xuan sighed, feeling weary of the repetitive tales he had almost memorized. The legendary soul sage, a figure he had never encountered, was the unwavering faith of Grandpa Jack, and no one dared speak ill of him. The old man scrutinized Zhao Xuan until the latter felt the prickling of his scalp, before slowly uttering, "Just remember, this is the glory of our Holy Soul Village." "Indeed," Zhao Xuan replied, somewhat resigned. "But why must you insist on bringing me along to see little Tang San?" "Because I do not wish to see that Tang Hao. When the time comes, you can call for little San. That poor child, so intelligent and sensible, yet burdened with such a father." Grandpa Jack's disdain for Tang Hao was evident, though his expression softened at the mention of Tang San. Zhao Xuan halted, a frown etched on his face. "I too would rather not encounter Uncle Tang Hao." Having played with Tang San, he had visited the Tang household and met Tang Hao, whose disheveled demeanor and drunken stupor made him resemble a beggar. Without Tang San's care, he might very well have perished from neglect. "Ha ha, if you do not go, then neither shall I," Grandpa Jack chuckled, resembling a crafty old fox. Zhao Xuan shot him a glance of exasperation and trudged ahead. Little San, standing outside the Tang residence. Zhao Xuan hesitated for a long while before ultimately refraining from stepping inside, merely calling from the threshold, Coming. Tang San hurriedly dashed out, putting a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. Father is sleeping. We must not wake him. Grandpa Jack could not restrain a roll of his eyes as he pulled the two away with a disgruntled air towards the village center, muttering, "Better he sleeps forever." Tang San furrowed his brow at these words, opening his mouth to retort, yet thought better of it. It would be folly to engage in reasoning with the obstinate old man. Inside, Tang Hao abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. A flicker of longing crossed his otherwise despondent visage as he murmured, I wonder what martial soul little San will awaken. The Haotian hammer or the blue silvergrass. Meanwhile, under Grandpa Jack's guidance, the group hastened toward the village center. The normally slow-moving elder moved with surprising agility. His spirits lifted. He chanted repeatedly, "May the great soul sage bless us. We must produce a soul master this year." Zhao Xuan felt as though his head might burst from the incessant repetition, muttering under his breath, "What use is a deceased soul sage? He is not a deity." "What did you say, little Xuan?" Grandpa Jack turned, curiosity etched on his face, for his age had dulled his hearing. Zhao Xuan jumped, quickly forcing a smile. "Nothing, nothing." Tang San shook his head in amusement at the exchange. In the village center stood a larger wooden structure, known as the Hall of Martial Souls. Inside, a rather handsome young man and several children awaited. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, with striking features and clad in a white uniform. A black cloak billowing behind him, adorned with a soul character the size of a fist, standard attire for the hall's personnel. Grandpa Jack approached with a beaming smile and respectfully addressed the young man. "Great master, everyone has arrived." Su Yuntao nodded, a hint of fatigue etched across his brow. After having conducted awakenings at another village, he had come directly to Holy Soul Village. Upon hearing Grandpa Jack, he offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. After outlining the necessary precautions, Su Yuntao commenced an explanation of the martial souls, demonstrating with his own. Zhao Xuan and Tang San watched with rapt attention, intrigued by the concept of martial souls. As the session concluded, Su Yuntao inhaled deeply, preparing for the eagerly anticipated yet exhausting awakening phase. However, history often unfolds in surprising ways, and significant twists may arise unexpectedly. Blue silvergrass, soul power level 0. Hammer, half a level. Tears streamed down Su Yuntao's face inwardly. At last, amongst so many, one child possessed soul power. As the small children continued to undergo their awakenings, the numbers dwindled until it was finally Tang San and Zhao Xuan's turn. Tang San stepped forward, approaching the 6 stones with an unusual display of nervousness. Su Yuntao, weary from conducting so many awakenings, felt a sense of resignation wash over him. It was indeed a formidable challenge to produce a soul master from this village. While every individual possessed a martial soul, only a select few were truly viable, and most children who became soul masters had parents who were soul masters themselves. As the inheritance of martial souls played a significant role. As Tang San stood within the awakening array, Su Yuntao activated the awakening stones once more. Zhao Xuan looked on curiously, wondering what martial soul little San would awaken. In a haze of golden light, countless golden specks floated from the black stones and surged into Tang San's body. Zhao Xuan squinted. The golden light Tang San absorbed far surpassed that of the previous children, illuminating the room with a warm, harmonious glow. Even Su Yuntao's eyes widened, his right hand instinctively clenching. The magnitude of this phenomenon suggested a powerful martial soul. As the golden light began to dim, Zhao Xuan and Su Yuntao fixated on Tang San's small hands. The golden light coalesced into his palm, sprouting a slender green shoot that rapidly grew until a vibrant blade of grass swayed gently in his hand. "Blue silvergrass?" Zhao Xuan and Su Yuntao exclaimed in unison, recognizing the common plant found throughout Dolua continent. Su Yuntao felt disheartened. The display seemed indicative of a mighty martial soul, yet the outcome was disappointing. Stubbornly, he scrutinized Tang San's palm once more, but the result remained unchanged. Zhao Xuan, concerned for Tang San, thought to himself, "I hope little San does not lose hope. This blue silvergrass is a standard waste martial soul. 3 of the previous children had it." However, upon glancing at Tang San, he was surprised to find no trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, Tang San curiously examined his martial soul before addressing Su Yuntao. Master, may I test my soul power? Let it go. I have yet to witness a blue silver grass with soul power, Su Yuntao sighed. Weariness settling in after the tumultuous event. Let me give it a try, Master. Let me try. Two voices rang out in quick succession, and Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback. The unwavering determination reflected in the eyes of the two children made him question whether such conviction could truly belong to them. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Very well. Zhao Xian's gaze was fixed on the crystal ball, as an unexplainable intuition whispered to him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, despite the fact that Zhao San possessed a seemingly useless martial soul. The true criterion for becoming a soul master lay in the presence of soul power. Even Su Yuntao felt a flicker of interest. What if there was indeed soul power? A blue-silver grass possessing soul power? He shook his head inwardly. Such thoughts were rather naive. Nevertheless, he directed his attention toward the crystal ball. As Tang San placed his hand upon the crystal ball, a faint golden light began to emanate from within it. Both Zhao Xian and Su Yuntao were jolted by this revelation, with Su Yuntao exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Zhao Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment, a smile creeping onto his lips. I knew Zhao San was extraordinary. A seemingly useless martial soul, like blue-silver grass, possesses soul power? The golden radiance within the crystal ball intensified, gradually filling it to the brim, resembling a miniature sun. Beside him, Su Yuntao stood in a daze, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Innate, full soul power? Blue-silver grass. Tang San, too, realized that his situation differed from that of the other children undergoing tests. And with a hint of confusion, he asked, "Uncle, what does innate full soul power mean?" Su Yuntao, still in shock, instinctively explained, when an individual awakens their martial soul, the form of the soul determines its strength, but the quantity of soul power is equally vital. Most individuals lack soul power upon awakening their martial souls. Just like those children before, they are destined to never become soul masters. However, even a flicker of soul power can be cultivated through meditation. The amount of soul power present at the time of martial soul awakening is crucial, determining the starting point for soul master cultivation. The higher the innate soul power, the faster the subsequent cultivation, and naturally, a higher starting point allows one to surpass others. Innate full soul power refers to the highest level of soul power achievable at the moment of martial soul awakening. Haha, Zhao San, you are a genius. Zhao Xian exclaimed, grinning broadly as he patted Tang San's shoulder. Tang San stumbled, nearly losing his balance, his complexion suddenly paling as the flow of his Xian Tian Gong was nearly disrupted. Zhao Xian, startled, quickly helped him up. Zhao San, what's wrong? Tang San couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, do you not have any idea how that slap felt? Yet, being of a gentle disposition, he refrained from voicing such thoughts and managed a forced smile. I'm fine. Seeing that Tang San was unharmed, Zhao Xian let out a sigh of relief, and, with a casual demeanor, turned to the still-dazed Su Yuntao. Uncle, it's my turn now. After a moment of bewilderment, Su Yuntao composed himself, having already resolved in his heart that he would not partake in martial soul awakenings next year. Such emotional highs and lows were simply too much for anyone with a weak heart. Go ahead, step up, he waved his hand, urging Zhao Xian to take his place in the awakening circle. However, at that moment, Zhao Xian hesitated, his expression betraying uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, he grit his teeth and stepped forward. Once Su Yuntao saw Zhao Xian had settled, he resumed channeling his soul power into the awakening array, causing the golden light within to surge dramatically, seemingly surpassing that which Tang San had exhibited. Su Yuntao's heart raced. Could it be another powerful martial soul? Yet, having witnessed Tang San's extraordinary awakening, a knot of apprehension formed within him, leaving him unable to feel joy. Standing within the awakening circle, Zhao Xian felt enveloped by a warm, radiant sunlight, as though something deep within him was striving to break free. It was a most peculiar sensation. He instinctively glanced at his right hand, where a square object suddenly materialized. Zhao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he blinked rapidly. How could this be? Chapter 3. Twin martial souls. Before him lay an object that was distinctly square and angular. Zhao Xian stared in astonishment. How could it be this? At that moment, Su Yuntao and Tang San approached, with Su Yuntao examining it closely, stroking his chin in confusion. What kind of martial soul is this? It looks like a brick. Zhao Xuan's lips twitched. To those unfamiliar, it might genuinely seem like a brick, but in truth, it was far from it. This object did not even exist in this world. Tang San, curious, asked Zhao Xuan, "What is your martial soul?" Zhao Xuan paused, gazing blankly at the object in his hand. "It's all a mobile phone." "A mobile phone? What is that? Is a new type of martial soul?" Su Yuntao inquired, intrigued. Though martial souls were diverse and peculiar, undiscovered ones were exceedingly rare. Before coming to awaken his martial soul, he had perused all known martial souls documented in the archives of the Martial Soul Hall. Yet he had never encountered one resembling a mobile phone. Zhao Xuan was equally puzzled and could only shake his head, bemused by the fact that this was his martial soul. Could it be that in my past life, it was this phone that exploded? He inspected it closely, noticing the absence of any brand markings, which differed slightly from the mobile phones of his previous life. "Now, let us see if you possess soul power." Su Yuntao extended the crystal ball toward Zhao Xuan, urging him to place his hand upon it. As Zhao Xuan's hand made contact with the crystal ball, a pulling force emanated from within, and waves of warmth surged from deep within him, gradually illuminating the crystal ball. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the ball fill with golden light. Was this yet another case of innate full soul power? He couldn't help but be taken aback, for throughout the year, he had scarcely encountered anyone capable of awakening soul power in neighboring villages. Yet today, he had witnessed two individuals with innate full soul power. After a moment, he regained his composure and swiftly retrieved a notebook. Diligently recording the details: martial soul, mobile phone, suspected new martial soul, function unknown, innate awakening soul power, full level. After a brief hesitation, he added below: martial soul, blue silvergrass, innate awakening soul power, full level. Just then, old Jack entered from outside, as if timing his arrival perfectly, and anxiously inquired, "Soul Master, how is the situation?" Su Yuntao closed his notebook, his expression a mix of emotions. Among them, two possess soul power, but as he uttered the words about two individuals having soul power, old Jack was nearly beside himself with excitement. He understood all too well what possessing soul power signified. It meant these two might become esteemed soul masters in the future, precisely what he had long awaited. However, upon hearing the latter part of Su Yuntao's statement, old Jack's heart sank. But what? But one possesses a martial soul of blue silvergrass, and the other an unknown new martial soul. A pity that both are still of innate full soul power. Su Yuntao sighed, feeling a sense of regret. Innate full soul power? Old Jack gasped, fully aware of its implications, his face contorting with distress. How could it be blue silvergrass? Nonetheless, having soul power was a positive development. He expressed his gratitude to Su Yuntao. "Thank you for your trouble today, Master." Weary, Su Yuntao waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble. This is part of my duty. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Thank you, Master," old Jack replied hastily. Su Yuntao nodded and strode toward the exit, preparing to return to the Martial Soul Hall to thoroughly investigate the records concerning the blue silvergrass with innate full soul power and the unknown martial soul. The mobile phone, to see if there had ever been a precedent for such rare occurrences. After Su Yuntao departed, the amiable old man Jack inquired, "Which two possess soul power?" Tang San and Zhao Xuan exchanged glances and, amidst the envious gazes of a group of children, raised their hands. Old Jack chuckled, recognizing these two as the most unconventional children in the village. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed them. "Both of you possess soul power and have the potential to become soul masters. Coincidentally, there's a vacancy for a work-study position at the Soul Master Academy in the village. Zhao Xuan, why don't you return home and discuss it with your parents? As for you, Tang San, I shall accompany you to speak with your late father." Pausing briefly, old Jack furrowed his brow. As Zhao Xuan walked home alone, he muttered in confusion, "Can a person really possess only one martial soul?" He halted, gazing at his left hand, sensing something concealed within. After a moment's thought, Zhao Xuan tentatively attempted to summon it. To his astonishment, warm currents began to converge within him, and suddenly, something erupted from his palm, gradually transforming into a substantial form. Zhao Xuan was rendered speechless. What on earth is this computer. He hastily retracted the summoned object, gazing up at the sky in frustration. He had confirmed that he possessed 2 martial souls. Although he was uncertain if anyone else in this world shared this peculiar trait, he undeniably did. However, one was a mobile phone and the other a computer. Quite bizarre indeed. Upon arriving home, Zhao Shi and Mu Qin were already waiting in the courtyard. Seeing Zhao Xuan return, Zhao Shi eagerly asked, "What martial soul did you awaken? Do you have soul power?" Observing their concerned expressions, Zhao Xuan recounted everything, though he chose to conceal the existence of his second martial soul. Innate full soul power? My heavens! Zhao Shi was momentarily stunned, fully aware of the implications this held. Having traveled across the continent, an individual with innate full soul power holds nearly a 30% chance of reaching the rank of title de loi, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. But mobile phone as a martial soul? Zhao Shi was perplexed and urged Zhao Xuan to summon it for inspection. Is it like a brick? Could it be a tool martial soul? Try smashing this, Zhao Shi suggested, retrieving a pile of nuts from the house. Zhao Xuan's eyelids twitched as he shot a glare at Zhao Shi, while Mu Qin angrily tugged at Zhao Shi's ear. What if it breaks? Zhao Shi tilted his head in discomfort, but retorted, I've never heard of a martial soul being breakable. The utility of the martial soul remained uncertain. After Zhao Xuan relayed Old Jack's message to Zhao Shi, he promptly decided, let us go. Why wouldn't we? Even without a work-study position, we must go. Chapter 4. Tang San seeks a mentor. Time passed swiftly, and on this day, Old Jack once again visited Zhao Xuan's home. Zhao Shi, has Zhao Xuan risen? The old man appeared invigorated, a joyful expression gracing his features as he approached Zhao Shi, who was busy in the courtyard. Zhao Shi set aside his tasks and called out, He has been up for a while. Zhao Xuan, hurry out, the village chief has arrived. Mu Qin's anxious voice echoed from within the house, followed by 2 figures emerging. Leading the way was Zhao Xuan, who looked rather impatient, clad in a brand new outfit, while Mu Qin walked behind, adjusting his attire. Mom, it's already tidy enough, Zhao Xuan could not refrain from saying, having been treated like a marionette since early morning as Mu Qin fussed over his appearance. A mother's worry for her child is boundless. Today, Zhao Xuan was heading to Nodding City for enrollment, and Mu Qin had been incessantly reminding him of various precautions. To be fair, Zhao Xuan, after being dressed, appeared rather charming. His youthful face was fair and smooth, seemingly capable of yielding water, with fresh black hair and bright black eyes that sparkled like porcelain. Old Jack's eyes lit up upon seeing him, repeatedly exclaiming, not bad, not bad. At that moment, Zhao Shi approached, slipping a few gold soul coins into Zhao Xuan's hands. Son, make sure to use them sparingly. Your father isn't a wealthy landowner. Zhao Xuan was taken aback, warmth flooding his heart as he looked up and laughed. When I succeed, I shall make you a wealthy landowner, and of course Mom too. Zhao Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded slowly, while Mu Qin's face blossomed with a warm smile. Be careful out there, my son. All right, Zhao Xuan nodded in response. It's not a matter of life and death. We shall see each other again in a few months. Though he spoke lightly, Old Jack's eyes were slightly reddened, perhaps unable to bear the pangs of separation. After bidding farewell to his parents, Old Jack took Zhao Xuan to Tang San's home, and after picking him up, they hurried towards Nodding City. By the time they reached Nodding City, it was already noon. Without delay, Old Jack guided the 2 of them to the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy after inquiring with a passerby. The academy, located in the western part of Nodding City, was relatively large for a primary institution and could be seen from afar. In the distance, they spotted a tall archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, constructed from sturdy rock, with 2 iron gates below, dark and imposing. Expertly crafted by Tang San, the gates were clearly made from high-quality iron. Through the iron bars, they could see winding paths leading into the academy, flanked by towering phoenix trees. It was still summer, and the lush green canopy of the trees was pleasing to the eye, but come autumn, they would transform into a fiery red, reminiscent of flames. As Old Jack and Tang San approached the entrance, they were immediately intercepted by a young guard. What do you want? Is this a place for you country folk? Despite Old Jack's attire being considered quite presentable in Shenghunt Village, it appeared utterly shabby in Nodding City, and the guard regarded him with a hint of disdain. Old Jack quickly smiled apologetically. Young man, we come from Shenghunt Village. This child is one of our village's work-study students for this year. Could you please inform us of the necessary procedures? The guard frowned, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Can a grass hut produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village really have anyone with soul power? It's been years since the academy had a work-study student. You're not imposters, are you? Zhao Xuan's patience wore thin at the guard's demeanor. He was not one to easily tolerate disrespect. Though the guard towered over him, Zhao Xuan felt no fear. With his innate strength, he could easily overpower this insignificant obstacle. Observing Zhao Xuan's readiness to act, Tang San was startled and swiftly retracted the hidden arrow he had prepared, pulling back Zhao Xuan, who had taken a step forward. This sudden tug nearly caused Tang San to stumble, leaving him feeling frustrated as he realized Zhao Xuan's strength was indeed growing. Meanwhile, the guard was taken aback by Zhao Xuan's sudden advance. Realizing he had been intimidated by a child, which only fueled his anger. Pointing at Zhao Xuan, he shouted, "What do you think you're doing, you little brat?" Old Jack was momentarily at a loss, caught off guard by the escalating tension. With the guard becoming increasingly brazen, both Tang San and Zhao Xuan felt a surge of indignation, even the strength with which Tang San held Zhao Xuan lessening slightly. Just then, a gravelly voice interjected, "Enough. Stand down." The concierge, initially taken aback, soon transformed his expression of anger into one of obsequiousness, a change so rapid that it was hard to fathom. He bowed and said to the newcomer, "Master, you have returned." Tang San and Zhao Xuan turned to see a man of average height, slightly slender, who had somehow appeared beside them. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a side part, an unremarkable appearance, and hands clasped behind his back, exuding a unique aura. His eyes blinked lazily, conveying a sense of languor and weariness. The master merely cast a sidelong glance at the concierge, ignoring him, and addressed old Jack. "Sir, may I see the proof in the spirit hall?" "Huh? Oh yes. Of course." After a considerable pause, old Jack finally re-engaged, retrieving the spirit hall proof from his pocket and wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Reflecting on the earlier scene had genuinely frightened him. It wasn't the confrontation with the concierge that he feared, for he was justified in his stance, but rather the potential harm to Tang San and Zhao Xuan, the future of their village. Upon receiving the proof from old Jack, the master's previously indifferent expression shifted dramatically to one of grave seriousness, tinged with confusion. Blue-silver grass possesses innate, full spirit power. This is indeed an unusual spirit. The master dedicated his life to the study of spirits and was renowned in theoretical circles. He had encountered few spirits he had not heard of, yet this one was entirely unfamiliar. The proof is undoubtedly authentic. "Sir, I apologize on behalf of the Academy for the earlier incident. I will take this child under my wing," the master declared after scrutinizing the documents. Old Jack's vanity was greatly satisfied by the apology from a figure of at least soul master status, and he hastily waved his hands in response. "No need to apologize. No need at all. It was our fault. Master, please take care of this child." He then urged Tang San and Zhao Xuan to follow the master, reminding them to be obedient. After giving them a few more words of advice, old Jack departed. The master cast a calm glance at the concierge, stating, "This is your first and last warning. Should there be a repeat offense, you need not remain." His voice, though hoarse, carried an undeniable authority. Cold sweat broke out on the concierge's back, and he hurriedly agreed, stepping aside. He was genuinely alarmed, having not anticipated that these two children were indeed this year's work-study students. Although they were merely work-study students, they were not to be trifled with. No one could predict their future potential, and should the Academy learn of any wrongdoing, it would certainly be him who faced the consequences. The master looked down at Tang San and Zhao Xuan, forcing a smile that appeared somewhat stiff, eliciting an uneasy reaction. "Thank you, teacher," Tang San said as they entered the Academy, unlike the carefree Zhao Xuan. "Teacher? I'm not a teacher at the Academy," the master replied, glancing at Tang San with a hint of indifference. "Not a teacher? Didn't you just say you represent the Academy?" Tang San questioned, puzzled. The master shook his head, displaying an unusual patience today, and forced a smile that was less than appealing. "Who says one must be an Academy teacher to represent it?" Tang San suddenly understood. "I see. Then you must be the principal or a leader." The master chuckled. "You are quite clever for a 6-year-old. However, you are mistaken." Tang San, confused, asked, "Then who are you?" The master replied, "I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. Like everyone else, you may call me master, I have even forgotten my own name. The proof from the spirit hall indicates you are Tang San, correct? You must understand that the terms master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them in the future, unless he paused, his eyes glimmering with fervor, unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. Will you teach me to cultivate my spirit? Tang San inquired. The master halted, facing Tang San directly. Are you willing? Tang San stopped as well, gazing up at the master, observing him closely from this angle. He noticed the master's large mouth and thick lips. He remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. The master's stiff smile reappeared as he regarded Tang San's wide-eyed expression. Good. You are indeed a bright child. Your silence holds two meanings. 1. You are hesitant to decline so as not to offend me. 2. You are silently questioning why you should choose me as your mentor. The master, like old Jack, ruffled Tang San's hair, acknowledging his exceptional talent and intelligence. It seems I shall have to be persistent. After all, you're the third individual in a century to possess twin spirits. Tang San was taken aback, his gaze shifting towards the master with newfound intensity, his left wrist subtly raised, revealing a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. The master observed him with a calm demeanor and smiled. Are you surprised I know you possess twin spirits? This proof you see in my hand is the reason. He shook the document given to him by old Jack. Others may overlook the discrepancies, but if I fail to notice, I would not be worthy of the title master. I have studied 647 individuals with the blue silvergrass spirit, of which only 16 possess soul power, less than 3%. Among those with soul power, none exceeded rank 1, yet you are endowed with innate full spirit power at level 10. According to my research on the 10 core competencies of spirits, the innate level of soul power correlates directly with the quality of the spirit. Clearly, blue silvergrass cannot suffice. Thus, I can conclude you must possess another spirit, one of great strength. Tang San's gaze gradually steadied as he countered. There are always exceptions. Why can't I be one? The master nodded seriously. Indeed, exceptions exist, but your spirit is blue silvergrass, so you are evidently not that exception. In the past century, only 2 individuals with twin spirits have emerged in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Yet 19 individuals with innate full spirit power have surfaced. I have meticulously studied each of them, and none were anything but formidable. The youngest among them has already reached the great soul master level. 14 inherited powerful spirits through family lineage, while 5 were exceptions. As their conversation deepened, Tang San unexpectedly knelt and pledged himself as the master's disciple. Zhao Xuan, witnessing this display, felt a sense of shock and found himself overwhelmed by feelings of redundancy, as if he were merely a bystander. Yet, upon seeing Tang San reveal his twin spirits, Zhao Xuan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He was not alone in possessing 2 spirits, which alleviated his fears of being an anomaly subject to scrutiny. Despite being, in some aspects, undeniably unique, as he observed the camaraderie between Tang San and the master, Zhao Xuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. I have 2 spirits as well, he murmured softly. Though his voice was barely a whisper, the master's keen ears instantly picked it up. He turned to Zhao Xuan with surprise. You have 2 spirits as well? Tang San, equally astonished, looked at Zhao Xuan. Hadn't the master just stated that twin spirits were exceedingly rare? How could Zhao Xuan also possess such a gift? The master was utterly bewildered by the unexpected bounty bestowed upon him. Was one gift not sufficient? With a heart brimming with joy and a slight tremor in his voice, he inquired of Zhao Xuan, might I have a glimpse? After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Xuan nodded. After all, the master was already a mentor to Tang San, and from their earlier discussion, Zhao Xuan discerned that the master was merely a fervent researcher. In truth, he and the master shared a kinship in their past lives, both having exhibited a similar fervor while delving into hacking techniques. However, now cough, cough, Zhao Xuan summoned his mobile device with one hand and a computer with the other, causing the master's demeanor to shift dramatically, taking on a serious countenance. He scrutinized the 2 martial spirits before him, his heart racing. Indeed, they were 2 unprecedented new martial spirits. Hastily, he retrieved a notebook from his pocket, jotting down notes, occasionally glancing up in awe and then fervently writing again. After a considerable period, he finally set down his pen, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead from exhilaration. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the master directed a passionate gaze at Zhao Xuan. You are Zhao Xuan, correct? Are you willing to? Zhao Xuan froze for a moment, quickly realizing the master's intentions. No, he vehemently declined. The words a master had yet to utter were abruptly silenced by Zhao Xuan's rejection, leaving the master with a look of melancholic reproach as he gazed at Zhao Xuan. Unable to bear it, Zhao Xuan swiftly added, Master, I am rather lazy and uninterested in theoretical studies. Having Tang San is sufficient. He is diligent. You may train him as you wish. Should you wish to research my martial spirit, merely call upon me, and I shall be at your service. The master opened his mouth, then closed it again. He pondered, realizing that having Tang San as a disciple would indeed suffice. From their earlier conversation, he had already recognized Tang San's intelligence and eagerness to learn, leaving him quite satisfied with his choice. Thus, the master nodded, very well. Meanwhile, Tang San, feeling a bit exasperated, thought to himself that even if he were to engage in such matters, he would not wish to be a leader among a group of children. Chapter 5. The Turmoil of Dormitory 7. Subsequently, the master led Tang San and Zhao Xuan to the school administration office to complete their enrollment and assign them to Dormitory 7, designated for work-study students. However, upon their arrival at the dormitory, they unexpectedly encountered trouble. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Zhao Xuan loosened his wrist, amusedly regarding the self-proclaimed leader of Dormitory 7, a boy named Wang Sheng, who stood with arms crossed, looking down at Zhao Xuan and Tang San. Just moments prior, this boy had laid down the law, declaring that they must heed his commands, or else he shook his fist, the implication clear. Zhao Xuan and Tang San exchanged amused glances, while Tang San, being a good-natured person, was not particularly bothered. Zhao Xuan, however, felt displeased, especially as this fellow looked down on him, mocking his still-developing physique. Never mind, let me handle this, Tang San interjected, somewhat resigned. He had not intended to get involved, but knowing Zhao Xuan's tendency to go overboard, he feared that a single punch from him might render Wang Sheng bedridden for half a year. Huh, you have courage. You may both come at me, Wang Sheng boasted, raising an eyebrow. No need, Tang San replied calmly, placing his school uniform on the bed. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. This was destined to be a sorrowful tale, particularly for Wang Sheng. Yet, many years later, when he reminisced about this event, he would do so with immense pride. In his twilight years, he would tell his grandson, once upon a time, I fought against the sea god, Tang San. His grandson would look on in bewilderment, wondering how his grandfather could boast so grandly. Meanwhile, the outcome of the battle had been decided in an instant. Wang Sheng lay sprawled on the ground, his face covered in dust, while Tang San maintained an air of nonchalance. Zhao Xuan, watching from the sidelines, smiled, noting that Tang San seemed to have made significant progress. He would have to seek an opportunity to spar with him later. As Wang Sheng was helped up by the other children from Dormitory 7, he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, though he was not physically harmed. He realized that Tang San had held back, yet he was astonished that a 6-year-old could possess such prowess. Approaching Tang San, he paused, taken aback by the thought of whether he still felt dissatisfied. However, the next moment, he approached Tang San earnestly and said, Since you have defeated me, you shall be the leader of Dormitory 7. Leader? Tang San was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Zhao Xuan, who merely smiled back at him. Tang San shook his head in resignation, replying to Wang Sheng, I truly have no interest in that. You should take the lead. To his surprise, Wang Sheng grew agitated, disregarding his previous reservations as he rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, Look, leader! Tang San was astonished to see numerous bruises adorning Wang Sheng's arms. Zhao Xuan could no longer remain seated, rising to examine Wang Sheng's injuries, questioning what happened. Wang Sheng glanced at Zhao Xuan and sighed. These wounds were incurred just yesterday upon arriving at the academy. We work-study students come from impoverished backgrounds, and the other dormitories often bully those of us in Dormitory 7. As the leader of the dormitory, it is my duty to stand up for my brothers. Now that I have been defeated, only you can protect them, leader. Your strength surpasses mine, and you can safeguard them better. The other students nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with hope as they looked at Tang San. A sense of justice is a fundamental trait of a hero, inherently inclusive of protecting the weak. The Tang sect is renowned in Bashu. Although adept in poisons and hidden weapons, it is undeniably a righteous faction. The teachings received at the Tang sect regarding such principles were numerous. After hearing Wang Sheng, Tang San ceased to decline, pondering for a moment before finally agreeing, "Very well. I shall not stand idly by while my classmates are bullied." Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the other children of Dormitory 7 couldn't contain their joy. Zhao Xuan, meanwhile, appeared contemplative, ultimately allowing a smile to grace his lips, realizing that this school held much promise for amusement. At that moment, a melodious voice rang from outside. "Is this Dormitory 7? Everyone turned simultaneously toward the entrance, their eyes widening in surprise. A charming young girl stood at the door, appearing to be of similar age to Tang San, her height nearly matching his. Her lovely face was a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her modest attire, she appeared impeccably neat. Her long black hair was tied into a braid cascading down her back, and her large, curious eyes sparkled with intrigue. In her hands, she cradled a brand new set of school uniforms. The boys in the dormitory, upon witnessing such a beautiful girl, were left utterly stunned. Tang San could not help but whisper to Wang Sheng, "Are we allowed to have both boys and girls in the same dormitory?" Wang Sheng nodded, lowering his voice in response. "We are all children. The school does not differentiate between genders in any dormitory. It is said that distinctions will only be made once we reach the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. It is quite strange, as last year there were no work-study students. Yet this year 3 have arrived. Leader, let us show her who's in charge." Zhao Xuan laughed, so hard he could scarcely catch his breath, never missing an opportunity to cheer from the sidelines. "Tang San, go for it. Show him your strength." Tang San shot Zhao Xuan a fierce glare, contemplating how. But for him, he wouldn't have found himself in such a precarious situation. Noticing Tang San's hesitation, Wang Sheng stepped forward, addressing the adorable little girl. "Hey, newcomer. According to the rules of our dormitory, a newcomer must fight the leader upon arrival, and this is our leader." He gestured towards Tang San before stepping back without hesitation. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, bewildered at the unexpected pressure. The little girl seemed equally surprised, but then a gleeful expression brightened her face. She blinked her big eyes, revealing a sweet smile as they curved into delightful crescents. "My name is Xiao Wu, as into dance, and my martial spirit is a rabbit. Since it's the dormitory's rule, I look forward to your guidance." Before her words fully settled, the girl suddenly vanished from her spot and charged towards Tang San with a speed surpassing that of his earlier fight with Wang Sheng. Tang San could not help but feel astonished and instinctively prepared to meet her. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuan grew increasingly excited, recognizing that this match promised to be much more thrilling than the previous one. Zhao Xuan was no novice in combat, having learned from the skilled martial artist Zhao Shi. From his perspective, the combat skills of this girl, named Xiao Wu, were on par with those of Tang San. Both emphasized technique in their fighting style. Yet compared to Tang San, Xiao Wu's moves were decidedly more aggressive, each graceful maneuver appearing quite formidable. Their skills were nearly equal. However, Tang San, burdened by reluctance to harm the girl, found himself on the defensive, only managing to counterattack occasionally. Yet, a prolonged defensive stance inevitably leads to vulnerability, and, after several exchanges, Tang San eventually revealed a flaw, which Xiao Wu seized upon and struck decisively. "Tang San, you truly are a disgrace." Zhao Xuan mocked from the sidelines. "Don't speak." Tang San could no longer contain himself and shot a fierce glare at Zhao Xuan, the instigator of his predicament. Meanwhile, the girl, Xiao Wu, gazed at him with her big, watery eyes filled with curiosity, asking, "Am I the leader of the 7th dormitory now?" At that moment, the other dormitory students who had been watching were left in stunned silence, entirely unprepared for the strength of this seemingly delicate little girl. Upon hearing her question, Wang Sheng swallowed hard and nodded. According to the rules of the 7th dormitory, that is indeed the case. Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Then listen up. From now on, you all must call me Sister Xiao Wu, understood?" The members of the 7th dormitory exchanged glances, and one by one, they inclined their heads in submission. Sister Xiao Wu. Chapter 6. Aftermath. Wang Sheng and the others wore peculiar expressions, feeling somewhat awkward at the idea of this newcomer becoming their leader so swiftly. Just then, a teacher entered, carrying 2 brand-new blankets. He glanced at the group of stupefied children and inquired, "I am M.O. Hen. You may call me Teacher M.O. Who are Tang San and Zhao Xuan?" Tang San and Zhao Xuan stepped forward in response. The teacher placed the blankets on one of the beds, saying, "These are for you from the master." With that, he cast a curious glance at Tang San and couldn't help but ask, "Have you truly become a disciple of the master?" Tang San met his gaze with a calm demeanor, a subtle glint of intensity flickering in his eyes. "Yes, the master is indeed a remarkable teacher," Mo Hen remarked, his tone filled with heartfelt sincerity. Tang San found this response rather unusual, as he had expected this teacher to mock him like those he had encountered earlier in the administrative office. He was taken aback by Mo Hen's genuine admiration for the master, sensing authenticity in his demeanor. Perhaps noticing Tang San's confusion, the teacher, Mo Hen, smiled warmly. "In this academy, some may perceive the master as eccentric, but I do not share that view. Though many of his theories remain unproven, through my observations over the years, I have found many of his ideas to be correct. Although the master may lack in strength, his theoretical knowledge could easily be deemed the finest on the continent. Since you have become his disciple, make sure to learn well." With a wistful sigh, Mo Hen departed from the 7th dormitory. Tang San, deep in thought, lowered his head, while Zhao Xuan nudged him with his elbow. "Zhao San, it seems you have quite the luck." Tang San smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. At this moment, the newly appointed leader, Sister Xiao Wu, surveyed the 7th dormitory, her gaze landing on the 2 pristine blankets with a contemplative expression. Her lively eyes sparkled as she suddenly turned to Tang San. "Hey you, Tang San, right?" Turning towards her, Tang San regarded the energetic girl with curiosity. "What is it?" She blinked playfully as the leader of the 7th dormitory. "You almost listened to me, right?" Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow, sensing that matters were more complex than they appeared, while Tang San nodded resignedly. Sister Xiao Wu then executed a clever diversion, swiftly snatching one of the new blankets from teacher Mo and grinning. "Then this one is mine?" "Such cunning, young lady," Zhao Xian thought to commend her. Yet upon glancing at Tang San, who seemed utterly astonished, he quickly seized the remaining blanket. "This one is mine." Zhao Xian smiled, realizing Xiao Wu's prowess. Had it not been for her mischievous smile, reminiscent of a little imp, he might not have reacted in time. Observing their antics, Tang San finally grasped the situation and felt a twinge of frustration at the sight of the blanket now in Xiao Wu's possession. "Hurry, reclaim it, and restore the dignity you just lost," Zhao Xian urged, eager to stir the pot. Tang San shot another fierce glare at the instigator. "Tonight, we shall share a blanket." Zhao Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he clutched the blanket, turning away in alarm. "No, I'm a restless sleeper." Tang San chuckled lightly, his words laced with meaning. "I will ensure you behave." Zhao Xian's eyes widened in shock. Although Tang San could not best him in strength, his expertise in concocting potions made him a formidable opponent. "Boss Tang, why not use my blanket? I can manage with half a blanket." At that moment, Wang Hu timidly interjected. Though Tang San was the shortest-serving leader of the 7th dormitory, the earlier bout had left a lasting impression, prompting Wang Hu to continue addressing him as boss. Several astute students immediately stepped forward. "Boss, you can use my blanket. I can manage with a mat." Tang San examined the blankets and mats offered by his fellow students. Though they appeared somewhat worn, they were still quite clean. A warm feeling washed over him, reaffirming that his intention to protect them was not misplaced. These country children were sincere and deserved safeguarding. However, Tang San declined, shaking his head. "No need. I believe he will agree." With that, he turned to Zhao Xian, flashing a smile that, to Zhao Xian, seemed rather menacing. Zhao Xian shivered involuntarily, forcing a smile. Yes. Right?" Tang San nodded appreciatively before turning to express his gratitude to the students who had offered their blankets. Zhao Xian resolved to procure his own bedding the following day, having a few gold soul coins entrusted to him by Zhao Shi, ensuring he could afford a proper blanket. As the petite Xiao Wu observed the consensus among the group, she discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, playfully sticking out her adorable little tongue, and joyfully carried the bedding to an unoccupied bed. By the time the bedding was arranged, it was already late. Any further delay would mean missing mealtime. Thus, Wang Sheng, the former leader of the 7th dormitory, called upon the other students to head to the dining hall. "Tang Lao, Xiao Wu Jie, and Zhao Xian, right? It's time for us to eat. Let us go together." Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao Wu immediately sprang up, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Great! What delicious food will we have?" Wang Sheng and the other work-study students exchanged glances, their expressions filled with wry amusement as they replied, What kind of good food can we work-study students have? We'll just grab some inexpensive meals in the cafeteria. Tang San shook his head and said, you all go ahead. I won't be joining. My family is struggling financially, and all of Tang Hao's money has been spent on liquor. To avoid going hungry, I brought some provisions. Simple flatbreads I made myself. They'll suffice for now. I'll earn a wage once I start working the day after tomorrow. Zhao Xuan, aware of Tang San's circumstances, could not bear the thought of his friend munching on those coarse flatbreads, especially during this crucial time for growth. So, he put his arm around Tang San's shoulders and cheerfully said, come on, Tang San, I'll treat you to a meal. Tang San hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No need. Zhao Xuan then slipped his arm around Tang San's waist, pulling him in tightly, causing Tang San's face to turn pale as he nearly choked. Zhao Xuan, sensing the awkwardness, loosened his grip and cleared his throat. Ahem. I'll treat you this time. You can pay me back later. As Tang San cultivated his inner energy to steady himself, he felt warmth in his heart, realizing Zhao Xuan was trying to spare him embarrassment. After pondering briefly, he nodded in agreement. The onlookers, including Wang Sheng and the others, were taken aback. They had just witnessed Zhao Xuan's impressive strength, as the former leader Tang San had almost gasped for breath. Their gazes toward Zhao Xuan shifted to one of respect. Suddenly, a hesitant and shy voice broke through. Do we need soul coins to eat? Wang Sheng and the others nearly spat out their drinks. Who was this girl who seemed so unaware? At this moment, even Zhao Xuan and Tang San regarded Xiao Wu with peculiar expressions. Offended, Xiao Wu shot them a glare, causing Wang Sheng and his companions to take a step back, not wishing to experience her wrath. Zhao Xuan then suggested, how about this? You can let me cover your meals for the next couple of days. It won't cost much, and soon enough, the work-study students will have an income. Xiao Wu's face brightened at this. Really? If that's the case, then Xiao Wu Jia will look out for you. Zhao Xuan raised an eyebrow, saying, of course, but you'll have to pay me back. Xiao Wu's expression stiffened, followed by a fierce glare at Zhao Xuan before she stormed out, with the other students from the 7th dormitory quickly following suit. Zhao Xuan chuckled to himself. This little girl was quite audacious. He wondered how she would react if he didn't pay for her meal later. As Tang San watched, he took a few steps back from Zhao Xuan, puzzled by his friend's behavior. They arrived at the cafeteria slightly later than the others, but as soon as they entered, an unpleasant voice reached their ears. Aren't those the poor work-study students? Tang San turned toward the voice and saw a group of older students standing on the stairwell between the 1st and 2nd floors, looking down at them condescendingly. The speaker was a handsome boy of about 11 or 12, his eyes filled with disdain as he gestured mockingly at Wang Sheng. Poor folks will never make it to the 2nd floor for meals. On their way to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng had already informed Xiao Wu of the rules regarding the older students bullying the work-study students, to which she had readily agreed. Now, faced with provocation, her temper flared. What's so great about the 2nd floor? What is so great? Huh, you lot of poor souls will never be able to afford it. The leading boy laughed mockingly, eliciting an indignant reaction from Xiao Wu, her teeth clenched tight in anger, prompting a chuckle from Zhao Xuan, who thought she resembled an irate little rabbit. However, Zhao Xuan could not stand idly by. Perhaps it was the pent-up energy from his past life that compelled him to act. He pointed at the group of older students above and challenged, you lot up there? If you have the guts, come down and spar with me. The bustling noise of the cafeteria fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixed on Zhao Xuan as if witnessing an extraordinary event. As the atmosphere thickened, Zhao Xuan struck a pose, feeling a bit awkward as he internally urged them to respond. Brat, are you looking for death? A booming voice erupted from the 2nd floor, followed by an uproar as the older students glared at Zhao Xuan with expressions that suggested they wished to devour him. Wang Sheng and the others trembled in fear, but Zhao Xuan felt a sense of relief, maintaining a calm demeanor as he displayed a dismissive attitude, beckoning them with his finger in further provocation. The older students, furious at his insolence, rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach this disrespectful junior a lesson. Just then, a sharp voice pierced through the commotion. Everyone, stop! A girl of similar age to Tang San entered, her large brown eyes filled with anger, her fluffy golden hair swaying as she moved. Xiao Lang, are you bullying the work-study students again? Despite her opulent attire, she boldly defended the work-study students, glaring at the older students without a hint of hesitation. The boy she addressed, Xiao Lang, was the leader of the 6th grade, also known as Xiao Lada. He and his companions were on the verge of exploding with rage. While he enjoyed picking on work-study students, he had not intended to provoke anyone this time. However, he was well aware that no amount of explanation would help his reputation, so he merely glared at Zhao Xuan as if he could kill him with his gaze. Seeing Xiao Lang's silence, the girl took it as acquiescence and declared, "If this continues, I'll have my grandfather expel all of you." With that, Xiao Lang turned away in anger, clearly intimidated by the girl. Although she was not particularly strong, her grandfather was the principal of the academy. As Xiao Lang departed, the girl's anger dissipated, and she approached Zhao Xuan calmly, saying, "Hey, work-study student, don't provoke those older students again unless you want to get beaten up." After delivering her warning, she turned and walked toward the 2nd floor, fully aware that it was Zhao Xuan who had instigated the confrontation. Zhao Xuan stood there, bewildered, thinking, "Who is this girl? Not only did she interrupt my plans, but she also came to lecture me?" At that moment, Wang Sheng stealthily approached Zhao Xuan and whispered, "Her name is Hermione, the granddaughter of our principal, Dumbledore. She usually looks out for us. By the way, she just enrolled this year." "Hermione? I'll remember you." Zhao Xuan squinted his eyes slightly, observing the proud little child. The protagonist, Hermione, requires no explanation. She simply wishes to be mischievous without disrupting existing relationships. Hermione's martial spirit could be a magic wand. I absolutely adore her younger self. It seems many are quite conflicted about this issue. I merely wish to clarify that they have not traversed time. I'm simply borrowing their imagery for a bit of fun. Chapter 7. The soul-hunting forest. The following day, while Zhao Xuan was still enveloped in sweet slumber, he was awakened by Tang San. "What is it?" Zhao Xuan yawned and rubbed his eyes, glancing at Tang San, who was already dressed. Tang San looked around. The students of the 7th dormitory were still lost in their dreams, with snores echoing throughout. He lowered his voice. "The teacher plans to take us to hunt soul beasts today." "Soul beasts?" Zhao Xuan instantly awoke, excitement lighting up his face. "Did the master really say that?" "Yes. He instructed me yesterday when he called me over after lunch, mentioning that the soul-hunting forest is quite far and advised us to rise early." Tang San relayed the master's instructions to Zhao Xuan. Reflecting on this, Zhao Xuan recalled that Tang San indeed had been summoned by the master after their meal. With that thought, he swiftly got out of bed, changed his clothes with haste, and urged Tang San, "Let's hurry." The soul-hunting forest lies 400 miles northeast of Notting City, a considerable distance, yet it is the closest imperial soul beast breeding ground to Notting City, home to numerous 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, with even 1,000-year soul beasts lurking deeper within. During their journey, the master imparted a wealth of fundamental knowledge about the world of soul masters to Tang San and Zhao Xuan. After all, their lives over the past 6 years had been worlds apart from that of soul masters, and their understanding of this realm was virtually non-existent. "Does this mean that once I acquire my first soul ring, I will become a soul master?" Zhao Xuan asked, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Indeed, even if your first soul ring is merely a 10-year ring, you will still be a soul master." The master nodded. Zhao Xuan, rarely filled with such anticipation, pondered what soul abilities his unique martial spirit might manifest. After all, he had a master renowned for his theoretical prowess right beside him. Why not pose his questions? However, upon Zhao Xuan's inquiry, the master fell silent and shook his head. "Both of your martial spirits are unprecedented, and the situation is rather complicated. They both seem to be weapon-type martial spirits, yet their appearance suggests they lack any offensive capability. Nevertheless, the fact that they can generate innate, full soul power indicates that at least one of them possesses exceptional quality. But the challenge lies in the fact that both of your martial spirits are entirely new, making identification impossible." Zhao Xuan felt somewhat disheartened. Even a master, known for his theoretical invincibility, was unable to provide assistance. It seemed he would have to navigate this path step by step. The master, too, felt helpless. Theoretical knowledge is founded upon certain characteristics, yet when faced with such an uncharted phenomenon, even a skilled artisan finds it difficult to work without materials. Regarding these two martial spirits, he was uncertain whether they belonged to the support category or another type altogether. The moment hung in silence, but soon the master took action. He produced a belt adorned with 24 exquisite gems and handed it to Tang San. "Here, Xiao San, this is for you. One cannot refuse a gift from senior." Tang San instinctively accepted the belt, which was quite lavish, resembling a luxury item. Tang San raised his head and inquired, "Master, what is this?" The master explained, "This is a soul guide, a technique that has been lost to time. It can use soul power as a medium to store items. Each gem in this belt can hold 1 cubic unit of matter, but only lifeless objects." Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. This item could store belongings? Zhao Xuan could only envy from the sidelines, recognizing that this was a gift from a master to his disciple. The master, witnessing this, exhibited a rare smile, and then presented Zhao Xuan with a peculiar ring. "As for this, it is for you. Although the soul guide has only 1 storage space, it can hold 5 cubic units of items." However, the master suddenly paused and cleared his throat. "If you were to become my disciple, I could arrange for you to have a soul guide similar to Zhao San's." Zhao Xian's eyes widened. The master had not yet given up on recruiting him as a disciple. Such material persuasion. Nevertheless, he had little interest in the tedious knowledge. Yet, despite his inner thoughts, he quickly accepted the master's gift. "Master, I shall gratefully accept your gift, but as for becoming a disciple, well, let us discuss that later." The two exchanged glances, both internally concluding, "Old, young fox." After 2 days of arduous travel, the trio finally entered the vicinity of the soul-hunting forest. Upon presenting their credentials at the entrance checkpoint, they were granted access. The soul-hunting forest appeared no different from an ordinary forest, dense with foliage and towering ancient trees. However, perhaps due to their prolonged absence from nature, Zhao Xuan found the air particularly refreshing at that moment. Once inside the forest, even at the edge, the master became vigilant. He clasped his hands before his chest and then swiftly spread them apart, calling forth, "Come forth, Luo San Pao." With a soft puff, a faint purple soul power emerged from the master's palms, and Tang San sensed a wave of soul power emanating from the master. Suddenly, a creature appeared before him. It resembled a dog, yet its rotund body could easily be mistaken for a pig. Its coat was a light purple, with drooping ears and large, deep blue eyes that blinked with a gentle gaze. Upon seeing the master, it bounded joyfully toward him like a small dog, its short tail wagging energetically, its plump rear swaying with every step. Zhao Xuan could not help but chuckle. If this were his previous life, a barrage of comments would undoubtedly ensue. High energy ahead. Tail wagging benefits. Come out, I'll give you a boost. The master was surrounded by 2 rings of light that danced around him, both appearing yellow, indicating they were 100-year soul rings. "Zhao San, weren't you curious about my martial spirit? This is it. You may call it Luo San Pao, or simply San Pao." Luo San Pao seemed to comprehend the master's words, its large eyes turning to Tang San with an expression that bore a hint of eagerness. "San Pao, come here." Zhao Xuan, fond of cats and dogs, felt delighted at the sight of Luo San Pao. The creature hesitated, its eyes glancing toward the master. Upon receiving a nod from him, it happily trotted over to Zhao Xuan. San Pao was not small, measuring a good 1.5 meters in length, and quite hefty. Yet Zhao Xuan, endowed with innate strength, had no difficulty lifting the creature, which was much taller than him. With Zhao Xuan cradling it, San Pao began licking his cheek with its tiny tongue, eliciting laughter from Zhao Xuan. Tang San, observing Zhao Xuan's joyful play, shook his head and approached the master with a question. As the master addressed Tang San's inquiries, he led them deeper into the soul-hunting forest. Suddenly, San Pao leapt from Zhao Xuan's embrace, fixating its gaze on a patch of grass, emitting soft sounds. The master quickly positioned himself between Tang San and Zhao Xuan, explaining, "San Pao has a keen sense of smell. It must have detected something." They witnessed movement in the grass, and a figure leaped into a tree, resembling a cat. Cautiously observing them, the master exhaled in relief, casually stating, "Just a 10-year-old spotted cat? San Pao, let us move on and not disturb it." Tang San and Zhao Xuan turned their heads curiously, eyeing the peculiar cat. It was their first encounter with a soul beast, which naturally stirred their sense of wonder. Throughout their journey, Tang San and Zhao Xuan were treated to a spectacular array of soul beasts, each more bizarre than the last. There were no limits to the imagination. However, the master had not allowed them to engage with these creatures, for they were merely 10-year-old soul beasts. Each soul ring is of paramount importance to a soul master. A potent soul ring can bestow numerous advantages, particularly for Zhao Xuan. Although your martial soul is quite unique, It is imperative not to settle for mediocrity. By the way, have you decided which martial soul to augment with a soul ring? The master inquired, having previously shared with Zhao Xuan how to maximize the effectiveness of utilizing two martial souls. Zhao Xuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us go with the phone." "Very well," the master nodded. After searching for a considerable time, several suitable soul beasts appeared, yet the master remained patient, continuing his quest without haste. The campsite he selected was situated in a depression, surrounded by a complex terrain of towering trees. As dusk descended, the forest was anything but tranquil, filled with the sounds of chirping insects, singing birds, and the distant roars of wild beasts. Suddenly, Luo Sanpao stood up, barking excitedly in a particular direction. The three were instantly alert, turning to see several ghostly green lights approaching through the shadows. It was the shadow wolves. This could be troublesome. The master's tone was somber, yet he displayed no signs of panic. He recognized they were merely 10-year-old pups. Zhao Xian's eyes gleamed at the sight. He had not moved his body in a while. And this was the perfect opportunity. "Master, leave them to me." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. The master's expression shifted dramatically, turning pale as he shouted, "Zhao Xian, come back. It's dangerous." In that instant, sweat beaded on the master's forehead. How could this little fellow be so reckless? Tang San, standing nearby, attempted to reassure him. "Teacher, don't panic. Zhao Xian is very strong." Just as the master was about to call Luo Sanpao for support, he paused, glancing curiously at Tang San. Although he had only known Tang San for a short while, he recognized his disciple's steadiness and ability to think critically. Thus, the master halted and focused his gaze ahead. Meanwhile, the 6 shadow wolves, intent on hunting, were taken aback by the sight of a small figure charging toward them. Initially stunned, they soon erupted into furious howls. Awoo! Their cacophony was indeed fearsome, but to Zhao Xian, they were as harmless as a decorative pillow. With a swift motion, he pushed off the ground, vanishing from sight, causing the earth to crack beneath him. The master, observing intently, was momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? Zhao Xian reappeared before a shadow wolf, delivering a powerful punch before it could react. Bang! The shadow wolf was sent flying as if struck by an 80-mile-per-hour truck, its blood splattering across the ground, where it became a mere lump against a great tree. The tree shook violently, while the shadow wolf was left a mere puddle at its base. Tang San, too, was left speechless. Was Zhao Xian truly this formidable? Or had he never fought with full strength before? He silently resolved never to spar with Zhao Xian again. The remaining shadow wolves, terrified and on the verge of madness, fled in a frenzy. Escaping Zhao Xian's grasp proved futile within moments. Only scattered pieces of flesh and the ethereal glow of white soul rings remained. After the ordeal, Zhao Xian returned, satisfaction evident on his face. "Not bad. That was a good warm-up." Tang San and the master instinctively took a couple of steps back, their expressions filled with dread as they gazed at Zhao Xian. Could he possibly be a humanoid soul beast? Chapter 8. The first soul ring. The master was greatly intrigued by Zhao Xian's incredible strength. Such power was seldom seen, even among 40th level strength type soul masters. Is your martial soul a strength type weapon soul? How does it function? Does it crush people? Wait, that can't be right. Although some weapon souls can indeed enhance a soul master's physical attributes, your level of strength seems beyond what even a strength-type beast martial soul could achieve. The master could not help but speculate regarding the nature of Zhao Xian's martial soul, having witnessed his extraordinary power. Tang San interjected, "Teacher, Zhao Xian has always been strong since childhood. It's innate. Is that so?" The master inquired, astonished. Is it possible to attain such strength without a martial soul? His gaze toward Zhao Xian brimmed with curiosity, yet he generally found little interest in matters unrelated to martial souls. After the commotion with the shadow wolves, the group felt fatigued and intended to rest further. However, Luo Sanpao suddenly began to call out urgently, "Luo, Luo, 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 Luo." A hush fell over the surroundings, and a faint rustling sound reached Tang San's ears. He sensed an unfamiliar metallic scent in the air, though faint. It carried a sweet aroma reminiscent of tea. Zhao Xian inhaled deeply and remarked, "It smells a bit like jasmine tea." Tang San's expression turned grave. "There's poison nearby." Zhao Xian was startled. Despite his robust physique, he was no match for toxins. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, whispering, "Zhao San, is it toxic?" "Not in the air, but it must be present on that creature," Tang San asserted confidently, for his expertise in poisons and pharmaceuticals allowed him to make such determinations. Amidst their astonishment, the master handed each of them a white mask to wear while activating 2 yellow soul rings. He scrutinized the rustling bushes, his brow furrowed. Tonight seems far from peaceful. With a thunderous declaration, "Fart like thunder, shake the heavens, Luo San Pao." The master's soul rings glimmered as Luo San Pao trotted toward the sky, turning to face them, radiating a brilliant glow. With its plump backside directed at the rustling bushes, the little creature seemed to be gathering strength. And then a tremendous sound echoed through the stillness of the soul-hunting forest. Boom! The diminutive Luo San Pao unleashed a resounding fart, akin to the crackling of popcorn, causing the entire thicket to vibrate while a faint yellow mist enveloped the area. "Bear with it. San Pao's fart is a bit pungent," the master said nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back as if accustomed to the odor. Even through the mask, Zhao Xuan could feel the little fellow's power. After releasing such an earth-shattering sound, San Pao happily shook its body and joyfully bounded toward Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xian's expression shifted, and he instinctively waved his hands, retreating a few steps. San Pao paused, looking up at Zhao Xuan with big, innocent eyes filled with a sense of betrayal. At that moment, the bushes stirred once more, and a colossal figure suddenly lunged forth. Its gaping maw aimed at Luo San Pao. The poor creature, still gazing at Zhao Xuan with pleading eyes, had no inkling of the impending danger. A mandala snake? The campfire illuminated the creature's form, causing the master to gasp in shock. "Stay away from my San Pao." Zhao Xuan gazed at the mandala snake as it lunged toward San Pao, unable to restrain himself any longer. He charged forward without hesitation. "Zhao Xuan, come back!" The master bellowed, unable to contain his alarm. The venom of the mandala snake is immensely potent, wreaking havoc on the nervous system. It ranks among the most terrifying of poisonous soul beasts. Once bitten, escape is nearly impossible. Though Zhao Xuan heard the master's voice, he was already committed to his course of action, suppressing his fear of the snake's venom as he delivered a powerful punch to the creature's vital spot. The scales exploded, and the mandala snake was sent tumbling back, causing San Pao, startled, to scurry away. On the other side, Tang San, having absorbed the master's explanation of the mandala snake's traits, called out, "Xian, striking its vital spot is futile. Its weaknesses lie in its eyes and mouth." A chill ran down Zhao Xian's spine as he acknowledged this fact. Tang San's expression remained eerily calm despite his growing anxiety, his hidden arrows gripped tightly in hand, ready to assist Zhao Xuan at a moment's notice. After a prolonged silence from the thicket where the mandala snake had fallen, just as Zhao Xuan believed it to be lifeless, a figure suddenly darted from the nearby bushes. The snake's robust tail struck the ground, launching its body forth like a spring. When did it move there? Zhao Xuan was startled. Tang San quickly reacted, his gaze sharpening as he launched a silver arrow towards the mandala snake's eye. With a precise strike, the arrow embedded itself into the snake's eye socket, leaving only a small portion protruding. The mandala snake's assault on Zhao Xuan faltered, agonizing pain causing it to writhe violently, its tail sweeping through the underbrush like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. Enraged, Zhao Xuan, feeling betrayed by the snake's earlier attempt at a sneak attack, leaped forward and ruthlessly stomped down on the creature's head, burying it partially into the ground while the snake thrashed about, trying to dislodge him. Zhao Xuan unleashed a series of brutal punches, treating the mandala snake as though it were a mere punching bag, scales flying in all directions, sending shivers down the spines of both Tang San and the master. In a short while, the mandala snake was on the brink of death. Just then, the master abruptly halted Zhao Xuan, his voice tinged with excitement. "Wait, Zhao Xuan, let little San have a go." Zhao Xuan, momentarily bewildered, glanced towards them. "What? Does little San want to take a swing at it too? Its body is quite tough. You might not be able to inflict any damage." Tang San's lips twitched at Zhao Xuan's words. "Have you lost your mind?" Yet the master, eyes gleaming with fervor, approached the mandala snake, handing Tang San a magnificent dagger. "Little San, slay it. This will be your first soul ring." Both Zhao Xuan and Tang San were taken aback. "Master, what do you mean? Are you referring to this snake?" Tang San stared at the master in astonishment. The master nodded earnestly. Indeed, this very creature. Before the mandala snake reaches 1,000 years of age, it grows 1 centimeter for each year of life. This specimen is nearly 4 meters long, indicating it has close to 400 years of cultivation. It is perfectly suited for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring. But master, Tang San hesitated. My martial spirit is a plant, and this mandala snake is a beast-type soul beast. Can I truly transform it into a soul ring without conflict? The master now relaxed, radiated confidence. One of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits I have researched is the theory of spirit mimicry. Plant martial spirits need not exclusively absorb plant-type soul rings, nor must beast martial spirits shun plant soul rings. Under certain conditions, they can indeed absorb one another. I previously mentioned that one of the advantages of blue silvergrass is its non-exclusivity. Due to its inherent weakness, it does not reject any attributes added to it, but rather passively integrates them. Therefore, absorbing this mandala snake's soul ring poses no problem. Furthermore, do you recall what kind of soul ring we were seeking? Tang San's eyes lit up. One that enhances resilience, preferably with toxic properties. Precisely. The mandala snake possesses both of these traits. At that moment, Tang San comprehended the master's intentions fully. Thus, the mandala snake was indeed an excellent fit for him. However, he turned to Zhao Xuan, acknowledging that while he had contributed, it was Zhao Xuan who had primarily subdued the creature. The master also shifted his gaze towards Zhao Xuan. Feeling a bit deflated yet exhilarated, Zhao Xuan was startled by their attention. What is it? As he caught sight of the mandala snake beneath him and recalled the master's previous words, understanding dawned upon him. He leaped off the snake's head, dismissively waving his arm. If it suits little San, then take it. Tang San felt a surge of gratitude but hesitated. But Zhao Xuan chuckled, seemingly aware of Tang San's thoughts. The soul-hunting forest is vast. Do you truly believe I would be unable to secure a soul ring? Tang San was momentarily taken aback before solemnly expressing, Thank you, Zhao Xuan. What do you mean? Who owes whom? Zhao Xuan laughed heartily, clapping Tang San on the shoulder. Caught off guard, Tang San stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Time seemed to pause, and facing Tang San's wistful gaze, Zhao Xuan quickly turned away. The master observed this scene with amusement, his expression imbued with a sense of unspoken meaning. After all, it was a mandala snake that had been vanquished by a mere child who had yet to obtain a soul ring. Suddenly, noticing the mandala snake becoming increasingly still, the master urged little San act quickly. If it dies, the soul ring will dissipate. As night fell into silence, though Zhao Xuan felt fatigued, he steeled himself to guard Tang San, knowing that disturbances during the soul ring absorption process could be perilous. Master, will little San be all right? Zhao Xuan inquired, observing Tang San's occasional grimaces of pain. The master, still vibrant, jotted down notes on Tang San's condition. Rest assured, he is absolutely fine. His current state is not due to a mismatch with the soul beast's attributes, but rather the soul ring's age reaching the upper limit for a first soul ring. Judging by little San's condition, he will undoubtedly persevere. With the master's reassurance, Zhao Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, he felt an urge to relieve himself. Stealing a glance at the excited master, he quietly departed. Not far from the campsite lay a small stream. Zhao Xuan climbed onto a large stone and relieved himself into the refreshing waters. Ah, how pleasant, he sighed contentedly, shaking off the remnants. Just as he was about to return, the stone beneath him unexpectedly shifted, and he lost his balance. Splash! Fortunately, the water was shallow, reaching only his waist. Infuriated, he glared at the stone, which had sprouted limbs. Was it a living creature? Zhao Xuan felt a chill run down his spine as he scrutinized it, just in time to see a massive head emerge. What a gigantic turtle! Zhao Xuan gasped in astonishment, disturbed from its slumber and seemingly displeased with Zhao Xuan's exclamation. The enormous turtle emitted a low growl, prompting Zhao Xuan to instinctively step back. The turtle lumbered toward him, yet Zhao Xuan couldn't help but find its pace rather peculiar. Even if you're a turtle, you cannot be this slow. Zhao Xuan cautiously circled around it a few times, wary of any tricks. However, after several attempts to provoke it, he realized that it was genuinely slow, much slower than the elderly masters practicing Tai Chi in his previous life. Amused, Zhao Xuan thought, What a useless giant tortoise this is. As he gazed at the protruding head, he could not resist landing a punch. The giant tortoise's expression shifted from anger to fear as it attempted to evade. Yet, Zhao Xuan was swift, delivering a solid blow to the creature's head, causing it to tilt without further movement. Could it be dead? Zhao Xuan was taken aback. Was it that fragile? Just as he pondered, a yellow soul ring emerged from the tortoise's head. Zhao Xian's gaze turned peculiar as he observed the ring pulsating. Chapter 9. The first soul skill as Tang San gradually stabilized his absorption of the soul ring. The master ceased his fervent writing. He gazed at Tang San's calm, yet youthful visage, his hands resting on his knees clenched tightly, and his eyes suddenly glistened with moisture. Today, yet another theory of his had been validated. After decades of enduring the disdain and ridicule of countless individuals, he had once again proven his worth. He felt an urge to cry, but the trials of the years had forged his heart into an unyielding fortress. He knew that shedding tears would mean conceding to those who had mocked him, regardless of his lack of strength. Yu Xiaojiang would ultimately leave a luminous mark on the Doluo continent. After a surge of emotion, the master gradually calmed himself. Deep down, he understood that the one he should be most grateful to for validating this theory was his disciple, Tang San. It was his trust that enabled this achievement. And perhaps Zhao Xuan also played a part. Without his assistance, how could little San have succeeded? The master suddenly stood up and looked around, but he did not see Zhao Xuan's figure. Where had that rascal gone? The master felt a wave of unease wash over him. This little fellow truly had a penchant for wandering off. His gaze fell upon some footprints on the ground, and he followed them. Several dozen meters away, by a small stream, the master spotted Zhao Xuan absorbing a soul ring. Was he absorbing a soul ring? The master was incredulous. When had Zhao Xuan hunted a soul beast? Given the proximity, it was impossible that he would not have heard any battle. Wait a minute. That is a mountain stone turtle, a 600-year-old one at that. His eyes caught sight of the large stone Zhao Xuan was sitting on, and initially, he did not notice anything unusual. However, with a faint whiff of blood in the air, he realized that Zhao Xuan was not perched on a stone, but rather on a soul beast. This soul beast, resembling a mountain rock, was hefty and remarkably rare, a mountain stone turtle, an exceedingly precious soul beast sought after by many defensive soul masters. After a brief examination, the master's eyes widened in astonishment. This mountain stone turtle had indeed reached the 600-year mark, surpassing the theoretical maximum age for a first soul ring. Yet, observing Zhao Xuan's composed demeanor, the master was suddenly engulfed in confusion. Could my theory be flawed? Then, the master recalled Zhao Xuan's exceptional physical constitution, nodding thoughtfully. Zhao Xuan had been different since childhood. Perhaps he could endure a soul ring of a different age than the norm. This suggested that the configuration of his soul ring required further contemplation. As a true master, any discussion related to martial soul research instantly piqued his interest. He gently touched the mountain stone turtle's head, still warm, indicating it had not been dead long. A smile spread across the master's face as he quickly retrieved his notebook to document the findings. After completing his notes, he found himself torn between two tasks. Both Tang San and Zhao Xuan were simultaneously absorbing soul rings. But the distance made it impossible for him to protect them both at once. Moreover, the time limit for his third cannon was restrictive, rendering it impossible to emerge again in the short term. Thus, the master could only alternate between guarding them. Time swiftly passed, and suddenly, Tang San opened his eyes. The Shintian skill had broken through. He murmured, just as he had suspected. The limitation of the first layer of the Xianyu skill was due to the constraints of the soul ring. Upon entering this world, his internal energy had undergone a transformation, intertwining with the energy system of this realm, leading to the breakthrough being linked to the soul ring. The sensation of absorbing the soul ring was indescribably exhilarating, akin to floating on clouds without the burden of gravity, as though experiencing the pinnacle of bliss. Every one of his 36,000 pores opened wide, greedily inhaling the exquisite air, and a qualitative change began to unfold within Tang San's body. Where are the master and Zhao Xuan? Regaining his composure, Tang San surveyed his surroundings in surprise. A faint light of dawn had begun to rise on the horizon. The once roaring campfire had extinguished, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke lingering, and the vicinity was eerily deserted. Suddenly, rustling from the bushes alerted Tang San. prompting him to be on guard, and shortly after, a weary master emerged from the foliage. "Master, where have you been?" "Where?" asked Zhao Xuan. Tang San rushed forward to support the master, inquiring urgently. "Little San, you're awake." The master's stiff face broke into a smile upon seeing Tang San regain consciousness, and he quickly led him to the nearby stream. Initially puzzled, Tang San's expression shifted to astonishment upon seeing Zhao Xuan also absorbing a soul ring. Indeed, the master nodded wearily, wishing that this little rascal were as obedient as Tang San. "By the way, little San, how is your martial soul now?" Remembering that Tang San had completed his soul ring absorption, half of the master's fatigue dissipated, and he asked with anticipation. "My martial soul?" Tang San demonstrated with action, as a tender shoot sprouted from the blue silver grass in his palm. Instantly, a flurry of deep blue-silver grass shot out around him, adorned with peculiar patterns. Compared to its previous half-finger width, it had now expanded to 3 fingers, with thicker leaves that slightly lifted at the tips, resembling a group of mandala snakes poised for attack. One strand of blue-silver grass coiled around a tree trunk as thick as an arm, and with a gentle tug, the small tree bent in submission. The master beamed with delight. "Just as I anticipated, this mandala snake has conferred exceptional resilience upon it, and perhaps it even carries the mandala snake's venom." Tang San was equally astonished. Was this truly still blue-silver grass? He sensed that after entwining with the small tree, the resilience of the blue-silver grass had not yet reached its limits. With a thought, a clear yellow soul ring ascended from beneath Tang San's feet, and he commanded the soul ring to unleash its first soul skill. The yellow soul ring glowed, and dozens of blue-silver grass strands shot forth, enveloping a 10-meter radius like a fishing net, ensnaring everything they could cling to, tightly wrapping them just as a mandala snake would seize its prey. A small bird, caught off guard, was ensnared without a hint of resistance. "Quick, let me see it," the master exclaimed eagerly. Tang San controlled the blue-silver grass and presented the ensnared bird to the master. The small bird had its eyes shut tightly, appearing lifeless. The master gently stroked the bird, then stroked his chin, shaking his head regretfully. "It's paralyzed, but unfortunately, it hasn't inherited the mandala snake's venom." However, a smile soon graced the master's face. "Yet, this is still excellent. It at least confirms that my hypothesis is correct." Pausing for a moment, the master then looked up earnestly at Tang San and said, "Little San, thank you." "Huh?" Tang San felt somewhat at a loss. The adage, "once a teacher, forever a father," resonated deeply within him. After pledging allegiance to his master, he regarded him as his own father. Having realized his master's long-cherished theories, he was naturally elated. Just then, a soft sound interrupted his reverie. Both the master and Tang San instinctively turned their gazes, witnessing Zhao Xuan slowly open his eyes. "Master, little San," Zhao Xuan greeted them. "Have you succeeded, little Xuan?" The master inquired cautiously, as this soul ring had surpassed the theoretical limits, leaving him uncertain about the outcome. "If you are referring to the soul ring, then yes," Zhao Xuan replied, a smile curving upon his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The master trembled with anticipation, quickly retrieving a notebook. "Is there any discomfort in your body? Has your martial soul undergone any changes?" Zhao Xuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, nothing at all." The master took notes swiftly, then solemnly asked, "What about your soul skill? What type is it? Attack, defense, or support?" After a brief pause, Zhao Xuan scratched his head. "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps you could feel it for yourself." With that, a radiant yellow soul ring rose beneath Zhao Xuan's feet, and, simultaneously, a phone appeared in his hand. As the soul ring flickered, an invisible light struck the master. The master froze in place, momentarily immobilized. Tang San was startled and was about to inquire when he noticed the master had regained his movement. However, there was a look of astonishment in his eyes. This is confinement?" Zhao Xuan nodded. "Indeed, this is the effect of my first soul skill. It can immobilize a person for 1 second, and as my spirit power increases, the duration can extend." The master was taken aback. This was a remarkable skill, entwining the forces of space. At higher realms, even a fleeting mistake could lead to failure, let alone a second or several seconds of immobilization. For Zhao Xuan, even this brief moment was sufficient for his immense strength to be unleashed upon others. Suddenly, The master seemed to have realized something and hurriedly asked, "What is the range of its use?" Zhao Xuan took a moment to feel it out and replied, "A radius of 10 meters, with no restrictions on the target's spirit power level." "No restrictions on spirit power level? Are you a monster?" The master gasped, nearly losing his breath. This soul skill was truly incredible. Zhao Xuan chuckled, feeling a swell of pride. Suddenly, a thought struck him, evoking a sense of deja vu. "Let us call my first soul skill immovable." He recalled a certain telecommunications operator from his past life, fittingly aligned with this skill. Regardless of whether one owned a premium smartphone or a low-end model, as long as they utilized his card, he could render them immobile at certain moments. After a few days, the group returned to Nodding City from the soul-hunting forest. "Ah, this is the feeling of returning to the world. How wonderful!" Zhao Xuan exclaimed at the city gate, almost neurotically. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Tang San covered his face, feeling the heat of embarrassment from the gazes of those around them. It was merely a few days spent in the forest. Was it truly that dramatic? The master chuckled lightly and addressed the two. "By the way, now that you are soul masters, it's time for you to visit the spirit hall at the city center." "What's the point? I'd rather go back to sleep," Zhao Xuan replied, placing his hands behind his head and tilting his head in inquiry. "Firstly, you can test your spirit power. Secondly, once registered, you will receive a monthly subsidy of 2 gold soul coins. This will be quite beneficial for you." Zhao Xuan was taken aback. "The spirit hall is that generous? They have that much money?" The master's smile faded, his gaze turning serious. "They are not as generous as you think. This is merely a benefit provided by the Empire to soul masters. They are merely the distributors." "How foolish of the Empire, giving all the benefits to the spirit hall." Zhao Xuan scoffed, feeling a sense of injustice. He would toil, while the spirit hall reaped the fame. "Indeed," the master remarked, his tone laced with meaning. Tang San discerned a hint of sarcasm. It appeared that the teacher harbored some grievances against the spirit hall. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, they still needed to collect the subsidy, as this was a benefit from the Empire. 2 gold soul coins. A single gold soul coin could sustain an ordinary family for several months, let alone 2 in a month. While it wouldn't afford a luxurious lifestyle, it would certainly ensure a comfortable living. My father earns merely 1 gold soul coin a month, and I'm already getting 2 as a soul master. This profession is not bad at all." Zhao Xuan grinned, imagining sending 1 back each month to his father. The expression on his father's face would surely be quite complicated. Tang San was similarly tempted. Due to the influence of martial souls, blacksmiths lived in relative poverty, compounded by Tang Hao's despondency, leading their family to earn only 20 to 30 silver soul coins a month. With Tang Hao's drinking habits, their situation was even more dire. Once they received the subsidy, he would send it all back to his father. The money he earned from his work at school would suffice for his own living expenses. Tang San resolved firmly. In the Doluo continent, whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, the spirit hall in any city serves as a landmark. The two merely asked the passerby and easily found the location of the spirit hall. Upon entering the spirit hall, Zhao Xuan suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Isn't that Master Su Yintao?" Zhao Xuan did not lower his voice, and the figure, originally facing away from them, turned with an expression of surprise. "Oh, it's you 2 little fellows." Su Yintao approached them, having awakened soul masters for many years. He distinctly remembered these 2. After returning, he had perused countless texts without success, only to realize that this might be the first of its kind. Innately full spirit power blue silvergrass, along with an unknown, new martial soul. "What brings you 2 here?" Su Yintao inquired curiously, not expecting to see them here, as it was quite a distance from Holy Soul Village. "The master sent us here to test our spirit power," Tang San replied. "Test your spirit power? Aren't you 2 innately full spirit power, which would mean your spirit power is already level 10. Su Yintao was puzzled, and then his eyes widened. "You haven't already acquired your first soul ring, have you?" he asked in astonishment. Indeed, the 2 nodded. Su Yintao was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he said, "Follow me. We need to see Master Ma Xiu Nuo for the spirit power test." He couldn't help but reflect on how terrifying it was to possess innate full spirit power. How long had it taken him to become a soul master? 5 years? 6 years? Is this truly a church? It's simply a capitalist tumor, Zhao Xuan muttered to himself as he followed Su Yintao deeper into the spirit hall. The spirit hall was not only vast, but also resplendently furnished. While it appeared ancient, the grandeur and opulence were unmistakable. They arrived outside an office, and Su Yuntao knocked on the door. "Come in," a venerable voice beckoned from within. In a bright office, an elderly man sat behind a large desk, clad in immaculate Soul Master attire, adorned with the emblem of 3 swords, signifying his status as a Grand Soul Master. "Yuntao, what brings you here?" he inquired, noticing the 2 young companions behind him. "Master Mathuno, they have come for advancement assessment and soul power evaluation," Yuntao replied. Master Mathuno paused, glancing at the 2 with a look of astonishment, as if realizing something important. After a moment, he sighed. "So these are the 2 innate full soul power individuals from your village. Truly impressive. Follow me. The test will be conducted in the Soul Spirit Laboratory." Rising, Master Mathuno led them to the laboratory. The Soul Spirit Laboratory was spacious and lofty, spanning nearly 200 square meters, with a grand floor-to-ceiling window providing ample illumination. Master Mathuno instructed Tang San to stand on a soul array reminiscent of the one used during the awakening of a soul spirit and to unleash a spirit. Tang San stepped into the center of the marked pattern, raised his right hand, and focused, channeling his inner strength from the Shintian skill, which combined with the warmth emanating from his blue-silver grass spirit. Thick tendrils of blue-silver grass surged forth, cascading down to the ground, while a radiant century-old mandala serpent spirit ring rose from beneath his feet, swirling around him. Initially, Master Mathuno wore a gentle smile, but upon witnessing the blue-silver grass erupting from Tang San's palm, his expression shifted to one of shock. "Is this blue-silver grass?" The fluctuations in Tang San's soul power were extraordinary, attributed both to the uniqueness of his spirit and the master's influence. It was at this moment that Tang San perceived the underlying rift between the master and the spirit hall, his perception of the latter diminishing considerably. "What a pity," Master Mathuno lamented, though it remained unclear whether he mourned Tang San's spirit or something else entirely. "Is your turn now, young one. Your spirit is the one known as mobile phone, correct?" Master Mathuno regarded Zhao Xuan with intrigue, noting another with innate full soul power. Is talent becoming so commonplace nowadays? Zhao Xuan stepped onto the soul array and summoned his spirit. The 600-year-old mountain stone, turtle spirit, ring glowing like a circle of gold as it rose beneath him, shimmering radiantly and moving around his body. Eerie, green electromagnetic waves flickered beside him, projecting garbled data streams and frequencies. This surreal display elicited a unanimous sense of bewilderment from the onlookers. Even Zhao Xuan found it rather remarkable. "Next, we shall test your soul power level." After confirming Zhao Xuan's first spirit ring, Master Mathuno handed him a yellow crystal ball. Almost instantly upon contact, the crystal pulsated with brilliance, even faster and brighter than Tang San's. Both Master Mathuno and Su Yuntao watched in astonishment as the sphere accumulated light, surpassing half its capacity. Level 16, their jaws nearly dropped. Outside the spirit hall, Zhao Xuan reveled in joy, not due to his soul power, but because of the newfound weight in his pocket, 2 gold soul coins. Why does Tang San have such an affinity for blacksmithing? He mused, contemplating how Tang San would be unable to resist entering a smithy upon seeing one. Returning to the academy alone, he had yet to reply to the master when he overheard a few students discussing nearby. Those working students are truly overestimating themselves, daring to challenge the 6th-year leader. "Xiao Laoda, I doubt we'll see them in class tomorrow." Zhao Xian's expression shifted. This seemed to be brewing trouble. A gleeful glint appeared in his eyes as he approached the group of students, relishing the prospect of chaos. Chapter 11. The turmoil in the grove. After inquiring about the location from several upperclassmen, Zhao Xuan hastened towards the academy's rear mountain. That rabbit truly acts like a leader, he thought, considering the situation's origins. A working student had been bullied, prompting their head, the spirited Xiao Wu, to step in. However, her lack of cunning was evident. Shaking his head, Zhao Xuan quickened his pace. The numbers and strength on Xiao Laoda's side were formidable. It was indeed a place where no help could be summoned. "But now that I have returned, let them call for heaven and earth in vain," he chuckled. Is that fellow? Where's he off to?" Just as Zhao Xuan excitedly approached the rear mountain, a petite figure observed him intently, deep in thought. "Go, Wang Sheng, defeat him." The working students, led by Xiao Wu, cheered for Wang Sheng, who was struggling to evade attacks. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, he managed a wry smile, hastily blocking the incoming strikes from his opponent's long staff spirit. Ouch! The staff struck his forearm painfully, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Xiao Wu, they have weapons. Before reaching the level of a soul master, beast spirits could only enjoy the physical benefits provided by their spirits, unable to significantly enhance their capabilities against weapon spirits, leaving them to endure the onslaught passively. Wang Sheng, what are you doing? Get in there! Xiao Wu exclaimed, shaking her small fists in frustration. Little rabbit, how can you expect to fight us with your undeveloped beast spirit? You should just accept being my pet. Xiao Lao taunted, his eyes twitching at the sight of Wang Sheng's bruised form, not out of kindness, but out of fear that Wang Sheng would suffer serious injury. Huh? You think you can make Xiao Wu your pet? Are you scared? If you are, just bow down and acknowledge Xiao Wu as your leader. She might let you off easy, Xiao Wu retorted, her lips curling as she savored the moment. The sharp-tongued girl was a handful, and Xiao Lao clenched his teeth, realizing that despite her youth, her words were cutting. Wang Sheng is in quite the predicament. It seems it's time for me to step in, Xiao Wu resolved, her brow furrowing at Wang Sheng's plight. It was no wonder working students were often bullied. Merely one of them was already struggling against such numbers. As she rolled up her sleeves, prepared to deliver a lesson to their adversaries, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. I heard there was a fight here. I hope I'm not too late. A figure sprinted toward them, exuding an unmistakable excitement. It's him. The senior students, including Xiao Lao, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhao Xuan, their expressions quickly morphing into furious scowls. At last, we've caught up with you. They seethed, recalling the earlier confrontation in the cafeteria. In contrast, the working students beamed at Zhao Xuan's arrival. Zhao Xuan, you're finally back. Where's Tang San? We need him to teach them a lesson, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face lighting up, but she scanned left and right, failing to spot Tang San. Tang San? He was held up because he couldn't pay for his meal, and the master had to secure him in place. Zhao Xuan casually replied, turning to find the furious glares of Xiao Lao Da's group fixed upon him, raising an eyebrow. What? You want to eat me too? Wang Sheng, how are you doing up like this? Wang Sheng propped himself up, suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Tears welled in his eyes. Heavens! After enduring this for so long, a formidable figure has finally arrived. Beside him, Xiao Wu seemed to have been swayed by Zhao Xian's tall tales, incessantly inquiring, how much have you all consumed? Where have you pawned the little third? Can it be redeemed? We cannot do without him. The onlookers exchanged glances, dumbfounded. Sister, do you truly believe this? Even without him, there's still me. Zhao Xuan waved his hand dismissively, excitement evident as he gazed at the group, led by Xiao Lao. Are you challenging me one-on-one? Or will you confront me as a collective? Oh, by the way, in this case, one-on-one means I shall face all of you alone. The group stared incredulously. How could this audacious lad still be so brazen? One of the students, who had just battled Wang Sheng, stepped forward, casually resting a long staff against the shoulder. Why involve them? I alone can handle you with merely a fraction of my strength. Zhao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This fellow appeared even more arrogant than himself. Lu Long, a level 9 soul master, martial soul, Chimei staff, I am at your service. Clad in the robes of Nodding Academy, he carried an upright posture that, with the breeze, gave him an air of grace. Zhao Xuan felt his patience wearing thin. He could not allow himself to be outdone when he had come to showcase his prowess. Thus, he adjusted his own Nodding Academy robe, maintaining a calm demeanor while a smile danced on his lips. A circle of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet as he declared, I am Zhao Xuan, a first-year, level 16 weapon soul master. I humbly ask for your guidance. As Zhao Xian's soul rings emerged, many stood in a stupor, and Lu Long's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, he thought, panic surging within him. Against this foe, he need not even summon his martial soul. Revealing one's soul rings was merely the first step in this elaborate display of bravado. The ensuing actions would follow as the second. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, Zhao Xuan vanished from his spot. Bang! In the next instant, he reappeared where Lu Long had just stood, while Lu Long himself had disappeared without a trace. First, Zhao Xuan halted, turning to flash a bright smile at Xiao Lao's group, prompting them to instinctively recoil a few steps in fright. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of sounds erupted as over 20 upperclassmen were dispatched like sandbags by Zhao Xuan's swift kicks. The speed at which he moved left Xiao Laoda and his companions entirely unprepared. Ah, kicking soul beast lacks the thrill, Zhao Xuan mused, dusting off his hands, a look of unfulfilled satisfaction on his face. In order to avoid injuring Xiao Laoda and his crew, he had restrained his strength. Compared to the unrestrained experience of battling soul beasts, this felt significantly lacking. Nearby, a group of work-study students stood in stunned silence. The formidable Xiao Lao that they had viewed as a great threat had been effortlessly subdued. Eventually, it was Xiao Wu who reacted first, retracting her jaw that had nearly hit the floor. She hurried over to Zhao Xuan, disbelief etched across her face. Zhao Xuan, how are you so powerful? Overwhelmed by astonishment, Xiao Wu stumbled over her words. Just average, Zhao Xuan replied nonchalantly, reveling in the feeling of invincibility. At that moment, he felt a compelling urge to sing. How lonely it is to be invincible. Just then, an irate scream pierced the air. Is there anyone else who dares to oppose me? Zhao Xuan furrowed his brow. The audacity of this group was commendable. But were there any girls among those he had just kicked out? Turning his gaze, he spotted a cute girl with fluffy blonde hair storming toward him, her little boots echoing with each determined step. Oh, isn't that Hermione? The dean's granddaughter, known for her fierce sense of justice. Zhao Xian's heart raced with alarm. The girl glared at him, her eyes darting to the groaning upperclassmen strewn about. And she shouted, Zhao Xuan, we are all classmates. How can you act this way? Zhao Xuan shrugged. What have I done? They simply lack the skill. Should I be blamed for that? Even in sparring, one must not be too heavy-handed. Hermione retorted, her brown eyes wide with indignation. They are not missing limbs. How can this be considered heavy-handed? Perhaps you should ask them if they are all right. The sprawled students exchanged glances, feeling a chill at Zhao Xian's words. Truth be told, they had not sustained significant injuries. They simply couldn't bear the humiliation. Stealing a glance at Zhao Xuan, their eyes clearly conveyed a challenge. Go on. Keep pretending. Under Zhao Xian's intimidating presence, the students begrudgingly stood, brushing off their clothes, and quickly asserted, we're fine. Really? Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? She had witnessed them being kicked several meters away. Though she was awed by Zhao Xian's prowess, her initial response was one of fury. Bewildered, she wondered how these students could be unscathed. Her gaze fell on Zhao Xuan, who wore a triumphant smirk, igniting her anger further. Just you wait. The girl turned and stormed back into the academy. Zhao Xuan shrugged. What am I waiting for? I haven't committed any wrongdoing. Catching sight of the trembling upperclassman, Zhao Xuan felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He pointed at Xiao Wu, declaring, remember your agreement. She is now your leader. Xiao Laoda and the others widened their eyes, wanting to retort, didn't you defeat us? However, upon meeting Zhao Xian's malicious gaze, they decided to let it go. Thus, a group of them reluctantly turned to the beaming Xiao Wu and said, Sister Xiao Wu. After a while, the master led Zhao Xian out of the dean's office. His teeth clenched as he muttered, that little brat. How dare she accuse me of instigating a brawl? Has she gone blind? Although the dean had only summoned him for a chat due to the master's influence, this grudge would not be forgotten. Chapter 12, Hometown Time. Unbeknownst to us, flows swiftly and soon, Zhao Xuan and Tang San had spent a year at Notting Academy. With the arrival of summer in the new year, they welcomed their first holiday. On that morning, Notting Academy was eerily quiet. Beneath the lush sycamore trees, not a soul was in sight. A gentle breeze rustled through, and the solitary cry of summer, cicadas, echoed. Compared to the usual hustle and bustle of students rushing to class, the academy now presented a stark sense of desolation. A few work-study students greeted Tang San and Xiao Wu, who stood at the entrance, before hastily departing on their journey home. Others had already left much earlier. Xiao Wu stood with her arms crossed, tapping one foot restlessly on the ground. Her lips pursed in dissatisfaction as she queried Tang San, what is Zhao Xuan doing? Why hasn't he come out yet? Tang San, equally puzzled, replied, he only mentioned he had something to take care of. I'm not privy to the details. Eager to return home after a year without seeing Tang Hao, Tang San had extended an invitation to Xiao Wu to accompany him back to Shenghan Village, especially after learning she had nowhere to go. At long last, Zhao Xuan emerged from the depths of the academy, jogging toward them, a mischievous grin plastered on his face, instantly alerting Tang San to his antics. That wretched Zhao Xuan, my newly purchased book? A sharp, furious voice echoed from deep within the academy, reverberating through the empty halls. Zhao Xuan quickly urged Tang San and Xiao Wu, let us hurry and leave. Shenghan Village, a tranquil and harmonious place, was a cherished hometown of both Tang San and Zhao Xuan. By the time Zhao Xuan returned to Shenghan Village, it was already noon of the second day. After traversing a meadow adorned with blue silvergrass and climbing a hill, the village would come into view. This humble grass, often overlooked when standing alone, reveals an astonishing beauty when gathered in abundance. Its vibrant green, tinged with the lightest azure, sparkles with dewdrops that reflect a spectrum of colors. Scattered among this sea of grass, delicate flowers bloom in brilliant blue, pure white, deep crimson, and muted purple. One might never truly appreciate the beauty hidden within the mundane. At the entrance of Shenghan Village, Zhao Xuan and Tang San parted ways on a small bridge, one heading north and the other west, with Xiao Wu accompanying Tang San. Observing Tang San's anxious demeanor, Zhao Xuan couldn't help but shake his head. Not in college forbids students from visiting home during the school term, yet relatives are permitted to visit. Over the course of a year, Zhao Shi and Mu Qin frequently came to see Zhao Xuan. While Tang Hao well, he was certainly a disappointing father. Zhao Xuan felt a pang of injustice for Tang San. Walking along a forest path, Zhao Xuan soon spotted a long-missed place. A fence made of jagged stones surrounded a charming little house, with common vegetable vines climbing over it. Within the enclosure stood a quaint dwelling, accompanied by a jujube tree, where a figure was diligently chopping firewood. Upon recognizing the figure, Zhao Xuan couldn't suppress a smile and slowed his pace, sneaking up quietly. Just as he approached from behind, he exclaimed, "Wow!" The sudden outburst startled Zhao Shi, causing him to nearly chop his own foot. "HM?" That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Turning around to see the familiar silhouette, Zhao Shi was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Why are you back?" Zhao Xian's expression darkened, feeling as if he was unwelcome. Hearing the commotion, Mu Qin emerged from the house, her face lighting up at the sight of her long-missed son. "Zhao Xian, you're on break." Zhao Xian replied with a smile, nodding at Mu Qin. However, his gaze shifted back to Zhao Shi, conveying his displeasure. "Mom knows I'm on break. How come you don't?" Zhao Shi snapped back to reality, perplexed by the sudden change in Zhao Xian's demeanor. "What's wrong? Why do you seem so upset?" Dad, what did you say? Uncle Tang Hao left?" Zhao Xuan inquired after finishing his lunch. Yes. Just a few days ago, he suddenly came to find us, asking us to take good care of Xiao San, saying he had some matters to attend to before leaving. Zhao Shi explained as he continued to eat. Zhao Xian's expression shifted suddenly, murmuring, "This is not good." Tang San had been eagerly anticipating this return home to see Tang Hao, only to discover that the man had vanished days prior. "I need to check on Xiao San." Unable to shake off the concern for his friend, Zhao Xuan hastily exited. Upon arriving at Tang San's home, he found Xiao Wu standing outside, looking somewhat helpless. Her face brightened upon seeing Zhao Xuan. "Zhao Xuan, is Xiao San inside?" "Yes, his father has disappeared, leaving behind a letter." After reading it, Xiao San has been standing there motionless, Xiao Wu replied. "I'll go take a look." As he stepped inside, Zhao Xuan was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent smell of alcohol. The interior was in disarray, confirming that Tang Hao had indeed been living in squalor during Tang San's absence. In the center of the room stood Tang San, his eyes glazed over, staring blankly at the letter in his hands, his slender frame appearing quite vulnerable. Zhao Xuan couldn't help but press his forehead in frustration. "What a mess. Uncle Tang Hao, you truly are causing harm." In an instant, Zhao Xuan crossed the room, snatched the letter from Tang San's grasp, crumpled it, and tossed it aside. Tang San, jolted back to reality, instinctively uttered, "Xiao Xuan, I already know what is going on." "Xiao San," Zhao Xuan said, feigning gravitas. "I'm sure Uncle Tang Hao explained that he had some matters to attend to and isn't leaving for good." Tang San's expression shifted slightly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian's mind raced as he sought to reassure his friend. Perhaps there's a compelling reason for his actions. "Have you ever witnessed any peculiar behavior from him over the years?" "No," Tang San replied, shaken. "In my recollection, he has always been consistent." Uncle Tang Hao's sudden departure must stem from something crucial he needs to address, something that holds immense significance for him. I have never seen Uncle Tang Hao so despondent. Perhaps this is a turning point for him, Zhao Xuan pondered. He realized that Uncle Tang Hao's long-standing despair must have a reason. This sudden departure might be related to that. As Zhao Xuan contemplated, he felt a pang of realization. Wait, I just realized something profound. Uncle Tang Hao's years of melancholy surely stem from a significant reason. His abrupt absence must be connected. Tang San's eyes brightened. Captivated by Zhao Xuan's musings. Could it be that my father is trying to resolve something? Could this be the underlying cause of his despair? Suddenly, Tang San's expression darkened with worry. The matter that had burdened Uncle Tang Hao for so long could not be trivial. It may even be perilous. Zhao Xuan observed cautiously, then patted Tang San's shoulder. Zhao San, don't fret too much. Fortune favors the brave, and even if Uncle Tang Hao encounters danger, it's likely beyond our capacity to assist. As Zhao Xuan spoke, he was taken aback by his own words, realizing he had a knack for deduction. I suddenly recalled Tang San's twin martial spirits and the theories of the master. Tang San's innate full spirit power must be due to an exceptionally high-quality martial spirit. Blue silvergrass is certainly not that. It must be the other hammer that is extraordinary. A hammer with innate full spirit power must be remarkable. And Uncle Tang Hao is a blacksmith. It's a perfect match. That hammer must have been inherited from him. Oh my, I seem to have uncovered an incredible secret, Zhao Xuan thought, suddenly feeling a wave of concern for Uncle Tang Hao. He might be an extraordinary individual who had chosen to live in seclusion. According to the tropes of martial arts novels from his past life, one might retreat to a village like Shanghun either to escape enemies, to renounce the world, or due to a broken heart. None of these scenarios are simple. Given Tang San's family circumstances, the likelihood of the latter was greater. The cause of Uncle Tang Hao's despondency could either be the death of Tang San's mother due to some unforeseen circumstance or a reason that prevented him from saving her. Following the narrative, if Tang San's mother had indeed passed, Uncle Tang Hao's departure would be for revenge. If she had not, it would be to rescue her. Regardless, danger loomed ahead. Yet upon seeing the troubled expression on Tang San's face, Zhao Xuan's heart softened. In his previous life, he had never had a close friend. And in this life, only Tang San held that title. As his sole friend, how could he bear to witness Tang San in such despair? Zhao Xuan yearned to comfort Tang San, but all the words that swelled within him condensed into a single utterance. You still have me. Xiao Wu, who had been quietly observing, peeked out and added softly, and me too. In his moment of anxiety, Tang San was momentarily stunned, a warm current flowing through him. Father, I still have them. Once I grow stronger, I will confront whatever challenges lie ahead of you. Chapter 13. The first encounter with Dai Mubai, 5 years later. In the kingdom of Barak, Soto City. At this moment, just past noon, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky as 4 youthful figures approached the western gate of Soto City. This group, consisting of 2 men and 2 women, ventured into this city, which lay far from Nodding City. Among them were the familiar faces of Zhao Xuan, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, while the 4th member, Hermione, seemed to have followed along. Years had passed, and Zhao Xuan had matured significantly. Standing at around 1.8 meters, he could not be said to tower over others. Yet he was certainly not short among his peers. Clad in a sleek black outfit adorned with silver trim, he exuded a clean and sharp appearance. Over the years, his porcelain-like complexion had only become more striking. His face, like a polished jade, was complemented by deep, bright black eyes that seemed to harbor a vast cosmos within them. His long, smooth hair, now cascading to his waist, danced freely behind him. A peculiar purple-golden mark had appeared on his forehead, adding an air of mystique to his appearance. Compared to the boy he was 6 years ago, he was almost unrecognizable. As for the girl known as Hermione, she was the granddaughter of the former headmaster of Nodding Academy, now blossoming into a graceful young woman. Though her figure remained somewhat slender, her presence was captivating. With her large brown eyes, she shot a mischievous glance at Zhao Xuan and huffed, "Humph, why do you care about me?" Zhao Xuan responded with a playful grimace, showing that his temperament had remained unchanged since their childhood rivalry, which had begun 6 years prior in a forest. After learning that Zhao Xuan would be in Soto City, Hermione had decided to accompany him after bidding farewell to her grandfather. Soto City, being the granary of the Ballot Kingdom, was undeniably affluent, bustling even at noon with throngs of people and patrolling soldiers. How about we find a place to rest for the night? We can report to the academy tomorrow, suggested Tang San, the eldest among the group, though the others hardly heeded his advice. Yes, yes, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her lively spirit eager for a break after days of travel. After a quick meal, they began their search for accommodation. As they strolled through the streets of Soto City, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly lit up, pointing towards a uniquely styled hotel. Let's go there. Zhao Xian's expression turned curious as he instinctively glanced at Hermione, who was also looking back at him, their shared glance laden with unspoken intrigue. Tang San seemed oblivious to any unusual tension and casually agreed. Sure. They entered the hotel, with Hermione stealthily trailing behind Zhao Xian, her cheeks slightly flushed. Zhao Xian, isn't that a couple's hotel? She whispered, glancing shyly at the two oblivious figures ahead. Zhao Xian grinned widely. Just look at the ambience. Do you think a regular hotel would have such an intimate color scheme? This isn't a tavern. Come on, let's go in. What? Why are we going in there? Hermione gasped, stepping back, her face reddening in alarm as she regarded Zhao Xian warily. Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Xian quickly deduced her thoughts. Oh, you think I'm up to something? What do you imagine would happen? Hermione, still unsure, found herself following Zhao Xian into the Rose Hotel, feeling the heat rise to her face as passers-by cast curious glances. Lost in thought, she inadvertently bumped into Zhao Xian's back. What are you doing? She questioned, rubbing her forehead. Zhao Xian patted her shoulder, suppressing his excitement as he murmured, "This is going to be entertaining." Huh? Hermione instinctively turned her gaze forward, noticing Tang San and Xiao Wu embroiled in a dispute with several individuals. Among them was a rather handsome young man accompanied by two striking women. In a place like this, it was evident what his intentions were. Hermione clenched her teeth in disdain. Scum. Zhao Xian shrugged. Why do you care what he does? Hermione shot him an annoyed look. Why do you think I care? Zhao Xian fell silent, settling in to watch the unfolding drama. The situation escalated rapidly, and even the hotel manager could not quell the rising tensions. Soon, fists began to fly. Wow, can Tang San really throw a punch? Zhao Xian thought, eyes wide. Knowing Tang San's character, he understood that he was not one to engage in violence lightly. The blonde man's actions must have crossed a line. Prepared for a potential confrontation, Zhao Xian leaned towards Hermione. Be ready. If they summon their martial spirits, we need to support Tang San. Okay. Hermione, focused on the brawl, braced herself. To their surprise, the two combatants exchanged blows evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. Given Tang San's skill, he was undoubtedly a martial arts expert. Yet the blonde seemed to possess remarkable abilities as well. After a brief pause, the blonde, Dai Mu Bai, wore a troubled expression, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Shall we continue? Tang San asked calmly. Dai Mu Bai smiled, a glint of excitement flashing his eyes. Why not? I haven't encountered such an interesting opponent in ages. Tang San's eyes began to shine with enthusiasm. He sensed a shift in Dai Mu Bai's demeanor. What had once been cold indifference now radiated fierce combativeness. White Tiger, manifest! A brilliant white light erupted from Dai Mu Bai, his body transforming as he grew in size and strength, his muscles bulging beneath his clothing. The air around him crackled with intensity. His golden hair morphed into a striking black and white, with 4 faint lines appearing on his forehead, forming a royal symbol. His hands grew substantially larger, covered in white fur, as retractable claws emerged, gleaming like daggers. Dai Mu Bai leaned forward, his eyes transformed into a deep, chilling blue, emanating the aura of a relentless fighting machine. Beneath his feet, 3 radiant soul rings ascended in succession, quietly rising, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The swirling energy of the soul rings created a palpable pressure akin to crashing waves. A Millennium Soul Ring? Zhao Xian's eyes brightened as he strode forward. Little San, this fellow belongs to me. Chapter 14. Sparring upon seeing Zhao Xian approach with purpose, Dai Mu Bai frowned and coldly inquired, Who are you? Who I am is of no concern to you. Just know that your opponent from now on is me. Zhao Xian replied with a mischievous grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement, the corners of his mouth curving into a playful arc, as if regarding a fascinating toy. This gaze made Dai Mu Bai uneasy. and his anger intensified. When had he, Dai Mubai, become someone else's plaything? Little Xian, allow me to handle this, Tang San interjected from the side, eager to face such a formidable opponent after a long time. Come on, little San, this guy's a soul sovereign. Let me take care of this, Zhao Xuan retorted, exasperated by Tang San's enthusiasm. Why weren't you this eager when I sought to spar with you before? Unbeknownst to Tang San, had he been aware of Zhao Xuan's thoughts, he would have shot him a disapproving glance. Do you not know your own strength? Years had passed, and Zhao Xuan's extraordinary power had not only continued to grow, but had become increasingly formidable, even compelling the master, who was dedicated to researching martial souls, to take notice. Hearing their conversation, Dai Mubai's frustration boiled over, and he sneered. No need to dodge. You two can come at me together. Zhao Xuan chuckled. This fellow had a hint of courage, albeit born of ignorance. He no longer pushed Tang San aside and instead revealed his soul rings, yellow, and purple, shifting rhythmically around him. Seeing this, Tang San sighed and retreated silently, while a glint of interest flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. So, you're also a soul sovereign? Interesting. It seems I underestimated you. You are worthy of being my opponent. Dai Mubai's fighting spirit surged as he spoke, his white hair flowing dramatically without wind. A regal character emblazoned on his forehead. His eyes sparkled with a lightning-like brilliance, and an overwhelming aura pressed down upon Zhao Xuan. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger. 37th Level Soul Sovereign. I look forward to your guidance. Zhao Xuan studital. Matching Dai Mubai's intensity. With a gentle smile, he stepped forward, causing the pressure emanating from Dai Mubai to dissipate like a gentle breeze. Zhao Xuan, Martial Soul. Mobile phone, 34th level tool, Soul Sovereign. I look forward to your guidance. A mobile phone? I've never heard of such a martial soul, Dai Mubai remarked, seemingly taken aback. There are many things you haven't heard of. Let me inform you. My greatest strength is my power. Be cautious, Zhao Xuan replied with a carefree smile, relishing the presence of such an intriguing opponent. Ha! My power is not to be underestimated. Be careful. Just as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai suddenly vanished from sight, and the next moment, his explosive form reappeared before Zhao Xuan. His claws extended, glinting with cold light, aimed directly at Zhao Xuan. When facing me, please do not hold back. A somewhat resigned voice echoed in his ears. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai felt a sudden shift in the scene around him, as if the world was rapidly retreating. Bang! Dai Mubai's form collided with a wall several meters away from Zhao Xuan, creating a deafening sound, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. What has happened? A look of confusion washed over Dai Mubai's face as the pain in his chest indicated he had suffered some kind of impact. Not only Dai Mubai, but everyone except Tang San wore expressions of bewilderment. They had only seen Dai Mubai flash in front of Zhao Xuan, and in the next moment, he was already crashing into the wall. Little Xian's strength has become terrifying. Tang San gasped, his eyes gleaming with purple light. Through his purple extreme magic eye, he might have been the only one to capture that fleeting moment. Quick, too fast. Even with the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San could barely comprehend that kick. Dai Xiao, are you all right? The two sisters accompanying Dai Mubai rushed forward in panic to assist him, but he brushed them aside with a wave of his hand. Step back, keep your distance, lest you get hurt, Dai Mubai said, propping himself up, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhao Xuan. It seems I underestimated you. Dai Mubai stared hard at Zhao Xuan, his mind swirling with shock. This young man appeared even younger than him, yet his strength was undeniably formidable. Zhao Xuan, somewhat helpless, raised a hand. I did warn you to be careful. I'm quite strong. Strong? Now that's interesting. Dai Mubai's eyes blazed with fiery determination. Simultaneously, the first and second soul rings on him began to glow. White Tiger's protection. Bone-consuming radiance wave. A low growl, reminiscent of a white tiger, emanated from Dai Mubai as his white hair danced wildly, his aura surging dramatically. Surrounded by a golden shield, he charged toward Zhao Xuan, simultaneously unleashing a milky white energy sphere. Now, this is getting interesting. Zhao Xuan raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, yet he remained motionless, his body betraying no sign of action. Dai Mubai, infuriated, wondered if this guy was underestimating him. The milky white sphere struck Zhao Xuan, causing gasps among the spectators. Hermione and Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, Zhao Xuan. Yet, A strange expression crossed Dai Mubai's face. Although the white tiger-s radiance wave had been fired, he sensed something amiss. It had not struck anything. How is this possible? At that moment, a voice whispered in Dai Mubai's ear, "Do not lose focus during battle." Oh no! Alarm bells rang in Dai Mubai's mind, but before he could react, he was again sent flying. The white tiger's protection offered no defense, shattering like glass beneath Zhao Xuan's kick. Thud! Dai Mubai collapsed onto the hotel counter. Surveying the disarray of the lobby, the hotel manager near tears. All right, enough with the deathly expression. Charge it to my account, Dai Mubai grunted as he struggled to rise. Although Zhao Xuan appeared to possess immense strength, he had not inflicted severe damage. Zhao Xuan had clearly held back. You are quite strong. For the first time, Dai Mubai acknowledged another's prowess, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhao Xuan's glimmering third soul ring, realizing that it must have been the source of that previous soul skill. Thank you for the compliment. Zhao Xuan raised an eyebrow, admitting that he had only used a fraction of his strength, yet this fellow was rather resilient. Is your soul skill a clone? No, to be precise, it is a projection. This is my third soul skill, derived from a very special psychic-type soul beast, the Raven. The Raven transforms into myriad forms to fairy souls. I see. Dai Mubai's expression remained calm, which worried Zhao Xuan. Had he perhaps stunned him into silence? I know I'm not your match, but allow me to demonstrate my third soul skill. Dai Mubai's demeanor darkened as his purple soul ring began to shimmer with intensity. Zhao Xuan suddenly smiled. Do you wish to see my second soul skill? What? Dai Mubai was momentarily confused, not understanding Zhao Xuan's intent. However, the instant Zhao Xuan's second martial soul manifested, Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically, unable to suppress his astonishment. What is happening? Dai Mubai suddenly realized that the third soul skill he was about to unleash had abruptly stalled, as if his soul power had been abruptly halted, dissipating midway. Beside him, Zhao Xuan laughed heartily. This is my second soul skill, derived from a mutated 900-year-old purple bamboo. Its function is to sever the opponent's soul power and halt the release of their soul skills. Dai Mubai se lips to reach in disbelief. How can there be such a vile soul skill? Dai Mubai felt utterly frustrated. He had been soundly defeated, not even grazing the edge of his opponent's clothing. Zhao Xuan cheerfully approached, draping an arm around Dai Mubai's neck. From the earlier battle, he discerned that Dai Mubai was not as bad as he seemed. Come on, don't cry. Although you're still a bit behind me, you're doing quite well. Dai Mubai shot Zhao Xuan a fierce glare. Which of your eyes saw me crying? Indeed, he had not shed a tear. If he were to weep over a mere contest, how could he possibly navigate the challenges of the Dolua continent? He merely felt a twinge of sadness, replaying the earlier battle in his mind. What frustrated him was that no matter how he adapted, the inevitable conclusion was his certain defeat. Zhao Xuan's bizarre soul skill and terrifying power formed a nightmarish combination. After a considerable pause, our young Dai finally managed to compose himself. Zhao Xuan and Tang San, right? He cast a serious glance at the carefree Zhao Xuan and the quiet Tang San, who had been a mere backdrop throughout. We shall meet again. Let's engage in a friendly spar at that time. With that, Dai Mubai turned gracefully, each hand linking with a pair of lovely sisters as he strode toward the exit. Scoundrel, muttered Hermione and Xiao Wu in unison. Zhao Xuan chuckled, calling out, I hope you can endure longer next time. Dai Mubai stumbled slightly, quickening his pace as he walked away from Zhao Xuan and the others. Chapter 15. Shrek Academy. In the early morning, outside an inn in Soto City, Zhao Xuan emerged, stretching lazily. What a comfortable sleep. Behind him, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Hermione followed suit, all looking refreshed, evidently having enjoyed a good night's rest. At this time, the sun was just rising, casting a gentle glow over the city, which was shrouded in a light mist. However, the streets bustled with the lively sounds of merchants already peddling their wares, maintaining their livelihoods. Zhao Xuan's expression shifted suddenly as he mischievously inquired, Tang San, Xiao Wu, why didn't you stay at the Rose Hotel last night? Tang San and Xiao Wu froze. And soon Xiao Wu's indignant voice rang out, Zhao Xuan, are you trying to get yourself killed? You knew very well what kind of establishment that was. Why didn't you let us stay? Zhao Xuan pouted playfully. I thought you were aware, haha. Seeing Zhao Xuan's cheeky demeanor, Hermione couldn't help but stifle a laugh. As a rabbit, no one had sharper ears than Xiao Wu. Even from several meters away, she caught Hermione's chuckle. And you knew too, didn't you, Hermione? Hermione cast a demure glance at Xiao Wu. I thought you both were in the know as well. Uh-huh, so you both were aware. Confess. Were you two conspiring to enjoy a laugh at my expense? Realizing their identical responses, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a deep red, a mix of embarrassment and anger. All right. Enough of this. We must hurry and report in. Tang San, the main protagonist, finally spoke up, his face slightly flushed, eyes avoiding direct contact with Zhao Xuan and Hermione. Those two are definitely hiding something, Zhao Xuan remarked as he walked ahead, stroking his chin and casting a side glance at Hermione. Anyone can see there's something amiss. Outside Soto City, in an unnamed village, Xiao Wu asked, "Are you sure this is the right place?" Under the blazing sun, sweat dripped from them, prompting Xiao Wu to voice her concern. Tang San hesitantly surveyed their surroundings, stating, "This should be the right location." Yet, he questioned, "Does this place even resemble an academy?" Hermione, fanning herself, voiced her annoyance, and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, clearly sharing her sentiments. "Let's ask the villagers if there's a Soul Master Academy nearby. They must know about it." Zhao Xuan indicated towards a group of individuals at the village entrance. All right. As they approached the village entrance, something fell off. A table was set up with a man in his 60s seated behind it, while several youths their age were orderly queuing with their families. Zhao Xuan raised an eyebrow. "I have a sudden, ominous premonition." Hermione tugged at his sleeve. "Look over there. Your premonition is spot on." Following her gaze, Zhao Xuan's heart sank. Above the elder's head hung a wooden archway with a weathered sign, upon which were inscribed several characters, accompanied by grotesque caricature. The paint had almost entirely chipped away, making the words visible only now. Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu struggled to recognize the characters. "Isn't this the Academy Master sent us to attend?" Zhao Xian's lips twitched, feeling as though he had been duped by Master. "Is this for real? This academy is not even as good as the one I attended." Hermione stared in disbelief at the dilapidated Shrek Academy. "Please, it's not even a third of the size of Notting Academy." Not only were Tang San and the others puzzled, but even the other youths who had arrived were equally bewildered. As time passed, more and more people gathered, turning the entrance into a chaotic scene reminiscent of a bustling market. The elder in charge of admissions lounged in his chair, dressed simply, resembling a weary farmer, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around him as he appeared to doze off. However, at a certain moment he opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing through his murky gaze. "Enrollment begins. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place the coins in the box in front of you." He maintained his lethargic demeanor, raising concerns about whether he would doze off again any moment. Tang San and Zhao Xuan exchanged glances, both surprised at what they saw in each other's eyes. "This elder seems rather extraordinary," Tang San remarked calmly. "Indeed, he is likely far stronger than Hermione's grandfather. At the very least, he is a soul king, possibly even a soul emperor," Zhao Xuan mused, intrigued. If this elder truly was a formidable being, the academy shouldn't be in such disrepair. "That old man is stronger than my grandfather?" Hermione scoffed, unable to believe that this seemingly rustic elder could surpass her grandfather, the esteemed head of Notting Academy. Zhao Xuan chuckled. "Don't be so skeptical. With your grandfather's soul master level, I could defeat him without even using my strength." Hermione wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she shot a glare at Zhao Xuan, her mood slightly dampened. As the registration had commenced, despite any issues surrounding the academy, one must still seize the opportunity. A parent stepped forward with their child and deposited 10 gold spirit coins into the old man's box. To their astonishment, the elder merely pinched the boy's arm and dismissed him. "Your age does not meet the criteria. You may leave." The boy appeared somewhat flustered, instinctively glancing at his father, who then began his performance. Initially, he pleaded with humility, but as the elder continued to refuse, even a clay figurine would have shown some resistance. The father's frustration erupted. "This is clearly a scam. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known this so-called Shrek Academy was so dilapidated, we would never have come." The elder cast a sidelong glance at him, calmly stating, "Move by, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground, declaring, "If you want a refund, you must first contend with me." Dai Mu Bai wasted no time. He summoned his spirit power, manifesting 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring, creating an invisible pressure that resonated in the air, his chilling gaze fixed upon the father and son. Their faces turned pale. For in this world, spirit rings were the ultimate form of persuasion. In the earlier crowd, they had not noticed Dai Mu Bai's arrival. But it was evident now that he was indeed affiliated with the Shrek Academy. It was no wonder he had suggested they could spar later. He must have surmised their purpose in Soto City. Zhao Xuan was also taken aback by Dai Mu Bai's presence. It seemed the fellow possessed a sharp mind after all. Such a scoundrel. Both Hermione and Xiao Wu scoffed in unison, clearly unimpressed by Dai Mu Bai. In the wake of this, the crowd began to murmur, some discussing the Academy's peculiar atmosphere, likening it to a den of bandits. How can an academy be in such disrepair? Have we come to the wrong place? As the crowd began to disperse, the elder appeared increasingly impatient. Shrek Academy rarely attracted applicants, and if he could not find at least 2 prodigious talents among this lot, the institution might face dire straits. Thus, he stood up from behind the desk and addressed those still waiting to register. If you wish to enroll in Shrek Academy, you should be aware of our rules. If you come here without understanding, you merely squander your registration fee. It is not too late to reconsider. Do you know the meaning of Shrek in our academy's name? Zhao Xuan, naturally unaware, did have a notion of slimes, which often served as fodder in beginner villages during gaming. The elder coldly explained, Shrek is a type of monster, an exceedingly peculiar entity even among spirit beasts. The essence of Shrek Academy is that it is a school for monsters, meaning we only accept extraordinary beings, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13 or lacking a spirit power of at least level 21 need not waste their time here. Wow, Zhao Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Little 3, I suddenly find this academy quite intriguing. A school exclusively for monsters. This certainly elevates its stature beyond its shabby exterior. His interest in the elder piqued. Zhao Xuan's enthusiasm grew. Perhaps it's just bravado? Hermione retorted, recalling Zhao Xuan's earlier words. Bravado? Just watch closely, Zhao Xuan replied, amused. Before he could elaborate, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from the seemingly ordinary elder. A rich crimson light enveloped him, and a staff adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. The immense pressure causing everyone present to tremble. Yet, Zhao Xuan remained steadfast, a beacon of calm amidst the turmoil. The elder, taken aback, scrutinized Zhao Xuan for a moment longer before 6 spirit rings emerged around him. White, yellow, purple, 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 and black. The rings ascended, particularly the final black one, which exuded a deep, unsettling hue. A 10,000-year spirit ring, a spirit emperor. Someone gasped, instinctively murmuring. The crowd was stunned. This seemingly unremarkable old farmer was, in fact, a spirit emperor of over level 60. Such power was exceedingly rare, even within the entire Ballot Kingdom. As the elder's staff struck the ground, a deep, resonant sound reverberated, causing nearly everyone to stumble. Those who qualify may continue to register. In an instant, the elder's formidable presence dissipated, reverting to his earlier drowsy demeanor. Is he truly a spirit emperor? Hermione stammered, staring at the unassuming elder in disbelief. I told you, this old man is no ordinary figure. Your father's strength here would likely only qualify him for a gatekeeper's role, Zhao Xuan teased, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. For what he understood, a spirit emperor could easily hold a prestigious position in elite spirit master academies. Yet here he was, merely overseeing registrations at this shabby institution. The strength of Shrek Academy's faculty was indeed a source of wonder. This curiosity was not limited to Zhao Xuan and his companions. It resonated with everyone present. However, no one would provide answers to such questions, as the elder remained seated like a solitary pine, quietly awaiting the next registrants. Many parents sighed and silently led their children away, their previous disdain and scorn forgotten. Meanwhile, a portion of parents exhibited delight, though Shrek Academy appeared run down. Its hidden strength was undeniable. Gaining admission would undoubtedly benefit their children's futures, and thoughts of the Academy's disheveled appearance were quickly cast aside. After a number of people departed, the once bustling entrance became noticeably sparse, offering a clearer view. Dai Mu Bai, standing idly nearby, soon spotted Zhao Xuan and his group. I knew you would come. He approached them with an expression of certainty. What's this? Are you eager for another fight? Zhao Xuan quirked an eyebrow, inquiring nonchalantly. There will be time for that. But first, you should register, Dai Mu Bai replied, indicating they should proceed with their enrollment. At this point, the number of registrants had dwindled by nearly 90%. As they conversed, a few more completed their registrations, leaving only a handful remaining. Before them stood a young girl whose silhouette exuded an enchanting grace. She must be quite the beauty, Zhao Xuan confidently asserted. Hermione cast a sharp glance at him. How do you know? Intuition, he replied. Intuition? You're not Dai Mubai. You haven't even held a girl's hand. So how can that be of any use? At Nodding Academy, there was little that could escape Miss Hermione's keen perception. Zhao Xuan felt a surge of irritation. Have you ever held a boy's hand then? Just then, a soft voice echoed ahead. Excuse me, may I have passed the preliminary test? The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a bit of boldness, yet exuded a softness that was irresistibly charming. Zhao Xian's conviction in his judgment deepened. Turning to look, he noticed Dai Mubai had returned to the elder, his eyes now glinting with a predatory light as he clearly discerned the girl's appearance. The certainty of his assessment solidified in Zhao Xian's mind. After the girl completed the first test, the elder instructed Dai Mubai to guide her to the next round, and it was soon Zhao Xian's group's turn. 10 gold soul coins, such a painful expense, Zhao Xian lamented as he placed the coins into the wooden box. What is there to mourn? Hurry up and reach out, the elder remarked, having observed Zhao Xian's demeanor under pressure. With a sharp glare, he urged Zhao Xian to extend his hand. As the elder began to assess his bone age, his expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he looked up at Zhao Xian with astonishment. What's wrong? Zhao Xian asked, bewildered. The elder seemed so surprised that he could have dropped an egg from his mouth. Your bone age is suitable. As for the soul rings, let you all release them together, he said, calling the next participant, who was Hermione. However, the elder's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Xian. No one anticipated the tumultuous thoughts racing through the elder's mind. This lad's physical strength likely matches that of a level 70 beast martial spirit. How extraordinary! A true prodigy has emerged this year. After Hermione and Xiao Wu completed their tests, it was Tang San's turn. The elder seemed to finally regain his composure. Slightly bewildered as he inquired, have you cultivated any soul skills? Tang San nodded, affirming his continuous practice of the Xinyu hand. Then raise your calf, the elder instructed. After assessing Tang San's leg, he nodded. Your bone age is suitable. Now, you all may release your martial spirits. The group nodded and unleashed their martial spirits. Except for Zhao Xian, the others all manifested 2 yellow soul rings, while 3 rings gradually rose from beneath Zhao Xian. Yellow, yellow, and purple. A soul venerable. How is that possible? Exclaimed a bystander, stunned into silence. How could a soul venerable exist among peers of the same age? The thought of questioning the elder's assessment of bone age never crossed their minds. After all, he was a soul emperor-level expert. The elder was equally astonished. Recalling his earlier shock during the bone age assessment, he looked at the group of youths before him and smiled, stroking his grizzled beard. It seems our academy will welcome many prodigies this year. Just as they finished their tests, Dai Mubai emerged from the depths of the academy. He was not surprised to see the group had passed, but suddenly he froze, his gaze fixated behind them. The group turned in confusion, only be captivated by a stunning sight. Behind them stood a girl clad in black, seemingly younger than the others, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face slightly bowed. She stood at a height similar to that of the previous girl in white, her skin equally fair. Yet, this girl exuded an aura that felt distinctly different. Contrary to her striking appearance, her expression was icy, emanating a profound chill, her dark eyes devoid of any warmth, which contrasted sharply with her otherwise beautiful visage. Her limbs were long and proportionate, hands naturally resting by her sides. The frigid aura she projected was difficult to bear. She is beautiful, Zhao Xian couldn't help but exclaim. But in the next moment, 2 pairs of eyes suddenly darted toward his face. Scum, muttered Hermione. Pervert, added Xiao Wu. Zhao Xian's lips twitched. What was happening? Was it now forbidden to admire beauty in this world? Finish registering and hurry along. Don't block the way for those behind. And you, Dai Mubai, your eyes are nearly popping out. Quickly take them to the next round. The elder in charge of registration was growing impatient, his tone sharp as he addressed the group. Dai Mubai snapped back to reality and led the group inside, yet he found himself glancing back at the girl repeatedly. Brother, snap out of it, Zhao Xian urged, patting Dai Mubai on the shoulder. To be honest, that girl gives me a unique feeling, Dai Mubai replied earnestly, turning back to face Zhao Xuan. What's so special about her? She's just a bit prettier. If you want to pursue her, just say so, Zhao Xuan scoffed. Brother, that reasoning is rather weak, he continued. Xiao Wu chimed in, unable to restrain herself. You just want to cause trouble for that girl, don't you? Dai Mubai frowned. What do you understand? That girl's aura resonates closely with mine. There's a complementary quality that could potentially lead to a martial spirit fusion technique. Do you know what a martial spirit fusion technique is? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. Of course I know. I've heard the master talk about it before. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm going out to take a look. You all go ahead to the teacher in front. Dai Mubai seemed genuinely concerned and hastened towards the village entrance. Hermione watched Dai Mubai's retreating figure. Slightly surprised, could he really be serious? It's not that easy to encounter a complementary martial spirit. He must be making excuses. She waved her hand dismissively, while Xiao Wu appeared skeptical. Upon entering the village, they were greeted by simple wooden structures that epitomized simplicity and modesty. Not far away, a group of youths who had passed the preliminary test gathered in an open area, likely the venue for the second trial. Before they could approach, a call of sausages for sale. Come take a look, don't miss out. Wafted through the air alongside an enticing aroma. Oscar sausages, delicious and sweet, affordable and generous, only 5 copper coins each. Eating Oscar sausages guarantees you a better chance of passing the entrance exam. A figure emerged from the corner, pushing a somewhat shabby cart. The soft-spoken calls mingling with a delicious scent, drawing a crowd of eager students. Is there even a stall selling sausages here? The group wondered, surprised that someone had set up shop in such a remote village. Coincidentally, after their long journey, they felt a bit hungry, and following Xiao Wu's suggestion, they made their way to the stall. The vendor was a stout man with a beard, neatly trimmed hair, dressed in gray attire, his bright eyes darting around. To their astonishment, the soft voice they had heard was emanating from this robust man. Mister, for skewers of sausages, please. After the crowd surrounding the vendor dispersed, Tang San approached him. The vendor sighed, seemingly exasperated, and said, How many times must I tell you? Please don't call me uncle. I am only 14. 14. Xiao Wu, standing behind Tang San, leaned forward, her eyes wide with surprise as she scrutinized the vendor. Upon noticing the gleam in her eyes, the vendor's gaze shifted to the even further back Hermione, and his eyes sparkled like light bulbs. Ahem. Zhao Xuan coughed twice, casting a disapproving glare at the vendor. The vendor snapped back to reality, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. My apologies. After spending so long in the academy, I have seen few beauties, let alone 2 at once, so I may have lost my composure. Please forgive me. Does that mean you are a student of this academy? Hermione inquired, her tone suggestive of a newfound realization. Indeed, my name is Oscar, and I am a student here. If you enroll, I suppose I would be your senior. The vendor replied, raising an eyebrow and flashing a grin he believed to be charming, though to others it appeared rather sleazy. How come you look like this at just 14? Xiao Wu asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Without hearing his voice, they would never have believed Oscar's claim, based on his appearance alone. Oscar shrugged helplessly. It's just how I am. I have a naturally thick mane of hair, and if I don't maintain it for a few days, it gets wild. Over time, it's just hard to keep up with. How about a sausage? He asked, his tone filled with anticipation. The group exchanged glances, realizing that this academy truly lived up to its reputation. But before Tang San could respond, a voice called out from the side. Wait. They turned to see Dai Mubai striding towards them, accompanied by the black-clad girl they had seen earlier. Oscar, how many times must I tell you? No selling sausages at the academy. Dai Mubai approached, visibly angered, and began to scold Oscar. Boss Dai, would you like one? Oscar asked weakly, his demeanor stiffening. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the sausage? Tang San asked, his tone now cautious and inquisitive. Is it poisonous? If it were, I would surely be able to detect it. To his surprise, Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of amusement as he directed his gaze at Oscar. Oscar, produce a sausage for me. Oscar's expression grew awkward. Boss Dai, please show me some respect in front of my juniors. Otherwise, they might hold a grudge against me. Dai Mubai's expression turned icy. Less chatter. Reluctantly, Oscar glanced cautiously at the few individuals before him, and with his uniquely soft voice, he murmured, I have a large sausage. As the soul ring rose beneath Oscar and a sausage materialized in his hand, the atmosphere fell silent. This is a martial soul? Zhao Xian's eyes twitched. Can one even eat a martial soul? Indeed, it is a rare, food-type martial soul, Tang San remarked, astonished as he gazed at Oscar. Meanwhile, the two girls appeared frozen, staring at the steaming sausage before them, feeling suddenly nauseous. What a dreadful martial soul! Xiao Wu glared at Oscar in indignation. Oscar hurriedly defended himself. I can't help it. The soul spell is beyond my control. Disgusting. Hermione shot Oscar a furious look before storming off. Even the girl in black frowned and quietly departed. Watching the reactions of the beautiful girls he had finally encountered, Oscar felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could only cast a resentful glance at Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai remained unmoved, merely warning, if I catch you selling sausages at the academy again, I will personally take that sausage away from you. Oscar's expression turned even more bitter, while Zhao Xian chuckled at the sight of him. Your martial soul has potential. My friend. As the group turned to leave, they heard Oscar sigh. What a shame, such good sausages, yet no one is eating them. As the sound faded, they heard the unmistakable sound of munching, and upon looking back, they found Oscar had begun to eat one himself. Zhao Xian laughed. The academy truly lives up to its name. Dai Mubai also chuckled, seemingly feeling guilty for not giving Oscar more face earlier. Although Oscar's soul spell is quite revolting, his martial soul is indeed remarkable, a top-tier food-type martial soul, and one that possesses innate full soul power that has never been seen before. Innate full soul power? Zhao Xian and Tang San exchanged surprised glances, though they were not overly shaken, as they themselves possessed twin martial souls. The second trial at Shrek Academy tested soul power levels, and all their soul power exceeded 25, allowing them to bypass the subsequent trials and proceed to the final test. Surprisingly, the girl in black behind them also qualified for exemption, just like the first girl they had encountered. Upon seeing the girl's face, it was no surprise that she was indeed a beauty. The six of them advanced past the third and fourth trials, arriving at the final stage. Chapter 18. The Unmoving King. Zhao Wujing. The final trial took place in an open area, which appeared significantly smaller than the second trial, likely because the academy anticipated that only a few would reach this stage. In the center of the open space sat a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, dozing in a chair, his head drooping with every breath. Teacher Zhao, I brought people for the assessment, Dai Mubai called out loudly. The man's head jerked up momentarily, appearing somewhat dazed as he rubbed his eyes. I didn't expect anyone to reach the final stage this year. He then stretched with a loud crack and turned his gaze towards the group. Oh, 6 little ones have come this year. Teacher Zhao's face displayed clear surprise. Dai Mubai chuckled. Not only that, but they all passed the first 2 trials without having to take them. Teacher Zhao nodded, his smile broadening as he looked at the group. Excellent. This year we might finally recruit a few little monsters. As he stood, the group could finally see him clearly. Teacher Zhao had an unremarkable appearance, standing perhaps around 5'7", yet his robust physique and bulging muscles instilled a sense of fear, clearly housing immense strength. He stood before them like a small mountain, exuding an oppressive aura. Since 6 of you have arrived, I shall personally test you in this final practical trial. You will have the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to familiarize yourselves with one another. After that, as long as you can endure for the same duration in my hands, you will pass. As he spoke, Teacher Zhao produced a stick of incense from his pocket, and with a flick of his fingers, it was ignited and embedded into the ground nearby. Teacher Zhao, isn't this inappropriate? Shouldn't I be responsible for the final trial? Dai Mubai hesitated. Teacher Zhao shot him a sharp glare, his authoritative presence palpable. The dean is absent, and I am the highest authority here. Can you assess all 6 of them individually? Do you even know how much soul power you possess? Dai Mubai fell silent, realizing he had no choice but to lead the group aside. It appears we're in a bit of a bind. Teacher Zhao will personally assess you. What is the matter? Is Teacher Zhao very strong? Could he be a soul emperor? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Before Dai Mubai could respond, Hermione's expression turned serious as she interjected. He is at least a soul emperor. Even stronger, perhaps. After all, the instructor for the first trial is a soul emperor, and it would be implausible to send a teacher with inferior soul power for the final trial. Indeed, Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. Teacher Zhao is certainly not a soul emperor. He is a soul sage, boasting a formidable 76th level beast martial spirit, a battle soul sage. Apart from Zhao Xian, The other individual's pupils almost simultaneously contracted, their expressions turning grave. Zhao Xuan, contemplative yet visibly excited, mused. A soul sage? How intriguing. What could his martial spirit be? Is it a power type? Dai Mu Bai, somewhat surprised, glanced at Zhao Xuan and nodded. You guessed correctly. Teacher Zhao's martial spirit is indeed a power type. Really? Zhao Xian's excitement intensified. A power type soul sage? Such a rare sight indeed. He was practically itching to embrace the master, wanting to express his gratitude for leading them here, as he would never have encountered such a formidable opponent otherwise. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing a subtle bitterness. Zhao Xuan had evidently been holding back for quite some time, and the extraordinary strength within him was likely yearning for release. However, the other two young women appeared somewhat taken aback. The girl with short hair hesitantly regarded Zhao Xuan. You seem quite thrilled. Zhao Xuan slightly pursed his lips, a smile gracing his face, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, of course. With his handsome visage complemented by long, flowing black hair, Zhao Xuan exuded a beauty that transcended mere masculinity. His smile could charm cities. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she shyly lowered her head, seemingly flustered. Meanwhile, Hermione narrowed her eyes instinctively, her demeanor taking on a more dangerous edge. Dai Mu Bai, being well-versed in reading emotions, sensed the tension among them and quickly added, Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. Teacher Zhao's martial spirit is known as the Great Strength Diamond Bear. This martial spirit possesses immense power and astonishing defense, while its speed may not be remarkable due to the level of his soul power. You certainly cannot rely on evasion to survive. In the past, Teacher Zhao was also known as the Immovable King. The girl with the short hair abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. Zhao Xuan and the others turned to her, realizing that she seemed to be familiar with Teacher Zhao's background. Noticing their gazes, the girl quickly explained. Long ago, the Immovable King, Zhao Wujia, had a conflict with the Spirit Hall, which sought to punish him. But he managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops. That incident eventually faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall are all powerful individuals, at least at the Soul Emperor level, and at that time, Zhao Wujia was likely only in his 60s. Now, he must be even more formidable. The Spirit Hall? Zhao Xian's expression shifted as he glanced at Tang San. Unsurprisingly, due to the Master's influence, Tang San had always harbored a negative perception of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing those words, his brows furrowed deeply. Indeed, Teacher Zhao is undoubtedly much stronger now. His soul ring configuration is optimal. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and the remaining 3 are black 10,000-year soul rings, all enhancing his attack and defense. This is truly terrifying, Xiao Wu gasped, a note of concern in her voice. For her, the greatest fear lay in power-type martial spirits, let alone one belonging to a soul sage above level 70. The sheer strength that comes from such a level is formidable. Teacher Zhao is indeed fearsome, so you all should prepare yourselves. It would be prudent to introduce your martial spirits to facilitate cooperation. Dai Mu Bai suggested. Tang San assessed the situation and promptly announced his martial spirit and soul power, followed closely by Xiao Wu. The girl in black introduced herself as Zhu Zhuqing, a 27th level agility attack type battle soul master, with a martial spirit known as the Phantom Spirit Cat. The short-haired girl introduced herself as Ning Rongrong, a 26th level support type weapon soul master, with the renowned 7 Treasure Glazed Tile as her martial spirit. You hail from the 7 Treasure Glazed sect? Upon hearing the astonished reactions, Ning Rongrong stuck out her cute little tongue and said, Don't be surprised. I'm not that different from anyone else. I snuck out from home. Let us get through this trial first. My martial spirit is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, with 2 soul rings that can enhance speed and strength attributes by approximately 30% for a duration of 1 incense stick. Everyone nodded, acknowledging the impressive support capabilities of someone from the 7 Treasure Glazed sect. Next to introduce herself was Hermione, who elegantly waved her right hand, summoning a dark wand into her grasp. I am Hermione, a 27th level battle soul master. My martial spirit is a wand. However, my first soul ring skill is a supportive one called Spring of Purity, which dispels negative effects. The second skill is an offensive skill. After everyone had introduced themselves, Only Zhao Xuan remained. Not delaying further, he stated, Zhao Xuan, a 34th level control type battle soul master. A soul master? How was that possible? Ning Rongrong was so astonished she nearly leaped up. They were of similar age, yet how could there be such a disparity in soul power? Nothing is impossible. By the way, let us leave the command to Zhao San. Zhao Xuan waved his hand dismissively, asserting that there are no impossibilities in this world, only encounters yet to be made. Once again, I must clarify that Hermione is different. The appearance is taken, but not the character. The wand skills should not align with the original work. Information revealed. Zhao Xuan's first martial spirit has 3 soul skills. First soul skill, Immobilize, temporarily restricts movement, duration depends on soul power. Second soul skill, Disconnection, interrupts the flow of soul power momentarily, capable of disrupting the release of other soul skills. Third soul skill, Telecommunication Scam, leaves a clone at the original location, possessing 30% of the main body S strength, appearing for 3 minutes. Controllable, duration and strength increase with soul power. Hermione possesses innate soul power at level 8. First soul skill, Spring of Purity, dispelling negative effects. Second soul skill, Phoenix Fire Arrow, utilizing soul power to create arrows imbued with fire damage, with power and quantity dependent on the amount of soul power infused. Chapter 19. Fierce battle following Tang San derangement. Hermione and Ning Rongrong provided support, while Zhu Zhuqing stood by to assist. And Tang San focused on controlling and limiting Zhao Wujia's attacks. Although Zhao Xuan claimed to be a control type, his extraordinary strength warranted his classification as a power-type attacker. Thus, he was designated as the main attacker, with Xiao Wu providing cover. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong found no issue with this arrangement. Tang San's strategy was quite reasonable. Hey, you over there, are you ready? The incense is almost burnt out. Zhao Wujia's voice echoed, prompting everyone to turn and see the last wisps of smoke dissipating. What do you mean, you guys? Xiao Wu retorted, indignantly shaking her fair fist. Oh, my apologies. Old age has clouded my vision. I didn't TC you there, didn't TC you. Zhao Wujia chuckled, scratching his head. TCH, old man. You should go take a rest instead of participating in this trial. With her arms crossed defiantly, Xiao Wu glared at Zhao Wujia, her teeth gritted. Enough talk. Let us get started. Zhao Wujia glanced at Xiao Wu with mild annoyance, retrieving another incense stick, igniting it, and placing it into the ground. The group exchanged glances, and Tang San nodded at Ning Rongrong, who understood the cue. In the realm of the 7 treasures, a vibrant stream of light surged forth from Ning Rongrong's body, coalescing in her right hand to form a resplendent 7-colored glass pagoda, standing approximately 1 foot tall, with radiant rainbow hues cascading down like exquisite jewels. The brilliance of the pagoda shimmered, exuding an air of nobility. Ning Rongrong gracefully ascended, her toes barely grazing the ground, as 2 circles of yellow soul rings slowly ascended from her feet. The first soul ring, denoting strength, gradually rose, and the first layer of the 7 treasures glass pagoda gleamed in response. With a gentle flick of her slender fingers, 5 beams of rainbow light simultaneously enveloped Zhao Xuan and his companions. Instantly, they felt a warm energy coursing through their limbs, solidifying their physical strength and igniting their soul power. This is the sensation? Indeed, it is formidable. Zhao Xuan clenched his fists in astonishment, marveling at the power of this enhancement-type soul skill, truly living up to its reputation. Beside him, Zhao Wujin also expressed surprise. There is even a 7 treasures glass sect here? Unperturbed, Ning Rongrong swiftly activated the second soul skill. The second layer of the 7 treasures glass pagoda burst forth with brilliance as she unleashed another 5 beams of rainbow light upon her comrades. As the radiant beams descended, their bodies felt as if they had shed their weight, becoming ethereal and buoyant, as if they were about to soar into the heavens. At that moment, Zhao Wujin sprang into action, not charging toward Tang San and his group, but rather crouching low and striking the ground with both fists. Tang San's eyes widened in alarm. Not good. Zhao Xuan. Understanding the urgency, Zhao Xuan narrowed his eyes and forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground. An invisible force surged underground toward Zhao Wujin, but upon reaching 1/3 of the distance, the ground erupted with a deafening explosion, sending debris flying. What in the world? Zhao Wujin's expression was one of disbelief as he directed a piercing gaze at Zhao Xuan. Just moments ago, he had channeled a hidden force into the earth, intending to eliminate Ning Rongrong and disrupt the enhancement from the Seven Treasures Glass Pagoda, but he had not anticipated Zhao Xian's intervention. Zhao Wujin's eyes narrowed. This young man possessed considerable strength. How intriguing. At that instant, Zhu Zhuqing, seizing the opportunity while Zhao Wujin was momentarily stunned, unleashed her first soul skill, Shadowy Piercer. Her dark silhouette darted past, her long hair flowing gracefully in the air, accompanied by a glimmering cold light as she ruthlessly thrust forward toward Zhao Wujin. Though caught off guard, Zhao Wujin's combat experience and instincts far surpassed those of mere children. As Zhu Zhuqing launched her attack, he swiftly regained his composure. His third soul ring suddenly glimmered, and those nearby, including Zhu Zhuqing and the poised Xiao Wu, felt their bodies grow heavy under the effect of his third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. Within the radius of Zhao Wujin's third soul skill, the speed of others would be significantly diminished. Damn it, Zhu Zhuqing thought, her lips pressed tightly together in frustration. Due to the weight pressing down on her, she unhesitatingly retreated. Simultaneously, Hermione, positioned at the back, extended her right hand, and a wand gracefully settled in her grasp, while a black scholar's robe draped over her shoulders. With elegance, Hermione tapped her wand 6 times, causing her first soul ring to twinkle like a myriad of stars. She softly uttered, "Spring water flowing." The group felt as if a refreshing spring surrounded them, cleansing their spirits, making the world appear anew. For Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were ensnared in the gravity field, joy illuminated their faces as they sensed the weight dissipate without a trace. At that moment, Tang San activated his first soul skill, Bind. The frenzied blue-silver grass erupted from beneath Zhao Wujin's feet, ensnaring him completely. Zhao Wujin's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. "You little brats are truly troublesome." With a slight exertion, the bonds woven from blue-silver grass snapped apart. Charm! Before Zhao Wujin could react, Xiao Wu, in a panic, leaped into his line of sight and unleashed her second soul skill, aiming to further restrict Zhao Wujin's movements. Zhao Xian, who was poised to act, sensed the danger. Not good. Instinctively locking eyes with Xiao Wu's beautiful crimson gaze, Zhao Wujin was momentarily distracted. However, this state of distraction was fleeting, and due to the vast difference in soul power, Xiao Wu quickly suffered a backlash. She let out a muffled cry, blood spilling from her mouth and nose. "Xiao Wu!" Tang San exclaimed, swiftly catching Xiao Wu's falling form with a strand of blue-silver grass. Zhao Xian summoned his martial spirit, conjuring a phone that landed in his hand. With a thought, the phone transformed into a bracelet that adorned his wrist. The third soul ring flickered, and a sequence of numbers flashed across the bracelet screen as Zhao Xian instantly materialized in front of Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Zhao Xian, who had suddenly appeared before him, while another Zhao Xian remained where he had just vanished. Years of honed battle instincts set off alarms in his mind. He sensed an unusual aura of danger. Just then, he noticed the first soul ring surrounding Zhao Xian flicker, causing his poised fist to hesitate, rendering him immobile. What? Zhao Wujin's eyes flashed with horror. In the next instant, he saw Zhao Xian smile at him, revealing a set of white teeth before a fist struck forcefully into his abdomen. Puff! Zhao Wujin coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, his entire being propelled backward. With a cloud of dust rising, Zhao Wujin collapsed to the ground. At that moment, both Tang San, filled with rage, and the others were momentarily taken aback. While Dai Mubai gazed at Zhao Xian in terror, Zhao Wujin, a renowned powerhouse even on the continent, had been sent flying by a single punch from Zhao Xian. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Zhao Xian remained unfazed, his long hair dancing in the breeze. His handsome face betraying no emotion as he regarded the fallen Zhao Wujin, casually glancing at Xiao Wu in Tang San's arms. He then displayed a look of sympathy. It appeared that Tang San was about to erupt in fury. As Zhao Xian had anticipated, although his strength was comparable to Zhao Wujin's, it was implausible that he could knock him out with a single blow. Much like two individuals of equal stature, if one were to punch the other in the stomach, the latter would merely experience discomfort, especially considering the latter's superior resilience. Indeed, It wasn't long before Zhao Wujin rose to his feet, clutching his abdomen. His gaze fiercely directed at Zhao Xuan. You little rascals are truly troublesome. How dare you tarnish my esteemed reputation? You're quite impressive, Zhao Wujin remarked, his expression complex as he regarded Zhao Xuan. How could such a prodigious young man exist? Not only was his soul skill remarkable, but his strength was also terrifyingly formidable. Dai Mubai swallowed hard, realizing that Zhao Xuan's claim of using only 20% of his strength was not an exaggeration. Are you coming for more? Zhao Xuan asked with a hint of amusement. Of course. There is still a third left. Zhao Wujin spat, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Xuan. If I can't defeat you, how can I aspire to be vice dean? Seeing Zhao Wujin act as if nothing had happened, Zhao Xuan couldn't help but feel astonished. Indeed, as expected of the formidable Titan bear, his skin was remarkably tough. A smile crept across his face. It seemed there would be ample opportunities for enjoyment in the future. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice reached from behind. Wait. The crowd turned towards Tang San, who had settled Xiao Wu, only to find him calm and emotionless as he gazed at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Xuan suddenly trembled, quickly rolling aside to watch the spectacle. Tang San, in a furious rage, seemed almost invincible. The ensuing events were too violent to elaborate upon. Logically, Zhao Xuan's strength should have prevented Xiao Wu from being harmed. But I felt that Tang San's rampage was the essence of this segment, hence the plot unfolds as it does here. Chapter 20 concludes. Alas, what a tragedy. Zhao Xuan crouched down, poking at Zhao Wujia's swollen face, which resembled that of a pig. Zhao Wujia lay on the ground. His eyes squinted into mere slits due to the swelling, barely revealing any movement behind them. In their last confrontation, Tang San had unexpectedly unleashed his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, upon Zhao Wujia in a surprise attack. Although Zhao Wujia managed to block it with his palm, the immense force was not entirely dissipated, resulting in Zhao Wujia inadvertently slapping himself. The impact caused his nose to bleed, with his face bearing a myriad of bruises, as if he had visited a dye house. Get away from me, you little brat. Zhao Wujia glared at Zhao Xuan with his small eyes, his words mumbled. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of soul power emanated from Zhao Wujia, and he spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling blood before gradually rising to his feet. Zhao Xuan raised an eyebrow, no longer concerning himself with Zhao Wujia, and turned to Tang San, who was being supported by Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu remained in the embrace of Ning Rongrong, having suffered some backlash from her soul power, but a night's rest would suffice for her recovery. Though Tang San appeared gravely injured, it was not as dire as it seemed, for Zhao Wujia would not resort to lethal force. Hermione, please assist the teacher in dispelling the poison. Zhao Xuan called out to Hermione, who was positioned behind them. Hermione nodded and approached Zhao Wujia to utilize her first soul skill. Although Spring Water Surge could not entirely eradicate the toxins within Zhao Wujia's body, it was effective in removing the majority, while also alleviating any paralyzed states. Zhao Wujia sat despondently on the ground, surprised by the sensations from Hermione's ability, and he savored the refreshing cleansing it provided. Dai Mubai discreetly glanced at the disheveled Zhao Wujia, suppressing laughter, and shouted, Oscar, hurry over, your business awaits. Shortly thereafter, a series of excited voices echoed from afar. Where's the business? Where? A gray figure pushed a rickety cart towards them, creating a cacophony of sounds as it bounced over the uneven terrain, while the sausages on the cart danced along with the commotion. Oscar, over here. Dai Mubai waved his hand. Are you calling me, Boss Dai? I thought you didn't eat my sausages? Oscar queried, pushing his cart closer, only to realize it was Dai Mubai beckoning him. It's not for me. It's for Tang San. Dai Mubai pointed to the pale-faced Tang San in Zhao Xuan's arms. Upon following Dai Mubai's gesture, Oscar gasped, Boss Dai, how could you beat him up so badly? Dai Mubai shook his head, glancing at Zhao Wujia. It wasn't me. It's too complicated to explain right now. Just hurry up and bring something out. Oh, but remember to pay me 5 copper soul coins each. I don't negotiate on my small business. Oscar, sensing Dai Mubai's reluctance to elaborate, chose not to press further. Nevertheless, business was always a cause for celebration, and Oscar proclaimed in his soft voice, I have a big sausage. With an odd chant, a fragrant sausage appeared in his hand. Impressive. Zhao Xuan marveled internally, recognizing the potential of this food-type martial soul, capable of producing sustenance at any moment. Dai Mubai received a large sausage from Oscar and approached Tang San. Here, Tang San, eat this. Although this fellow's chant is rather off-putting, the sausage is genuinely effective. The first soul ring enhances recovery from injuries. Tang San frowned at the sausage in Dai Mubai's hand. Despite his curiosity about this food-type martial soul, the thought of Oscar's chant and the lewd smile on Oscar's face made his stomach churn. I'm not seriously injured. I'll pass. Zhao Xuan, unable to bear it any longer, snatched the sausage from Dai Mubai's hand and shoved it towards Tang San's mouth. As the sausage entered, a burst of aroma enveloped Tang San. Instinctively chewing, he felt warmth flowing through him, and to his astonishment, some of his bruises began to fade rapidly. Tang San was amazed. Was this the extraordinary quality of a food-type martial soul endowed with innate full soul power? Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, expelling the stagnant blood from his body, opened his eyes and spotted Oscar, calling out, "Oscar, give me a sausage and a salami." Oscar turned, startled by the sight of Zhao Wujia. What a giant pig head. Who are you? How did you end up in our academy? As the words left his mouth, Oscar sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Dai Mubai shot him an intense look, and Oscar's heart sank as he sensed an ominous feeling. Oscar, what are you talking about? A low voice emanated from Zhao Wujia. Oscar's heart raced as he recognized the familiarity of the voice. Stealing a glance at Zhao Wujia's attire, he felt a chill run down his spine. Haha, so it's Teacher Zhao. I was just saying I wanted to buy a pig's head to take back to school for a meal. It's been a while since I went out, and I'm feeling a bit peckish. Oscar laughed nervously, quickly reciting 2 soul incantations. I have a big sausage. I have a small salami. After uttering the incantations, Oscar produced a sausage and a salami from his hands. Despite his inner turmoil, he couldn't suppress the lewd aura that seeped through as he handed the items to Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia wasted no time, devouring both the sausage and the salami, his complexion improving significantly. While Hermione's cleansing skill had removed some toxins and paralysis, it did little for his injuries. After consuming Oscar's sausages, Zhao Wujia's wounds began to heal, though some still remained untreated. Looking down, he noticed multiple swollen lumps on his skin, each the size of walnuts, radiating sharp pain. Teacher, do we pass the test? Ning Rongrong suddenly asked. Zhao Wujia glanced at the extinguished incense and the group of unharmed individuals, his eyes narrowing as they fixated on Zhao Xuan. He thought to himself, not only was this spiky-haired kid troublesome, but there was also another with peculiar powers and soul skills. Had he known this test would be so arduous, he would never have participated. This cohort was indeed filled with peculiar talents. You all pass, Zhao Wujia declared with a stern expression, relieved that he hadn't embarrassed himself in front of the students before the school year even began. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong cheered joyfully, and even Zhu Zhuqing let out a quiet sigh of relief. As for Zhao Xuan and Hermione remained unfazed, aware of Zhao Xuan's strength and feeling no concern facing Zhao Wujia, while Zhao Xuan maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Wait a moment, Teacher Zhao, Tang San, still adjusting his breathing, suddenly stood up. Is there something you need? Zhao Wujia turned around and, upon seeing the little hedgehog, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Tang San glanced at the numerous small bumps on Zhao Wujia's body and cautiously offered, "Shall I help you remove those hidden weapons? If we delay, it may result in the need to excise a chunk of flesh." A chill ran down Zhao Wujia's spine as he instinctively looked toward the painful swellings on his body. Is it truly that severe? Chapter 21. Settling in truth, it was only after Dai Mubai's introduction that everyone realized Shrek Academy was even worse than they had imagined. The reason for its dilapidation remained a mystery, but from what they had gathered, life here promised to be challenging. The academy had rented a third of a village as its campus at an exceedingly low price, akin to a half-gift. It was said that a significant reason for this arrangement was the villagers' belief that having a few soul masters around would enhance their safety, despite never having encountered a group of soul masters in such dire straits. What? You mean our academy has only 3 students? Dai Mubai explained as he led everyone to their dormitory. Upon hearing that Shrek Academy had merely 3 students, the group wore expressions of disbelief, and Hermione, whose family ran an academy, could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, counting myself, there are only 3 students in the entire academy. This year may very well mark the highest enrollment in the school's history," Dai Mubai lamented, expressing his incredulity at how a school could sustain itself with so few students. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuan's expression shifted, and he remarked in surprise, "So, there are more teachers than students at this academy." Precisely, Dai Mubai shrugged. The group fell momentarily silent. Arriving at a wooden cabin, Dai Mubai addressed the girls. "You can sleep here. There are exactly 4 beds available." The cabin appeared quite dilapidated, with the exterior which showing signs of long exposure to the elements, and a layer of green moss had even formed at the base. The girls stood in shock, and Ning Rongrong trembled, as if confronted with something terrifying, and asked, "Is this our dormitory?" Indeed, this is the condition of the school. Complaining will not help. These wooden cabins were left by the villagers. Although we did not anticipate such a large turnout this year, we did ask the villagers to clean up a bit. Dai Mubai explained, acting as their guide. While the girls stood outside in disbelief, Tang San, having regained some strength, carried Xiao Wu inside. Zhao Xuan lingered at the door, peering in cautiously. The interior was sparsely furnished, or more accurately, quite rudimentary. 4 empty beds were symmetrically arranged in pairs, each with a small cabinet at the head. The floor was laid with wooden planks, and upon looking up at the ceiling, it seemed intact, likely not leaking during a rain. "Zhao Xuan, come help me prepare Xiao Wu's bed," Tang San called from within. "Coming." Zhao Xuan quickly responded, stepping inside. Tang San still appeared somewhat frail, his face pale. However, just moments ago, when Zhao Xuan had offered to help carry Xiao Wu, he had shown remarkable stubbornness. Tang San summoned Xiao Wu's belongings from his soul guide, and a large pile of pink bedding and blankets tumbled onto the bed, prompting Zhao Xuan to assist in arranging them. Once Zhao Xuan finished, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief after settling Xiao Wu. Zhao Xuan shot a glance at Tang San, thinking, why go to such lengths? Such a brotherly obsession. The others quietly observed the trio, and when Zhao Xuan turned back, he was startled by their collective gaze, only to feel relieved as he realized their peculiar looks were directed at Tang San. However, there seemed to be an exception. "Why are you looking at me like that? It's Tang San who's the obsessed brother, not me." Zhao Xuan stepped outside, meeting Hermione's intense brown eyes, and asked in surprise. "It's nothing," Hermione replied, pursing her lips and abruptly turning away, her fluffy and beautiful golden hair brushing against Zhao Xuan's face. The others exchanged glances, thinking, brother, that jealousy is quite palpable. "Can't you sense it?" Dai Mubai suddenly felt a surge of frustration, thinking, when did I ever eat someone else's dog food? And why does this group of freshmen come with their own partners? Lost in thought, Dai Mubai discreetly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed to sense his gaze and slightly turned her head, her delicate face showing a hint of disdain. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, and then anger flared within him. He instinctively clenched his fist, but, for some reason, relaxed it again and coldly said, "Zhao Xuan, Tang San, let me take you to see your dormitory." Zhao Xuan and Tang San followed Dai Mubai outside, while Zhu Zhuqing's look of disgust vanished entirely. Watching Dai Mubai's retreating figure, she appeared to exhale softly, her gaze momentarily vacant as if lost in thought, but she quickly resumed her icy demeanor. Ning Rongrong observed these scenes, her eyes betraying a deeply hidden disdain and contempt for the wooden cabin. As the group moved away, an unacknowledged sense of loneliness and desolation crept into her demeanor. Dai Mubai led Zhao Xuan and Tang San to a wooden cabin not far from the girls' dormitory. Upon entering, the interior was not as desolate as they had imagined. Instead, it had a slight vibrancy, suggesting someone else resided there. "Aside from you, there's one other student living here, the one who was selling sausages earlier, and I share another place with a different student." Zhao Xuan surveyed the room and remarked in surprise, "It looks quite clean." Dai Mubai nodded. Although Xiao Ao appears somewhat disheveled, it's unavoidable. His hair grows too thick, and over time, he has become too lazy to groom it. However, he is quite tidy in his daily life. "That's good," Zhao Xuan replied, satisfied. Though he himself was rather lazy, he had no desire to live in squalor. Turning back, he noticed Tang San's pale complexion and was alarmed, quickly rushing over to support him. "Xiao San, you should rest early today." "Yes, Tang San, you should really get some rest. The dean will likely return tomorrow," Zhao Xuan added. "The dean? Right? Where's our academy's dean?" Zhao Xuan inquired with interest, thinking the person who could run such an academy must be extraordinary. Because we were running low on funds for food, The dean went out to open a shop to earn some money. Dai Mubai scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Zhao Xian's face froze. Indeed, the dean was quite a peculiar character. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. By the way, the cafeteria is a few hundred meters to the east. It is the village's school dining hall. They will prepare meals for us at 6 in the morning, noon at 12, and 6 in the evening. Be sure to go early, or you might go hungry. As Dai Mubai was about to depart, he turned back to remind them. Thank you. Chapter 22. Ma Hongjun in the early morning. Zhao Xian was awakened by Tang San, who was drenched in sweat. Zhao San, what have you been doing so early, all sweaty? I went to retrieve the hidden weapons, Tang San explained. Those weapons had taken a great deal of effort for him to craft, and he could not bear to part with even a single one. Recalling those who fell victim to Tang San's poison, the sharp, azure needles, and the glimmering, cold arrows of the crossbow adorned with intricate floral designs, Zhao Xian involuntarily shuddered, muttering to himself, "It's good that it's been retrieved." The sound of snoring reached his ears. Was that Oscar? When did he return? As Zhao Xian turned to investigate, he noticed a figure fast asleep on another bed. Never mind. Let us go grab something to eat first. All right, let's call Xiao Wu. Upon arriving outside the girls' dormitory, Tang San hesitated to enter directly, as it was not just Xiao Wu inside, but other girls as well. He knocked gently on the door. Coming. A soft, somewhat fragile female voice floated out, unmistakably Xiao Wu's. Zhao Xian clearly observed the flicker of joy in Tang San's eyes. TSK, this hopeless sister complex, he thought. Indeed, when the door opened, it was Xiao Wu, looking significantly better than the previous day, though her complexion still bore a hint of paleness, suggesting she needed a few more days to fully recuperate. Xiao San, Xiao Xian, she greeted them, appearing more like a delicate young lady than her usual vibrant self, evoking a sense of pity. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Tang San inquired, concern radiating from his gaze. Zhao Xian felt goosebumps rising all over him. I'm fine. Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head, her scorpion tail braid swaying slightly. Yet, as she glanced at Tang San, a peculiar glint seemed to shimmer in her eyes. That's good. Let's go eat. What about Hermione and the others? Tang San sighed with relief upon hearing Xiao Wu's assurance. Hermione has already gotten up. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing are still cultivating. Xiao Wu informed them just as Hermione emerged from the side, her eyes still heavy with sleep, her tousled golden hair adding to her disheveled appearance. Are we eating? Perfect timing, as I have no idea where the cafeteria is. Hermione rubbed her eyes. They say it's to the east, but none of us know the exact location, so we'll have to search for it, they concluded. Given that Shrek Academy is situated in a small village, the buildings are not spaced too far apart, though a glance around revealed only a handful of houses. The infrastructure here is appallingly inadequate, Hermione lamented once more. Though her family's establishment was merely an elementary soul master academy, its facilities were leagues better than this. I wonder what the academy's headmaster is thinking. Zhao Xian, what do you think about poaching the academy's teachers to go to Notting Academy? Suddenly, Hermione's eyes lit up as she directed her question toward Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian smacked his lips. TSK, it's a nice thought. But do you really think it would be that easy? Why haven't those prestigious academies made their moves? True, Hermione nodded, acknowledging the reality. They had already encountered a soul emperor and a soul saint at the academy. Yet the reasons these teachers remained here undoubtedly ran deeper. Due to the small size of the village, the group quickly exited the academy, which occupied a third of the village's area. They soon found themselves by a babbling brook, flourishing with verdant water plants, where glistening droplets clung to the lush green blades of grass. Following the stream, they spotted a structure by the water's edge, from which wisps of smoke were curling up into the air. Could that be it? Zhao Xian mused. We'll find out, Xiao Wu declared, confidently taking the lead. As they proceeded, they arrived at a fork in the path, only to be interrupted by a heated argument nearby. Turning their attention to the source of the commotion, they observed a boy and girl quarreling not far from them. The girl, though unremarkable in appearance, radiated youthful vibrance, likely around 14 or 15 years old, and her simple attire suggested she was a villager. The boy appeared to be even younger, of similar age to Tang San and his companions. He was slightly chubby, with a solid build, short hair, small eyes, and a cherubic face, amusingly accented by a pair of tiny whisker-like tufts on his lips. The group exchanged amused glances, initially indifferent as they continued towards their destination. However, the volume of the argument escalated, prompting them to halt their expressions turning peculiar as they eavesdropped. At that moment, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself. Stop it! Both the plump boy and the girl named Tsuehua were taken aback by Xiao Wu's sudden intervention. The boy's eyes lit up, perhaps noticing the group behind her, and he waved dismissively. Get lost. This is none of your business. Xiao Wu, undeterred, placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. In broad daylight, you're bullying a girl, and you still have the audacity to argue. The boy, momentarily startled, retorted angrily, this is none of your concern. It's a matter between me and my girlfriend. Xiao Wu's brow furrowed, prompting Zhao Xuan and Tang San to step forward in solidarity, their presence lending an air of authority that made the boy instinctively take a few steps back. Hermione observed quietly, her expression slightly odd, as if she were witnessing the emergence of a villainous subplot. Perhaps sensing the tension, the girl, Tsuehua, stepped forward nervously. Please don't misunderstand. Hongjun is indeed my boyfriend. Zhao Xuan and Tang San exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the earnestness in Tsuehua's expression. Zhao Xuan sighed, gazing skyward. This had certainly become awkward. As the main character, Xiao Wu felt even more uncomfortable. Surely, she and T truly inserted herself into a couple's dispute? But it certainly didn't appear that way, just moments ago. The two parties stood on opposite sides, with the girl positioned in the middle, and an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Zhao Xuan, Tang San, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice from behind them broke the tension. Dai Mubai, Big Brother Dai? Zhao Xuan and the others responded in unison, while the boy named Ma Hongjun called out as well. Both groups froze, exchanging puzzled glances. Dai Mubai approached, regarding them with curiosity. What is going on? Ah, let me introduce you, he began. This is Ma Hongjun, another student from our academy, whose martial spirit is the exceptional Bee Spirit, Evil Fire Phoenix. Hongjun, these are the new students who enrolled this year. They're your junior brothers and sisters. The group exchanged glances, suddenly feeling even more awkward. Dai Mubai, puzzled, asked, what happened? Is there a problem? Ahem, it's a bit of a complex story. Zhao Xuan admitted sheepishly. Really? After listening to Zhao Xian's explanation, Dai Mubai's expression turned bemused as he directed an inquisitive look at the girl. Tsuehua, you couldn't take it anymore, could you? Tsuehua shyly nodded, then quickly turned and dashed away. Tsuehua, Tsuehua, Ma Hongjun called out, forlornly watching her retreating figure. What on earth just happened? Tang San asked, now fully aware that the situation deviated from their initial assumptions. Noticing Ma Hongjun's downcast demeanor, Dai Mubai chuckled. Allow me to clarify. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, several pairs of eyes turned expectantly to Ma Hongjun, while the two girls blushed profusely. I'll go eat. Ma Hongjun stammered, his face turning crimson as he hurriedly slipped away. Haha, even this chubby lad knows how to feel shy. Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh. Shrek Academy? The Monster Academy? It truly lived up to its name. Zhao Xuan and his friends mused in unison. Chapter 23. Morning along the path to the dining hall. A small stream joyfully meanders beside, its shimmering waters uplifting one's spirits. Senior Dai, why is our academy in such disarray? Hermione inquired, voicing a long-held curiosity to Dai Mubai, whom she addressed formally due to their unfamiliarity. There's no need for such formality. Our academy is quite small, and we will often be together. You can call me Mubai, or even Dai Lauda, as I'm the eldest among us, Dai Mubai replied with a gentle smile, lacking the arrogance typically associated with first encounters. As for the principal and the others, Dai Mubai paused, letting out a soft sigh, his gaze drifting away, imbued with a sense of reverence. He then recounted the reasons behind the modest circumstances of the principal and several faculty members. After hearing this, Zhao Xuan and the others were genuinely taken aback. The carefree demeanor of the unacquainted mentors profoundly impressed them. Their refusal to be confined and their pursuit of a free-spirited life left them momentarily stunned. In this continent, soul masters hold the highest esteem, with power and status being the most alluring temptations for humanity. The ability to resist such desires and opt for a life of simplicity is a feat many cannot achieve, making it all the more admirable. Before long, they arrived at the Academy's dining hall, which, as Zhao Xuan had surmised, was indeed situated beside the stream. However, referring to it as a dining hall was somewhat inaccurate. It was merely the village's primary school cafeteria, with the school for teaching children to read just a wall away. Perhaps due to the affluence of Soto City, the surrounding villages also thrived, not only filling their coffers but also cultivating a heightened awareness of education, enabling the school to persist. The structure was quite rare in the Dolawa continent, featuring blue tiles and white walls reminiscent of the Huizhou architecture found in the southern water towns. Upon entering the school, they discovered it was the time for the village children's morning reading, and the faint sounds of their innocent voices filled the air, vibrant as the rising sun. The dining area was modest, with only a few tables and chairs arranged simply. The academy had employed a skilled village woman to prepare 3 meals a day. Upon entering, they noticed a few figures already seated. Aside from the gluttonous Ma Hongjun, the others turned their gazes toward them. Let me introduce you. These are our other teachers from Shrek Academy. Aside from the principal and teacher, Zhao, Dai Mubai said, his eyes lighting up as he moved to the front. This is teacher Li Yusong, whom I'm sure you met during registration. He is a level 66 assault-type soul emperor, with the martial soul of a dragon-patterned staff. Dai Mubai introduced, standing before an elderly man. The group bowed slightly, and teacher Li smiled, nodding while scanning the room, momentarily pausing on Zhao Xuan before quickly shifting away. Next, Dai Mubai approached a middle-aged man with a stern expression, meticulously sipping his porridge. This is teacher Lu Qibin, stern yet kind-hearted. A level 66 control-type soul emperor with the martial soul of a star compass. Teacher Lu nodded indifferently at the group, who promptly responded. Now, let me introduce myself. I am Xiao Xen, a level 71 food-type auxiliary soul saint. The last teacher, who appeared lively, stood up before Dai Mubai could introduce him. However, the content of his introduction caused the group to widen their eyes in surprise. Another soul saint, and of the food type? Teacher Xiao is among the rare food-type soul masters, ranking among the top 10 in his field. Dai Mubai added with a smile. The group fell silent. Although the number of teachers at Shrek Academy was few, the caliber was formidable. Aside from the enigmatic principal, there were 2 soul emperors and 2 soul saints, both of whom were notable figures on the continent. Zhao Xuan couldn't help but think that if Old Man Jack were here, he would undoubtedly be eager to ingratiate himself with them. Don't just stand there, take a seat and eat. If you don't hurry, when Flinder returns and finds you still standing, he will surely punish you, Xiao Xian urged with a chuckle. All right. The group snapped back to reality and hurriedly fetched their meals. Given the academy's impoverished state, their breakfast consisted solely of steamed buns, porridge, and pickles, prompting Zhao Xuan to lament the academy's financial struggles once again. After finishing their meal, Dai Mubai grabbed several buns and dashed off, claiming he was taking them to Zhu Qing. As if she would eat that, Xiao Wu couldn't help but scoff. However, this reminded her, and she and Hermione decided to bring back breakfast for the 2 of them, firmly believing Zhu Qing would not touch the food Dai Mubai had brought. Should we bring a portion for Oscar? Tang San turned to Zhao Xuan. Come on, does a food-type soul master really need food? Zhao Xuan rolled his eyes at Tang San and wiped his mouth before leaving the dining hall. After a moment's thought, Tang San agreed and followed Zhao Xuan out. Noticing that the dining hall was nearly empty, Ma Hongjun hastily finished his meal and rushed out. Upon reaching the playground near the dormitories, he spotted several girls giggling together. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were enjoying the breakfast Xiao Wu had brought, while Dai Mubai stood nearby, looking somewhat glum. Wow, are these the girls from this year? Quite impressive, Ma Hongjun remarked as he ambled onto the playground, his eyes nearly glazing over at the sight of the girls. Just then, Xiao Wu turned excitedly to the 2 girls, and they all glanced at Ma Hongjun. Aside from Xiao Wu's cheerful smile, Ning Rongrong looked surprised while Zhu Qing raised her brows slightly, her cold demeanor barely shifting. Well, that's it for me, Ma Hongjun sighed, feeling deflated. A short while later, 2 figures appeared, slightly out of breath. Chapter 24. The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, is that Teacher Zhao? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his voice trembling as he pointed at one of the figures, his eyes nearly bulging. Dai Mubai shrugged and replied, I told you, Teacher Zhao had a rough day yesterday. Ma Hongjun fell silent, feeling as if he had been struck by a meteor. He found himself struggling to accept this reality. After a moment, he quietly murmured, I thought you were joking. Do I look like someone who jokes around? Dai Mubai replied with an incredulous expression, pointing to himself. Ma Hongjun stared at Dai Mubai for a moment, then vigorously shook his head. Suddenly recalling something, he pointed at Zhao Xuan and Tang San. You mean those two are the ones who beat up teacher Zhao? Yes, the one who looks a bit more handsome is Zhao Xuan. He knocked teacher Zhao down with one punch, and the other is Tang San, who caused all of teacher Zhao's injuries, Dai Mubai explained. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, a sense of dread washing over him as he thought, thank goodness I didn't act impulsively when they were in large numbers. Otherwise, I might be lying on the ground right now. Indeed, Dai Mubai's tone suddenly grew serious as he pointed at Xiao Wu, addressing Ma Hongjun. You'd best not provoke her. Why? Ma Hongjun inquired, casting a worried glance at Xiao Wu. Is she really that formidable? There's no need for so many questions. Just know that this is for your own good, Dai Mubai remarked with a hint of exasperation. After all, this was the reason Tang San lost control yesterday. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian eyed the limping Zhao Wujia with suspicion, puzzled. Was he injured so severely yesterday? Not only Zhao Xian, but Tang San too felt perplexed. Logically, given Zhao Wujia's physical condition, his injuries should have healed considerably by now. Why did he appear even worse than yesterday? Moreover, it seemed he hadn't injured his leg. Could it be that he fell into a ditch last night? As Zhao Wujia approached, limping, he noticed the two gazing at him, causing him to instinctively shy away. I can't afford to provoke them, Zhao Wujia thought, recalling the shadow from the previous night, shivering involuntarily. Something's amiss. Both concluded inwardly. Little San, look at that person. At that moment, Xiao Wu dashed over and tugged at Tang San's sleeve, her expression incredulous as she pointed to the figure trailing behind Zhao Wujia. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a distinctly shaped face, his chin protruding slightly, wide cheekbones, a flat visage, and an aquiline nose. If one were to liken him to an object, his face could only be compared to the sole of a shoe. Although his eyes were closed, he exuded a cunning aura. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses, the frames rigidly square. Is there something wrong? Zhao Xian mused, stroking his chin in confusion. This person is likely the head of Shrek Academy, but he doesn't seem particularly unusual. Observing Zhao Xian's bewildered expression, Xiao Wu approached him and, glancing at the individual, whispered, He is the shifty merchant uncle I told you about, the one I encountered with Tang San when we first arrived in Soto City. Suddenly, Zhao Xian recalled that on that day, Tang San had returned with a peculiar item, reportedly having been swindled by a merchant. Could it be that this was the very same person? Just then, a figure approached them, having overheard Xiao Wu's words. He looked at her with surprise and remarked, What shifty merchant uncle? He is our academy's head, Flander, a rank 78 spirit master of the agility attack system. That classic line about only accepting monsters, not ordinary people, originated from him. Is he really the head? Zhao Xian pondered, astonished. Who would have guessed that this seemingly dubious character in Xiao Wu's eyes would be the head of Shrek Academy? Wait, who are you? Zhao Xian suddenly turned to the speaker, bewildered. Aren't there only 3 students in the academy? Who is this striking figure that has just appeared? With deep-set, peach blossom eyes that gave off a profound vibe, a face like jade, and an air of effortless charm. The newcomer stood in stark contrast to Dai Mubai's imposing presence and Zhao Xian's almost otherworldly beauty. He resembled a suave gentleman of the world, exuding charisma. However, he did share one trait with Zhao Xian. Both seemed to lack a sense of decorum as he carelessly munched on a fragrant sausage. Sausage? Tang San recalled the familiar voice and tentatively asked, Oscar? Oscar took a bite of the sausage, mumbling, What's up? Tang San inhaled sharply. Xiao Wu voiced the confusion that lingered in Tang San's mind, sticking out her little tongue in disbelief. Your transformation is quite drastic. Not bad. Oscar waved dismissively, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. At that moment, Flander approached the group, wearing a gentle smile. Indeed, we have recruited 6 new prodigies this year. This not only marks a record number, but is also the first time our students have surpassed their teachers. On behalf of Shrek Academy, I welcome your arrival. Later, each of you will need to pay 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. The group exchanged glances, realizing they would soon part with another 100 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai, Flander called, prompting Dai Mubai to step forward respectfully. Headmaster, you're the oldest in the academy, essentially their senior. Please relay some of the academy's rules to them later, and then everyone can return to rest. I heard that 2 individuals were injured yesterday. They should recuperate quickly. Today's classes will commence in the evening. Also, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, please stay back for a moment. Oscar waved reluctantly. while Ning Rongrong appeared curious and stood aside. Flander took a few steps back, seemingly recalling something, and turned to Tang San. Ah, and Tang San. You should also stay back. Yes, Tang San replied, somewhat puzzled as to why Flander wanted him to remain. Chapter 25. The spineback pig. Flander retained Tang San, and naturally, Xiao Wu, who was inseparable from him, stayed as well. Zhao Xuan intended to return home for a nap. After all, that was Flander's directive, to rest well. He found a fitting excuse. However, just as he took a few steps, a group of village children rushed over, calling out, Lord Flander. Lord Flander. Zhao Xuan halted, intrigued by the children. What is it? Flander asked, displaying a warm smile that startled Xiao Wu. Is this truly the face of that shifty merchant uncle? Surely, the one exhibiting such a smile must be an impostor. The children, breathless from their hurried run, finally managed to articulate, Lord Flander. A soul beast has entered the other side of the village. Oh, Flander's brow furrowed. What does the soul beast look like? A plump boy gestured animatedly. It's about this big, looks like a pig, and has spikes on its back. It runs really fast, and my dad and the others can't catch it. A timid girl added, it's really fast. Flander's expression relaxed. Ah, spineback pig. Such soul beasts are quite common in the forest south of Soto City. Typically only 10 years old, with few reaching 100 years. I didn't expect one to wander this far. He scanned the playground, noticing only Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu remaining, while the others had long since vanished. Zhao Xuan, Hermione, you two should go take a look. It's just a small soul beast. We can add it to tonight's meal. Be careful not to let it charge into the village and cause harm, Flander instructed them. Then, he crouched down to the children, saying, you should guide these two older siblings. Okay. The children chirped enthusiastically, rushing over to Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan initially had no intention of going, but the bright, curious eyes of the children looking up at him, filled with anticipation, became too much for him to resist. Hermione, let us go, he called out to her. The village was small, and along the path to the cafeteria, a fork appeared midway. Following this path would allow them to traverse the entire village. Guided by the children, they soon arrived at their destination. On the other side of the village lay a wheat field, still lush and green, as it was summer. A few middle-aged men stood around one section of the field, their faces displaying a mix of frustration and helplessness, as occasional rustling sounds emanated from the middle of the wheat. Noticing the arrival of the young boy and girl, one of the middle-aged men hurried over to greet them. His gaze held a hint of curiosity, coupled with an undercurrent of respect. After all, they were soul masters. Even though Zhao Xuan was merely a youth, he belonged to the most esteemed class in this world. Honorable Soul Master, the man said with a tone of deference. Zhao Xuan felt a slight discomfort, but chose not to comment, recognizing that such beliefs were deeply ingrained. He glanced at the wheat field and asked, is the soul beast inside? The middle-aged man, with more experience than the children, quickly identified the type of soul beast they were dealing with. It's in there. That spine boar has sharp spikes along its back and can move quickly. We cannot catch it. One man was knocked over by it, and the spikes pierced his arm. Zhao Xuan nodded, but suddenly found himself in a quandary. The wheat field was expansive, and the spine boar was at its center. Under normal circumstances, capturing such a creature would be straightforward, but he did not wish to damage the crops in the process. Hermione, is there a way to lure it out? He asked, catching sight of the slender girl standing nearby. It suddenly occurred to him that this book-loving girl might have a solution. Hermione stroked her pointed chin, her brown eyes reflecting deep thought. I remember reading that spine boars are fond of fruit. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement as she turned to Zhao Xuan. Did you hear that? Zhao Xuan nodded and turned to the middle-aged man, asking, do you understand? The man nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Though these youths appeared young, their thought processes were quite thorough. He ventured into the village to gather a variety of fruits, placing them outside the wheat field. To ensure the spine boar could detect the sweet scent, the fruits were chopped into small pieces, allowing the aroma to waft far and wide. Afterward, Zhao Xuan instructed those guarding the wheat field to step back, while he and Hermione remained nearby, waiting. When it comes out, I'll immobilize it with my first soul skill, and then you can unleash the Phoenix Arrow, he explained as they crouched behind a large tree. The tree stood tall and robust, its branches thick and leafy, casting a generous shadow beneath its canopy. Although Zhao Xuan could easily capture the spine boar on his own, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to take the easy route. Okay, Hermione replied earnestly. As they stood behind the tree, The vast trunk made it a tight fit for two people, forcing them to huddle close together. Leaning against one another, Hermione could feel Zhao Xuan's warmth and a unique, refreshing aroma emanating from him. For some reason, her ears turned slightly red, and she stole a glance at him, observing his focused profile as he intently watched the unfolding scene. His smooth, delicate features were strikingly handsome, making it hard to decide whether to call him handsome or beautiful. His deep black eyes resembled the night sky, inscrutable in their thoughts, while his silky dark hair stirred a hint of envy in Hermione. After gazing at Zhao Xuan for a moment, she murmured, "You look quite nice when you're not being foolish." What did you say?" Zhao Xuan asked, turning his head curiously. Upon seeing his handsome face so close, Hermione felt flustered and quickly replied, "Nothing." Zhao Xuan, feeling inexplicably drawn to the golden-haired girl, mumbled something before turning away. Hermione shot him an annoyed glance, realizing once again that she should not expect much from this fool. After a considerable wait, the wheat field finally stirred. A spine boar, about the size of a small cannon, cautiously peeked out from the edge of the field, carefully surveying its surroundings. Its small eyes darted toward the fruits not far away, and both Hermione and Zhao Xuan widened their eyes, fixated on it. Suddenly, like a gust of wind, the spine boar dashed from the verdant wheat, racing toward the fruit. Zhao Xuan summoned his martial soul, a phone. The phone materialized out of thin air and transformed into a bracelet on his left wrist, featuring a square screen on the back of his hand. When he first discovered this functionality, he had complained, likening it to a child's phone watch, joking that if he called out while activating the soul skill, he could easily become a spokesperson for an advertisement. However, regardless of his complaints, this method proved most advantageous in combat. 3 soul rings appeared, and with the first soul ring glowing brightly, Zhao Xuan activated his first soul skill. The skill, Immovable, allowed him to bind the target for a duration that increased with each level of soul power. However, it was limited by the soul power level of the user. For every 5 levels above Zhao Xuan, the binding time would decrease by 2 seconds. For Zhao Wujia, Zhao Xuan could immobilize him for about 2 seconds. But against this small soul beast, he could exert the full power of his first soul skill. As Zhao Xuan activated his skill, Hermione summoned her wand and began to chant. The greater the power and quantity of arrows she aimed to conjure, the longer it took. However, with Zhao Xian's immobilization, Hermione only needed to enhance a single phoenix arrow. Although the number was few, its potency increased significantly. A singular phoenix arrow, adorned with brilliant crimson flames, soared through the air, tracing a magnificent arc before embedding itself deep within the spine boar's throat. Without a chance to resist, the creature struggled briefly before falling still. A circle of pure white soul rings rising around it. Filled with excitement, Zhao Xuan rushed over, dispelling the soul rings with his soul power and lifting the spine boar before the astonished gazes of the villagers. "Hermione, it looks like we'll have a delightful dinner tonight." Hermione silently watched Zhao Xuan, realizing that once he began to act foolishly, no amount of good looks mattered. Chapter 25. The Soto Great Soul Arena. After delivering the captured spine boar to the cafeteria, Zhao Xuan returned to his dormitory, while Hermione headed back to the girls' dormitory. Tang San was still absent, and the playground was deserted. Zhao Xuan didn't dwell on it. Instead, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. Though it is often said that one should not linger in slumber during life, resting on the bed felt far more agreeable. He was awakened at noon by Tang San, and after enjoying a sumptuous meal made from the captured spine boar, Zhao Xuan felt elated and unusually motivated to train, continuing until evening when Flender summoned everyone to gather. It seemed he would soon break through to level 35. Feeling the abundant soul power coursing through him, akin to a gentle stream, Zhao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Xuan, hurry up," Tang San called from the doorway. "What is the rush?" "It's only a short walk," Zhao Xuan replied lazily as he slowly rose to follow. Upon arriving at the playground, the others had already gathered there. Flander cast a glance at the tardy duo, but refrained from further comment. Where are Ning Rongrong and Oscar?" Zhao Xuan inquired of Tang San, noting that almost everyone was present except for the two. Before Tang San could respond, Flander interjected calmly. Fixing his gaze on Zhao Xuan, "I have made other arrangements for them." Zhao Xuan merely acknowledged this with an "oh" and turned his attention back to Flander. Flander nodded. "Now that everyone is here, I have a few words to share." Although they may not be particularly pleasing to hear, this is Shrek Academy, and, as the headmaster, my word to the law, I do not wish for anyone to defy my commands within the academy, as you have seen the consequences for Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The attendees pondered this, with Zhao Xuan displaying a puzzled expression, curious about what had transpired between them. As for your first lesson today, it may come as a surprise. But regardless, I expect you to approach it earnestly. Should you take it lightly, the consequences could be severe. Observing Flander's serious demeanor, the crowd felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation, eager to discover the intricacies of the lesson ahead. Now, follow closely. Our destination is Soto City. With that, Flander gestured and turned, his feet barely brushing the ground before he darted away with remarkable speed. Zhao Xuan marveled at the swiftness of Flander, realizing that despite his own impressive physical prowess, he could not match Flander's speed. The group followed closely behind, and along the way, Zhao Xuan inquired about Ning Rongrong and Oscar, which revealed surprising details. He had previously thought of Ning Rongrong as a serene maiden, only to find out she was a pampered young lady with quite the acting skills. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City was not great, and within half an hour, they arrived. The vibrancy of Soto City was evident, as even at night, the streets were aglow with lights and filled with lively chatter. Flander led the group to a tea shop and ordered several cups of the cheapest tea available. The others inwardly criticized his frugality, but Flander appeared oblivious to their expressions, pointing toward a grand structure across the street. That is the location of your first class. The group exchanged bewildered glances as they had already noticed the imposing building. Its dark exterior exuded majesty and solemnity, illuminated by a faint glow from within and sounds that echoed distantly. Although the newcomers were unaware of its significance, Dai Mubai recognized the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting as he turned to Flander. "Headmaster, are we really going to that place for the first lesson?" His concern was evident as he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Hermione, who had been silent, suddenly exclaimed, "That can't be the Great Soul Arena, can it?" "Indeed," Flander replied, taking a sip of the coarse tea. "The Great Soul Arena? What is that?" Xiao Wu asked, her confusion apparent. Hermione took a deep breath. The Great Soul Arena is a place for battling soul masters, a venue where their skills are tested. Both the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire recognized this arena as a determinant of a nation's fate. In other words, it was a battleground for soul masters. Zhao Xuan turned his gaze towards the Great Soul Arena, contemplating the new revelation. "Indeed, this is where you will hone your combat skills," Flander affirmed, his gaze distant. "Remember, you are all extraordinary individuals, not ordinary people. Therefore, your training must reflect your unique nature." The Great Soul Arena was astonishingly vast, with not only an expansive ground level, but also an underground tier housing numerous arenas. After investing 10 golden soul coins for registration, the group received Iron Soul badges. Holding his badge, Zhao Xuan hesitated before asking Flander, "Headmaster, aside from the usual battles, are there other forms of combat?" Flander paused, taken aback by the question, as did the others. Tang San hesitated, sensing Zhao Xuan's intentions. Flander soon realized that based on the rules he had mentioned, Zhao Xuan would only face Soul Kings within the 30-level range, where he would undoubtedly have no competition. Zhao Xuan, however, was evidently dissatisfied with this. After some deliberation, Flander spoke slowly. "In addition to those 3 types, there are 2 more perilous forms of combat. One is called indiscriminate competition, which carries a level of danger just below that of life and death battles. It randomly selects 2 soul masters without regard to their soul power levels, leading to scenarios where a soul master in their 20s might face 1/50, while surrender is permitted. The vast difference in soul power can often render such an option moot. The other type is known as the Great Melee, also unrestricted by soul power levels, involving 10 soul masters competing until only one remains. The danger level is only slightly less than that of life and death fights. Both of these methods are fraught with risks. Do you have any thoughts?" Flander asked Zhao Xuan earnestly. "I want to try it," Zhao Xuan replied without hesitation, meeting Flander's gaze with equal seriousness. "Zhao Xuan," Tang San exclaimed, while Xiao Wu and Hermione shot worried looks at Zhao Xuan. Unmoved, Zhao Xuan had his own considerations. He was not boasting when he stated his strength far exceeded that of his peers, and he needed to determine his true potential. "Very well," Flander said, touched by Zhao Xuan's earnestness. He summoned an arena staff member and whispered briefly to him before retrieving a mask from his pocket and handing it to Zhao Xuan. The staff member then approached Zhao Xuan, examining him with curiosity. "Come with me." As the group watched Zhao Xuan follow the staff member, Tang San could not contain his anger, asking, "Headmaster, why did you agree to this?" His voice carried a hint of frustration, seemingly blaming Flander for placing Zhao Xuan in such danger. Flander remained calm, surveying the group, each face reflecting concern. "I'm merely a headmaster. I will not impede a student's aspirations. I am but a guide on your journey, and I will not interfere with your choices. Moreover, do you truly believe Zhao Xuan is in grave danger? He is far stronger than you can imagine." Recalling the master's description of Zhao Xuan in his letter, Flander sighed. Chapter 26. Indiscriminate Arenas, sir. Please follow me. The attendant at the Soto Great Soul Arena respectfully guided the way, showing no sign of leniency due to Zhao Xuan's youth. As Zhao Xuan journeyed onward, numerous guests and soul masters exchanged astonished glances at him, captivated by both his striking appearance and his youthful demeanor. Grasping the mask handed to him by Flanders, Zhao Xuan began to understand the reason for its presentation. Was the indiscriminate fighting arena situated underground? After donning the mask, he inquired of a nearby attendant about the seemingly shadowy staircase before him. Indeed, the more perilous arenas are located below. Only the gaming arena resides on the first floor. The attendant replied. Zhao Xuan nodded, displaying no hint of surprise. It was a well-known truth that light flourished above while darkness lurked below. The dim staircase was flanked by flickering candles, their flames unable to penetrate the surrounding gloom, illuminating only a small area and casting a chilling aura over the descent. Following the attendant down, Zhao Xuan faintly perceived subtle sounds emanating from beneath, which grew more pronounced as they approached. The moment he stepped from the staircase, the darkness released its grasp, flooding the space with light, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Roars, curses, gasps, and cries echoed all around him. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Zhao Xuan furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a vast circular hall adorned with luminous crystal chandeliers, their beaded curtains glinting with brilliance. At the hall's center stood a circular counter, bustling with activity, while others dispersed in small clusters throughout the chamber. "Sir, should you wish to participate in any competitions, registration can be done at that counter." The attendant gestured toward the center of the hall. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Xuan made his way toward the counter, drawing many curious gazes along the way. Conversations ceased as various eyes turned toward him, the predominant sentiment being one of disdain. "A newcomer, how intriguing. Another prey has arrived." Someone chuckled eerily, their voice reminiscent of a creaking door, sharp and irksome. Beneath his mask, Zhao Xuan's expression remained serene, seemingly unaffected by the surroundings. Upon reaching the counter, he presented his iron soul badge. "Hello, I wish to register for the indiscriminate fighting." His voice resonated with a deep timbre, yet retained a hint of youthful naivety. The attendant's eyes flickered with surprise before he respectfully accepted the badge. "Please hold on, esteemed sir," he said after making a few notations. "Your match will commence in 10 minutes at Arena 3. You may wait here until then." Zhao Xuan nodded and casually positioned himself in a corner of the hall. The onlookers resumed their activities, but Zhao Xuan's gaze returned to them. These individuals displayed a myriad of expressions. Some concealed their faces like Zhao Xuan, evidently wishing to remain unrecognized. Many appeared at a glance to be mere commoners, yet Zhao Xuan could sense the subtle waves of soul power emanating from them. A disheveled elder sat in a corner with a gourd of wine, his face a tapestry of deep wrinkles, flushed red. A young woman in an extravagant red gown stood resplendently, drawing attention like a spotlight. In this space, esteemed soul masters were as commonplace as dirt, their nobility unrecognized, soon to be treated like spectacles. During the wait, the hall occasionally erupted with shouts as soul masters were called forth to enter various passages. Zhao Xuan stood quietly, reflecting on the world around him, amazed by its nature. "Please summon Mo Se Xian to Arena 7, echoed the voice thrice through the hall. "It's my turn." Zhao Xuan smiled, a fiery exhilaration igniting within him, causing his blood to surge. He often found it peculiar. He was not inherently inclined toward combat, his dream being to lead a laid-back existence. Yet deep within, an unquenchable flame urged him to fight. As he approached the passage to Arena 7, a servant awaited at the end. To either side were dark, foreboding corridors, while a bright exit shimmered in the distance. The attendant gestured toward one of the paths. "Please, sir." Stepping into the darkness, an eerie silence enveloped him, amplifying the sound of his own heartbeat. This seemed to be the intention of the designer. Whispering from the unseen corners, "Embrace the darkness, feel the surge of blood, experience solitude, then emerge from the shadows into the light to battle." The moment he stepped out of the darkness, a rush of adrenaline surged, flushing his cheeks. Welcome our next challenger, Mo Xian. He is a level 34 control-type Soul Master. His opponent, a level 45 Soul Master known as Bloodied Lone Wolf, had already achieved 5 consecutive victories in this arena. This is a long-awaited match of mismatched ranks. Roar, everyone! As Zhao Xuan emerged from the passage, he heard the announcer's frenzied declarations. The audience erupted in raucous cheers, the noise reverberating in the enclosed space, filled with excitement and frenzy. Lone Wolf, defeat that newcomer, spill his blood. The crowd was wild, yet the arena itself was eerily tranquil. Zhao Xuan surveyed his surroundings. They stood upon a 50-meter square platform, encircled by towering stands filled with frenzied spectators. The dim lighting, enhanced by muted yellow crystal lamps, contributed to the atmosphere. Then, Zhao Xuan turned his gaze to his opponent, a man whose piercing eyes resembled those of a hawk. Cold, that was Zhao Xian's initial impression. The man stood silently, akin to a solitary wolf traversing a desolate expanse, exuding an air of isolation. Though he appeared frail, he was tall, slightly hunched, and his gaze toward Zhao Xuan was devoid of emotion. "Child, you shouldn't be here," he spoke suddenly, his voice gravelly. "I can sense the delicate skin beneath your garments, your youthful physique, and the blood coursing through your veins. You're still very young. Should you be wounded here, or worse, perish, it would indeed be a pity." Unperturbed, Zhao Xuan observed the arena beneath his feet. The platform was a deep gray, each stone bearing marks of wear, with many appearing freshly laid, yet stained with dark red remnants, evidence of blood long dried. This signifies the bloodshed that once occurred here. Perhaps the spirits of the deceased still linger, drifting through the air, gazing down upon their remnants. Is it not ludicrous to feel compassion in such a place? Does voicing these sentiments hold any weight? Zhao Xuan suddenly sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. The other individual faltered momentarily, then gently shook his head, lamenting the lost potential. Zhao Xuan found it amusing. Did he truly believe he had the upper hand? "Shall we commence, esteemed host?" Zhao Xuan directed his inquiry towards the host standing off to the side. The host appeared momentarily taken aback. Was this Soul Master so eager to meet his demise? Although the arena permits surrender, it must occur after 1 minute from the start. Within that minute, he could not fathom that this Soul Master would survive against a Soul Master with 5 consecutive victories. Nevertheless, since Zhao Xuan had spoken, the host would not hesitate to proceed. In fact, he was eager for it. He discreetly nodded towards several figures in the audience and proclaimed with fervor, "Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to begin. Where are your cheers?" The previously subdued crowd erupted once more, their cheers more fervent than before, a cacophony of fervor and bloodlust. "Tear him apart. Lone Wolf. Newcomer. Take him down, haha." The surrounding stands were filled with frenzied spectators, their eyes glistening under the dim lights. For figures took their positions at the corners of the arena, and a shimmering barrier rose up. The competition begins. With the host's declaration, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The blood-red Lone Wolf, whose calm visage now bore a sinister smile, transformed from a solitary wanderer to a ferocious predator. "Blood Wolf, manifest." At the very onset, the blood-red Lone Wolf activated his manifestation, a combat technique of beast spirit soul masters that would significantly enhance his physical prowess. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. 4 soul rings ascended from beneath him, and as the first soul ring shimmered, the blood-red Lone Wolf vanished from sight. This was his first soul skill, Ambush. Upon activation, it greatly amplified his speed. Even a soul master had once faltered under this attack. This little soul master was doomed. An enthusiast in the audience excitedly explained to a companion, clearly a fan of the Lone Wolf. As the blood-red Lone Wolf disappeared, Zhao Xuan instantly heightened his vigilance. Amidst the fervent cheers, he could discern no sounds or positions. Summoning his weapon spirit, he activated his third soul skill, telecommunication fraud, and in an instant, his body flickered to a distance. After manifesting as the Blood Wolf, the lone wolf's hands sprouted sharp claws, and upon executing his first soul skill, he mercilessly lunged at Zhao Xuan's face. Too easy, he thought, observing Zhao Xuan's unresponsive state. As the claws pierced, Zhao Xuan shattered like glass before his eyes. The blood-red lone wolf's heart raced with alarm. Suddenly, he felt a fierce wind at his side, and a powerful kick struck his face. Thud! The blood-red lone wolf tumbled across the ground, unable to suppress a cough of blood, ignoring the intense pain in his chest. The lone wolf's gaze revealed his first flicker of emotion, shock, as he stared incredulously at Zhao Xuan. What just happened? He pondered, bewildered. Wasn't that boy supposed to have been struck? How was it that the lone wolf was the one sent flying? The audience murmured in confusion, many expressing their disbelief. At that moment, the season host seemed to have grasped the situation, exclaiming in astonishment. In that instant, the lone wolf vanished. Mo Se Xian was unable to determine his position and swiftly activated his third soul skill. Mo Se Xian's third soul skill appears to be an illusion technique. The lone wolf had struck only an illusion, while his true self reappeared several meters away. The two contestants have delivered an exhilarating contest right from start. Mo Se Xian's reaction speed and terrifying agility are truly remarkable. The audience erupted in admiration. Mo Se Xian is quite impressive. Yet, some fans of the blood-red lone wolf retorted, "What does it matter? He'll still be crushed by the lone wolf." Hearing the host's commentary, the blood-red lone wolf felt a sense of clarity. "You are impressive, but it is regrettable," he murmured before charging at Zhao Xuan. After kicking the lone wolf away, Zhao Xuan refrained from launching another attack. He had not exerted his full strength, as he intended to observe more about various weapon spirits and soul skills. The blood-red lone wolf approached, his speed notably diminished compared to before, yet Zhao Xuan remained unmoving. "Ha! Has that newcomer been scared into silence? Lone wolf, finish him!" The fans shouted, their earlier disappointment vanishing in an instant. "He is merely a lucky boy." The gap between soul masters and soul masters cannot be easily bridged. As the blood-red lone wolf closed in on Zhao Xuan finally moved, his figure swirling like a gentle breeze, effortlessly evading the attack. The lone wolf frowned slightly but quickly launched another strike, his claws swiping through the air, producing piercing sounds. Yet, Zhao Xuan moved like a dragon, avoiding every strike. "Lone wolf, are you holding back? What are you doing? Have you not eaten?" The supporters of the blood-red lone wolf erupted in fury. In previous encounters against opponents of equal rank, he had been unstoppable, leaving his foes without a chance to retaliate. Why was he now so hindered against a mere soul master? Their frustration mirrored the lone wolf's own, as this boy seemed as slippery as an eel. His reaction, speed, astonishing. Was he truly a weapon spirit soul master? Zhao Xuan regarded the blood-red lone wolf with a frown. "Why can't your strength match your bravado?" For the first time, the blood-red lone wolf felt a surge of anger. Chapter 28. Fierce Battle, Part 2. It must be said, this was the first time the blood-red lone wolf felt such fury. This boy, a mere soul master, had the audacity to humiliate him. A soul master. So be it. He growled, his third soul ring glowing. Third soul skill, back hair needle. Upon manifestation, numerous blood-red wolf hairs erupted from his body, which had previously lay flat, but now stood erect upon activation of his third soul skill. The blood-red lone wolf arched his back, presenting his back to Zhao Xuan. With soul power surging, the wolf hairs flew forth, each glistening like crystalline needles, shimmering with a chilling light. How intriguing! Zhao Xuan's eyes brightened, and he instantly dashed forward. His speed markedly increased compared to before. The wolf hair needles cascaded down like a torrential rain, easily piercing the stone-paved ground. How astonishing is such penetrating power! Zhao Xuan was secretly amazed, his figure constantly evading. Fortunately, although the wolf hair array boasted formidable attack strength, its coverage was limited, originating solely from the back of the blood-colored lone wolf, allowing Zhao Xuan to evade effortlessly. How could his speed be so remarkable? After the wolf hair needle rain proved ineffective, the blood-colored lone wolf stood upright, its gaze filled with uncertainty as it regarded Zhao Xuan. How could a soul master possess such speed? Moreover, it was not due to a beast martial spirit. nor was it the physique acquired during the embodiment of a beast martial spirit. Observing the blood-colored lone wolf pause in its third soul skill, Zhao Xuan also halted, directing his gaze toward the wolf, his lips subtly moving. Continue. Furrowing his brow, the blood-colored lone wolf refrained from attacking immediately. This soul master was peculiar. As the wolf lingered, the audience erupted in commotion. A soul sect dared not attack a soul master? How ludicrous! Leave now, you worthless creature. Unable to defeat even a soul master. Haha, it's my first time witnessing the blood-colored lone wolf in such disarray. Unmoved, the blood-colored lone wolf observed Zhao Xuan with a raised brow, contemplating whether it sought to bait him into revealing a flaw. Very well, as you wish. Zhao Xuan moderated his speed, exerting merely about 30% of his strength, thus appearing to move at a pace that seemed slower than the blood-colored lone wolf's attack. As Zhao Xuan advanced, a glimmer sparked in the wolf's eyes, its second soul ring flickering. Second soul skill, Bloodlight Calamity. A thick mist of blood erupted around the blood-colored lone wolf, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Zhao Xuan was slightly taken aback. The surroundings transformed into a dense, blood-hued fog, obscuring visibility and disorienting one's sense of direction. Whoosh! Within the thick mist, a chill flashed. A sharp claw suddenly swept toward Zhao Xuan, who instinctively dodged. The blade-like claw grazing his chest. With one strike missed, the claw lunged once more into the fog. This way, Zhao Xuan, who had been standing still in the blood mist, suddenly moved, kicking toward a direction. Bang! The blood-colored lone wolf, hidden within the mist, was struck, stumbling back several paces before regaining its footing. How could this be? The blood-colored lone wolf was utterly astonished. How did this brat discern its presence? It felt a deep sense of unwillingness. How could a mere soul master be so troublesome? Was that feeling merely intuition? Reflecting on the fleeting sensation that had crossed his mind moments ago, Zhao Xuan felt a surge of joy. Despite being shrouded in blood mist, deprived of sight and sound, he had managed to kick the blood-colored lone wolf purely based on that fleeting thought. The blood-colored lone wolf, filled with resentment, launched repeated ambushes. Yet Zhao Xuan thwarted each one, even landing several kicks upon the wolf. The strikes were not particularly forceful. Was he treating me as a sharpening stone? The blood-colored lone wolf's gaze flickered. Compared to Zhao Xuan's initial kick, the subsequent ones were evidently feeble. With its wealth of battle experience, it could clearly sense the uniformity in Zhao Xuan's strikes, which indicated he was controlling his strength. Moreover, after every recent attack, it felt a chilling sensation, as though a pair of eyes were fixated on it from within the blood mist. It must be noted that aside from the ability to discern the enemy's position through the soul power embedded in the blood mist, any individual within it would face limited visibility. Unless one possessed a martial spirit with detection capabilities, they could not uncover its form. Yet, this brat's martial spirit possessed no such ability, as that sensation had only recently emerged and intensified. After several fruitless attempts, the blood-colored lone wolf dissipated the mist. As maintaining, it consumed its soul power, which was now running low, while the opposing brat had only utilized a single soul skill. As the blood mist cleared, the audience, who had previously been obscured from view, widened their eyes in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their jeers, eager to discern the outcome. What was going on? Blood-colored lone wolf. Retreat home, you failure. Unable to slay even a soul master. Upon witnessing the two figures standing in the arena, the audience erupted in a chorus of insults. Their earlier cheers now replaced by disdain. The blood-colored lone wolf resembled a rat scurrying across the street, with everyone clamoring for its downfall. The supporters who once cheered for it were now hurling the most scathing remarks. The blood-colored lone wolf, appearing disheveled yet with an even colder demeanor, fixated its gaze on Zhao Xuan. I concede, I truly underestimated you. Zhao Xuan remained nonchalant, silently observing him, anticipating the imminent unveiling of the wolf's fourth soul skill. The first three soul skills of the blood-colored lone wolf had distinct characteristics, enriching his experience and sharpening his instincts, which heightened his anticipation for the wolf's final soul skill. Although Zhao Xuan wore a mask, the blood-colored lone wolf could still discern the expectation in his eyes. For the first time, the blood-colored lone wolf felt a surge of irritation. Did this truly regard him as a sharpening stone? With a deep exhale, It summoned its remaining soul power to activate the fourth soul skill, the fourth soul ring radiating with brilliant light. Fourth soul skill, Wolf Blood Boiling. A swirling mist emanated from the blood-colored lone wolf, a faint blood-hued vapor enveloping it, its skin turning crimson as its veins swelled, thick vessels pulsing beneath its frail exterior. With the sanguine mist seeping from its darkened skin. Whoosh! With a powerful push, the blood-colored lone wolf shattered the stone beneath its feet, launching itself like a bolt toward Zhao Xuan. Is this blood explosion? The state of the blood-colored lone wolf prompted Zhao Xuan to contemplate. Bang! Zhao Xuan, refusing to relax, raised his hand to block the wolf's extended claws, deflecting them off his forearm. Yet, after the blood explosion, the blood-colored lone wolf's reflexes heightened tremendously, missing its target. It swept a leg toward Zhao Xuan while simultaneously aiming another claw at his abdomen. Momentarily halted, Zhao Xuan pivoted, catching the blood-colored lone wolf's claw aimed at his midsection, but he too was struck by the wolf's kick. To the wolf's astonishment, however, its powerful sweeping kick failed to budge Zhao Xuan in the slightest. It felt akin to striking a steel plate. Zhao Xuan could not help but smirk. Although he was only exerting 30% of his strength, his formidable physique remained unchanged. With a firm grip on the blood-colored lone wolf, he hurled it away amidst its struggles. The immense force Zhao Xuan displayed shocked the wolf, which found itself unable to control its body while airborne. Bang! The blood-colored lone wolf crashed to the ground, unable to suppress a cough of blood, pain radiating from its pinned arm. Zhao Xuan regarded the blood-colored lone wolf with indifference. Its fourth soul skill was indeed impressive, yet regrettably, it merely enhanced physical attributes, and Zhao Xuan's greatest strength lay precisely in his physical prowess. The blood-colored lone wolf rose, cradling its fractured right arm, casting a complex gaze at Zhao Xuan. After a long, deep look, it raised its hand in surrender. I concede. Instantly, the arena erupted in uproar. Chapter 29, A New Day Soto, Great Soul Arena. Zhao Xuan strode up the stairs, the mask that had adorned his face long since removed. The soul skills of soul masters are indeed astonishingly varied. He silently reflected on the battle that had just transpired. Although he had emerged victorious with relative ease, Zhao Xuan felt a profound dissatisfaction within. He believed that his triumph was merely a result of his extraordinary physical prowess, and in an equal contest, he might not necessarily prevail. The blood-colored lone wolf was indeed formidable, boasting 4 distinct soul skills. The first, Ambush; the second, Bloodlight Disaster; the third, Needle of Back Hair; and the fourth, Boiling Wolf Blood. Each skill possessed its own unique characteristics. When confronted with an opponent of equal standing in a one-on-one scenario, he would be akin to a nightmare. Once the fourth and second soul skills were activated, anyone ensnared within the blood mist would find themselves utterly at the mercy of the blood-colored lone wolf. Alas, he had encountered a monster like Zhao Xuan this time. Nonetheless, Zhao Xuan gleaned insights from this clash. He had subtly awakened a sense of instinct. Should he face foes with deceptive skills again, Zhao Xuan, equipped with this instinct, would become their worst nightmare. Additionally, he had acquired 20 golden soul coins and 10 points of merit, as the indiscriminate arena battles, while perilous, offered substantial rewards, second only to the deadly life and death contests. He pondered about Tang San and the others. Raising his gaze, he observed that the arena above was evidently more vibrant than the underground, bustling with people even in the corridors. Many had come to witness the passionate clashes between soul masters, preferring the competitive spirit of the arena over the bloodier and more perilous underground battles. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Zhao Xuan felt a sense of relief as he gazed at the brightly lit dormitory, indicating that Tang San and the others had returned. However, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Tang San. Zhao Xuan pushed open the door and saw Tang San sitting on the bed, polishing his sleeve arrows. Under the candlelight, the arrows glimmered with a cold light. Zhao Xuan, are you all right? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tang San sprang to his feet, quickly crossing the distance to Zhao Xuan, scrutinizing his body from head to toe. I'm fine. Hey, don't touch me like that. You're making it look weird. After Tang San's thorough inspection, Zhao Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine and swiftly pushed him away. Weird? What do you mean by weird? Tang San, relieved to find Zhao Xuan uninjured, couldn't he help but ask curiously. Never mind. It's nothing you need to know, Zhao Xuan said, avoiding Tang San's gaze. Tang San furrowed his brow, eyeing Zhao Xuan with suspicion. Given Zhao Xuan's demeanor, it was likely not a compliment. Sensing Tang San's gaze growing increasingly dangerous, Zhao Xuan quickly changed the subject. Zhao San, why does the atmosphere in the academy feel a bit off? With the instinct he had just developed, Zhao Xuan keenly detected the shift in the academy's ambience. Tang San's expression faltered, and with a hint of concern, he replied, "Indeed, something has occurred." He then recounted the recent events at the academy to Zhao Xuan. Another incident with Ning Rongrong? Zhao Xuan looked at Tang San in surprise. Indeed, young lady Ning Rongrong has quite the temperament. After offending Dai Lauda, she still expects me to help her eliminate him. Isn't that absurd? Tang San's expression was one of resignation. Huh, that is certainly amusing, Zhao Xuan remarked with a peculiar expression. 10,000 golden soul coins for Dai Mubai's life? That is quite a sum. But sadly, there are many matters in this world that cannot be settled with money. What about Oscar? Zhao Xuan inquired, glancing at the empty bed in the dormitory. He was called by the dean. Before long, Oscar returned to the dormitory. When Zhao Xuan inquired about it, Oscar appeared somewhat at a loss for words. However, perhaps due to Flanders' guidance, he seemed quite stable and soon sat down to meditate and cultivate. Seeing that Oscar was fine, Tang San and Zhao Xuan felt reassured and fell asleep. The following day, when they awoke, they found Oscar still immersed in his cultivation, so they did not disturb him. While having breakfast in the cafeteria, Dai Mubai arrived late, his expression dark and evidently not in a good mood. After nodding slightly at the two, he sat alone at a table, engrossed in his meal. Soon after, Xiao Wu and Hermione joined, gathering around the table with Zhao Xuan and Tang San, engaging in cheerful banter. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing arrived one after the other. Ma Hongjun appeared refreshed, though it was unclear what he had been up to the previous night. However, being perceptive, he noticed Dai Mubai's evident displeasure and quickly subdued his own cheerful demeanor, quietly eating in a corner. Zhu Zhuqing remained as composed as ever, meticulously finishing her breakfast. Zhao Xuan observed the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, noting that Ning Rongrong and Oscar were still absent. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were whispering to each other in the corner, with Ma Hongjun animatedly gesturing while Dai Mubai occasionally cast glances at Zhu Zhuqing. A melodious chime echoed from a distance, prompting everyone to hastily finish their meals and rush to the playground. A figure was already present on the field, the source of the conflict. Ning Rongrong, while Oscar was still nowhere to be seen. Her fair and beautiful face appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes red, and her spirits seemed low. As everyone gathered on the playground, Zhao Xuan's group continued their lively conversation, while Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai engaged in quiet discussion. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong stood off to the side, isolated in their own silence. Flanders was scheduled to teach the class, but even after the bell rang for some time, he had yet to appear. Approximately 15 minutes later, Flanders strolled in, looking slightly disheveled. Could he have overslept? Zhao Xuan mused suspiciously, observing Flanders closely. Flanders' body stiffened imperceptibly, and after scanning the crowd, he furrowed his brow and calmly asked, "Where's Oscar? Did he oversleep again?" Zhao Xuan yawned and, intrigued, replied, "He is probably still cultivating. Perhaps he is in deep meditation and hasn't awakened yet." Flanders nodded calmly, unaware that Zhao Xuan had already discerned his earlier odd demeanor. "Indeed, it seems you were the one who overslept." Chapter 30. Oscar's sausage. This class would be incomplete without Oscar. Tang San, go fetch Oscar. Flanders' words were interrupted by Oscar's excited voice. Dean. Turning to look, they saw Oscar hurriedly approaching from the direction of the dormitory, his face devoid of any panic associated with being late, instead radiating excitement. Flanders' expression darkened considerably. Internally, he pondered, how can he be so thrilled after being late? Am I losing my authority? Just as he prepared to reprimand Oscar, he heard Oscar breathlessly proclaim, "Dean, I've broken through to level 30. Level 30? What do you mean level 30? Your soul power." Flanders initially failed to comprehend, but suddenly a spark of realization struck him, and he looked at Oscar in astonishment. Not only Flanders, but the others also turned in surprise toward Oscar. Although Oscar was slightly younger than Dai Mubai, he was still only 14 years old, and as a support-type food soul master, such advancements were generally arduous. Yet, Oscar had remarkably broken through to level 30. Indeed, Dean, my soul power has surpassed level 30. After catching his breath, Oscar spoke more fluently, his face alight with excitement. Excellent. That is fantastic. Flinder wore a smile on his face as he patted Oscar on the shoulder, his eyes filled with appreciation and a hint of nostalgia. The crowd gathered to congratulate Oscar. After all, for a mere 14-year-old to surpass the 30th level is an extraordinary achievement, and Oscar's potential was clearly boundless. Although everyone present possessed considerable talent, they were eager to express their congratulations. However, two individuals stood apart from the rest. One was Zhu Xuqing, who remained stationary with her head bowed, lost in thought. The other was Ning Rongrong, whose gaze at Oscar, surrounded by admirers, was filled with complexity. After the round of congratulations, Flinder continued. Coincidentally, today's lesson centers around Oscar. The assignment is quite simple. Each of you must consume at least one sausage crafted by Oscar. Oscar was taken aback, noticing that the smiles on the faces of his peers gradually took on a rather suggestive quality. What kind of lesson was this? As he recalled Oscar's peculiar soul abilities, Xiao Wu's skin prickled with unease, prompting her to exclaim. This is adaptive training, Flinder remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu. I ask you, what is more important, life itself or the instinct for survival? When faced with dire circumstances, you must be prepared to consume anything, be it sausage, rat, cockroach, or earthworm. At this, the expressions of the four girls paled simultaneously, particularly Ning Rongrong and Hermione, who appeared on the verge of gagging. Flinder remained unfazed, calmly asserting, You are all extraordinary. You are not ordinary people. If you cannot endure this, it will be better to withdraw from the academy. Oscar begin. Oscar grinned broadly, his expression becoming increasingly mischievous as two soul rings rose from beneath his feet. I possess a magnificent sausage. I also have a delectable little sausage. Upon completing his incantation, two distinct sausages appeared in Oscar's hands, their rich aroma wafting through the air. However, the scent only deepened the pallor of several girls' faces, even prompting two of them to feel nauseous. Oscar frowned. Is it really that terrifying? Who will be the first to try? In an instant, Zhao Xuan sprang forward, snatching the two sausages from Oscar's grasp and began chewing with gusto. The girls turned their gazes toward Zhao Xuan, their eyes wide with horror, as if witnessing something monstrous. Unperturbed, Zhao Xuan continued to eat, remarking, The flavor is delightful. Quite fragrant. The balance of fat and lean is perfect, savory without being greasy. See? I told you my sausages were excellent. Oscar immediately darted to Zhao Xuan's side, his eyes alight with excitement, as if having found a kindred spirit. Indeed, another two, please. Zhao Xuan licked his lips, appearing unsatisfied, and turned to Oscar. Hermione quietly approached, tugging at Zhao Xuan's sleeve, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. Don't you find it disgusting? Zhao Xuan paused. Why should it be disgusting? It's merely a soul ability. The substance is perfectly fine. If it were truly revolting, it wouldn't go down. Compared to some bizarre foods from my past life, this is nothing. Like hair egg. Having never encountered someone who appreciated his martial spirit so highly, Oscar nearly succumbed to tears of joy, finally meeting someone with discerning taste. Hearing Zhao Xuan's request for more, he hurriedly conjured another two sausages. Yet, before Zhao Xuan could reach for them, a delicate hand swiftly seized the sausages. Both Oscar and Zhao Xuan were momentarily stunned, as were the others, discovering that the hand belonged to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's expression was resolute, yet her eyes betrayed hesitation. Upon noticing the gazes of her peers, she shot a fierce glare at Oscar before resolutely taking a bite, appearing quite fierce. Oscar felt a shiver run down his spine, his mind racing with ominous thoughts. Initially, Ning Rongrong wore a look of defiance, but her expression gradually shifted to one of surprise, clearly taken aback by Oscar's martial spirit. Seeing her reaction, Oscar regained his confidence, grinning. How about that? My martial spirit is rather impressive. Isn't it? Ning Rongrong cast him a sidelong glance, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over his lower half, a smile creeping on her face. The sensation of biting through is quite satisfying. A chill ran through Oscar, prompting him to close his mouth once again. However, following this incident, the discomfort some felt towards Oscar's soul abilities began to wane. It seemed that once one had tasted it, the fear dissipated. One by one, the group began to take sausages from Oscar, with the girls being no exception. Their expressions, however, were far more menacing. especially as they bit into the sausages while glaring at Oscar. The ferocity in their expressions made Oscar's hair stand on end, and his previously lewd smile turned strained. Once everyone had consumed the sausages, Oscar wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief, feeling utterly drained. Very well, Flender nodded, pleased with the smooth progress of today's lesson. He surveyed the 9 children present, each possessing extraordinary talent. He believed that each one would grow to become formidable figures renowned across the continent, bringing pride to Shrek Academy. Taking a deep breath, Flender proclaimed, "You all performed admirably." The group turned to him, and Flender, his gaze intense, continued, "You must understand that the world of Soul Masters is anything but ordinary. It is fraught with competition and even bloodshed. When faced with danger, if you concern yourselves with trivial matters like soul abilities, you will miss the opportunity to grow stronger and lose the power to compete. Now, you have a day to rest. Tomorrow morning, Zhao Wujing will lead you to the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his 3rd soul ring. Remember, this is not solely Oscar's endeavor. It is a trial for all of you. Before encountering the 1,000-year soul beasts, neither Zhao Wujing nor Zhao Xuan will intervene. You must rely on yourselves." Flender's gaze was filled with profound expectation as he looked at them. "Grow swiftly, my little monsters. I eagerly await your future." Chapter 31. Stardow Forest. The following day, all the students of Shrek Academy rose early, for they were to embark on a journey to the Stardow Forest. Flender had expressly instructed them to awaken early, and none dared to delay. Last night, Oscar had shared insights about the Stardow Forest with Tang San and Zhao Xuan. The Stardow Forest is an untamed wilderness, one of the 3 renowned gathering places for soul beasts on the Doloa continent. Its environment is complex, featuring swamps, wetlands, hidden realms, and mountains, making it easy to lose one's way deep within. It spans a vast area, straddling the empires of Tiando and Xingla. Compared to the soul beast forests under imperial control, the Stardow Forest is significantly larger, almost equal to the size of the Baloch Kingdom. Most importantly, it is rich in various types of soul beasts, aside from those with unique living conditions. Nearly every kind of soul beast found on the Doloa continent can be located within the Stardow Forest, allowing any soul master to find their desired soul ring. However, such rewards are often accompanied by peril. Within the Stardow Forest, there exist not only 10 and 100-year soul beasts, but also numerous 1,000-year and even 10,000-year soul beasts. It is said that at the very heart of the Stardow Forest, one can encounter soul beasts of 100,000 years, which is why many soul masters have met their demise within its depths each year. Upon arriving at the playground, Zhao Wujing was already there, waiting for everyone to gather. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Move by, lead the way." Due to the proximity of the Baloch Kingdom to the Stardow Forest, Shrek Academy was not far from it, merely about 500 kilometers away. As there were no carriages surrounding the village, they proceeded on foot. Thanks to Oscar's sausages, everyone managed to maintain their vigor, allowing them to appreciate the marvelous effects of Oscar's martial soul. Zhao Xuan couldn't help but reflect on the significance of food-type soul masters. If one were to evaluate, weapon-type auxiliary soul masters and food-type auxiliary soul masters each possess unique traits. The former can produce rapid effects, while the latter can sustain larger groups. Generally speaking, food-type abilities are slower to take effect, yet Oscar evidently defies this norm, as his sausages proved to be effective almost immediately. With relentless haste, they reached a small town not far from the forest by evening. The town was bustling and, in terms of prosperity, rivaled Soto City, albeit on a smaller scale. Are these all soul masters? Xiao Wu gazed in awe at the throngs of people in the town, momentarily frozen in place. Zhao Wujing crossed his arms, stating, "Most of them are. If they aren't soul masters, they're ordinary folks here for trade." Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully, her earlier exuberance fading into a pensive silence as she lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. The town was dotted with shops, predominantly offering goods related to soul masters. They settled in a modest hotel, preparing to venture to the Stardow Forest, located 100 kilometers away, the following morning. After securing their rooms at the counter, Zhao Wujing ascended the stairs alone. "Let's eat quickly. After a day of sausages, I feel like I might vomit." Ma Hongjun grumbled as he found a seat in the simple dining area on the first floor. The others exchanged glances and nodded. Zhao Xian, feeling invigorated and having consumed fewer sausages, was unfazed, but the others, having feasted on sausages all day, were equally reluctant, including Oscar, who no longer wished to smell his own creations. They settled in a corner, even Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing joining silently. Ma Hongjun summoned a waiter to begin ordering, eagerly perusing the menu alongside Oscar. After selecting a few dishes, he passed the menu to the girls. Seizing a moment, Tang San inquired of Dai Mu Bai, "Should we invite teacher Zhao to join us?" Dai Mu Bai shook his head, replying, "No need. Teacher Zhao will not cover any of our expenses this time, and he won't accept any benefits either. That's the academy's rule." Zhao Xuan raised an eyebrow, finding the rule commendable. Though most academy teachers were impoverished, the group still had ample resources, especially with Ning Rongrong and Hermione among them, one hailing from the affluent Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the other from a family that ran a Soul Master Academy. It was worth noting that not all Soul Master Academies were as financially strained as Shrek. In fact, Soul Master Academies were typically quite wealthy beyond the trivial tuition fees. The subsidies from the Empire and various sponsorships amounted to astronomical figures, leaving only the liberated teachers at Shrek in a state of frugality, if they aligned with certain powers. Even as mere figureheads, they could earn at least 10,000 gold soul coins annually. The group ordered an abundant array of dishes and began to indulge heartily. Surprisingly, the unassuming little hotel had a skilled chef, and everyone ate with satisfaction. As they neared the end of their meal, a group entered the hotel, clad in moon-white Soul Master robes adorned with silver embroidered patterns. Leading them was a middle-aged man, followed by 6 young men and 1 woman, their expressions haughty, their garments shimmering as they walked, eager for all to recognize their status as Soul Masters. Dai Mu Bai glanced at the insignia on their shoulders, which bore a green circular emblem embroidered with the words Tsanghui. He suddenly turned to Oscar and Ma Hongjun behind him, and sensing their understanding, they nodded in acknowledgement. A sly smile crept across Dai Mu Bai's face, enhanced by his handsome features and striking dual-colored eyes, as he leaned towards Tang San and Zhao Xuan, whispering, "Tang San, Zhao Xuan, let me share with you a tradition of our academy." Zhao Xuan set down his utensils, exchanging an intrigued glance with Tang San before turning his full attention to Dai Mu Bai. Having observed the earlier interaction, he surmised that something was afoot. Sure enough, Dai Mu Bai, with a smile, declared, "The dean has said that a soul master who shies away from trouble is a mere mediocrity." Zhao Xian's eyes brightened at this statement. It was indeed a worthy sentiment. If one were to stir trouble, they must hoist a tiger's skin as a banner. He hadn't expected the dean, despite his somewhat dubious demeanor, to possess such classic lines, perfectly aligning with his tastes. Instinctively, Zhao Xian's gaze shifted towards the newly arrived Tsanghui Academy, the very individuals who had captured their attention. After Dai Mu Bai's pronouncement, he signaled to Ma Hongjun, who chuckled knowingly and cleared his throat. Chapter 32, Tsanghui Academy. Ma Hongjun deliberately cleared his throat twice, his voice resonating throughout the dining area, drawing the attention of many patrons towards the Shrek Academy table. Seizing the opportune moment, Ma Hongjun affected an exaggerated whisper towards Dai Mu Bai. "That girl is rather attractive. ISN Tishi Boss Dai. Those folks must be from Tsanghui Academy." Zhao Xian couldn't help but chuckle silently. The rotund fellow had a flair for theatrics. Although he pretended to speak softly, his voice was loud enough for half the restaurant to hear, all while his demeanor suggested he feared being overheard. Indeed, the girls from Tsanghui Academy possessed a certain charm, while the girls from Shrek were also beauties. They were still budding blossoms compared to the fully developed young women in their prime. Dai Mu Bai stole a glance at the Tsanghui Academy group before dismissively stating, "Just a trivial Tsanghui Academy, hardly noteworthy." Instantly, the restaurant fell silent, with many patrons casting curious glances between the two groups, particularly at Shrek Academy, sensing the brewing tension. Some guests, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hastily settled their bills and departed, yet a greater number remained, keen to witness the unfolding drama. The middle-aged leader of Tsanghui Academy visibly furrowed his brow, but took no immediate action, guiding his group to another table. A few Tsanghui Academy students frequently cast glances at Shrek Academy, their furrowed brows indicating their concern. The leader of Tsanghui Academy discreetly whispered to a young man beside him, who then rose from his seat and approached Dai Mu Bai's table. "Here it comes," Dai Mu Bai remarked nonchalantly. Sipping tea, his voice carrying a tone of amusement. At that moment, a waiter emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes intended for Shrek Academy's table. The Tsanghui youth suddenly quickened his pace, and, in a startling collision with the waiter, sent the dishes cascading towards Dai Mubai. As Dai Mubai prepared to evade, Tang San was quicker, extending a hand and employing the secret technique of seizing the dragon and controlling the crane, deftly catching the toppled dishes without spilling a drop. The patrons at the nearby tables widened their eyes in astonishment, marveling at Tang San's impressive speed and skill. Some squinted, realizing that the group of youths at the table appeared to be no pushovers. Dai Mubai's eyes flared with anger, instinctively delivering a kick that landed squarely in the abdomen of the youth from Tsanghui Academy. The young man, caught off guard, was propelled backward, arching in pain from the force of the blow. Dai Mubai had been harboring pent-up frustration, and it seemed that the misfortune of Tsanghui Academy had led them to cross paths with him. Tang San frowned, remarking, "Isn't it inappropriate to provoke them? They haven't wronged us." Oscar chuckled, "It's fine. Tsanghui Academy has a poor reputation. There are hardly any decent individuals there, including their principal." Relieved, Tang San turned his gaze coolly towards the group from Tsanghui Academy. The youth who had been sent flying crashed into a table, narrowly avoiding calamity as the patrons quickly fled. The instructor from Tsanghui Academy's expression darkened as he hurriedly caught the injured youth, who, upon settling, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, visibly weakened. "Apologies, my leg cramped up," the youth muttered, revealing a disdainful and contemptuous demeanor, exuding an air of arrogance that even his own peers found irritating. Several onlookers could not suppress their laughter at the absurd excuse, further aggravating the instructor's fury. He swiftly handed the injured student over to another for care, while blocking the enraged academy members, his voice low and stern. "Which school do you children belong to?" Zhao Xuan narrowed his eyes, wary of any sudden violence, while Tang San instinctively shielded the girls seated behind him. Dai Mubai, with a fleeting glance, chose not to respond, instead sitting upright and addressing the Tsanghui group. "Tsanghui is precisely this way. They prey upon the weak and fear the strong. Observe. They aim to gauge our strengths. If we appear weak, they will strike. If we seem formidable, they will slink away." The Tsanghui instructor's expression turned a shade of iron as he glared at Dai Mubai. The remaining diners watched in amusement, many casting peculiar glances at the Tsanghui group. "All of you move. Teach them a lesson." The instructor could no longer contain his anger and ceased restraining his furious students. Had it not been for his pride, he would have joined the fray himself. The 5 Tsanghui youths grinned maliciously, summoning their martial spirits without hesitation. The array of white and yellow soul rings mirrored each other, manifesting their respective martial spirits: spear, trident, stag, sheep, and horse. Despite Tang San's blue-silver grass being less impressive, it was noteworthy that he possessed innate full soul power. Similarly, though Xiao Wu was a rabbit, she was a soft-boned charm rabbit. At that moment, Dai Mubai rose and laughed heartily. "A bunch of worthless trash. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Let us teach these Tsanghui miscreants a lesson." Tang San shook his head in resignation, but Xiao Wu and Oscar were eager, and soon after, the 3 girls, including Hermione, stood up as well. As Dai Mubai and Zhao Xuan took their positions at the front, the restaurant corner erupted in radiant light. Yellow and purple soul rings shone brilliantly, none of which were white. Dai Mubai, embodying the white tiger, showcased 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, swirling above him. Zhao Xuan, seated modestly with his head bowed while sipping tea, also bore 3 yellow, and purple soul rings, drawing the attention of everyone present. The remaining 7 individuals radiated with 2 yellow soul rings each. The patrons were left dumbfounded, while the Tsanghui youths, initially charging forward, froze in place, paralyzed by fear. The sight of Dai Mubai and Zhao Xuan's purple soul rings, shimmering vividly before their eyes, sent shivers down their spines. 1,000-year soul ring? Soul Emperor? How is this possible? Someone gasped. They had assumed that as students from a prestigious Soul Master Academy, dealing with a few youths would be effortless. However, this group of youngsters turned out to be formidable monsters. Despite their youthful appearances, many seemed no older than 12 or 13. Yet all were powerful Soul Masters of at least the Great Soul Master level. The Tsanghui instructor was taken aback, swiftly enveloped by a wave of panic. The forces capable of nurturing such exceptional talents must be formidable indeed. He quickly pulled the stunned Sanghui youths back, casting a deep, wary glance at the Shrek group. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the External Affairs Department of Sanghui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? In that instant, Yi Zhiqiu's demeanor shifted to one of deference, as he felt a profound sense of trepidation. It was not just one genius, but a multitude. Who would believe that such talent could emerge without the backing of a powerful force? We are from Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun could not suppress a chuckle, his gaze brazenly fixed on the only female from Sanghui Academy, though he felt disheartened to see her more interested in Dai Mubai and Zhao Xuan. Shrek Academy? Yi Zhiqiu paused, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. He had initially assumed that these youths were disciples of a legendary sect, only to discover they were products of an academy. Yet, he had never heard of Shrek Academy. Struggling to recall, he thought of all the prestigious Soul Master Academies, from Tiando to Xingluo and others, but could not place Shrek. Your ignorance is astounding. Dai Mubai scolded. Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened. These youths were brazen and had already embarrassed Sanghui Academy. To his dismay, they still showed no signs of restraint. Did they truly believe Sanghui was easy to bully? A fierce glint flashed in Yi Zhiqiu's eyes as his aura surged, forcing all but the seated Zhao Xuan back a few steps. Xian Gui, manifest! He bellowed, his limbs retracting as a dark, glistening armor erupted from his back, while 5 radiant soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, rose from beneath him. Soul King, Gaspé de Patron, prompting those quick-witted enough to retreat, for this was a figure of considerable strength, ranked 5th on the continent. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed as he exchanged glances with Tang San and Zhao Xuan, as Tang San's hand discreetly brushed against the moonlit night on the 24 bridges. Yi Zhiqiu, emboldened by summoned soul rings, spoke with elegance. You children are ignorant. Do not speak carelessly in the future. Bring forth your teacher from the academy. Zhao Xuan suddenly laughed. A mere soul king, we have encountered many soul emperors and soul saints before. What are you pretending for, old turtle? Yi Zhiqiu's gaze sharpened as he hesitantly looked toward Zhao Xuan, uncertain of the truth behind his words. Soul Emperor, Soul Saint? Surely this was a jest. Murmured some patrons nearby. Hush, keep your voice down, or you'll attract trouble. His companion quickly covered his mouth. Yi Zhiqiu's heart raced. However, since his comrades had stepped forward and revealed their martial spirits, retreating now would utterly disgrace Sanghui Academy. Stop looking around. Our teacher is not here. Old turtle, I shall entertain you. Zhao Xuan smirked, recognizing the turmoil in Yi Zhiqiu's mind. With fiery eyes, he regarded Yi Zhiqiu, seeing him as a rare opponent. Impudent brat, unaware of your own insignificance. With each repetition of old turtle from Zhao Xuan, Yi Zhiqiu's ire surged, and when fury clouded his reason, consequences became an afterthought. The hotel owner, drawn by the tense atmosphere, appeared utterly dismayed. Young man, allow me to educate you on behalf of your teacher. Enraged, Yi Zhiqiu swung his palm towards Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan merely chuckled disdainfully and swiftly caught Yi Zhiqiu's hand. Smack! Yi Zhiqiu felt as though a colossal iron clamp had ensnared his hand, rendering him immobile. How is this possible? His anger doused by a cold wave of realization. He stared in shock at the relaxed Zhao Xuan. Despite being a defensive soul master, the formidable power of his Xian Gui spirit should have been enough. Yet here he was, subdued by a mere soul scholar. Aside from the Shrek Academy group, the other diners were equally bewildered. A soul king had been captured by a soul scholar. Zhao Xuan tightened his grip slightly, sending Yi Zhiqiu tumbling away. Quickly, use your soul skills, or you'll lose even faster. The Shrek crowd watched Zhao Xuan's display with calm faces, devoid of surprise. For this was a man capable of sending Zhao Wujie flying with a single slap. Ning Rongrong relaxed her palms, glancing at the carefree Zhao Xuan with a hint of disappointment. She had intended to assist him, but found no opportunity to do so. After rolling in the air, Yi Zhiqiu steadied himself and fixed his gaze on Zhao Xuan, refraining from further attacks. At that moment, the hotel owner gritted his teeth and rushed out. Esteemed guests, our establishment is small. Might you consider continuing this outside? Zhao Xuan surveyed the surroundings and awkwardly scratched his head. Little San, compensate the owner for his losses. He then turned to Yi Zhiqiu. Old turtle, dare to battle outside? Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Zhiqiu's face darkened. Being suppressed by a mere boy was a humiliation he could not bear. Outside, the space expanded significantly, and many curious onlookers gathered at a safe distance, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Upon stopping, Yi Zhiqiu immediately unleashed his first and second soul skills, Xiangui Guardian and Xian Water Freeze. The latter summoned a chilling aura capable of freezing blood and slowing movement. However, to Zhao Xuan, it was ineffective. His vital energy surged like a tempest. Perhaps a level 70 soul saint would have hesitated, but a mere 50-level soul king posed no threat. Without any additional effort, the blood coursing through his veins dispersed the cold. Simultaneously, two voices echoed behind him. Clear spring flows forth. The seven treasure glazed tile school's abilities activated. Strength, speed. A beam of clear light and two radiant rainbows enveloped Zhao Xuan, refreshing him. He was somewhat surprised, while Hemin's assistance was expected. He hadn't anticipated the haughty lady would also lend her support. Hemin looked at Ning Rongrong, her expression cautious, but Ning Rongrong was oblivious. Her mind replaying Oscar's whispered words, to earn recognition, prove your worth through action. The mention of the seven treasure glazed tile school caused Yi Zhiqiu's expression to shift once more. How could there be disciples from that sect here? As soul masters, they were all aware of the school's renown. Yet why would they allow their kin to attend an external academy? Old Turtle, stop overthinking and hurry up. Zhao Xuan impatiently urged Yi Zhiqiu, who hesitated as Zhao Xuan wished to witness the exquisite and mysterious growth of soul skills in this world. Yi Zhiqiu composed himself and activated his fourth soul skill, a millennium-old ability that granted him control over rain. Suddenly, countless crystalline raindrops formed around Zhao Xuan, suspended just above him. Descend! Yi Zhiqiu bellowed, and the raindrops transformed into torrents plummeting downwards, prompting Zhao Xuan's third soul ring to flash as he vanished from sight. The raindrops crashed to the ground with tremendous force, creating fist-sized craters. Zhao Xuan's clone attempted to intercept a raindrop, but was instantly shredded by its explosive impact. Not bad. Zhao Xuan's voice echoed behind Yi Zhiqiu, sending a chill down his spine. Boom! A powerful fist struck towards Yi Zhiqiu's back, and just as it neared, a thin layer of light appeared to defend him. It was Yi Zhiqiu's first soul skill, Xiangui Guardian. The two forces clashed for a brief moment before the light shattered, sending Yi Zhiqiu hurtling backward. His third soul ring illuminated. He retaliated with a jet of black, icy flow. Third soul skill, Xian Water Surge. Zhao Xuan remained unfazed. Upon contact, a layer of white frost formed on his body, but was swiftly dispelled by a beam of clear light from Hemin's first soul skill, Clear Spring Flows Forth, which easily countered such negative effects. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu crashed to the ground with a loud thud, the powerful impact forcing him to spit blood, causing panic among Songhui Academy's youths. Not only the onlookers, but even the Shrek group stood agape. A 50-level Soul King had been felled by a 30-something level Soul Scholar. Zhao Xuan clapped his hands, glancing at the fallen Yi Zhiqiu, boring. At that moment, a languid voice broke the tension. What are you all doing awake at this hour? A stocky middle-aged man pushed through the crowd, those in his path unable to resist. Nothing much, just getting some exercise, Zhao Xuan yawned, considering such a skirmish trivial. Zhao Wujie glanced at the prostrate Yi Zhiqiu. Ah, from Songhui Academy, is it? Very well then. He waved dismissively, urging the Shrek group to return to the hotel. We have to venture into the Stardow Forest tomorrow. We can't waste energy on trivial matters. Wait, a dark voice resonated from behind, halting the Shrek group and turning the heads of departing spectators. Was there more to come? Leaf Zhiqiu appeared disheveled, supported by a few youths from Songhui Academy. As he coldly stated, you must be one of the instructors from Shrek Academy. Just now, your students insulted our Songhui Academy. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Zhao Wujie widened his eyes in disbelief. Zhao Xian's eyes bulged, and the members of Shrek Academy were equally astonished. Even the lingering audience gaped in surprise. An explanation? What explanation could I possibly offer you? Do you not understand that in the realm of soul masters, strength is the only truth? What emboldened you, a soul king, to confront a soul emperor who easily swept you aside? Zhao Wujie chuckled as 7 soul rings gradually ascended beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The 7 soul rings sparkled like dazzling jewels, causing those who heard Zhao Xian's earlier remarks to gasp in shock. You truly possess the strength of a soul sage? Zhao Wujia crossed his arms and arched an eyebrow, inquiring, "What did you just say you wanted?" Leaf Jiqiu appeared momentarily stunned, speechless, and after some time, he cast a deep glance at the Shrek group before leaving in a dejected manner. Chapter 34. Seeking soul beasts. The following day, before dawn had even broken, Zhao Wujia raised his voice, reminiscent of a clanging bell, to rouse the others. Wake up! Wake up! Stop sleeping like pigs. Aside from Tang San, who was accustomed to early mornings, the others appeared utterly disinterested, particularly those who relished sleeping in, such as Zhao Xian, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who were groggily pulled from their beds by Zhao Wujia. The morning air was chilling, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. You little rascal. You're not even thinking about obtaining your soul rings. Zhao Wujia scolded Oscar like a concerned parent. I don't want a soul ring. I just want to sleep. Oscar protested, clutching his blanket. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Wujia's large hands swiftly landed on Oscar's head, fully awakening him from his slumber. It hurts, Teacher Zhao, Oscar whimpered, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed reproachfully at Zhao Wujia. Stop the nonsense. Ma Hongjun, Zhao Xian, rise and shine. After a commotion, the group finally set off toward the Stardow Forest. The sun had yet to rise, and the sky was a deep gray, with a faint blush of dawn appearing in the distant eastern horizon. Having departed from the town, there was no place to eat breakfast, so the group filled their stomachs with Oscar's sausages before continuing on their journey. The distance from the town to the Stardow Forest was considerable, spanning over 100 kilometers. Due to the fear of the soul beasts within the forest, merchants dared not venture too close. After all, these soul beasts were not the domesticated kind found in the empires. Every creature within was imbued with a fierce aggressiveness. By the time they reached the edge of the Stardow Forest, the sun had risen for quite some time. The moisture-rich air of the forest had condensed into a thin mist, enveloping the area in a ghostly white haze, rendering the distant scenery ethereal. Gazing at the vast expanse of forest before him, Zhao Xian inhaled deeply, the fresh scent of vegetation invigorating his senses and lifting his spirits. Observing the boundless primordial woods, he couldn't help but reflect on how insignificant one's existence felt in the face of such grandeur. Towering ancient trees dominated the Stardow Forest. Even on the outskirts, each giant tree boasted a trunk several meters wide and stood 30 meters tall. The lofty canopies obscured the sunlight, casting a somber shadow over the ground below. In this dense forest, where shadows intertwined, the concept of a path was virtually non-existent, as the sheer size and peril of the area made it impossible for anyone to carve a route. Zhao Wujia halted to establish arrangements. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the two pure support soul masters, were instructed to remain by his side, while the others were not permitted to stray beyond 20 meters from him. The danger here was immense. He could not afford to be careless. While a soul sage might display bravado in the outside world, once inside the Stardow Forest, one had to comply with its formidable reality. The group proceeded cautiously. Even Zhao Xian dared not let his guard down, for this was the most perilous place on Doloa continent, where even Soul Doloa and Tidal Doloa would not dare act recklessly. La 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 la. Xiao Wu hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing about as if oblivious to the danger surrounding them, appearing even happier than usual. Tang San, exasperated, reached out several times to catch Xiao Wu, but each time she promised to behave only to misbehave again moments later. You seem quite cheerful as well, Zhao Xian suddenly remarked to the excited Hermione beside him. He felt no concern for Xiao Wu, as he viewed her as perpetually innocent and carefree. Of course I'm happy. After all, this is the Stardow Forest. My grandfather only came here once when he obtained his 4th soul ring, Hermione exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident as she expressed her long-standing admiration for the Stardow Forest. You foolish children, this is not a tourist attraction. Can you not exhibit some awareness of the potential dangers? Zhao Wujia, leading the group, pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, feeling overwhelmed. In the past, it had been manageable with fewer people, but now he had to ensure the safety of 8 young rascals. Although Zhao Xian possessed considerable strength to assist, it was clear that he too was unaware of the perils inherent in the Stardow Forest. Along the way, the group encountered many soul beasts, each one appearing fierce and aggressive. Even a mere 10-year-old striped cat dared to roar at them, exuding wildness. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, their dense canopies blocking out light, leaving only speckled rays to penetrate the gloom, rendering the entire forest shadowy and eerie. Sinister vines twisted between the ancient trees, and beneath them, dark green moss blanketed the rocks and trunks. Hermione, please use your first soul skill for everyone. The miasma here is quite severe. Zhao Wujia suddenly addressed Hermione. Within the Stardow forest lay countless fallen plants and soul beast carcasses. Decomposition of these entities led to the formation of miasma, which was no trifling matter, as many miasmas were toxic. Purifying spring, Hermione nodded, summoning her wand. With a series of delicate movements, she cast a cleansing light upon the group, bestowing upon them a refreshing sensation. It seems the miasma has been silently affecting us, Tang San remarked, a frown creasing his brow. Are you all right? Zhao Xuan inquired, supporting Hermione, who appeared slightly pale. I'm fine. It's just that using so much soul power at once is a bit taxing, Hermione replied, covering her forehead, somewhat exasperated. It appears there is still much for you all to learn, Zhao Wujia commented, shaking his head. Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujia called to Dai Mubai, who was leading the way. What? Dai Mubai, drenched in sweat, had been tasked with clearing the thorns in the forest using his martial spirit, appearing quite bedraggled. Find a suitable place to set up camp and rest, Zhao Wujia instructed. They had been traveling for some time, and everyone was quite fatigued. Maintaining ample energy was essential for survival in the Stardow forest. Dai Mubai nodded and continued to clear a path with his claws. Shortly thereafter, he found a relatively flat area not far ahead and cleared the surrounding thickets, revealing a patch of level ground. The group took a moment to rest in the clearing, pulling out their provisions to replenish their energy. Sigh, why haven't we encountered any interesting soul beasts? Zhao Xuan sat on the ground, letting out a sigh. Throughout the journey, he encountered only soul beasts of 10 or 100 years, without even a single one of 1,000 years. Zhao Wujia jestingly scolded. When a 10,000-year soul beast truly appears, you'll probably have no time to flee. Zhao Xuan retorted, if it really comes, I'll make sure it has no chance to escape. Suddenly, a hurried sound began to resonate, akin to something swiftly gliding through the leaves. The group's gaze turned to Zhao Xuan, as if questioning the source of his audacity. Zhu Zhuqing, go investigate, Zhao Wujia ordered in a low voice. Aside from Zhao Xuan and himself, Zhu Zhuqing was the fastest here, and the dean had previously stated that they were not allowed to act recklessly. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly, vanishing from sight. With her martial spirit being the phantom cat, she moved effortlessly through the forest. She nimbly ascended an ancient tree and peered in the direction of the unusual sound. Although the forest floor was overgrown with thorns and brambles, the upper view was relatively expansive. Despite the less-than-ideal visibility, her feline-like sight was hardly impeded. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing relayed her observations, causing Tang San below to gradually brighten with excitement. Oscar, this soul ring suits you perfectly. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? It could potentially yield a soul skill that enhances speed, which would indeed be advantageous for you. However, your analysis is quite astute, Tang San, Zhao Wujia remarked surprised. Throughout their journey, Tang San had swiftly assessed the capabilities and age of each soul beast they encountered, showcasing an impressive depth of knowledge. Of course, just look at who Tang San is a disciple of. Zhao Xuan interjected, rolling his eyes. As the pupil of the continent's foremost theoretical master, it would be somewhat unacceptable if you were unaware of these matters. Speaking of knowledge, the true terror lay in the master himself. Tang San was likely only a fraction of his depth, given that the master dedicated his life to theoretical research. Wait, who is Tang San's teacher? Oscar inquired. Curiosity piqued. Enough chatter, or your soul ring will escape. Zhu Zhuqing, still perched in the tree, furrowed her brow at the group's incessant discussion. The group suddenly snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat ashamed. Yet, Tang San quickly suggested, hold on, Fatty, use your martial spirit to suppress the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Serpents are particularly fearful of avian creatures. Ning Rongrong and Hanse. Zhao Xuan suddenly glanced at Ning Rongrong. Startled, she quickly expressed her delight. All right. 7 beams of colorful light descended upon all Shrek Academy students except Oscar and Ning Rongrong, instilling a sense of euphoria among them. The sensation was indeed extraordinary. Zhao Xuan felt an abundance of power surging through him, as though he could contend with Zhao Wujia. It's here. Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice echoed from above. And in an instant, she transformed into a shadow, diving toward the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The others soon caught sight of the creature, its massive body gliding gracefully through the air. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was remarkable, enhanced by her first soul skill, Phantom Lunge, making her appear as a mere shadow racing towards the snake. Yet, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a 1,000-year soul beast, instinctively twisted its head in alarm and expelled a vibrant mist. Don't panic, it's not poisonous. Zhao Xuan firmly grasped Dai Mubai, who was about to rush forward, having been momentarily flustered despite Tang San's earlier explanation. At that moment, Ma Hongjun completed his possession, releasing the aura of the evil fire phoenix, causing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to falter momentarily. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass on the ground began to grow wildly, ensnaring the serpent's massive body. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake twisted but found itself unable to break free. Phoenix Fire Arrow. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she quickly waved her wand to unleash her second soul skill. A barrage of crimson fire arrows shot forth, illuminating the captured phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which had no means to defend itself against the onslaught. Seeing this, Tang San promptly released the blue-silver grass's hold on the snake. With a thud, the creature's large body fell to the ground, faint wisps of smoke lingering from Hermione's fiery assault. Zhao Xuan crouched down, poking the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with a twig. The beast lay there, barely alive, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. Can this thing be eaten? Zhao Xuan asked Tang San, who paused for a moment before contemplating seriously. It doesn't possess any toxic abilities, so it should be edible. Good. Then once Oscar obtains the soul ring, we can prepare a feast, Zhao Xuan remarked, surveying the several meters of meat on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, lamenting the waste of such a bounty. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Zhao Xuan suddenly noticed Xiao Wu standing quietly behind the group, appearing somewhat out of sorts. Xiao Wu's complexion was pale, and her eyes reflected a hint of reluctance as she gazed at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Noticing her distress, Tang San, ever the protective brother, hurried over, asking, Xiao Wu, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? With her head bowed, her large eyes filled with compassion, she pleaded in an almost desperate tone. Must we really hunt soul beasts? Tang San glanced at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and sighed. The law of nature dictates that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If we're not strong enough, then we would be the ones lying here. For some reason, Zhao Xuan felt an odd sensation and shook his head after looking at Xiao Wu. Oscar, hurry up, lest we linger too long and regret it. Zhao Wujia handed Oscar a small dagger, and Oscar, overjoyed, realized this was his third soul ring. Ma Hongjun, feeling slightly envious, remarked, why the rush? Didn't some people say this morning they wanted to sleep instead of pursuing soul rings? Enough, fatty. Oscar, a support-type soul master, has already broken through to level 30. When will you reach that level? Dai Mubai playfully scolded, giving Ma Hongjun a light slap on the head, well aware of his jealousy. If it weren't for the defect in my martial spirit, I would have reached level 30 by now, Ma Hongjun retorted defiantly. Oscar chuckled, choosing not to engage further, knowing he was soon to become a soul master of the 30th level. As Oscar prepared to deliver the final blow to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a sudden raspy voice rang out, stop. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 36. The Serpent Woman's Aroma, following the voice. Two figures rushed in from the direction of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, an elderly woman and a youthful, striking girl. The crowd turned to look, noting the elderly woman, her hair white and appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, yet her complexion was rosy, and she bore few wrinkles. Holding a snake-headed cane, 6 soul rings floated around her. The young girl, slender and clad in tight-fitting attire that accentuated her well-developed figure, also wielded a snake-headed cane, but had only 2 soul rings. Seeing that the elderly woman was merely a soul emperor, the group felt a sense of relief, yet astonishment soon followed. Realizing that encountering even a single individual of such strength was remarkable in the Stardew Forest. Unbeknownst to them, a sense of astonishment surged within, as the elderly woman approached with an ominous air. Although Zhao Wujing had yet to manifest his martial soul, she could already sense the rippling waves of soul power emanating from within him. an unmistakable indication of at least a soul emperor, if not a soul saint. Zhao Wujing cast a fleeting glance at the serpent-headed staff, his brow furrowing slightly, before suddenly softening his tone, inquiring, "What brings you here?" In a timely manner, Zhao Wujing released his soul rings, 7 luminous circles ascending from beneath his feet, radiating a palpable aura of soul power that dispersed into the surroundings. In the realm of soul masters, strength is the most eloquent form of communication. Indeed, upon witnessing Zhao Wujing's 7 soul rings, the elderly woman's pupils constricted sharply, her demeanor shifting to one of deference as she softly addressed him. "Greetings, esteemed soul saint. Might you permit this young child to take the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake?" As she spoke, she stepped aside to reveal a young girl behind her, who gazed curiously at the group from Shrek with her deep brown eyes. "Big brother Dai, this girl is even more beautiful than San Hui's," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with admiration, nearly drooling over the sight. "Don't stir up trouble. This situation is far from simple," Dai Mubai cautioned in a hushed tone. "What is so complicated? It's merely a soul emperor," Ma Hongjun retorted, glancing at the elderly woman with a dismissive pout. "If it were truly as simple as that, would teacher Zhao waste his breath?" Dai Mubai rolled his eyes. Realizing his folly, Ma Hongjun quickly fell silent. Indeed, if she were just a soul emperor, would teacher Zhao engage in such discourse? Zhao Wujing gestured to Oscar, signaling him to wait, then turned back to the elderly woman and asked, "Why is that?" "Because we were the first to discover and initiate the hunt for this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It simply slipped away due to its elusive nature," she explained. Hearing this, Tang San instinctively crouched down to inspect the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and a look of astonishment crossed his face as he subtly signaled Zhao Wujing. Understanding the implications, Zhao Wujing felt compelled to uphold the honor of Shrek Academy, realizing that he could not let a few young rogues claim the fruits of their hunt without consequence. "Before we proceed, may I inquire your esteemed name?" Zhao Wujing asked coldly. The elderly woman's expression gradually stiffened, realizing that this matter would not resolve amicably. "I am Chao Tianxiang, honored by friends in the Soul Master community with the title of Snake Matriarch. My husband is known as Long Gong. We have come to the Stardoe Forest to procure a 3rd soul ring for my granddaughter. I kindly ask for your generosity and assistance." Zhao Wujing narrowed his eyes, sensing that this elderly woman was not to be trifled with. It was evident that there lay some apprehension regarding Long Gong. Indeed, after hearing Chao Tianxiang's words, Zhao Wujing's expression darkened, and he restrained the anxious Oscar, saying in a low tone, "I hadn't expected to meet the renowned snake matriarch in person." "I am honored." Chao Tianxiang gracefully bowed. "I dare not presume. I am yet unaware of your esteemed name." "Zhao Wujing," he replied. "Zhao Wujing. Could it be that you are the unmoving King Zhao Wujing?" The snake matriarch's expression shifted, her smile tinged with bitterness. I wondered where such a young soul saint had emerged. Although she held a degree of respect for Zhao Wujing, she was not intimidated, swiftly steering the conversation to the matter at hand. "I am slightly older than you, so I shall take the liberty of calling you Brother Zhao. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is of utmost importance to my granddaughter, who is currently at level 30 with a snake-headed staff as her martial soul. It is our discovery, and it merely slipped away. Might you kindly allow us to take it? I assure you, there will be ample rewards in the future." Zhao Wujing chuckled softly. "Sister, I'm afraid that one do. We happen to have someone who has also reached level 30, and this was captured by those young ones. I cannot simply hand it over." "What a flimsy excuse. You simply do not wish to return it, do you? Do you believe these youngsters can capture a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? They likely haven't even reached the level of a Grand Soul Master." The young girl beside Chao Tianxiang interjected, her dissatisfaction evident. "Enough," Chao Tianxiang admonished her, fully aware that Zhao Wujing would not deceive her regarding such matters. She looked curiously at the Shrek group and asked, "Are you implying that someone here has indeed reached level 30? Although she posed it as a question, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the eldest, Dai Mubai. After all, the entire group from Shrek appeared quite youthful, most appearing around 12 or 13 years of age, with only Dai Mubai being slightly older. Nevertheless, Chao Tianxiang found it hard to fathom that this seemingly 15 or 16-year-old boy could possess greater talent than her granddaughter. Zhao Wujing smirked. "If you doubt it, perhaps seeing is believing. Shrek Academy, release your soul rings." With Zhao Wujing's command, The 9 members of Shrek simultaneously activated their soul rings, creating a dazzling display of circles that surrounded them. Instantly, Chao Tianxiang and the girl's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. How can this be? Grand Soul Master, Soul Venerable. The fact that among these 9 children, 7 were Grand Soul Masters, and the 2 who had broken through 30 were a Soul Venerable and an even younger child, left her in disbelief. She could not deny the reality before her. Each boy and girl's talent surpassed that of her granddaughter, and it was not merely one, but a whole group. Chao Tianxiang's face bore an expression of bitter realization. Your academy is truly a gathering of prodigies. Indeed, we are quite fortunate, Zhao Wujing replied modestly, though his expression betrayed immense pride. Child, how old are you? Suddenly, Chao Tianxiang directed her inquiry at Zhao Xuan. I just turned 12 a few months ago, Zhao Xuan replied nonchalantly. Considering that Tang San was born in January, he was 5 months younger, making him only 2 months past his 12th birthday. 12? Chao Tianxiang's body trembled, and the girl beside her visibly paled, feeling a heavy blow to her confidence. Taking a deep breath, a look of intense apprehension flickered in Chao Tianxiang's eyes. This group of youngsters, once grown, would undoubtedly become soul saints, and there was even the potential for them to rise to the level of title de law. She scrutinized Zhao Xuan deeply, yet she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily, recognizing that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was indeed well-suited for her granddaughter. And which among you has broken through to level 30? Chao Tianxiang's tone softened slightly. Oscar, step forward, Zhao Wujing commanded, pulling the timid Oscar from behind him, as the boy had been attempting to avoid conflict. Oscar stepped forward with a nervous chuckle. Greetings, esteemed snake matriarch. Although the boy had an unusual appearance, with an abundant mane of hair, Chao Tianxiang's keen eyes quickly discerned that he was quite young. Chao Tianxiang nodded and then proposed to Zhao Wujing, since we cannot reach a resolution, why not allow the younger generation to settle this themselves? What do you mean? Zhao Wujing inquired, his expression growing curious. They are all stuck at level 30. Let them spar and determine the victor. Chao Tianxiang elaborated, believing her suggestion to be fair. Cough, cough. Zhao Wujing cleared his throat. Sister Chao, I fear that may not be as straightforward as you wish. Chao Tianxiang frowned, her expression showing slight anger as she slammed her serpent-headed staff against the ground. Boom! Zhao Wujing, do you think I'm easy to bully just because my husband is not present? That is not my intention, Sister Chao. My student is an auxiliary soul master. Zhao Wujing laughed awkwardly, a sheepish expression on his face. What? Chao Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 37. The Contest of the Support System? Chao Tianxiang thought she had misheard and hesitantly asked again. Indeed, it was still the food system. Zhao Wujia displayed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Still the food system? Chao Tianxiang's heart tightened. The food system was inherently more challenging to cultivate than the ordinary soul master. Yet, this youth had managed to break through to level 30 at merely 14 or 15 years of age. Chao Tianxiang's eyes sparkled. If such a talented food system soul master could be recruited into her sect, it would be a tremendous gain. Zhao Wujia seemed to perceive Chao Tianxiang's intentions and cleared his throat. Sister Chao, how about this? Among my disciples, there are a few at level 29. Perhaps they could substitute for Oscar in the contest. Snake Lady had lost count of how many times she had been stunned. Were it not for Zhao Wujia's presence, she would have ensured that this group of young men and women was taken back to her sect without exception. When they matured, they could potentially rival even the top 3 sections. However, with Zhao Wujia beside her, she could only bury this thought deep within her heart and express her envy and jealousy. Your academy truly is fortunate. Haha, just average, Zhao Wujia replied, grinning broadly. So, who among you will step forward for the duel? Ignoring Zhao Wujia's self-satisfaction, Chao Tianxiang turned to the Shrek group. Presently, only 2 from Shrek Academy were at level 29, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu felt inexplicably dejected, leaving Tang San to step forward. Let me handle it, he stated with calm determination. Zhao Wujia nodded. If he were to rely on any of the young prodigies, it would be Tang San. Despite the lingering memory of the boy's earlier awkwardness at the start of school, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. This young man was formidable, and his words often led to trouble. Though aged, Chao Tianxiang's keen eyes remained sharp. She scrutinized Tang San from head to toe before nodding. Very well, you are confident, right? Naturally, she would not oppose, as Tang San's soul power was only at level 29. Technically, her granddaughter had the advantage. Absolutely, Meng Yiran replied coolly. Although the talents of these youths were a significant blow to her, the prospect of obtaining a soul ring was far more infuriating. It was well known that her martial soul was the snake head staff, and finding a suitable snake soul beast was no easy task. The two stood firm, introducing themselves. Meng Yiran, martial soul, snake staff, level 30, two-ring battle soul master. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 29, battle soul master. Your martial soul is blue silvergrass? And you are at level 29? Meng Yiran frowned, incredulous. Is that even possible? Can blue silvergrass be cultivated? Is there a problem? Tang San replied nonchalantly, having encountered such skepticism before. Beside them, Chao Tianxiang was equally astonished and instinctively glanced at Zhao Wujia. Blue silvergrass can indeed be cultivated? Zhao Xuan couldn't help but scoff. What's so strange about that? Any martial soul with soul power can be cultivated, let alone little San, who possesses innate full soul power. Innate full soul power? Chao Tianxiang felt her eyes nearly brim with tears. Cursed be this Shrek Academy. How could such prodigies exist? The members of Shrek shot disdainful glances at Chao Tianxiang. What was so peculiar about this? In fact, among the 9 of Shrek, there were quite a few with innate full soul power. Zhao Xuan, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar accounted for over half of their number, while the rest had at least innate soul power of level 8. As the breeze swept through, rustling the leaves, sunlight filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees, creating beams of brilliant light. Tang San gently raised his right hand. Please. Meng Yiran, already furious, would naturally not hold back, especially with 2 soul emperors and a soul saint nearby. She had no fear of losing control. Grasping her 2-meter-long snakehead staff, she swung fiercely at Tang San. Although she appeared delicate, her methods were exceptionally domineering. Zhao Xuan and Zhao Wujia remained vigilant, apprehensive for Tang San's safety. Tang San, unhurried, understood that while a longer weapon could be more powerful, it also bore a critical flaw: lack of agility. However, with his mastery of Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Tang San's movements were particularly exceptional. With a series of graceful evasions, Tang San effortlessly dodged Meng Yiran's onslaught. After several attempts, he seized the opportunity. First soul skill bind. Activate. The bluish-black blue-silver grass surged from the ground, enveloping Meng Yiran like a dumpling. Tang San smiled. I believe this contest can come to an end. He had confidence in his first soul skill, particularly the paralyzing toxin derived from the mandala snake. Meng Yiran's delicate face turned frosty, arrogant. With a cold snort, she activated her 2 soul rings, and her form slipped out of the layers of blue-silver grass as if she were a shedding snake. Sans signe danger. Tang San swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed on Meng Yiran. Not poisoned? Zhao Xuan mused. What can surpass a snake's resistance to toxins? She must have some immunity. Wow. Zhao Xuan, is that all you can focus on? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. What? Zhao Xuan turned to observe, noting the bright-eyed expressions of Ma Hongjun. Oscar and Daimu Bai, their breaths heavy, while several girls looked noticeably pale. A surge of realization struck Zhao Xuan as he turned back towards the battlefield, and his eyes nearly bulged. Wow, little San, your soul skill is incredible. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Tang San's first soul skill, blue silvergrass, had injected paralyzing toxin through sharp spines. Though Meng Yiran was not poisoned, her attire bore numerous small tears, revealing glimpses of her figure. You scoundrel. Meng Yiran was a mix of anger and humiliation, wielding her snake head staff with even greater ferocity. Tang San found himself at a loss for words. Forced to evade as the snake's mouth of the staff bore a blade that sliced through the ordinary blue silvergrass like a hot knife through butter. Meng Yiran's aggressive attacks pressed on, but as Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye and struck at the 7-inch mark, the staff jolted, startling her. She deftly directed the snake blade to slide down towards Tang San's hand. Yet, Tang San had honed a peculiar technique, and with a surge of power his hand, as unyielding as jade, seized the snake blade. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate, gradually engaging in a contest of soul power. This is not looking good, Zhao Wujia murmured. What? Zhao Xuan inquired. A contest of soul power was an exceedingly perilous duel. A moment's negligence could lead to grievous injuries. Will little San be all right? Xiao Wu, though typically distracted, had been attentive to Tang San's movements and now voiced her concern. Uncertain, Zhao Wujie replied, his focus unwavering on the two. Logically, Meng Yiran's soul power was more profound than Tang San's, yet her eagerness to attack had allowed Tang San to steadily hold his ground, gradually matching her strength as her soul power waned, and he began to gain the upper hand. Let us strike together. The soul rings are yours. Snake Lady gestured to Chao Tianxiang, shaking her head. It wasn't he worth it for a single soul ring. Zhao Wujie smiled. This is the best outcome we could hope for. The two individuals launched their attacks almost simultaneously, aiding one another in withdrawing from the clash of spiritual energies. Meng Yiran's complexion turned pale as she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, appearing exceedingly fragile. Tang San, too, was not faring well. He felt his spiritual power roiling within his internal organs. Yet this allowed for a clearer assessment of who had the upper hand. Oscar hurriedly approached, eager to ingratiate himself, holding a pile of sausages with a beaming smile. Little San, you've worked hard. Tang San shook his head, temporarily declining the offering, and with a respectful gesture towards Meng Yiran, he said, "Thank you for your guidance." Naturally, Meng Yiran did not respond kindly. After shooting Tang San a glare filled with resentment, she stormed off, exclaiming, "Let us go, Grandma." Ko Shangxiang, concerned for Meng Yiran's well-being, said nothing further and quickly followed. Chapter 38. Joyous events abound finally. That old hag has left. After Meng Yiran and Ko Shangxiang departed, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Are you afraid of Zhao Laoshe? Ma Hongjun scolded. Of course. Zhao Wujie shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. I fear anyone whose spiritual power surpasses mine. And while that serpent matron does not concern me, her husband, Long Gong, is a different matter entirely. This couple is quite renowned in the realm of spirit masters. Only you youngsters are oblivious to their reputation. How formidable are they? Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. You needn't dwell on that. Your strength is slightly inferior to mine. Even if you utilize your peculiar soul skills, it remains the same. Their martial soul fusion technique is capable of holding its own against the title de Luo. Zhao Wujie remarked with a hint of admiration. Confronting a title de Luo, everyone present was taken aback. Dai Mubai instinctively glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who frowned slightly and turned her head away. All right, Oscar, you should absorb the spirit ring quickly to avoid complications. If that serpent matron brings Long Gong here, we'll be in trouble, Zhao Wujie urged. Oscar, startled, realized that if the spirit ring slipped away, he would regret it immensely. Without hesitation, he began to absorb the spirit ring after vanquishing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Little San, you should tend to your injuries as well, Xiao Wu said, concerned as she supported Tang San. Though his injuries were not as severe as Meng Yiran's, he had still sustained internal damage. Tang San nodded and began to meditate for healing. Meanwhile, the others remained vigilant, keeping watch around them, with Zhao Wujie particularly anxious about the return of the serpent matron and Long Gong. Approximately half an hour later, the spirit ring materializing before Oscar gradually enveloped him. A lustrous purple spirit ring appeared above the two yellow rings already encircling him. At that moment, Oscar opened his eyes. The group collectively sighed in relief. After much tribulation, Oscar had finally ascended to the rank of Spirit Elder. For your sake, we have thoroughly offended the mighty dragon serpent capable of contending with the title de Luo. Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of envy. Zhao Wujie grabbed Ma Hongjun and tossed him aside, then inquired, Oscar, what is your third spirit skill? A look of excitement spread across Oscar's face as he chuckled softly, building suspense before finally revealing, flying. Flying. The group paused in astonishment, and Zhao Xian looked at Oscar skeptically. Is that true? Oscar feigned despair. As my confidant, how can you doubt me like this? Zhao Wujie could no longer contain his irritation and kicked Oscar slightly, impatiently urging him to elaborate. Oscar complied, though his joy was evident despite his attempt at seriousness. My third spirit skill is flying. Although there's a time limit, I can soar at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute. The speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Recalling its previous velocity, the group realized that it was indeed impressive. He could cover 2 kilometers in a minute. Not bad at all, you rascal. Dai Mubai teased. This is a divine skill. Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar with a complex expression. Had she once looked down upon such a soul master, one born with innate, full spiritual power? A food system soul master breaking through to spirit elder at 14? The revelation of his third skill, flying, left her feeling utterly dejected, even more so than the comparison to him. Zhao Xuan, intrigued, approached Oscar. Quickly, give me one. Oscar's smile faltered slightly, and he hesitated. You all better not mock my soul skill. We won T. Zhao Xuan, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai assured him earnestly. Oscar eyed them suspiciously and whispered, I have a mushroom sausage. At his words, silence fell over the group. Oscar quickly turned to face the trio. Upon hearing his soul skill, stiffened momentarily before an uncontrollable wave of laughter erupted from them. Even the girls and Zhao Wujia joined in. We agreed not to laugh. Oscar protested, flustered. Ahem, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Zhao Xian chuckled, realizing Oscar truly had a knack for humor. As Zhao Xian glanced at the peculiar creation in Oscar's hand, his expression shifted to one of incredulity. The others noticed his reaction and followed his gaze, their eyes turning equally strange. The girls blushed furiously, and even the usually composed Zhu Qing turned crimson. Pervert. Hermione's gaze flickered, her cheeks flushed, feeling utterly bewildered by the existence of such a martial soul. What's going on? Xiao Wu looked at everyone in confusion. What a strange. Oscar, initially indignant, fell silent when he looked down at his own mushroom sausage, staring in astonishment. Wow, that's odd. Oscar's creation retained the general shape of a sausage, resembling his first soul skill's large sausage, but with a peculiar mushroom cap protruding from the top. It was hard not to think of it inappropriately. Faced with the group's gaze, Oscar felt utterly helpless. This was beyond his control. It just turned out this way. Are you going to eat it or not? Xiao Wu huffed, looking at the group with frustration. Zhao Xian coughed lightly and leaned closer to Xiao Wu, whispering, let us wait until Tang San recovers to tell you. He figured revealing it to Xiao Wu might spoil the delicate image Tang San had cultivated for her. What are you talking about? Just as they were chatting, the healing Tang San suddenly opened his eyes in confusion. Huh, little San, you're awake. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face lighting up as she embraced Tang San's arm. It's nothing. Since everything is fine, let us hurry back to the academy, Zhao Wujia said, clearly wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic, as he still harbored concerns in his heart. Wait a moment, Teacher Zhao, Tang San exclaimed urgently. What is it? Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, aware that lingering in the Stardow forest posed significant dangers. I've broken through to level 30. I also need a spirit ring. That's not a big deal, is it? What did you say? You've also broken through to level 30? Zhao Wujia, initially taken aback, suddenly lunged forward, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Tang San nodded, a hint of joy crossing his features. Xiao San, you are remarkable. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha, not bad, Xiao San. Though you still fall a bit short compared to me, Zhao Xian remarked with a tone of mock humility, genuinely pleased for Tang San, yet feeling the need to temper any pride. After all, he himself was the proudest among them. Zhao Wujia wore a complex expression. He hadn't anticipated such twists during their expedition to the Stardow forest. Suddenly recalling something, he asked seriously, Tang San, tell me, how old are you? Down to the month? 12 years and 7 months. And you? How long has it been since you broke through to Spirit Elder? Zhao Wujia turned to Zhao Xian. 11 years and 10 months. Zhao Wujia had initially intended to use the talents of Tang San and Zhao Xian to instill some humility in the other younger members. But he found himself feeling a sense of defeat instead. You all, he sighed, intending to speak further, but seeing the expressions of the others, he decided against it. Let us move on. Everyone looks quite disheartened. Despite being top-tier talents in any context, here they felt utterly inadequate. The group's gaze fell upon the source of their dismay. Their expressions complicated. Zhao Xian, Chapter 39. Titan, Giant Ape. None had expected Tang San to break through to level 30. This was a delightful surprise for the Shrek team after arriving in the Stardow Forest. With Oscar, their mobile food supply, there was no need to venture out for supplies until they helped Tang San acquire his spirit ring. After searching for a considerable time, they encountered only a few spirit beasts of 10 or 100 years, and not a single one 1,000 years. As twilight descended, the night sky twinkled with stars, prompting the group to seek a place to settle for the night. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia, leading the group, halted, exclaiming in surprise. Defensive formation. With a low growl, a terrifying aura emanated from him as his great bear spirit manifested, 7 spirit rings rising from his feet. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly shielded the most vulnerable among them, Oscar and Ning Rongrong. What is happening? Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai asked, scanning the surroundings with uncertainty. Zhao Wujia's brow furrowed deeply, cold sweat forming on his forehead in mere moments. A great terror approaches. He sensed a chilling presence that sent shivers down his spine. Praying it wasn't he directed at them. Ning Rongrong, sensing the impending danger, quickly activated the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to enhance the speed and strength of her companions, hesitating briefly before extending the boost to Zhao Wujia as well. However, the strain of enhancing someone of Zhao Wujia as high spirit power took its toll, causing her complexion to pale as she exhausted her own energy. Zhao Wujia glanced at Ning Rongrong, his expression stern, yet internally he appreciated the added strength. Meanwhile, Oscar busily prepared sausages for everyone, just in case. Suddenly, a series of faint sounds echoed from afar, as if a colossal creature was moving through the earth. They could even hear the thunderous crashes of trees falling in the distance. The group's faces turned pale with fear. What kind of spirit beast could this be? In the crowd, Xiao Wu bit her lip, urgency flickering in her eyes, as the sounds drew nearer with astonishing speed. Before Zhao Wujia could even call out to run, a massive figure leapt from the distant forest, soaring into the air, its colossal form casting a shadow that obscured the night sky. When it descended, it crashed before the group with the force of a comet striking the earth. Boom! It landed with a thunderous impact, toppling countless ancient trees, the sound of breaking branches echoing like firecrackers, while leaves and debris were sent swirling in the wind. Zhao Wujia stood firm, creating a protective barrier of spirit power to shield the others from the onslaught. As the chaos settled, they finally beheld the spirit beast before them. It resembled a mountain, its dark fur shimmering faintly under the dim starlight. Even on all fours, its shoulders towered above 7 meters, and if it stood upright, it would exceed 15 meters in height. To the eye, it was a creature that appeared to be both ape and gorilla. Its body was entirely black except for its enormous, lantern-like eyes that sparkled like yellow crystals. In the night, it was nearly invisible unless it moved. This behemoth's physique was astonishingly robust, its muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills across its form. Is that the Titan giant ape? Even a usually composed Tang San gasped in shock. The forest's apex predator, the Titan giant ape? Despite their unfamiliarity with various spirit beasts, they had heard tales of this terrifying creature, likely a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. The Titan giant ape stood silently before them, seemingly observing the group, its breath faintly visible as white mist escaped its nostrils. A crushing pressure enveloped them, rendering their bodies rigid with fear. Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth. I will hold it off. You all must flee. Activating his first, second, third, and fifth spirit rings simultaneously, their brilliance illuminated the area. And Zhao Wujia's presence grew ominously powerful, as if he were the indomitable king of the continent. With his spirit abilities unleashed, Zhao Wujia charged fearlessly at the Titan giant ape. Hey, Teacher Zhao, it seems a bit unfair for you to hog such a formidable opponent, Zhao Xuan said, bracing against the Titan giant ape's pressure and taking a deep breath before boldly declaring, You little brat. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but mutter under his breath as he noticed Zhao Xuan following closely behind. The two charged toward the Titan giant ape, leaving the remaining youths stunned. Tang San urged softly, You all go. I'll assist them. Dai Mubai replied coldly, Xiao San, let me handle this. Before his words fell, a shadowy figure surged toward the Titan giant ape. Zhu Zhuqing, Hermione exclaimed in alarm from behind. Enough, you two. No one is retreating. Shrek Academy has no such rule. Oscar interjected with a smile. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, each face reflecting the weight of retreat. Taking a deep breath, Tang San declared, Then let us go. As Zhao Wujia and Zhao Xuan advanced toward the Titan giant ape, the beast, naturally, would not remain passive and endure their assault. Its massive arms lifted, then swung down with tremendous force, the winds howling in response. Zhao Xian's gaze darkened as the first soul ring on his body suddenly illuminated. The initial soul skill, immovable. The Titan giant ape's movements halted instantly, allowing Zhao Wujia and Zhao Xuan to evade the impending attack with agility. What a splendid skill! Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, recalling the time he had suffered under this very technique. The Titan giant ape possessed immense soul power, and Zhao Xian's first soul skill could only restrain it for a mere second. Hence, after dodging the massive paw, the two immediately launched an assault upon the beast's body. Bang! Bang! As the confinement effect dissipated, the Titan giant ape's eyes barely flickered before two fists struck its form with great force. Although both attacks were formidable, the Titan giant ape merely staggered back a few steps, seemingly unscathed. Its hide is too thick. Zhao Xuan quickly retreated, feeling a headache brewing. Indeed, it was a forest overlord that even titled Duos found challenging. Despite sustaining minimal damage, the fact that two mere humans could injure it sent the Titan giant ape into a furious rage, its fists pounding against its chest with a resounding thud, its aura growing increasingly terrifying. Suddenly, a multitude of blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, encircling the Titan giant ape's legs. Tang San, Zhao Wujia, and Zhao Xuan turned to see all the Shrek Academy students gathered. A bunch of unruly little monsters. Zhao Wujia felt a surge of frustration. What purpose would they serve in this moment? The Titan giant ape, seemingly oblivious, charged towards the group, snapping the blue-silver grasses as if they were mere twigs. This is bad, Zhao Xuan exclaimed, activating his third soul ring. The third soul skill, telecommunication fraud. In an instant, Zhao Xuan dashed to the front of the Titan giant ape, which appeared momentarily startled by his sudden appearance, its movements slowing. Zhao Xuan wasted no time, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's face. Despite the Titan giant ape's formidable defense, its face remained a vulnerable target. The Titan giant ape yelped in pain, instinctively swatting at Zhao Xuan, sending him flying. Zhao Xuan. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's attack arrived late. Enraged, he landed a punch upon the Titan giant ape. However, the beast paid no heed, swiftly grabbing Xiao Wu from the crowd and retreating into the forest. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. With Tang San's eyes widening in horror, Xiao Wu, "Teacher Zhao, keep an eye on them. I'm going." Zhao Xuan struggled to rise, his chest ablaze with pain, crimson blood trickling from his lips as he bellowed at the others. "Zhao Xuan, come back," Tang San cried in alarm. "Zhao Xuan," the rest called out anxiously. Chapter 40. A kick that sends flying. The Star Dove forest stretched vast and sprawling. Even during the day, it was easy to get lost. However, the Titan giant ape's towering stature left a path of destruction in its wake, making it relatively simple to track its trail under the cover of night. Damn it! Zhao Xuan pursued closely, his gaze fixed ahead, hoping to catch up to the Titan giant ape. Seizing a moment, he retrieved the sausages prepared by Oscar to mend his wounds. The Titan giant ape's earlier strike had indeed left its mark, despite his robust physique. Moreover, that was merely a casual swipe from the Titan giant ape. Zhao Xuan pondered with frustration. If the Titan giant ape had unleashed its full strength with a punch, he would likely be incapacitated for half a year. The scenery whizzed past him, and even shadows trailed behind him, yet the Titan giant ape remained elusive. Why did the Titan giant ape take Xiao Wu? Zhao Xuan mused while chasing, recalling that even after he struck in the face, the Titan giant ape's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Wu. There was no fury. Rather, it bore a peculiar expression, almost akin to longing. Zhao Xuan was uncertain. While many 10,000-year-old beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans, could they truly express emotions? If so, why did the Titan giant ape regard Xiao Wu with such intensity? After a relentless pursuit, Zhao Xuan suddenly halted, grasping Oscar's mushroom sausage, its peculiar appearance causing him to frown. Resolutely, he closed his eyes and consumed several bites. 6 ethereal wings sprouted from his back, rapidly propelling his body into the air, soaring above the dense treetops. Zhao Xuan felt a surge of astonishment, but soon noticed unusual movements in a grove ahead. There, he thought, his focus sharpening, as he maneuvered the 6 wings towards the disturbance. Without a doubt, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was swift, had it not been for the element of surprise. Capturing such a soul beast would have been exceedingly difficult. Ahead, he spotted Xiao Wu clutched in the Titan giant ape's hand, yet she bore no signs of distress. instead questioning the forest's ruler with an earnest demeanor. As the Titan giant ape dashed deeper into the Stardoe forest, it glanced back at Zhao Wu, its large eyes emanating a gentle humanity. Oh, 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 oh. Even if you and Deming miss me, you can't do this. Do you realize they are all my friends? Upon hearing the Titan giant ape's response, Zhao Wu's expression softened considerably, yet she continued to admonish it sternly. After all, Zhao Xuan had been sent flying by a single blow from Deming. Although Zhao Xuan was robust, what if something serious had happened? The Titan giant ape remained silent, hastening deeper into the woods. Zhao Wu's eyes twinkled. Are you angry? Oh, the Titan giant ape replied. Gradually, a smile graced Zhao Wu's face, her eyes curving like crescent moons as she rested her head gently on the Titan giant ape's finger, teasingly saying, Silly, I would never forget you and Deming. You're both my dearest friends. The Titan giant ape turned to glance at her, speaking cautiously. Oh, truly, I would never deceive you. Sister Zhao Wu never lies. No, she never deceives beasts, she vowed, patting her chest for emphasis. The Titan giant ape's face broke into a genuine smile, revealing a set of large, gleaming yellow teeth, resembling a human's. Oh, Deming, your breath stinks. Zhao Wu scrunched her nose in disdain at the Titan giant ape. The creature, unfazed, continued to display its broad grin towards her. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuan, having fully activated his wings, finally caught up to the Titan giant ape. Upon arrival, he saw the creature's enormous maw fixed on Zhao Wu. Still want to eat her? Zhao Xian's heart raced with anger. Hey, you big fool in front. Let Zhao Wu go. Zhao Xian roared. Huh? How did Zhao Xian catch up? Zhao Wu stared in astonishment at Zhao Xian high above. 6 wings? Is that the effect of Oscar's new sausage? Oh, the Titan giant ape glanced back, then called out to Zhao Wu. No, that's my friend. You mustn't harm him. Zhao Wu urgently warned, her gaze filled with a fierce admonition. The Titan giant ape's expression reflected a human-like helplessness, and it had no choice but to quicken its pace. Trying to escape? This is bad. The effect of the mushroom sausage is about to wear off. The 6 wings behind Zhao Xuan flickered, and he inwardly cursed his luck. First soul skill, immovable. With swift decisiveness, Zhao Xuan promptly unleashed his first soul skill, immobilizing the Titan great ape before swiftly pursuing it. Observing the sudden halt of the Titan great ape, Zhao Wu immediately grasped that Zhao Xian's first soul skill had taken effect. She hurriedly whispered into the ape's ear, urging it to use only a fraction of its strength, no more than 30,000 years, and to flee as soon as it was free. After issuing her hurried instructions, Zhao Wu raised her voice towards the rapidly approaching Zhao Xuan, calling out, Zhao Xuan, run. Don't worry about me. If I don't bring you back, Tang San will lose his mind. Zhao Xuan roared in response. In an instant, he was nearly upon them, but the Titan great ape had already broken free from its confinement. With a deafening roar, it swung a massive fist toward Zhao Xuan. Remembering Zhao Wu's instructions midway, it reduced its power slightly. However, upon impact, Zhao Xian's body was nonetheless violently shattered. Foolish giant, I'm right behind you. Zhao Xian's voice echoed as he delivered a swift kick to the back of the Titan great ape's head. Stumbling, the Titan great ape instinctively turned to glare at Zhao Xuan, uttering a couple of agitated roars. Zhao Xuan, retreating swiftly, raised an eyebrow and remarked, still angry? With Zhao Wu's back turned towards Zhao Xuan, she felt a bit embarrassed by his words, realizing he was indeed speaking to her. She continued in a hushed tone. If it strikes you, you can retaliate, but do not harm it. The Titan great ape seemed even more enraged, stomping its feet, causing the very forest to tremble. In the distance, soul beasts out foraging in the night scattered in a panic, startled by this overwhelming aura. What is the matter? You took my friend and you're still angry? Release her at once. Spare my life. Zhao Xuan exclaimed, oblivious to the Titan great ape's thoughts. Yet his imagination ran wild with its words. If Zhao Wujing were to hear this, he would undoubtedly tremble, questioning who had given Zhao Xuan the audacity to speak thus to the sovereign of the Stardoe forest. Although driving the Titan great ape away without causing harm was challenging, Zhao Wu cautioned, if you injure it, I will never speak to you again. After a few discreet coughs, she added softly. The Titan great ape, infuriated, pondered its predicament. It could not return to the depths of the Stardoe forest while this human remained. It lowered its imposing presence, exerting pressure on Zhao Xuan, and swiftly swiped a paw at him. Anticipating the move, Zhao Xuan adeptly dodged, the massive paw whistling past him and nearly sending him plummeting from the sky. Zhao Xuan quickly regained his balance, only to be met with a sudden kick from the Titan Great Ape. The creature's uneven footing caused its massive form to crash to the ground, but the kick landed solidly on Zhao Xuan. With a resounding thud, Zhao Xuan was sent soaring into the air. "Oh no!" he gasped, the shock causing him to cough up blood mid-flight. "Didn't I tell you to go easy?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, watching in disbelief as Zhao Xuan vanished into the horizon. The Titan Great Ape, flipping onto its feet, continued its course deeper into the Stardow Forest while responding to Xiao Wu. "I didn't hold back." Xiao Wu cast a skeptical glance at the Titan Great Ape, which remained unfazed. The giant thought to itself that as long as she survived, it was sufficient. Chapter 41. Transformation with a splash. Zhao Xuan plummeted from the sky, landing directly in a lake, the icy water enveloping him instantly. Caught off guard, he gulped down several mouthfuls of lake water. "Ugh!" he exclaimed as he surfaced, quickly spitting out the water he had swallowed, fearing he might burst from fullness. After swimming to the shore, he shook off the water and looked around in bewilderment. "Where am I?" The night had deepened, stars twinkled in the sky, and a bright silver moon hung overhead. Before him lay a small lake, the gentle breeze rippling its surface and shattering the reflection of the moon, while fireflies danced gracefully amidst the shadowy trees. Zhao Xuan felt a sense of disorientation. Where had the Titan Great Ape flung him? Where he gnawed at him as he thought of Xiao Wu, wishing fervently to attain the rank of titled law swiftly, so he could return and deal with that Titan Great Ape. Examining his body, he suspected a rib was fractured, but aside from that, he felt relatively unscathed. Yet, even a single broken rib was excruciating. "Damn it, that hurts!" Zhao Xuan groaned, leaning against a large tree by the lake, feeling sharp pains in his left rib. Surveying his surroundings, all was enveloped in darkness, emanating an eerie and foreboding ambience. With a sigh, he suppressed the pain and began to meditate to restore his soul power. Slowly closing his eyes, he was enveloped in darkness, but just as he settled into his meditation, he felt a tremor in his mind, as if something was attempting to break free from its seal. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of purple light streaked across his vision. Startled, Zhao Xuan opened his eyes to find nothing unusual around him. Was that an illusion? He murmured, furrowing his brow. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. In a moment of realization, Zhao Xuan instinctively pressed his hand against the purple mark on his forehead, pondering deeply. Could it be? This mark had not existed initially. It had gradually manifested after Zhao Xuan awakened his martial soul, silently appearing. Had it not been for its increasingly deep hue, he might have remained oblivious to its presence. To confirm his suspicions, Zhao Xuan closed his eyes once more. In that instant, the purple light flashed again, darting through the darkness. Zhao Xuan quickly discerned its form. This purple light was in fact a divine lightning. He froze, memories from a distant past resurfacing. It was the very divine lightning he had encountered before. Suddenly, he recalled the moment of his death in his previous life, when a rift had torn through the heavens, shimmering with this very purple divine lightning. Moreover, during his descent into that chaotic realm, he had been struck by this purple divine lightning. How could this be within me? Zhao Xuan pondered, feeling a headache coming on. Though only a few seconds had passed in that chaotic realm, the agony he experienced was eternally etched in his memory, causing him to tremble at the thought. Besides the relentless chaos compressing his soul, the errant purple divine lightning had also intermittently struck him, making him feel as if his very soul were being torn apart. While Zhao Xuan was lost in thought, the divine lightning he had since began to transform, coalescing into a dazzling array of purple-golden runes that vanished into the vast darkness. Gradually, these runes materialized within his mind. In that moment, Zhao Xuan's heart resumed its rhythm, the thumping echoing as if it could be heard. With each heartbeat, his vitality surged through his body, racing through his fragile veins. One could even faintly hear the sound of flowing water as it coursed through him. As Zhao Xuan's body began to throb with intense pain, the purple-golden runes materialized in his mind, coursing through his veins and manifesting in every corner of his being. However, the rapid flow of blood had compromised the walls of his blood vessels. The purple golden runes possessed an otherworldly mystique. Each ruptured vessel was mended by these runes, restoring the damage. In this intricate dance of life and death, a soft purple golden light began to radiate from Zhao Xuan, appearing almost divine from a distance. Yet, he was far from comfortable. As the surging blood left his scalp tingling and his mind enveloped in a haze, his senses becoming sporadic. It felt as though he were gradually becoming blind, deaf, and mute. Panic surged within him. A fine layer of blood beads emerged from the pores of his skin, mingled with faint black impurities as tiny runes began to appear across his body. Suddenly, with a violent cough, Zhao Xuan expelled a mouthful of blood, the stench overwhelming. After this release, he felt a peculiar lightness envelop him. His consciousness became increasingly blurred. He sensed that his body was undergoing a profound transformation. Yet the pain emanating from all parts of him was unbearable. His soul power seemed to have no effect during this metamorphosis, firmly suppressed by the enigmatic purple golden runes. In the midst of this hazy chaos, the purple golden runes gradually enveloped Zhao Xuan's entire being, as small purple lightning-like streaks flickered across his surface, prancing joyfully like spirited young steeds. Suddenly, a brilliant purple golden divine lightning flashed through his consciousness, shaking the very fabric of existence. As the divine lightning passed, the chaotic consciousness fragmented, dispersing the boundless turmoil, while a streak of purple golden light began as a tiny point, expanding to carve out a realm of its own. Gradually, Zhao Xuan's consciousness began to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a pure purple golden hue, with a chaotic backdrop beyond it. At the center of the purple golden region within the chaos stood a diminutive figure, resembling himself yet distinctly younger, with a round head and a curious expression marked by a lightning-shaped insignia on his forehead. This figure's large, inquisitive eyes mirrored Zhao Xuan's own. He found this odd. It felt as though he were gazing at this little person, yet it also seemed that this little figure was indeed him. A flash of insight struck Zhao Xuan, and he pondered the primordial spirit. The expression on the little figure's face shifted, frowning slightly in apparent hesitation. With a mere thought, Zhao Xuan's perception seemed to alter. Yet the surrounding realm, dominated by the purple golden hue, left him unable to discern anything further. However, upon looking down, he discovered he had hands and feet, chubby and irresistibly adorable. Realization dawned upon Zhao Xuan. The earlier gaze upon this primordial spirit had been a fragment of his own consciousness. The surroundings were eerily empty, an overwhelming solitude enveloping him, while the outer chaos lay in utter stillness. Was this his sea of consciousness? And was his current state indeed the primordial spirit? Zhao Xuan was taken aback, bewildered at how he had seemingly opened a sea of consciousness. In a moment of clarity, the primordial spirit waved its hand, and to either side appeared a phone and a computer, his familiar possessions. Yet, from Zhao Xuan's current perspective, these items appeared peculiar, suggesting they were more than mere tools of the soul. On the right was the computer, and, as Zhao Xuan gazed at it, the term creation inexplicably popped into his mind. On the left was the phone, which evoked the term all things in his consciousness. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Xuan felt perplexed. The myriad questions arising from this transformation were overwhelming. Suddenly, his consciousness surged back to his physical form, and he once again felt the existence of his body and soul power. His physicality had become vastly more robust, while his soul power seemed to have skyrocketed, albeit still appearing somewhat insignificant compared to his newfound strength. Zhao Xuan had no time to dwell on these changes. His dissipated consciousness had seemingly detected some movement. He turned his gaze towards a nearby grove, bracing himself for what might come next. The author envisions that in order to conclude this tale, the later stages of Dolaw must be addressed, particularly the emergence of divine beings. However, the author does not wish for the protagonist to ascend to divinity in the conventional sense within the Doluo realm. The protagonist inherently embodies certain chaotic divine attributes, albeit imperfectly, as every chaotic god possesses its own foundational path. The lingering purple golden divine, lightning merging with his body, has perfected his chaotic divine nature. As for the two soul weapons, they can be viewed as accompanying spiritual treasures of the protagonist, stemming from his chaotic divine essence. The computer, or calculator, is inherently designed for computation and deduction. Thus, the author has imbued it with a nature of creation, devoid of any peculiar soul skills, serving solely for creative functions, such as deducing outcomes without the need to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. The phone, on the other hand, retains its contemporary functions, enabling communication, entertainment, news consumption, and commerce, thereby embodying the characteristic of universality, owing to its multifaceted capabilities. The protagonist's initial 3 soul skills will primarily draw from the characteristics of mobile signals and telecommunications fraud, while the 4th skill will leverage the functionality of camera. Consequently, the protagonist is expected to primarily engage in combat, utilizing his physical prowess and the purple golden divine lightning, with the various soul skills generated by the phone serving as support, while the computer remains a pure auxiliary tool. The purple golden divine lightning can also be considered a soul weapon, given its potential for diverse techniques. Nonetheless, as this is a fan fiction of Dolaw, the narrative must adhere to the essence of Dolaw, including in combat, albeit with occasional deviations. Thus, the author humbly requests for understanding and invites discussions and suggestions, embracing the whimsical nature of creative expression. Once again, please refrain from harsh criticism. Chapter 42, A Serendipitous Encounter with the title Dolaw. Within the realm of consciousness, the approaching figure moved with remarkable speed, covering a distance of 20 to 30 meters with each breath. At this rate, they would arrive in approximately 10 seconds. Wait, why am I foolishly standing here waiting for them? Zhao Xuan suddenly smacked his forehead, nearly overwhelmed by his own stupidity. Shouldn't he be hiding instead? Had he momentarily lost his mind? With a thud, just as Zhao Xuan attempted to move, he realized that his strength had undergone a transformative shift. One step propelled him several meters, crashing into a towering ancient tree. The tree trembled violently, its leaves rustling as a few fell to the ground. Rubbing his head, Zhao Xuan was astonished to find himself entirely unscathed, his forehead neither stinging nor aching. However, upon inspecting the ancient tree, he noted a significant dent in its trunk. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves reached his ears, startling him. He quickly turned to see a white figure darting from the forest, its gaze locking onto Zhao Xuan immediately. This figure appeared youthful, adorned in a pristine moon-white robe, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a gentle demeanor. A light gray longsword was slung across his back. Zhao Xuan raised an eyebrow. This person seemed less like a soul master and more akin to a celestial swordsman. A visitor inadvertently furrowed his brow upon seeing Zhao Xuan, drenched from head to toe, and remarked with surprise, "Were you the one who just fell from the sky? Did you witness it, senior?" Zhao Xuan looked at the newcomer in astonishment, his mind too occupied to contemplate the man's character. He had just undergone a transformation that consumed considerable time, and given this person's speed, he must have traveled quite a distance. Could it be possible that he saw me from such a far-off place? This area is not far from my residence. I sensed the aura of the forest's sovereign, the Titan giant ape, and was preparing to investigate when I noticed something flying over my head, the man said, casting a peculiar gaze at Zhao Xuan, filled with profound curiosity. This lad is intriguing. Despite having fallen into the lake, he seems entirely unscathed after such a long descent. Zhao Xuan managed an awkward smile and cautiously inquired, "May I ask for your name, senior?" "You, young man, possess an interesting demeanor. Is it customary to inquire about a person's name upon first meeting? But since it's merely a name, I shall indulge you. My surname is Li, and my given name is Qing." The visitor chuckled lightly as he regarded Zhao Xuan. "Li Qing, I haven't heard of you," Zhao Xuan mumbled. "Ah, that speaks more of your ignorance," Li Qing replied, casting a dismissive glance at Zhao Xuan. Unfazed, Zhao Xuan pressed on, "You mentioned wanting to see the Titan giant ape? One must understand that this creature is the ruler of the forest. Which soul master would not wish to steer clear when encountering it? Yet, you seem eager to approach it." From Zhao Xuan's perception, this man appeared to possess a means to mask his aura. Even with his spiritual sense, Zhao Xuan could not gauge his depth. However, based on the man's earlier speed, it was evident that he possessed formidable power, perhaps at the level of a title de law. Li Qing observed Zhao Xuan with amusement. "Do you doubt my capabilities?" Zhao Xuan remained silent, neither affirming nor contesting. Li Qing laughed heartily. "Having hidden away here for so long, I have not encountered such an amusing youth in ages. Since you wish to see, then keep your eyes wide open." Zhao Xuan remained non-committal, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Li Qing. Seeing this, Li Qing shook his head in amusement, pointing at Zhao Xuan with a smirk. Clang! In the next moment, Zhao Xuan heard a sharp sound of his sword unsheathing, followed by an overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Qing's seemingly frail form, far more terrifying than Zhao Wuji's presence, even rivaling that of the Titan giant ape. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A total of 9 soul rings. Zhao Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. This man he encountered in the Stardew Forest was indeed a title Dolua, far more powerful than he had initially imagined. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xuan, while he was astonished, Li Qing was even more shocked. Upon activating his soul rings, he had unleashed his full strength, a force of title Dolua caliber, even without targeting anyone. Such a wave of soul power was not something easily withstood, not even by a soul master. Yet, he noticed that Zhao Xuan showed no signs of being affected, not even a slight frown. Could it be that my strength has diminished? Li Qing began to doubt himself, wondering if years of seclusion had led to a decline in his abilities. The thought that Zhao Xuan might surpass a soul master never even crossed his mind. If that were the case, he vowed to unsheath his sword and end his own life without hesitation. Are you unharmed? Li Qing asked hesitantly. Zhao Xuan's gaze shifted from the 9 soul rings surrounding Li Qing, forcefully suppressing his astonishment, and replied with confusion, "What do you mean?" Suddenly realizing that Li Qing had yet to retract his soul rings, the terrifying aura of a tidal daw crashed over Zhao Xuan like a tempest, stirring up dust and debris, causing leaves to scatter, and even creating waves in the lake. Yet, Zhao Xuan stood firm, like a lighthouse upon a rocky shore, resolutely unyielding against the tumult. Doubt crept into Zhao Xuan's mind as he cast a furtive glance at Li Qing. Could this man be intent on silencing him? Suddenly, Li Qing's eyes brightened as if he had discovered something amiss. Such formidable physicality. He marveled, observing Zhao Xuan's exposed skin. After his transformation, Zhao Xuan's complexion had become more radiant, even possessing a translucent quality, glistening with a jade-like sheen. Young man, you've asked me 2 questions. May I pose one in return? Li Qing smiled. Please do, senior, Zhao Xuan responded eagerly, as long as it was not a matter of life and death. Although his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, Zhao Xuan still felt uncertain about matching a title Dolua in strength. He cherished the possibility, but understood it was slim. Seeing Zhao Xuan's agreement, Li Qing was not surprised. He inquired earnestly, "I would like to know your name, and if possible, your age and martial spirit." Zhao Xuan, 12 years old, 3-ringed soul master. Though Zhao Xuan's expression remained neutral, Li Qing could not suppress his astonishment. 12 years old, and already a 3-ringed soul master? What prodigious talent! Yet, a flicker of doubt arose within him. How could a 12-year-old 3-ringed soul master possess such a powerful physique? Chapter 43. The clear wind sword. The two stood there, staring at each other in a moment of silence. After a long pause, Li Qing exhaled softly, setting aside his curiosity, and asked with keen interest, "By the way, why did you fall from the sky earlier?" Zhao Xuan's face flushed, and, after a moment's hesitation, he stammered, "I was accidentally swatted away by the Titan giant ape." Li Qing was speechless, yet his intrigue only deepened. To withstand a strike from the Titan giant ape unscathed was indeed fascinating. Upon closer observation, he realized Zhao Xuan's physique possessed an unusual quality, emanating a sense of naturalness, as if he were born for greatness. "Young man, would you be interested in testing your strength against mine?" Li Qing proposed suddenly. Zhao Xuan felt a surge of interest. This title de law appeared quite approachable, and he too wished to gauge his current strength. Having a reference point would be most beneficial, and given that Li Qing wielded a sword, he felt he might hold his own. "Please, senior, be gentle," Zhao Xuan said respectfully, bowing. Of course, Li Qing replied with a smile. The two positioned themselves, standing 20 meters apart, each gazing intently at the other. "Senior, here I come." Zhao Xuan's eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit, feeling his blood surge with excitement. After all, he faced a title Doluan. "Come forth," Li Qing replied with a smile, though he felt an unexpected pressure. In the past, he would have laughed at the notion of a soul master posing any threat, but now, a living example stood before him. Boom! Zhao Xuan pushed off the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath him as he launched forward like a cannonball. "Oh no!" Li Qing's smile froze instantly. Yet he had no time to react, as Zhao Xuan's foot collided with him. The sensation was akin to being struck in the chest by a mighty mountain, causing his very soul to be jolted from him. Li Qing felt a tingling in his scalp as his body arched backward and flew through the air, eventually crashing into the lake with a resounding splash. The tranquility of the lake was once again disrupted, ripples radiating outward. Zhao Xuan stood frozen in place, astonished at his newfound strength. Could he truly have kicked the tidal Doluo away? Glancing down, he noticed mystical runes shimmering faintly on his skin, emanating a lustrous sheen akin to jade. With a splash, Li Qing emerged from the water and swiftly landed before Zhao Xuan, drenched and muddied. Had he not conjured a protective barrier with his soul power at the critical moment, he might have found himself lying on the ground. Staring at Zhao Xuan, Li Qing asked, "Tell me, do all the little devils outside possess such extraordinary abilities as you?" "And no, I was born with divine strength," Zhao Xuan replied hastily, sensing Li Qing's grim expression. Although he had just sent this tidal Doluo flying, the latter had not yet unleashed his martial soul, leaving Zhao Xuan uncertain and fearful of inciting Li Qing's wrath. Upon hearing Zhao Xuan's response, Li Qing sighed with relief, although his gaze towards Zhao Xuan grew complex, tinged with embarrassment. As a renowned 92nd level assault type tidal Daw, he had not anticipated being so easily sent flying by a soul master. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Was he to be remembered for such a disgraceful defeat? "Shall we continue, senior?" Zhao Xuan cautiously inquired, observing Li Qing's expression. Li Qing took a deep breath and declared, "Yes. I cannot afford to lose face. How will I survive in Doluo, continent otherwise?" Zhao Xuan's eyes brightened at the prospect. "Forgive me," he said, charging toward Li Qing with unembellished intent, launching a powerful punch. The force of his strike created ripples in the surrounding air, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. Li Qing's gaze sharpened. Despite being on high alert, he barely caught Zhao Xuan's movement. As Zhao Xuan's fist approached, Li Qing summoned a burst of wind beneath his feet, narrowly evading the attack, then retaliated with a palm strike aimed at Zhao Xuan's chest. The impact of Li Qing's slender hand against Zhao Xuan's chest echoed like a dull thud upon a bronze bell. To Zhao Xuan, it felt as if nothing had occurred. Yet Li Qing's hand went numb. What manner of monster is this? Li Qing pundarat astunisha. He had only exerted half of his strength, fearing he might harm Zhao Xuan, yet the outcome was unexpected. He felt a twinge of relief. Had he unleashed his full power, Zhao Xuan's formidable physique might have left him humiliated. "You are quite the anomaly," Li Qing remarked, unable to suppress his surprise as Zhao Xuan charged again. Feigning modesty, Zhao Xuan chuckled. "Everyone says so." Li Qing's mouth twitched as he sidestepped Zhao Xuan. Suddenly, Zhao Xuan turned and struck with an elbow to Li Qing's shoulder, causing him to stagger, the sensation in his shoulder fading. Frustration welled within him as he realized the folly of competing in strength with a boy whose physical prowess rivaled that of a tidal Doluo. "Young man, I shall employ my martial soul. Are you prepared?" Li Qing's face flushed slightly, forced to resort to his martial soul against a mere 12-year-old. Zhao Xuan contemplated briefly. "Very well." With determination, Li Qing summoned a long sword of a grayish hue, which emitted a crisp ring as it sang through the air, its blade gleaming coldly as it fell into his grasp. Holding the nameless sword, he lowered his eyelids, his gaze fixed upon its polished surface. His aura sharpened, akin to countless blades poised at Zhao Xuan's face. "Ah, the winds. I never imagined I would need to wield you against a mere child," Li Qing lamented gravely. Zhao Xuan cleared his throat. "Senior, I am exceptional." Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance. "I am indeed aware of your uniqueness. However, no matter how exceptional you are, you're still only 12 years old. If every child outside resembles you, I might as well throw myself against a tofu block." In the next instant, Li Qing's aura deepened, and the first soul ring on his body glimmered. "Sword leaves," he intoned softly, causing countless falling leaves to hover in the air, their sharp edges directed at Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan swallowed hard. The spectacle was intimidating. With a swift motion, Li Qing swung the sword, and the multitude of leaves, propelled by a chilling light, surged toward Zhao Xuan. Just as he prepared to activate his third soul skill to evade, a sudden realization struck him, and he unleashed a torrent of minute lightning serpents surrounding him. These serpents, glowing with a purple-golden radiance, formed a protective net within a meter's radius around Zhao Xuan. As the sword leaves collided with the lightning net, they erupted into showers of sparks, failing to touch Zhao Xuan's form. Could this be his martial soul? Li Qing mused, eyeing the violet lightning encircling Zhao Xuan with suspicion. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xuan was equally astonished. He could now wield the purple lightning he had only previously envisioned, and he did so with remarkable ease. Once more, Li Qing urged, activating his second soul ring. A gentle breeze began to swirl around, raising Zhao Xuan's alertness. This is my second soul skill, Concealed Edge. The sword energy lies hidden within the wind. Be cautious. Li Qing warned, swinging his sword nonchalantly. In the realm of his consciousness, a blade of energy mingled with the winds and stealthily approached Zhao Xuan from behind. Zhao Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned, launching a punch that summoned the divine lightning, obliterating the concealed blade. Li Qing's expression shifted to one of surprise as he unleashed two more sword energies. Thanks to his heightened awareness, these seemingly elusive attacks appeared as bright as the moon in the night sky to Zhao Xuan. In a matter of moments, he shattered the oncoming sword energies. After a brief pause, when no further attacks came from Li Qing, Zhao Xuan turned to look, only to find Li Qing had sheathed his weapon, his 9 soul rings fading from view. With a slow approach, Li Qing's face bore a look of despondency. Zhao Xuan, have I truly grown old? Huh? Zhao Xuan felt perplexed. The thought that he could not even best a 12-year-old boy left Li Qing disheartened. After employing 2 soul skills, he had inflicted no harm upon Zhao Xuan, and worse, he had been struck twice. He relinquished the notion of continuing their duel, fearing he would lose all semblance of dignity. Zhao Xuan chuckled awkwardly, withholding any sense of triumph. Setting aside Li Qing's restraint in using his abilities, it was evident that even his 200-year soul skills had not been executed to their full potential. The devastation surrounding them was enough to inspire Zhao Xuan's admiration for Li Qing. Li Qing's first soul skill, Sword Leaves, commanded a multitude of leaves. Yet Zhao Xuan had only managed to defend against a fraction of them. The majority had fallen around them. The fragile leaves in Li Qing's hands possessed immense power. Within a radius of several meters, the trees and the earth were strewn with leaves, either embedded in ancient trees or piercing through the bluestone, with only short stubs remaining. The shattered sword energy dispersed, shattering small stones, ravaging shrubs, and hollowing out ancient trees. The area was left in utter disarray, with broken branches and fallen leaves, devoid of any greenery. This was the result of Li Qing not exerting his full strength. It seemed the time had come to venture out. Otherwise, one might not know when another creature like this would appear. With a hint of lamentation, Li Qing gazed at Zhao Xuan and murmured, "A little monster?" Zhao Xuan's eyes brightened. "I know where there are plenty of little monsters, Senior." Chapter 44. Encountering Dragons and Serpentum? Li Qing looked at Zhao Xuan with curiosity. "Ahem. Senior, what do you view me?" Zhao Xuan coughed a few times, feigning calmness. A prodigy, a marvel," Li Qing contemplated, acknowledging that it was no jest. Zhao Xuan's innate talent was indeed unparalleled. A glimmer of delight crossed Zhao Xuan's eyes as he casually remarked, "Our academy has many little monsters like me. Would you care to take a look?" Li Qing glanced at Zhao Xuan, discerning his intentions, and couldn't help but chuckle. "You little rascal, quite amusing. But first, tell me the name of your academy. I am curious what kind of institution could nurture such a remarkable talent." "Shrek Academy." "Shrek? That name is rather intriguing." Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Seizing the moment, Zhao Xuan continued, "Indeed, our academy may not be well known, but every student possesses extraordinary talent. Speaking of which, there are several with innate full soul power." Li Qing was somewhat taken aback. While innate full soul power did not seem particularly significant to him now, it was nonetheless a symbol of talent. With proper cultivation and without unforeseen circumstances, there was a substantial chance of reaching the rank of title de law. Even he himself had only a 9th level innate soul power. "You little one are making me somewhat tempted," Li Qing sighed inwardly. If such an academy truly existed, even as a title de law, he would wish to see it. Perhaps in a few decades, several title de law would emerge from that institution. To be honest, your personality aligns quite well with our academy." "Oh, why is that?" Zhao Xuan chuckled and began to share the details about Shrek Academy with Li Qing. After listening, Li Qing nodded. Your academy's teachers are indeed rare. So, would you like me to take a look? Zhao Xuan tentatively inquired. Li Qing cast him a playful glance, pondering for a moment before slowly replying, very well. I have lived in seclusion for many years, with no progress in my strength. I shall accompany you to see what kind of monster academy you speak of. That's wonderful. Zhao Xian's face lit up with joy. With the title de law returning to Shrek Academy, it would provide greater security, preventing incidents like the current one from occurring again. However, Zhao Xian's expression suddenly darkened as he worried about Xiao Wu. Noticing Zhao Xian's unusual demeanor, Li Qing inquired with concern, is something amiss? Zhao Xuan recounted the events that had transpired, causing Li Qing's brow to furrow as he gazed into the depths of the Stardow forest. It is indeed peculiar. As far as I know, the Titan giant ape typically resides deep within the forest, maintaining a distance from humans. Its recent actions are rather unusual. Moreover, the depths of the forest are fraught with danger. Even 10,000-year-old beasts are commonplace there, and there may even be several 100,000-year-old beasts. From my perspective, your friend is likely in grave danger. Li Qing's words deepened Zhao Xian's melancholy. Seeing this, Li Qing sighed and added, do not be so pessimistic. Let us find your team first, and then devise a plan. Zhao Xian nodded, asking, is there anything you need to take with you, senior? Li Qing smiled. I am but a solitary figure. Aside from a thatched hut, I have nothing else. Let's go. Zhao Xian's spirits lifted slightly. Returning with a title de law was a commendable achievement. Although Zhao Xian could not recall the direction from which he had come, Li Qing knew the way. They would follow this path and seek the Titan giant ape's tracks to locate Shrek's group. As for the idea of continuing to pursue the Titan giant ape, Li Qing dismissed it. The center of the Stardow forest had long been a forbidden zone for humans, and even he would not dare to venture in alone. Based on Li Qing's experience, Zhao Xian's physical prowess could rival that of a level 91 beast martial soul user in their prime. Yet to venture into the forest's depths relying solely on this strength would require a readiness for death. Zhao Xuan contemplated this. Even if he could locate the Titan giant ape, defeating it would be another matter entirely. According to Li Qing, the Titan giant ape was approximately 100,000 years old, its strength likely exceeding that of a title de law at level 95. Thus, Zhao Xuan abandoned that notion, deciding to first consult with Shrek's group before making any further plans. The two swiftly found the Titan giant ape's tracks. As Zhao Xuan gazed into the depths of the forest, he hesitated before resolutely turning back to follow Li Qing toward the forest's edge. Zhao Xuan extended his spiritual awareness to sense the surrounding movements. Though nascent, it could cover a radius of 500 meters. Li Qing glanced at Zhao Xuan with curiosity. Is that your mental power? Zhao Xuan hesitated before replying. One could say that. I found them. Zhao Xuan suddenly exclaimed, his eyes shining. Leading the way, he moved ahead, with Li Qing closely trailing him. He seemed to command the wind, gliding along with an ethereal grace. Aside from Xiao San, there are 3 others? Zhao Xuan frowned, sensing additional presences through his spiritual awareness, one of which was profoundly powerful, likely at the level of a soul de law. Let us hurry, Zhao Xuan urged, fearing for their safety as he accelerated toward the front. Meanwhile, Shrek's group was in a standoff with 3 individuals in a chaotic scene. A human-faced demon spider lay prostrate before them, its rising soul rings indicating its demise. Zhao Wujia's expression was grim, and the Shrek group regarded the 3 strangers with wariness. Among them, 2 were familiar faces, the Snake Lady, Zhao Tianxiang, and Meng Yaran, whom they had encountered not long ago. The remaining elder was, if his suspicions were correct, Meng Shu, known as the Dragon Lord among the legendary dragon serpents. At that moment, both parties revealed their soul rings, poised for confrontation. Yet, compared to Zhao Wujia's 7 soul rings, Meng Shu's 8 exuded an even more daunting pressure. Who? Meng Shu suddenly glanced toward the forest. Zhao Xian and Li Qing emerged from the woods, their figures becoming visible to everyone. Zhao Xian! Zhao Xian? The Shrek group erupted in surprised exclamations. Zhao Xian nodded at Li Qing and approached his companions, while Meng Shu's gaze fixed upon Li Qing, sensing his extraordinary presence. Zhao Xian, are you all right? Tang San asked anxiously. I'm fine, but Zhao Xian shook his head, hesitating to continue. What happened to Zhao Wu? Tang San gasped, instinctively gripping Zhao Xian's shoulder, his eyes reddening. I'm sorry, I was able to bring her back, Zhao Xuan said, his tone tinged with sorrow. It's all right, it's all right. Tang San released his grip, exhaling a sigh of relief, grateful that it was not dire news. You fool. He-Min murmured softly from the side, her brown eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhao Xuan glanced at her, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. What indeed transpired here? He turned to face Long Gong Meng Shu, his expression ominous. Ning Rongrong interjected, pointing furiously at the face-devouring spider. After you left. Tang San chased after you and inadvertently encountered this creature. After an arduous battle, he managed to slay it, but this family insisted on making things difficult for him. Had we not arrived swiftly, who knows what peril Tang San would have faced. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's expression darkened, a sudden surge of murderous intent coursing through him. Ning Rongrong's voice was not soft, and Meng Iran across the way overheard. With equal ire, she exclaimed, "This face-devouring spider was initially our prey. You from Shrek Academy have already taken my soul ring once, now twice? Who am I to seek justice from?" Meng Iran clenched her silver teeth, her face a portrait of indignation. Zhao Xian regarded her with a peculiar expression, stealing a glance at Tang San, who nodded helplessly. The face-devouring spider did indeed bear some injuries. Is that so? Zhao Xian shot a glance at the furious Meng Iran, pondering the fortuitousness of her situation. Yet, that does not justify your bullying. Zhao Xian's gaze turned icy. Who is to blame for your own ineptitude? Across from him, Meng Iran's family turned pale, the serpent lady's expression darkening, while Long Gong Meng Shu withdrew his gaze from Li Qing, coldly remarking, "Boy, do you know that trouble often arises from one's own tongue?" Zhao Xian disdainfully cast a glance at Long Gong, aware that with his current strength, even if the opposing side employed their martial soul fusion technique, they would not fare well, let alone, "Senior, what is your perspective?" Zhao Xian turned his gaze towards Li Qing. The crowd shifted their attention to him, the Shrek group filled with curiosity, while only Zhao Wujie felt a stirring in his heart, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Li Qing. Li Qing chuckled softly, saying, "Young man, do you intend to use me as a weapon?" Nevertheless, while battles among the younger generation are permissible, oppression of the weak shall not be tolerated. Li Qing's gaze turned placidly towards Long Gong, his 9 rings of soul power ascending gracefully. A title Doloa, the atmosphere immediately fell silent. Long Gong Meng Shu's aura deflating instantly. He clearly lacked the audacity to act recklessly before a title Doloa. In an instant, Long Gong Meng Shu's demeanor shifted, shock evident in his eyes as he respectfully addressed Li Qing. "May I inquire your esteemed title, Your Highness?" Li Qing, unlesaolu, responded, Yuyunya. "So it is the esteemed Yu Jun de Law? My apologies for any discourtesy," Meng Shu implored. For reasons unknown, Zhao Xian sensed a palpable relief emanating from Meng Shu upon hearing Li Qing's name. "Ah, it is indeed Yu Jun. I am Zhao Wujie. Honored to meet you." Zhao Wujie seemed to recognize Li Qing's title, and even his typically unruly demeanor softened in reverence. "So is Yu Jun de Law." Ning Rongrong's expression mirrored shock. Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow, quietly inquiring of Ning Rongrong, "Is the elder quite renowned?" Ning Rongrong cast Zhao Xian a perplexed glance, exclaiming, "You have brought back a title Doloa, yet you remain oblivious?" Yet, observing Zhao Xian's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. "I truly don't understand how you managed to bring back an elder. Understand that any title Doloa on the Doloa continent is undeniably famous. And Yu Jun Doloa is no exception. Yu Jun Doloa, born Li Qing, wields the clear wind sword as his martial soul. He has always been a solitary wanderer, known for championing justice, earning him a stellar reputation on the Doloa continent. However, this also led to enmity with various factions and aristocrats. Yet, due to his formidable strength, none dared provoke him. Disenchanted with the mundane world, he withdrew from society 5 years ago, and who would have anticipated his return to the Stardow Forest?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. A title Doloa had been brought back by Zhao Xian, a stroke of remarkable fortune indeed. Zhao Xian began to comprehend. No wonder Meng Shu exhaled in relief upon hearing Li Qing's title. Given Li Qing's character, he would never engage in bullying the weak. Meanwhile, Long Gong detailed the events to Yu Jun, aware of Shrek's presence. He recounted the tale without embellishment. Li Qing glanced at the furious Meng Iran, then at the pallid Tang San, his expression shifting to one of amusement. He turned to Zhao Xuan, laughing heartily. "You speak truly of the Monster Academy." Zhao Xuan scoffed, raising an eyebrow. "I never deceive." Zhao Wujia watched in trepidation. "Good heavens, who granted you the audacity to speak thus before a titled Delaw? Do you not see that even Long Gong is now cowering?" Li Qing remained unfazed. He surveyed the fallen, face-devouring spider, then turned his gaze to Tang San. "So, Tang San, do you truly intend to absorb the soul ring of this face-devouring spider? From my observation, its age is considerable." Tang San's complexion paled slightly. His gaze flickered before settling into determination. This face-devouring spider likely has not surpassed the maximum age for a third soul ring. Li Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. With his cultivation, he had noticed Tang San's fleeting gaze. This was a child who did not lie, and he reached a conclusion in his heart. Yet, seeing the unwavering conviction in Tang San's eyes, Li Qing felt a stir of interest. "How do you ascertain the maximum age of a third soul ring?" "Because he is a disciple of the master," Zhao Xuan interjected. "The master? The renowned figure in the field?" Li Qing pondered for a moment, then his eyes brightened. "Indeed." Tang San nodded, surprised that this titled law had heard of the master. It seemed the master had found a disciple capable of realizing his ideals. Li Qing regarded Tang San thoughtfully. From the earlier conversation with Long Gong, he had learned that Tang San was merely 12 years old and already at level 30. With the blue-silver grass as his martial soul, it appeared that this emergence into the world was indeed a fortuitous decision. Li Qing mused silently. Having traveled the continent for years, he had never encountered such intriguing events. However, as he glanced at the quiet family standing aside, a twinge of concern arose. It seemed they had mistaken him for one of Shrek Academy's group. Scanning between both parties, Li Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed at a metallic object resembling a box in Tang San's hand. "Is that a hidden weapon? You are familiar with hidden weapons, senior?" Tang San asked, astonished. He had never heard anyone in this world mention such a term. "I have traversed the continent for many years and have seen them in various places, though rarely. Since you are adept in their use, might you also wield such flying daggers?" Li Qing suddenly gestured towards Meng Yiran. Tang San turned to look, his eyes brightening. Meng Yiran, bewildered, glanced at the broken soul knife strapped to her waist, her eyes widening. "Are you saying this is a hidden weapon?" Tang San nodded. "Indeed. These weapons are effective only when used covertly, known as hidden weapons." Meng Yiran's eyes sparkled with realization. "Does your highness mean to settle this with a duel using these?" "Precisely. Do you have any objections?" Li Qing clapped his hands together, appearing pleased to have found a resolution to the conflict. "No objections." Meng Yiran radiated confidence as she lifted her ample chest, casting a provocative glance at Tang San, exuding a demeanor of unwavering self-assurance. "So do I," Tang San replied, a smile gracing his face. The other Shrek Academy students wore peculiar smiles, their gazes shifting to Zhao Wujia, who grimaced and shot a fierce glare in response. I had heard that the use of hidden weapons revolves around precision and surprise. Since surprise was unnecessary, it would boil down to a test of precision. How about this? Zhao Xuan will shake a large tree 20 meters away to cause the leaves to fall, and then both of you will simultaneously use flying daggers. Each dagger that pierces a leaf counts as 1 point, but only those that strike the trunk will be tallied. What do you think? "No problem." They both nodded in unison, brimming with confidence. Li Qing nodded and suggested to Meng Yiran, "Let us split your flying daggers in half, one for each of you." "No problem." Meng Yiran agreed without hesitation, secretly pleased as she realized this arrangement favored her, given her familiarity with the daggers, while Tang San had never handled them before. "I have no objections," Tang San remarked calmly, having already felt victorious in crafting this contest. Li Qing chuckled, finding the outside world undeniably more intriguing, and nodded towards Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan understood and approached the large tree 20 meters away. Once Tang San and Meng Yiran were prepared, Zhao Xuan took a deep breath and delivered a powerful punch to the ancient tree, which boomed like thunder. The tree shattered under his blow, splintered wood flying like cannonballs, while a formidable force radiated outward. Li Qing's expression changed. His Qing Feng sword appeared in response, and the 9 soul rings beneath him began to rise. Clang! With the 5th soul skill, Sword Wall, countless splintered branches and debris were met with a white, jade-like barrier that shredded anything that made contact with the hidden sword energy within. As the smoke settled, the already chaotic scene became even more desolate. The ancient tree lay in ruins, its roots exposed, and the ground looked as if it had been plowed. The spectators, shielded by Li Qing, were left dumbfounded, with Zhao Wujie swallowing hard in disbelief. How did this guy become so formidable in such a short time? Or rather, even more so, Long Gong Meng Shu instinctively tugged at the sleeve of Snake Lady Cha Tianxiang beside him. Is this the 12-year-old soul master you mentioned? Cha Tianxiang nodded, her gaze vacant. This was far beyond the combat capabilities of a mere soul master. Even their fusion techniques with tidal duos could not achieve such results. Zhao Xuan, what have you done? Li Qing's Wisha. Sorry, I'm still adjusting after the breakthrough, Zhao Xuan replied, drenched in sweat and slightly embarrassed. The Shrek members were astonished. Brother, do you wish to keep living? Did you break through again? Zhao Xuan found another tree and turned to glance at Meng, Iran, and Tang San. After recovering from their shock, they nodded in agreement. Zhao Xuan felt reassured and controlled his strength, delivering another punch to the ancient tree, causing leaves to cascade down like rain. Meng Iran's eyes sparkled as her hands moved in unison, sending streams of silver light flying towards the tree. Her movements smooth and fluid. Yet, despite her impressive display, the attention of the crowd was fixated on Tang San, including Long Gong and Snake Lady, who sensed something amiss. Tang San silently turned around, opening the pouch that had been attached to Meng Iran's waist, revealing 18 broken soul daggers in succession. As Meng Iran launched her attack, Tang San simultaneously unleashed his own, the daggers departing from the pouch in a synchronized arc towards the tree, resembling beautiful rainbows, each following an elegant curve. Meng Iran nodded in satisfaction after releasing her hidden weapons, only to turn and see Tang San approaching, her expression shifting to one of anger. You didn't even make a move. Do you look down on me? Tang San remained silent, merely shaking the now empty pouch in his hand. Meanwhile, Long Gong and Snake Lady approached, casting complex looks at Tang San as they patted Meng Iran's shoulder. Come on, we accept defeat. Meng Iran, bewildered, asked what? Suddenly, it seemed she recalled something, pushing past Long Gong and Snake Lady to run toward Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan gestured for her to see the outcome herself. Bemused by her stubbornness, Meng Iran, unable to meet Zhao Xuan's gaze, averted her eyes in trepidation. When she beheld the daggers embedded in the ancient tree, she froze, her expression vacant. How is this possible? Zhao Xuan shrugged. The outcome is already determined. Chapter 46. The birth of soul rings. With the contest concluded, the victor was clear. Tang San's acquisition of the soul ring proceeded without hindrance, and once again, Meng Iran faced defeat at his hands. Everyone anticipated her fury, yet unexpectedly, she expressed affection, planting a soft kiss on Tang San before departing. Tang San blushed, while Dai Mubai and the others looked on with envy. Meng Iran was indeed a stunning beauty. Little San, your luck is extraordinary, Ma Hongjun remarked, green with jealousy. Indeed, Dai Mubai and Oscar chimed in agreement. Ning Rongrong observed the scene, muttering to herself, humph. All men are just big pigs. Zhao Wujie, exasperated, swatted the crowd surrounding Tang San aside. Enough chatter. Let little San absorb the soul ring quickly. It's on the verge of dissipating. Tang San nodded and began to meditate, his expression solemn as he took a deep breath to steady himself before commencing the absorption. Hermione cast a few glances at the man-faced demon spider, her expression uncertain as she whispered to Zhao Xuan. This man-faced demon spider seems to have a considerable age. It appears to exceed the optimal lifespan for a third soul ring, as mentioned by the master. I am aware, Zhao Xuan replied calmly. Hermione frowned, unable to restrain her curiosity. Then why don't you stop Tang San? Do you think it will be effective? Zhao Xuan sighed, with Xiao Wu's recent incident still unresolved. Tang San's desire for power is unprecedented. Although he is usually accommodating, once he makes up his mind, he is as unyielding as a bull. Hermione was taken aback, then nodded gently, casting a sympathetic glance at Tang San. Zhao Xuan felt little concern, though he occasionally accompanied Tang San to listen to the Master's lectures. He had learned much. The man-faced demon spider, despite its age, was not excessively formidable, and Tang San was no ordinary individual. While the absorption of the soul ring might be alarming, the risks should be minimal. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie was cautiously engaging Li Qing in conversation. while Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others excitedly gathered around, and several girls were equally intrigued. After all, this was a living title Doluo, with Li Qing present. Zhao Xuan felt reassured that no one would disturb Tang San during his soul ring absorption. Moreover, having just broken through himself, he had yet to fully comprehend his newfound powers. Thus, he sat down not far from the others. Within his consciousness, a radiant expanse unfolded, a sacred and inviolable space of resplendent purple and gold, untouched by the surrounding chaos. His primordial spirit, Zhao Xuan, resided within, embodying the essence of creation and all things. Suddenly, without warning, Zhao Xuan opened his eyes, a flicker of lightning flashing within his gaze. He glanced around, ultimately focusing on the computer to his right, perplexed by its significance in this creation. As if in response to his bewilderment, the computer disintegrated into a stream of light, revealing countless minuscule runes that danced before him, comprised solely of zeros and ones. The light flow continuously morphed, manifesting various entities before Zhao Xuan. Clouds, flora, rivers, and beasts, whether tangible in reality or ethereal in nature, all emerged in succession. Zhao Xuan was taken aback, his expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. The zeros and ones resembled the yin and yang within Tai Chi, suggesting a remarkable ability to evolve into all things of the world. Could they even manifest a soul ring? An unexpected thought crossed his mind, for after undergoing a transformation, he had consolidated his primordial spirit, experiencing a significant surge in soul power, reaching the pinnacle of level 40. To his astonishment, it seemed imbued with a certain sentience. The light flow reformed into the computer at his right hand, while his phone on the left suddenly displayed 3 soul rings. In a moment of stupefaction, the rings disintegrated into a rain of light, which coalesced into a gentle stream flowing into the computer, causing the screen to illuminate for the first time. Countless enigmatic zeros and ones flickered across it, and then the stream surged forth again, reconstituting the soul rings atop the phone. Zhao Xuan blinked, questioning if that was truly the end. The next moment, the once stable purple and gold space began to tremble, as if a curtain was being pulled away, with the entire realm collapsing into the computer. The screen flickered again, an overwhelming cascade of zeros and ones mesmerizing him, while the surrounding space shrank progressively, a sense of pressure emanating from the encroaching chaos. Memories from a past life surged back, causing Zhao Xuan to break into a cold sweat as he instinctively shouted, "Stop!" The trembling space abruptly stilled, having diminished by nearly 90% compared to before. Zhao Xuan, now acutely aware of an unusual fatigue, realized this was the consequence of his mental energy. Fortunately, his primordial spirit continually generated consciousness, allowing the purple and gold space to potentially expand further. However, should this space vanish, his primordial spirit would be subject to the chaos's oppressive force, likely the fabled backlash of consciousness. Zhao Xuan gazed awkwardly at the incessantly flickering numbers on the computer screen, questioning the purpose behind expending so much mental energy. Just then, the computer screen went dark, and a stream of light surged forth, transforming before him into a slightly dark purple soul ring. The phone seemed to sense it and instantly absorb the ring. Concurrently, a message appeared in Zhao Xian's mind. 4th soul skill, times eternality. This skill can record a witnessed soul skill and convert it into one's own. Only one soul skill can be recorded at a time, and it can be reshaped every 7 days. The skill's potency depends on the user's power. Zhao Xuan was taken aback. Could it truly evolve a soul ring for him? Before he could revel in this discovery, a sharp voice from the real world jolted him awake. Who? Li Qing bellowed. Zhao Xuan opened his eyes to see the group on high alert, their gazes fixed on a nearby thicket, which rustled before a figure stumbled out. Xiao Wu, the group exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Xuan stood up, both delighted and alarmed. How on earth did you escape from the Titan giant ape? Li Qing approached Zhao Xuan and furrowed his brow, asking, Is this the friend you claimed was captured by the Titan giant ape? Are you certain? Zhao Xuan was equally bewildered. Indeed, Xiao had been taken by the Titan giant ape, and how could a soul respect escape from its clutches? As he moved closer, he overheard Xiao Wu explaining that the Titan giant ape had fled at the sound of a cow's roar. Senior, this Zhao Xuan turned to Li Qing bewildered. Li Qing stroked his chin, pondering. As far as I know, Deep within the Stardoe Forest, there resides a 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python. Could be that. However, it's strange. Ordinarily, a titan giant ape nearing 100,000 years would fear the sky blue bull python. Xiao Wu continued her explanation, and while there were numerous questions, her return was a blessing. Zhao Xuan sighed deeply in relief. Chapter 47. Tang San awakens. Noticing Li Qing's peculiar expression, Zhao Xuan inquired, "Senior, is something wrong?" "No," Li Qing replied with a smile, shaking his head slightly. Satisfied that there was no issue, Zhao Xuan approached Xiao Wu, eager to inquire further about the Titan giant ape. At that moment, Li Qing's expression shifted to one of concern as he regarded Xiao Wu, sensing something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xuan, having turned away, felt equally unsettled, for everything under the perception of consciousness would be laid bare. Suppressing the shock within, Zhao Xuan resolved to forget it entirely, hoping to erase it from his mind. At present, Tang San was in a dire state, and Xiao Wu was wholly focused on him, oblivious to the exchanges between Zhao Xuan and Li Qing. However, her petite figure appeared quite helpless. Zhao Xuan hesitated, deciding against pressing Xiao Wu for details about the incident, as he intuitively sensed the truth. The soul ring of the man-faced demon spider was exceedingly violent, far surpassing the one Oscar had absorbed from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Tang San's face twisted in agony, clearly enduring excruciating pain. Tang San let out an unconscious low growl, the heart-wrenching suffering palpable to all. Xiao Wu's tears fell like rain, while those present felt a shiver run through them. Gazing at Tang San with a mixture of awe and trepidation, uncertain of the torment he was enduring, yet even his cries were chilling. A cacophony of cracking sounds emanated from Tang San's body, as if his bones were undergoing a transformation, while the blue-silver grass surrounding him gradually thinned and changed color. It appeared he had passed the danger threshold. Li Qing approached Zhao Xuan, expressing astonishment. The fusion of a plant-type martial soul with a beast-type soul ring is indeed remarkable. No wonder he is a disciple of the master. Zhao Xuan, who is he? Xiao Wu, startled, asked timidly. This is Senior Li Qing, a title Dolaw. Zhao Xuan introduced briefly. Greetings, Senior, Xiao Wu said softly, her pupils narrowing in surprise. No need for formalities, Li Qing replied gently, nodding. After a brief introduction, the group fell silent, their gazes fixed on Tang San, each lost in their thoughts. Tang San's bones appeared to be undergoing an unusual reshaping when suddenly, with a loud rip, all his clothing was torn apart by the released soul power, leaving him completely exposed, akin to a peeled egg. Several girls gasped, their voices tinged with embarrassment. In contrast, the boys, including Oscar and others, huddled together, curiously pointing and commenting on Tang San's predicament. Tang San suddenly let out a cry of pain, startling everyone around him. His body convulsed violently, twisting into a hunch as bronze-colored lumps erupted from his back, pulsating beneath the skin. In the next moment, 8 sharp spider spears burst forth from these protrusions, extending rapidly to a length exceeding 3 meters. Could these be the legs of a faceless demon spider? The onlookers gasped instinctively, recognizing the resemblance between the spider spears sprouting from Tang San's back and the limbs of the fallen faceless demon spider beside him. Is Zhao San turning into a monster? Ma Hongjun trembled as he spoke. What nonsense are you spouting? Dai Mubai scolded, slapping Ma Hongjun, who stumbled and nearly fell. As the spider spears emerged, the agony on Tang San's face gradually lessened, returning to a state of calm. Upon closer inspection, the spider spears were slender and bone-like, one side bearing a sharp edge that glimmered with a cold light and a faint sweet fragrance. The spears plunged into the ground, lifting the cross-legged Tang San into the air, surrounded by a frenzy of blue-silver grass that rose to encase him in an oval formation. Only then did the crowd begin to react. Zhao Wuji, having taught for many years and witnessed countless students acquire soul rings, had never encountered a situation as convoluted as this, particularly the events unfolding with Tang San, which were utterly unprecedented. Elder, do you have any insight into what is happening with Tang San? Zhao Wuji inquired of Li Qing. Li Qing furrowed his brow. I feel as though I have seen something similar before, but the details escape me due to the passage of time. However, one thing is certain, this young lad is not in danger. His blue-silver grass appears to have undergone a mutation, while it has become finer. Its resilience seems to have increased, and the spider spears emerging from his back should not be a cause for concern. Li Qing picked up a strand of blue silver grass, transformed by Tang San's martial spirit, and with a slight movement of his fingers, severed it with an invisible sword energy. He attempted to tug at it, but the blue silver grass proved remarkably resilient. Raising an eyebrow, he questioned, "Is this truly just blue silver grass?" Hearing Li Qing's words, the crowd felt a weight lift from their hearts, reassured somewhat. Zhao Wu murmured anxiously, her eyes reddened. "Zhao San, you must not come to harm." This transformation, unexpected to all, endured for an entire day, as the sky shifted from dark to light and back again. Fortunately, the group was numerous enough to take turns guarding Tang San. Finally, he awoke. With a soft moan, the blue-silver grass surrounding him unfurled like blooming chrysanthemums, revealing Tang San at its center. What a remarkable emergence from the mire. Several girls blushed deeply, turning away shyly after a soft huff. Zhao Wu, suppressing her own embarrassment, fixed her gaze on Tang San's face, striving to avert her eyes from lower. As Tang San gradually opened his eyes, the first sight to greet him was the figure he had worried about, Zhao Wu. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a touching scene of sibling affection." The two embraced, tears streaming as they shared in their emotional turmoil, evoking sighs from the boys and secret glances from the girls. "I say," Zhao Xian's voice broke the moment, tinged with exasperation. "Could someone please help him put on some clothes?" Tang San, puzzled, furrowed his brow and looked down at his own body, suddenly bewildered. "Who undressed me?" he asked innocently. Chapter 48. Poise in the crowd struggled to contain their laughter as Zhao Xian helplessly retrieved a piece of clothing from a soul guide and handed it to Tang San. With a flushed face, Tang San covered himself with one hand while hastily taking the garment. "By the way, what are you girls sneaking peeks at?" Zhao Wuji glared at the girls who had been observing. Zhao Wu, upon hearing this, turned sharply to glare at Ning Rongrong and Hermione, her crimson eyes narrowing with a fierce glare. Startled by Zhao Wu's intimidating gaze, the girls quickly turned away. Ning Rongrong muttered under her breath, "What is the harm in a glance?" "Humph," Zhao Wu huffed, dismissing the comment as she turned back to watch Tang San dress. As Tang San donned his pants, he noticed Zhao Wu's gaze and felt his cheeks heat. "Zhao Wu, could you please turn around?" Zhao Wu shrugged. "What is the big deal? We've already shared a bed." The crowd gasped collectively, their eyes wide with astonishment at the boldness of the young. Zhao Xian chuckled from the side, fully aware of the backstory. When they were still at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wu had accidentally spilled water on her blanket, and without one to sleep under, she had spent the night with Tang San, an incident witnessed by many. Tang San, slightly irritated, remarked, "Zhao Wu, could you at least retain some modesty? Please stop talking nonsense." Seeing Tang San's irritation, Zhao Wu's demeanor softened, and she mumbled, "Modesty doesn't feed you, and I'm not saying anything wrong." Tang San, feeling a headache coming on, ignored her and hurriedly put on his shirt, but when he reached for it, he froze. "What is this?" He stared in shock at the 8 spider spears on his back. As he focused, the spider legs moved with his thoughts, as if they were extensions of his own body. "I don't know. They sprouted after you absorbed the soul ring," Zhao Xian shrugged. Tang San, bewildered, attempted to move the spider legs, and with a swift motion, the sharp spear struck a nearby ancient tree, slicing through the hard trunk as if it were mere tofu, stopping only after penetrating several inches. With another forceful pull, the spear was removed, leaving only a faint mark on the tree. "How sharp!" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, rushing over to observe the spider spears with awe. The spears emitted a peculiar sweet fragrance, and as Ma Hongjun inhaled, he nearly drooled, unable to resist reaching out to touch them. The spear felt cold and smooth, a unique bone-like texture that was irresistibly appealing. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but stroke it again, closing his eyes in delight. "What on earth are you doing, fatty?" Oscar asked, bemused by Ma Hongjun's lewd demeanor. Startled, Ma Hongjun accidentally grazed his finger along the sharp edge of the spear, causing his skin to split open. He cried out. The group turned instinctively to see Ma Hongjun's left hand turning visibly purple, emanating dark vapors as blackened blood dripped down. "He is poisoned," Li Qing quickly assessed, placing a hand on Ma Hongjun to suppress the spread of the toxin. The dark miasma ceased to spread, but Li Qing was unable to expel the poison. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji called out urgently, "Oscar!" "Got it, I got a small sausage." Oscar nodded and swiftly conjured a tiny sausage. He forced it into Ma Hongjuan's mouth. Fearing for his life, gulped it down, his complexion improving, but the dark miasma on his hand remained. Panic-stricken, Ma Hongjun feared he might die. "Let me handle this," Tang San declared, his eyes sparkling with determination as he grasped Ma Hongjuan's arm. His hand transformed into a jade-like hue, creating a striking contrast with Ma Hongjuan's skin. "Is this a soul skill?" Li Qing observed with surprise. As if drawn by an invisible force, the toxins coursing through Ma Hongjuan's arm were rapidly extracted, visibly seeping from the gash on his hand, leaving behind dark, purplish blood that dripped onto the ground, emitting a foul odor. With a sigh of relief, Ma Hongjun, pale-faced, murmured, "I am saved." Zhao Wujia's temple throbbed, and he couldn't help but deliver a light smack to Ma Hongjuan's head, admonishing him, "Don't go touching things recklessly in the future." Tang San crouched down to examine the purulent blood flowing from Ma Hongjun, then glanced at the 8 spider legs behind him, exclaiming in surprise, "It's the poison from the human-faced demon spider." Oscar, still shaken, glanced apprehensively at the spider legs behind Tang San and asked, "What will you do about those, Tang San?" Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brows. Then his expression shifted as the 8 spider legs slowly retracted, eventually disappearing entirely into his back. "They can be retracted," Tang San declared with delight. "Let me see." Xiao Wu jumped behind Tang San to inspect his back, followed closely by Zhao Xuan. On Tang San's back, there were no visible wounds, only 4 small white dots arranged neatly along either side of his spine. "It's good that they can be retracted," Zhao Wujia sighed in relief, admitting that he wouldn't dare take Tang San out if he had been injured. Then, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but smile. Though this was a close call, we still gained quite a bit from this adventure. Not only did Oscar obtain his 3rd spirit ring, but so did Tang San. After speaking, he discreetly glanced at Li Qing, realizing that the greatest gain from this expedition was Zhao Xian bringing back Li Qing. Although Li Qing merely mentioned wanting to visit Shrek Academy, it also left room for future opportunities. "Actually, I also acquired my 3rd spirit ring," Xiao Wu said softly. "You obtained your 3rd spirit ring? How did that happen?" Zhao Wujia almost choked in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. "After escaping from the Titan giant ape, its roar stunned several spirit beasts, allowing me to choose one for my spirit ring," Xiao Wu explained. The members of Shrek Academy exchanged silent glances, pondering the sheer luck involved in escaping the Titan giant ape and simultaneously obtaining a 3rd spirit ring. Each person had their own thoughts. Dai Mubai felt a sense of urgency. If he didn't strive harder, he would soon be surpassed by his juniors. Meanwhile, Hu Yanjin felt a subtle fatigue wash over her, marveling at the strength of her companions. Chapter 49. Encountering Sanghui again. On the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, after enduring many days of trials, the Shrek Academy group finally emerged from the dark forest into the embrace of the human world. Outside the forest, the sky was clear and bright, and the moment they stepped out, they felt a sense of liberation, as if the shadows in their hearts had been swept away. Before them lay a vast grassland, where a gentle breeze caressed the earth, causing the tender blue-silver grass to sway gracefully, accompanied by wildflowers blooming freely, enriching the greenery with their vibrant colors. Stepping out of the forest, smiles adorned everyone's faces. Gazing skyward, Li Qing slowly closed his eyes. Clad in flowing robes, his long hair danced in the wind, and the warm sunlight graced his face, imparting a tranquil and serene feeling. Zhao Xian's expression shifted, and he smiled at Li Qing, saying, "Congratulations, senior, on your significant advancement." "What? Has the senior broken through?" Ma Hongjun and Oscar, caught up in their playful antics, paused at this revelation. "It's a modest improvement. Perhaps the oppressive atmosphere of the forest hindered my progress," Li Qing replied with a gentle smile, reflecting on his thoughts. When he initially entered the Stardow Forest, it was not only to escape worldly conflicts but also to find peace for diligent cultivation. However, he never expected that after years in the forest, he would make no progress, only to achieve a breakthrough upon leaving. "How unpredictable the world is," Li Qing mused. "Congratulations, senior," Zhao Wujia commended, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. It is worth noting that the promotion to a title Doluo is not comparable to other ranks. Each advancement represents a significant leap in power, with a disparity between levels akin to that between an ordinary person and a spirit master. Having broken through to the 93rd level, Li Qing's spirits soared, and and he led the group toward the town 100 kilometers away, declaring his intent to treat them to a meal. Naturally, the little monsters of Shrek did not object, even feeling quite pleased. After all, being treated to a meal by a title de law was quite a prestigious affair. As they neared the outskirts of the town, Tang San suddenly halted, gazing in surprise ahead. Songhui Academy's people? What? The group stopped in unison, following Tang San's gaze. Not far away, a procession was emerging from the town, their attire strikingly familiar. Could it be that we ran into them on the way there and are now encountering them again on the way back? Ma Hongjun remarked with a peculiar expression. Li Qing looked on with a hint of confusion. Tang San immediately began to explain the grievances between them and Zhao Xuan, expressing no surprise that he could easily send the old turtle from Songhui Academy flying with a single punch. Given that Zhao Xian's combat prowess rivals that of a title de law, avoiding trouble is a sign of incompetence. Li Qing chuckled in disbelief at Flender's peculiar rationale. The area outside the town was quite open, and the Shrek group noticed Songhui Academy's contingent, who, in turn, also recognized them. Among Songhui Academy's ranks, a few figures visibly stiffened, exchanging venomous glares before whispering something to their supervising teacher. Due to the distance, the Shrek group could not discern their conversation. However, after the report was delivered, Songhui Academy's teacher led their group directly towards Shrek Academy. They come with ill intent. The Shrek Academy members scoffed, for they now boasted a title de law among their ranks. Li Qing, observing the scene, cautioned, bullying the weak is unacceptable, but I shall not interfere with the disputes among juniors. Zhao Wujia promptly concurred. Indeed, if they're defeated by their peers, it is merely a reflection of their own inadequacy. What peers? They are clearly much older than us. Ningronggrong mutteret. Li Qing shook his head, chuckling softly. Even if they are older, their strength pales in comparison to yours. As Songhui Academy's group hastened toward them, their intentions were unmistakable. Leading them was an elderly man clad in white, his brow furrowed, clearly not a kind character. It is the headmaster of Songhui Academy, Shernyan, a soul sage at level 72. Zhao Wujia said solemnly. Is it them? Shernyan blocked their path, not deigning to regard them, and turned to his students, asking, Speak up. How do you wish to die? The Shrek Academy group was momentarily stunned, then erupted in laughter. Do you truly understand the gravity of your words? A soul sage dares to act so brazenly in front of another soul sage in a title de law. Zhao Wujia was incensed, feeling utterly disregarded. You don't fear the heavens collapsing? Zhao Wujia let out a fierce snort, and in unison, a surge of soul power erupted around him. The blue-silver grass on the ground stirred without any wind. It was evident that Zhao Wujia was enraged. How dare a soul sage at level 72 disregard him? A soul sage at level 76? Is this the so-called soul sage you all speak of? Shernyan's expression darkened. Before seeking trouble, he had naturally gathered intelligence. But he was surprised to find that his opponent's soul ranking seemed to far exceed his own. Yes, Dean. The students of Songhui Academy trembled under Zhao Wujia's pressure. Shernyan scoffed. What if he ranked higher? Ultimately, he was merely a brute. At the same time, he released his own soul power to counter Zhao Wujia, and the students of Songhui Academy breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged above Shernyan's head, formless and indistinct, while 7 soul rings appeared around him. White, yellow, purple, 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 black, black. These 7 soul rings floated around Shernyan, the 2 black ones particularly deep and striking. Is this the remnant dream? Truly disgraceful. Zhao Wujia glanced at the dark mass above Shernyan's head. It was none other than Shernyan's martial soul. Great strength, Diamond Bear, manifest! Zhao Wujia shouted, and his martial soul instantly materialized, while 7 soul rings rose beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. This optimal configuration of soul rings was far more impressive than Shernyan's martial soul, with Zhao Wujia boasting 3 10,000-year soul rings. Great strength, Diamond Bear. You are Zhao Wujia? Shernyan's expression shifted, followed by an exclamation of surprise. Huh, indeed, it is your grandfather Zhao. Zhao Wujia sneered. Shernyan's heart sank. This was troublesome. Chapter 50. Soul Bones, 3,500 words. Shernyan had heard of Zhao Wujia's reputation. He was a formidable opponent, and the title Unmoved King was not unfamiliar to him. Yet, He was ultimately just a brute. Suddenly, Shernyan let out a cold laugh and quietly released his sixth soul skill. The onlookers saw the sixth soul ring of Shernyan flicker, and Zhao Wujia's imposing aura suddenly diminished, his presence waning noticeably. What is happening? Someone from Shrek Academy asked, perplexed. Shernyan revealed a smug grin. Indeed, brutes are merely that. With a low mental capacity, a mere dream has dragged him into my realm. As one of the few possessors of the rare martial soul remnant dream, Shernyan's martial soul primarily attacked through mental power, proving deadlier than beast or weapon martial souls, often killing without a trace by ensnaring foes in mental traps. This was also the reason Shernyan felt no fear facing Zhao Wujia, whose soul power was far superior. Few soul masters trained in mental strength. After ensnaring Zhao Wujia in his dreamscape with his sixth soul skill, Shernyan calmly turned to face the Shrek group. His expression cold. I hear from Yi Zhiqiu that you are all geniuses? The group stared at him, their faces devoid of fear, even suppressing laughter. Shernyan thought they had yet to grasp the situation, shaking his head as he continued. Do you not know that unrefined geniuses are ultimately nothing? He gazed at the Shrek group, and when his eyes landed on Li Qing, he showed a hint of surprise but paid it no mind. He then extended 2 fingers. I offer you 2 choices. 1. Become my disciples, and I shall overlook your previous transgressions, fully nurturing you, but you must serve Tsanghui Academy in the future. The group remained unmoved. Shernyan had calculated well. In Doluwa continent, one could only have one master throughout their life. Should they submit to him, they would inevitably become mere pawns, shunned by the entire continent. Shernyan sighed. It seems you wish to choose the second option? What a pity. Why do some persist in being so oblivious to the times? Suddenly, Shernyan's figure vanished like a wraith, and a fist the size of sandbags struck empty air. Zhao Wujia's figure appeared where Shernyan had just stood, his expression grim. This is truly bizarre. Reappearing before the students of Tsanghui Academy, Shernyan raised an eyebrow. It seems I underestimated your mental power. I did not expect you to break my illusion so quickly. Zhao Wujia remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the smug Shernyan, who had slyly ensnared him. But while you can withstand one, I wonder if you can endure the rest. Shernyan chuckled ominously. Zhao Xian suddenly grinned mysteriously and beckoned Zhao Wujia closer. Zhao Wujia cautiously glanced at Shernyan, then slowly approached Zhao Xian. What is it? He asked, keeping his eyes on Shernyan while facing Zhao Xian. Nothing, just adding a layer, Zhao Xian replied with a sly smile, enveloping Zhao Wujia in a shield of his own mental power. What tiger? Zhao Wujia looked at Zhao Xian in confusion. Nothing, just go back to fighting, Zhao Xian said, patting Zhao Wujia's shoulder with an expression of support. Zhao Wujia, still bewildered, approached with a puzzled look, while only Shernyan, with his exceptional mental sensitivity, sensed the shift. Mental power? Shernyan frowned as he stared at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian smiled silently. His mental consciousness could be considered an evolved version of mental power, purer than the latter. Shernyan snorted dismissively, unconcerned. What could young one's mental power possibly achieve? He decided to hold nothing back, preparing to eliminate Zhao Wujia first to avoid any prolonged complications. The sixth soul ring lit up as Shernyan employed his sixth soul skill, once again casting his dream. Zhao Xian observed with keen interest, eager to see if Shernyan could successfully ensnare Zhao Wujia this time. A barrier? Such a flimsy barrier dares to show itself? Shernyan scoffed at Zhao Xian's mental shield, preparing to force his way through. However, to his surprise, although the mental barrier was thin, it possessed remarkable resilience, prompting him to exert more force. Zhao Xian had not invested much mental power. While Shernyan breaking through was expected, the odd smile on his face was unexpected. The show was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, the clash of consciousness and mental power transpired, the mental force enveloping Zhao Wujia shattered, and a strange bolt of lightning suddenly materialized in the void. What is this? Shernyan exclaimed in shock, realizing his sixth soul skill had been interrupted. Zhao Wujia felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the flash of lightning. Yet, as if recalling something, he turned to the astonished Shernyan. What is this? Shernyan glared fiercely at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian shrugged and said to Zhao Wujia, Teacher Zhao, please deal with him. Zhao Xian paid no heed to Shernyan. He was merely testing the power of his mental consciousness, and, as he had anticipated. Not only did the lightning exist within his body, but it also resonated with his mental consciousness, as if they were inherently intertwined. On the other side, Zhao Wujie laughed, glaring fiercely at Shern Yin. This old fellow had run out of tricks. Shern Yin's expression darkened, yet he did not concede. His fifth soul ring shining brightly. Illusory butterfly. In the air, something fluttered gracefully, as if wandering aimlessly. Within Zhao Xian's spiritual perception, several grotesque butterflies revealed their jagged, sharp teeth and lunged toward Zhao Wujing. However, this time, Zhao Xian refrained from intervening. The fluctuations emanating from this Millennium Soul technique could also be sensed by Zhao Wujing, a soul sage. With a sudden outburst, Zhao Wujing felt the positions of the illusory butterflies. His aura surged dramatically, mingled with terrifying soul power, pressing down upon the specters. Although Zhao Wujing was unable to wield spiritual power, it did not imply he was incapable of utilizing it. The aura generated by a soul master is indeed an application of spiritual power, and Zhao Wujing's aura was significantly more potent than that of an ordinary soul master. Under Zhao Wujing's counterattack, the illusory butterflies shattered with a resounding crash, offering no resistance whatsoever. Zhao Xian understood that the spirit-type martial soul of Xinyan was, in essence, a highly extreme martial soul. It was formidable against those with lower spiritual power, but when faced with someone whose spiritual power was slightly inferior, equivalent, or even superior, Xinyan's martial soul became quite fragile. Yet, considering the context of the continent, Xinyan's martial soul was robust prior to becoming a titled Delaw and remained formidable thereafter. It was simply unfortunate that he encountered Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian observed Xinyan's grim expression and remarked, "Are you not going to utilize your seventh soul skill? Do you look down upon Teacher Zhao?" Zhao Wujing's mouth twitched at his words, wondering if Zhao Xian was wishing for trouble. However, a trace of severity appeared in his brow. At this moment, not using his seventh soul skill indeed carried a hint of disdain. Xinyan nearly fainted upon hearing Zhao Xian's words. Had he been capable of using his seventh soul skill, he would have done so long ago. His seventh soul skill, named Nightmare, was built upon his sixth soul skill. Once ensnared by the sixth soul skill, the seventh could amplify a person's inner fears, causing irreparable psychological trauma, a terrifying soul technique indeed. Yet now, his sixth soul power had already lost its efficacy. Enraged, Xinyan felt a surge of retreating thoughts as he faced the aggressive Zhao Wujing. Devoid of spiritual power, confronting a power-type soul master was undoubtedly a crushing defeat. "I surrender," Xinyan shouted amidst the despairing gazes of the students from Tsanghui Academy. Not so easily. Zhao Wujing's eyes flashed with determination. Xinyan had come with intentions to kill them. He was not one to shy away from violence, having long established a notorious reputation on the continent, having taken many lives. As Zhao Wujing charged forward, Xinyan's face twisted in fear, suddenly revealing a mocking expression as the color of his pupils shifted to a brilliant white. Not good. Zhao Xian and Li Qing both sensed the shift. A beam of radiant divine light shot from Xinyan's eyes, momentarily halting Zhao Wujing in his tracks, leaving him no time to react. At that moment, a spear of lightning, conjured from spiritual energy, surged towards him, while a gentle gust of wind struck Zhao Wujing's body. The ethereal lightning spear collided with the silver-white divine light, shattering in moments, causing Zhao Xian to involuntarily spit blood. Simultaneously, the weakened silver-white divine light continued its advance towards Zhao Wujing. However, propelled by the gentle wind, Zhao Wujing's body was slightly displaced, allowing the divine light to graze past his hair. The divine light struck the ground nearby, transforming a swath of blue-silver grass into a crystalline sculpture, dreamlike in its beauty. Yet, as a soft breeze wafted by, the blue-silver grass disintegrated into fragments, scattering like fireflies in the wind, reminiscent of a fleeting dream. The onlookers gasped in shock. What was this phenomenon? Zhao Wujing's scalp prickled in fear. Without Zhao Xian and Li Qing's protection, he would have faced a dire fate. Enraged, Zhao Wujing was met with a Xinyan who trembled as if witnessing a great terror. "Title Doloa," Xinyan exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Li Qing, who hovered in mid-air. Buoyed by an invisible force, his 9 soul rings ascending slowly as the clear wind sword glimmered ominously before him. A sorrowful expression crossed Shernyan's face. He knew he was facing imminent death. Yet, how could a title de law exist in an unknown academy? I hate this, Shernyan cried out in despair. His lifeblood extinguished by the sweep of the clear wind sword. Behind him, the students of Tsanghoe Academy turned pale, their eyes filled with dread. You may leave, Li Qing said coolly. Thank you, senior, came the reply, devoid of resentment, filled only with profound fear, as the students of Tsanghoe Academy fled in terror. Meanwhile, the small group from Shrek Academy also bore grim expressions, with Ning Rongrong, Hermione, and Oscar retching at the sight. Zhao Wujing cast a complex glance at Shernyan's lifeless body, then at the small group, murmuring, "It is better to experience this sooner. The world is not as simple as you imagine." Tang San furrowed his brow slightly, but his expression remained largely unchanged. Having taken lives in his previous life, though often in the context of evil, it was a familiar sight. Cradling Zhao Xuan, who appeared pale, Zhao Xuan had exhausted all his spiritual power with a single spear of mental energy, leaving his entire consciousness under chaotic pressure. Had it not been for the resistance from the purple lightning divine thunder on his spiritual entity, he would likely have lost consciousness. Facing Shernyan's corpse, Zhao Xuan felt an eerie emptiness. His curiosity piqued as he stared at the body, murmuring, how did he emit that silver-white divine light? Shernyan's soul rings remained motionless, yet their power was astonishing. Li Qing, without a word, approached Shernyan's lifeless head amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd. Slicing it open to retrieve a piece of colorful bone. Because of this, he noted a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Nearby, the pale-faced Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Is that a soul bone? Chapter 51. The master arrived. Zhao Xuan was uncertain how he had returned to the academy, his consciousness having suffered a backlash, leaving him in a daze. Were it not for the aid of the purple lightning divine thunder, even his spiritual entity might have been harmed. Upon regaining awareness, Zhao Xuan found himself lying in Shrek Academy's dormitory, the crystal lamp illuminating the dim room. Ouch, my head hurts, Zhao Xuan groaned, pressing his forehead as a searing pain shot through him, gradually subsiding. As his spiritual entity opened its eyes, the surrounding purple-gold space returned to its initial state, even appearing to have gained a slight enhancement. Zhao Xuan sighed in relief, while he understood that his spiritual power could recover, confirming it brought him greater comfort. What is this? As he looked down, Zhao Xuan noticed wisps of chaotic gas drifting into the purple-gold space from the chaotic realm beyond. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Had something truly gone awry? After observing quietly for a moment, he relaxed. The chaotic gas flowed through the 7 apertures of his spiritual entity, and then transformed into purple-gold spiritual energy emanating from his pores. The fact that his spiritual power could be replenished by external chaotic energy ignited a fervent desire within Zhao Xuan. The boundless chaos surrounding him. If only he could convert it all into spiritual power, how formidable would he become? However, upon reflection, Zhao Xuan dismissed the notion. His nascent spiritual entity was too weak for such endeavors. Perhaps another time, he sighed. As Zhao Xuan opened his eyes, he discovered that Tang San had returned. A gentle smile gracing his face as if he were celebrating some joyous occasion. What has you so delighted, Zhao San? Zhao Xuan instinctively inquired. Tang San turned his head, his expression brightening upon seeing Zhao Xuan awake. Zhao Xuan, you're awake. The master has arrived, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The master? Has the Grandmaster come? Zhao Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the thought of the Grandmaster visiting Shrek Academy so soon. It was evident that he was deeply concerned for Tang San. Indeed, but seems the master also knows Dean Flender, Tang San replied, momentarily taken aback. Zhao Xuan pondered this revelation. It was hardly surprising, if the two were not acquainted. The Grandmaster would likely not have permitted their presence here. By the way, Zhao Xuan, this is for you. Tang San suddenly remembered something and took out a colorful skull bone from his soul guide, presenting it to Zhao Xuan. Is this a soul bone? Did Senior Li Qing not want it? Zhao Xuan accepted the soul bone, which felt as smooth and warm as jade in his hands. Senior Li Qing asked me to give it to you, Tang San replied earnestly. Why? Zhao Xuan was taken aback, his astonishment evident. Even someone as unversed as he understood the rarity of soul bones. And, as a title Senior Li Qing must have been well aware of their significance. With a hint of helplessness, Tang San explained. Senior Li Qing said he possesses a complete set of sword bones and has no need for such items. Zhao Xuan blinked in disbelief. Sword bones? Senior Li Qing is quite the character. After a moment's thought, he returned the soul bone to Tang San. Zhao San, you should keep this. Tang San did not take it back, gazing at Zhao Xuan with bewilderment. This is a soul bone. You don't want it? Zhao Xuan chuckled softly, rising to his feet. I possess a proud spirit and have no need for such things. A Tang San looked at Zhao Xuan as if he were a lunatic. Is your mind impaired? Exchanging glances, Zhao Xuan chuckled awkwardly before sitting down seriously. I truly have no use for it. You know my unique constitution. I have a faint sense that I will not be able to utilize this item. Really? Tang San scrutinized Zhao Xuan with skepticism. Indeed, Zhao Xuan affirmed, nodding helplessly. He was not lying. Perhaps he had an innate sense that his body would not accept a soul bone, as if it were above such trifles. After a moment's hesitation, Tang San took the soul bone from Zhao Xuan's hands. Very well, I shall keep it for now. Should you ever require it, just let me know. All right. Zhao Xuan replied nonchalantly, confident that he would not need it. By the way, since the Grandmaster has arrived, does he know what those things behind you are? Zhao Xuan suddenly recalled the 8 spider legs protruding from Tang San's back and inquired. Tang San's expression turned peculiar. He knows. Oh, were they? Zhao Xuan asked with keen interest. Soul bones. What? Soul bones? Zhao Xuan exclaimed, astonished. When did soul bones become so commonplace? Moreover, these are even more precious external soul bones. Zhao Xuan regarded Tang San with an odd expression. Zhao San, if this were a novel, you would undoubtedly be the protagonist. Tang San felt uneasy under Zhao Xuan's gaze and hastily made his exit. Hurry up, we might still catch dinner. As Zhao Xuan patted his stomach, he realized it was peculiar that he had not felt hunger for days. Could it be that I can sustain myself on the essence of the universe, no longer needing earthly grains? Zhao Xuan mused whimsically. Strangely enough, he was not wrong. However, he could not confirm such notions. Mealtime was still mealtime. Stepping outside the dormitory, he noticed the sun gradually setting, painting the western sky in hues of crimson, with wisps of clouds lazily drifting by as the evening breeze picked up, carrying a slight chill. Upon entering the dining hall, Zhao Xuan was greeted by a cacophony of voices, one belonging to Dean Flender and another to the long-absent Grandmaster. A crowd had gathered outside, comprising various Shrek Academy students and teachers. Seeing the commotion, Zhao Xuan hurried over. What happened? Zhao Xuan, you're awake. Hermione exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Zhao Xuan nodded, straining to listen. Flender, is this all you feed the children in a day? The Grandmaster's voice resonated with anger. Xiao Gang, you know our academy's conditions are limited, Flender replied with a hint of helplessness. They are at a crucial growth stage. Can they thrive on such meager nutrition? Without a solid foundation, how can they endure rigorous training? You're just standing there, unscathed. If you are so capable, why not contribute to the academy? Flender retorted sharply. The Grandmaster fell silent for a moment, before softening his tone. I will find a solution to the financial issues, but I will not allow you to hinder their progress. Very well. As long as you can remain, I will defer to your wishes, Flender chuckled slyly. The prospect of the Grandmaster staying caused Tang San and Zhao Xuan to exchange surprised glances. Chapter 52. Re-entering the battle arena early the next morning. Dean Flender summoned the members of Shrek Academy once more. On the expansive playground stood a sparse gathering of a dozen individuals, including teachers and students, the entirety of Shrek Academy's assets. The academy was still operating under rental conditions, amongst all the Soul Master Academies on the Dolua continent. None could claim a more dismal circumstance. Yet, no other academy possessed the profound heritage that Shrek Academy did. Including the Grandmaster, Shrek Academy now boasted 6 teachers. Among them were 2 Soul Emperors, Li Yusong, wielding the dragon-patterned staff, and Lu Qi Bean, the Star Compass, 3 Soul Saints, Xiao Xian, the Candy Bean, Zhao Wuji, the Mighty Bear, and Flender, the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle. While the Grandmaster's strength was somewhat lacking, he was undoubtedly the foremost authority in theoretical knowledge. As for the students, there were 9 in total, ranging from the eldest to the youngest: Dai Mubai, the evil-eye white tiger; Oscar, the sausage seller; Tang San, the thousand-hand Shura; Zhao Xian, the ink mystery; Ma Hongjun, the evil fire phoenix; Xiao Wu, the soft-bone charm rabbit; Hermione, the spirit of magic, Ning Rongrong, the 7 treasure glaze tile, and Zhu Zhuqing, the nether cat. Among these mere children, there was 1 soul zone, 3 soul zoons, and the rest were all high-ranking great soul masters. Such formidable talent forged an unprecedented foundation for Shrek Academy. Additionally, there was the formidable presence of titled Doa Li Qing, residing here as a strategic asset. Flender solemnly introduced all the teachers to the gathered students, then relinquished his position and entrusted their training duties to the Grandmaster. As was his custom, the Grandmaster maintained a stern demeanor and refrained from superfluous chatter. After establishing a few succinct rules, he dismissed the assembly, informing them that they would commence their first training session the following day. With a day of respite ahead, the group was naturally elated, unable to contain his restlessness. Ma Hongjun invited everyone to explore the city. However, only Tang San readily agreed to join. Zhao Xuan was astonished. Xiao San, I never would have guessed you were this kind of person. Xiao Wu, aren't you going to keep an eye on your Xiao San? Everyone knew why Ma Hongjun wanted to venture into the city, and it was surprising that Tang San had acquiesced, as this was not in line with his typical demeanor. Xiao Wu, aware of the situation, blushed slightly as she interjected, What do you mean by your Xiao San? This time, Xiao San is merely going to the city to craft some concealed weapon parts. Feigning relief, Zhao Xuan replied, I thought Xiao San was getting up to no good while I wasn't looking. Ning Rongrong scrutinized Tang San before casting a glance at Zhao Xuan, suddenly breaking into a dreamy smile. Rongrong, what are you doing? Standing beside Ning Rongrong, Hermione was startled, nearly letting saliva slip from her lips. With a serious expression, Ning Rongrong turned to Hermione and said, Hermione, don't you think that Tang San and Zhao Xuan are a much better match than Tang San and Xiao Wu? What? Hermione exclaimed in shock. How could you possibly think that? Memories surged in her mind, and her gaze toward the two suddenly took on a peculiar dimension. Hermione? Hermione, what are you thinking about? Are you going to Soto City? Suddenly, Zhao Xian's voice broke through her thoughts, and Hermione was jolted back to reality, realizing that Zhao Xuan was standing right in front of her, looking at her with confusion. Blushing, she dared not meet his gaze and asked, Are you going? Zhao Xuan scratched the back of his head and replied, Of course. I've been feeling great lately, and I want to get out and explore. Whether it was due to the awakening of his physique or the opening of his sea of consciousness, Zhao Xuan felt increasingly energetic, needing less sleep each day. Then I wouldn't go either. I guess I can't go. Hermione instinctively prepared to agree, but suddenly felt a dullness in her gaze, rejecting the idea. After some inquiries, only Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Zhao Xuan decided to venture into Soto City. The others, including Hermione, were feeling the pressure from the breakthroughs of their peers and were determined to strive harder, hoping to ascend to Soul Sage. After about half an hour of walking, the trio finally arrived at Soto City. The city remained as bustling as ever, and if nothing unexpected occurred, its prosperity would likely endure for a long time. Entering Soto City, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped them, forming a stark contrast to the tranquil ambience of the Stardow Forest. One was filled with clamor, while the other overflowed with serenity. Ma Hongjun intended to visit a certain indescribable place, while Tang San sought out the blacksmith shop. Zhao Xuan, after contemplating, made his way toward the Soto Great Soul Arena. No matter how many times he saw it, Zhao Xuan couldn't help but admire the grandeur of the arena. A structure that represented the prosperity of a city, standing out prominently within Soto City. Zhao Xuan had 2 purposes for visiting. One was to continue witnessing various martial souls and soul skills, while the other reason was more pragmatic. He was running low on funds. Indeed, his soul power had surpassed level 40, though he was uncertain of the exact extent of his abilities. Having acquired his 4th soul, Ring indicated that his soul power was undoubtedly above level 40. However, the subsidies from his spirit hall only covered up to the soul sage level, meaning that now, having exceeded level 40, he had lost his source of income. Coupled with the expenses incurred at the start of the school term, his stock of gold soul coins was dwindling. If he didn't want to squander away his resources, he needed to find a way to earn some money. Once more entering the Soto Great Soul Arena, Zhao Xuan adeptly descended into the underground, retrieving the mask that Flender had given him to wear. This was a good way to avoid unnecessary troubles, although it was futile against those who truly sought to cause him harm. The underground hall was perpetually filled with people, each standing aloof, with only a few huddled together engaged in discussion, ignoring the gazes of those around him. Zhao Xuan approached the front of the hall, and presented his iron fighting soul medal. Arranged for an indiscriminate match, Zhao Xuan's calm voice resonated. Perhaps due to his youthful demeanor, the attendant at the counter and several surrounding soul masters cast surprised glances in his direction. Mo say, Xianji? Upon seeing the inscription on the back of the iron fighting soul medal, the attendant appeared astonished and discreetly scrutinized Zhao Xuan before bending down to arrange his match. Nearby soul masters perked up their ears, openly turning to observe Zhao Xuan. Is this the Mo say Xianji who caused the Crimson Lone Wolf's humiliating defeat? As a soul master, the Crimson Lone Wolf had a formidable reputation in the Soto Great Soul Arena, but his dismal defeat at the hands of a soul sage had stunned many, and many remembered the moniker of the one who had bested him. Mo say Xianji. TSK. The Crimson Lone Wolf wanted to go easy on him. Someone sneered, looking disdainfully at Zhao Xuan. Clad in a black cloak and holding a crystal cup filled with a crimson liquid, it was uncertain whether it was blood or red wine. Zhao Xuan glanced at him with indifference, his eyes behind the mask revealing little emotion as he made a gesture across his throat. The man seemed taken aback, then coldly chuckled, "How amusing. You better pray you don't run into me." Just then, the attendant's voice rang out. After the draw, Lord Mo say Xianji. Your next opponent is the bloodthirsty butcher. Oh, you really are unfortunate, the man mused, downing the red liquid in his cup. Shaking the empty cup, he lifted his head slightly, revealing a pair of chilling eyes beneath the cloak. Next cup, let it be your blood. Chapter 53, Bloodthirsty Butcher, Part 1. Zhao Xuan regarded him with a peculiar gaze. The air of superiority the man exuded was evident, though his intellect seemed lacking. Yet, one could hardly blame him. Who could truly gauge the real strength of Soul Sage? After half an hour, the match gradually commenced, and as the announcement echoed through the waiting hall, Zhao Xuan and the bloodthirsty butcher made their way to the arena. Many spectators turned their attention to the two, as news of Mo say Xianji's return had spread, and everyone was eager to discover whether he could achieve another victory or if the bloodthirsty butcher would dominate. Both sides had supporters, but the overwhelming majority favored the bloodthirsty butcher, as one match's outcome could hardly be deemed conclusive. Perhaps it had merely been luck last time? Many spectators were swayed, even abandoning their own matches to flock towards the arena where Zhao Xuan and the bloodthirsty butcher would compete. Arena number 3. The moment they stepped out of the tunnel, a fervent roar filled the air, overwhelming their senses with a cacophony of cheers that resonated in their minds. Zhao Xuan looked around, noting that the stand were packed to capacity, even more so than during his previous match against the Crimson Lone Wolf. The host's frenzied voice reverberated through the amplification system, reaching every corner of the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the match you've been eagerly awaiting is about to begin. Once again, a fierce contest between dragons and tigers. Who will emerge victorious remains uncertain. On one side, we have one of the overlords of the Soto Great Soul Arena, a level 46 assault-type soul master, the bloodthirsty butcher. As the host's words concluded, the stands erupted in thunderous applause, the crowd's fervor reaching a fever pitch as many shouted, "Bloodthirsty butcher! Split him open! Draw out his blood! Let's drink together!" Countless spectators raised gleaming crystal cups, shouting in unison. Zhao Xuan was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the bloodthirsty butcher would have such a considerable following. The bloodthirsty butcher suddenly removed his black cloak, tossing it aside, revealing his true form. The atmosphere intensified further. Beneath the black cloak stood a frail old man with grizzled hair, dressed in a neat white suit. A vibrant red rose pinned to his breast pocket. Clutching the crystal cup, he raised it in salute to the audience supporting him and then downed the crimson liquid in one go. What a show-off, Zhao Xuan thought. His expression behind the mask one of astonishment. In comparison, his own demeanor seemed rather lacking. Meanwhile, as the host sensed the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch, he seized the opportunity to stoke the flames further, igniting the ambience even more. On the other side stood the newcomer from Soto, the enigmatic Mo say Xianji. Eliminate him. Let him and the blood-colored lone wolf roll back home. In an instant, Zhao Xuan caught the fervent cheers of his supporters amidst the surrounding clamor. This was utterly unexpected. Having participated in only one match, he had already garnered a following. Intriguing, Zhao Xuan chuckled softly. After the Soto staff deployed the protective barrier, the host announced the official commencement of the competition. The bloodthirsty butcher, possessed. The bloodthirsty butcher, positioned opposite Zhao Xuan, rapidly completed his possession. His martial soul belonged to the beast category, specifically the formidable, bloodthirsty crocodile. Upon merging with the crocodile's ethereal form, a 2-meter-long crocodile tail sprouted from the butcher's back. Powerful and vigorous, sweeping forcefully across the ground. Simultaneously, for soul rings of yellow and purple began to materialize beneath him. Zhao Xuan raised an eyebrow, questioning whether wielding such a massive tail was exhausting for him. Without uttering a word, the bloodthirsty butcher charged directly at Zhao Xuan, twisting his body at the last moment to unleash a devastating sweep of his tail. Whoosh! The tail sliced through the air with a fierce wind. A smirk of disdain appeared on Zhao Xian's lips. Did he not hear of my immense strength? Quick as lightning, Zhao Xuan seized the bloodthirsty butcher's tail, immobilizing it completely. Quite impressive. Your strength indeed is substantial, the butcher remarked, astonished by the overwhelming force exerted upon him. Without hesitation, he activated his second soul skill, a cruel smile creeping across his face. The crocodile tail suddenly shot forth countless water blades, propelled by immense water pressure, resembling a stream of white silk, remarkably sharp. Taken aback, Zhao Xuan instinctively released his grip on the tail. The water blades struck the ground, creating a series of sizzling sounds as they carved vicious marks into the bluestone surface, sending shards of rock flying. Zhao Xuan, being in close proximity, was also caught by the water blades, tearing his clothing, yet leaving no trace upon his skin. How is this possible? The bloodthirsty butcher exclaimed in shock. He was well aware of the power of his second soul skill. It could leave marks even on iron, yet on Zhao Xuan, it had failed to break the skin. Although Zhao Xuan remained unharmed, his expression darkened. Indeed, his battle experience was lacking. Had he been an ordinary soul master, he would surely have met a dire fate by now. Outside the arena, the host's astonished voice rang out. This is truly remarkable. The bloodthirsty butcher's second soul skill has failed to inflict any harm on Mo Se Xianji. It is important to note that Mo Se Xianji's martial soul is merely a weapon spirit, and he has yet to reveal his soul rings. What would be the reason behind this? Is it possible that Mo Se Xianji possesses an extraordinary physique? This is simply unfathomable. The audience was similarly astounded. After all, this was beyond comprehension. The soul masters who had come along were filled with doubt. Not to mention that a mere weapon spirit soul master would struggle against the bloodthirsty butcher. Even a beast spirit soul master of the same rank would find it challenging to withstand such an attack. With a firm grip on the bloodthirsty butcher's tail, Zhao Xuan exerted force, lifting the butcher off the ground and slamming him down. Boom! The blue stone at the center of the arena shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, causing the audience to gasp in disbelief. Zhao Xuan summoned his phone to his wrist and enveloped his fourth soul ring with his consciousness. Mindful that he had only recently reached level 34, and such a swift breakthrough to level 40 might attract unwanted attention. The 3 revealed soul rings, yellow, purple, flashed as Zhao Xuan activated his third soul ring, creating a phantom with merely 10% of his strength, while his true self concealed itself with his consciousness. Against the soul master, he need not engage directly. Chapter 54. The Bloodthirsty Butcher, Part 2, The Phantom, possessing nearly the physical prowess of a level 40 beast spirit soul master, would be unlikely to dissipate unless mortally wounded. Most of the audience's attention was fixated on the bloodthirsty butcher, with few noticing the flicker of Zhao Xuan's third soul ring. Even those who did perceive it dismissed it as a mere trick of the eye. However, this did not include the more formidable soul masters, who scrutinized the duel with furrowed brows, pondering the situation. Based on his previous battle with the blood-colored lone wolf, Zhao Xuan's third soul skill should resemble a phantom technique. Yet why was he the only one present? These individuals harbored doubts. While some believed they were merely imagining things, others were not so easily convinced. The bloodthirsty butcher slammed his crocodile tail against the ground, flipping himself upright. At that moment, his gaze was unnaturally calm, though blood mixed with dust trickled from a gash on his forehead, leaving him looking quite disheveled, his once pristine white suit now covered in grime. He lowered his head to pick up the crushed rose from his chest and gently placed it on the ground. In the next moment, his figure began to dissipate like sand caught in a gentle breeze. A residual shadow. Zhao Xuan narrowed his eyes, instinctively leaping away from his previous position. A gaunt fist crashed down where he had stood, sending up a cloud of dust. Turning around, Zhao Xuan observed the bloodthirsty butcher, whose once pallid skin now faintly glowed red, with blue veins protruding ominously, pulsating with a rush of blood. Has he gone mad? A soul master in the stands crossed his legs, scrutinizing the frenzied state of the bloodthirsty butcher. The killing crocodile, martial soul, possesses a peculiar trait. Whether deemed an advantage or a disadvantage, a soul master in a state of rage triggers a berserk condition, lasting several minutes, during which the soul master loses rationality but experiences a significant boost in physical capability, approximately 30%. Having missed his strike, the bloodthirsty butcher pivoted and lunged towards Zhao Xuan once more, while his third soul ring began to glow. A crimson energy coalesced in his mouth, and Zhao Xuan's phantom sensed that if struck by that energy blast, he would likely find himself bettered for days, if not worse. Without hesitation, he unleashed his second soul skill, linking connection. The bloodthirsty butcher sensed an inexplicable interruption in his soul power as he gathered the energy orb. The unstable energy orb erupted a few meters in front of him. The explosion did not impact Zhao Xuan, but instead struck the bloodthirsty butcher, sending him hurtling backward. The audience erupted in uproar. The bloodthirsty butcher had been injured by his own soul skill. The host was equally flabbergasted, quickly clarifying, what we just witnessed was significant. As the bloodthirsty butcher released his second soul skill, Mo Se Xianji's second soul ring exhibited a distinct flicker. We have every reason to believe that this was indeed the effect of Mo Se Xianji's second soul skill. The expressions of the other soul masters present grew increasingly grave. It must be said that the enigmatic figure known as Mo Se Xian exhibited peculiarities. His physical prowess was beyond the ordinary, and his soul abilities were equally bizarre. Empathetically considering their situation, it was evident that they too might endure significant discomfort. While the host and other soul masters understood this perspective, the audience was largely comprised of ordinary individuals lacking soul power, including nobles, wealthy merchants, and landowners, who sought mere thrill in the spectacle. In their understanding, a soul sect should inherently surpass a soul master. Thus, it was utterly incomprehensible to them that the bloodthirsty butcher, as a soul sect member, frequently found himself at a disadvantage against a soul master. Consequently, the bloodthirsty butcher's fans began to stir, erupting in vehement curses, oblivious to Zhao Xuan's formidable and mysterious strength. The bloodthirsty butcher regained some clarity, but the explosive energy cannon left him marked with wounds, crimson blood oozing from his lacerations. Zhao Xuan, in his phantom form, seized the moment. Before the bloodthirsty butcher could fully regain consciousness, he swiftly unleashed his first soul ability, immobilizing his opponent. Zhao Xuan then lunged toward the bloodthirsty butcher, delivering a flying kick that struck him squarely in the face. The bloodthirsty butcher was utterly defenseless, his body rolling across the arena, leaving a trail of blood behind him, rendered incapable of retaliation. In the next instant, Zhao Xuan refrained from pursuing further. He stood facing the bloodthirsty butcher, tauntingly inquiring, "What has become of your initial demeanor?" The bloodthirsty butcher stirred on the ground, eventually rising to his feet, his body smeared with blood. His gaze darkened as he extended his short, sharp claws, launching another offensive. Although Zhao Xuan's martial skills were commendable, engaging in close combat with an opponent wielding such deadly claws was hardly a prudent choice. The bloodthirsty butcher unleashed a flurry of strikes, yet Zhao Xuan, with his extraordinary reflexes, narrowly evaded them, dancing perilously close to the edge of catastrophe. At that moment, even the raucous audience held their breath, anxiously observing the duel. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty butcher's claws hesitated, and his crocodilian tail unexpectedly swept toward Zhao Xuan. Preoccupied with the threat of the claws, Zhao Xuan failed to react in time to the tail's assault. The tail struck him with force, sending him flying, leaving him with a numbed left arm. "Has it broken?" Zhao Xuan murmured to himself from his hidden position. With a blood-red gleam in his eyes, the bloodthirsty butcher activated his fourth soul ring, causing the ground beneath Zhao Xuan to ripple like water. Alarmed, Zhao Xuan's heart sank. He had not anticipated the short charging time of the bloodthirsty butcher's fourth soul ability and realized too late that he could not interrupt it. From beneath the surface, a fearsome crocodile jaw emerged, opening wide to engulf Zhao Xuan entirely. The exposed crocodile head was enormous, roughly 4 to 5 meters in diameter, appearing somewhat illusory. It was a manifestation of pure soul power, unleashing a torrent of energy within. Even soul sect members 1 or 2 levels above the bloodthirsty butcher had met their demise here. A triumphant smile spread across the bloodthirsty butcher's face. "I have won." The audience supporting him erupted in cheers, fervently raising their crystal cups, shouting, "Let's drink together." Yet a few discerning soul masters sensed something amiss. As the crocodile head began to dissipate, the bloodthirsty butcher cast a proud glance, only for his smile to freeze as a light-hearted voice whispered in his ear, "It is I who have triumphed." With a forceful kick, the bloodthirsty butcher was sent flying, blood splattering as he fell, unconscious. The cheers of his fans abruptly ceased, and silence enveloped the arena. Observing the impeccably clean Zhao Xuan, one soul master murmured, "What a terrifying individual." The host, regaining composure, exclaimed, "The victor of this competition is Mo Se Xian." Chapter 55. The portly and lean wanderers upon exiting the Soto arena. Zhao Xuan found his soul guide device enriched with over 20 gold soul coins. The attendance for this indiscriminate competition had reached astonishing heights, leaving the arena's supervisor elated, resulting in a 50% increase in Zhao Xian's remuneration. As Zhao Xuan traversed the bustling streets of Soto City, the sounds of vendors filled the air, and the occasional carriage sped by, their horses' hooves ringing out, prompting curses from pedestrians. Zhao Xuan narrowly dodged a fast-approaching carriage, muttering, "Why the rush? Are you hurrying to the afterlife?" He turned to scold the distant carriage before slowly resuming his journey toward the outskirts of Soto City, a glimmer of keen insight flickering in his eyes. Who were those two individuals? Zhao Xuan mused as he walked. Since leaving the Soto arena, the two had been tailing him. If they were merely coincidental fellow travelers, it would be one thing. However, even after he meandered through the city, they remained steadfastly behind him. Moreover, it seemed as if they possessed some means of shielding themselves from mental probing, for Zhao Xuan found his senses dulled, only vaguely perceiving their strength to be around level 70. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Zhao Xuan's lips. "I hope you do not provoke me." He relaxed, continuing to meander through Soto City while keeping a watchful eye on the two following him, not actively attempting to shake them off. Nevertheless, the two appeared resolute in their decision to trail him, maintaining their distance. Soon, Zhao Xuan lost interest in further wandering and chose a city gate that diverged from the direction of Shrek Academy. The quiet tree-lined path was seldom traversed, bordered by lush blue-silver grass that had gradually encroached upon the edges of the trail. Zhao Xuan halted, addressing the two now stripped of any hiding place behind him. "I must ask, what is it you two desire after following me for most of the day?" The two figures, a tall, lean man and a short, stout one, were an incongruous pair. Their appearances were unremarkable, dressed in simple brown linen garments. Upon Zhao Xian's inquiry, they stopped as well. The short, stout man looked exasperated, turning to the tall, lean man. "I told you he had already noticed us, yet you refused to believe me." The tall, lean man wore a shadowy expression and replied in a low tone, "That shouldn't be. He's merely a soul master. But if he hadn't noticed us, how could he have come this far?" The stout man lamented, already realizing the desolation of their surroundings. Zhao Xuan observed the two with interest. They bore no intent to harm, indicating they were not here to cause trouble. He inquired, "What exactly are you two after?" The stout man offered a slight bow to Zhao Xuan before producing a token. Zhao Xuan squinted. Was that a Wuhuan temple token? The token in the stout man's hand bore 5 distinct marks, placing it among the more precious ranks of the various hand tokens within the Wuhuan temple. "I am Mu Shi, a wandering soul master from the Wuhuan temple's cultivation hall," the stout man announced. The tall, lean man coldly added, "I am Mu Shire. Wuhuan temple? I haven't committed any offenses. What business do you have with me?" No. The stout man quickly waved his hands, eager to clarify. "We are merely soul masters from the cultivation hall. Even if you had committed an offense, it would not concern us." "Indeed," the tall, lean soul master echoed coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuan felt even more perplexed, gazing at the two with a look of confusion. "If you are not here to cause trouble, then what do you seek from me?" The stout soul master, relieved that Zhao Xuan was willing to listen to their explanation, replied, "We, the soul masters of the ascetic hall, traverse the continent to broaden our knowledge and enhance our skills. We noticed your performance in the Soul Duel Arena and are eager to seek your guidance. Really? Zhao Xuan expressed his surprise, glancing at the hand token held by Mu Shi before focusing on him again, the implication clear. You, a Soul Master of the Spirit Hall, wielding a 5-mark hand token. Wish to consult with me, a Soul Master? The stout man felt his face redden under Zhao Xuan's scrutinizing gaze and hastily added, I will suppress my strength. And there will be compensation as well, the tall, thin man interjected coolly. Yes, compensation. The stout man looked at Zhao Xuan with hopeful eyes. Zhao Xuan regarded the two with a peculiar expression. His impression of the Spirit Hall was not particularly favorable, yet he was intrigued by this interesting duo. He licked his lips and inquired, what kind of compensation are we talking about? The stout man exchanged a glance with the tall one and cautiously suggested, how about 10 gold soul coins? That works. Zhao Xuan promptly agreed without a second thought. It would be foolish to turn down money that was so readily offered. Mu Shi, the tall man, lightly kicked Mu Shi, the stout man, and coldly remarked, I told you to start low. If this continues, we'll be left with nothing. The stout man looked despondent. Then why didn't you say anything? The tall man merely scoffed in response. Zhao Xuan rubbed his chin, suspecting that the tall man might be suffering from some form of social anxiety. Which of you will go first? Just so, you know, I will only accept one challenge. He then added, oh, by the way, I'm actually a Soul Sect Master. Feel free to exert a bit more strength. The duo's eyes widened in astonishment. How old is this kid? He looks no older than 15 or 16, yet possesses the cultivation of a Soul Sect Master. The stout man exclaimed, indeed, one must traverse the world to discover more. But wasn't he just a Soul Master? The tall man frowned. A Soul Master can also break through. The stout man scoffed at the tall man. The tall man shot him a sidelong glance and promptly delivered a light blow to his head. Ouch! The stout man crouched down, cradling his head. The tall man whispered, earlier, he seemed to be only at level 34. The stout man grunted. That was an open arena. It's normal to conceal one's true strength. Perhaps he was actually at level 39. The tall man seemed convinced by this reasoning and glanced at Zhao Xuan. He truly is a cunning little fellow. Who will go this time? The stout man asked. You go, the tall man replied. All right. I'm quite curious about his soul skills. After a brief discussion, the stout man stepped forward. Allow me to seek your guidance. Mu Shi bowed to Zhao Xuan once again. Then let us begin. Zhao Xuan summoned his mobile soul, which attached itself to his wrist, while 4 soul rings slowly emerged from beneath his feet. Mu Shi's pupils constricted as he beheld the dark purple 4th soul ring on Zhao Xuan's arm. No wonder you were able to effortlessly defeat that bloodthirsty butcher. Zhao Xuan smiled silently. Defeating the bloodthirsty butcher had required little effort on his part. Wave-cleaving blade, come forth. Mu Shi made a sweeping motion with his right hand, conjuring a large blade. It measured 3 feet in length, approximately the width of a palm, with a shimmering blade and wave-like patterns that radiated a ghostly blue hue. Simultaneously, 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from his feet. Feigning shock, Zhao Xuan looked at Mu Shi. Are you cheating? You are a soul saint. Mu Shi chuckled. It's all right. I will only use the soul power of a level 40 soul master and the first 4 rings. Based on your earlier performance, it should not be difficult. Zhao Xuan lamented. Earning 10 gold soul coins is truly challenging. One must invest to reap rewards, the tall, thin Mu Shire remarked coldly, clearly fixated on the 10 gold coins. He shot a frosty glance at Mu Shi. If you lose, you will be going hungry for the next few days. Mu Shi's expression darkened. Battling Zhao Xuan with only level 40 soul power left him feeling uncertain. Yet, having already spent the money, he figured he might as well proceed. Then I shall take the initiative, Mu Shi declared. His first soul ring lit up without warning, and the wave-cleaving blade sliced through the air. Zhao Xuan's senses detected a ripple in the air around the blade, and suddenly, the atmosphere around him surged with invisible pressure, ensnaring him as if he were sinking into a quagmire. Mu Shi charged towards him, surprisingly agile for a stout figure. Meanwhile, Mu Shire remained vigilant, wary of any unexpected turn of events. What on earth? Zhao Xuan was astonished at his inability to move and instinctively activated his 3rd soul skill, Phantom Scam. As Zhao Xuan's 3rd soul ring glimmered, Mu Shi altered his attack mid-motion, striking towards the illusionary figure Zhao Xuan had left in his place. With a swish, the large blade cleaved through the illusion, obliterating it into fragments. Anticipating this, Zhao Xuan pivoted and attempted to counterattack from behind Mu Shi. But his expression changed dramatically as he retreated. "Have you grown eyes in the back of your head?" Zhao Xuan exclaimed incredulously. "Do not underestimate the combat awareness of a soul saint. The fluctuations of your soul power after using your skills are too evident." Mu Shi chuckled, halting his assault to explain. "I have learned much," Zhao Xuan replied earnestly, then unhesitatingly unleashed his first soul skill, Immovable. Upon witnessing the activation of Zhao Xuan's first soul ring, Mu Shi's expression shifted instantly. He had previously witnessed the peculiar nature of this skill. Indeed, as Zhao Xuan activated his first soul skill, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, rendering Mu Shi immobile. This was distinct from his own first soul skill, Air Slash, which manipulated air pressure to enhance Zhao Xuan's cutting opportunity. Zhao Xuan's skill, however, was far more terrifying, directly binding him in place for an extended duration with far greater efficacy. Despite suppressing his strength, Mu Shi's soul power, being at level 70, remained unchanged. Even with years of experience traversing the continent, he had never encountered such a formidable soul skill, especially one belonging to a mere soul sect master with merely a century of experience. Seizing the advantage, Zhao Xuan soared forward, first kicking Mu Shi's wave-cleaving blade away before leaping to entwine his legs around Mu Shi's head. Mu Shi's face pale. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xuan grinned mischievously. "Let me show you my sister Xiao Wu's gentle techniques." With a sudden exertion, he arched his back dramatically. Mu Shi felt an immense force from his head propelling him backward into the air, rendering his 200 pounds of weight utterly useless. He wore a look of sheer terror as he arced through the air. Beside them, Mu Shi's eyes twitched, and he slowly closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight of such a brutal scene. "This is dreadful." Boom! The body of Mu Shi crashed to the ground, crushing a large patch of verdant blue-silver grass, while the nimble Zhao Xuan felt the tremor through the earth and blinked in surprise. Did he exert too much force? However, it was evident that he was overthinking, as Mu Shi quickly rose to his feet, his flesh jiggling slightly. And apart from a bit of dirt and grass clinging to him, he was otherwise unscathed. Mu Shi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked, "Fortunately, I have tough skin, otherwise it could have been disastrous." With a wave of his hand, the broken wave blade, which had fallen nearby, trembled before soaring towards Mu Shi. A connection exists between weapon spirits and soul masters, allowing for communication through soul power. Suddenly, Zhao Xuan's expression shifted, a layer of invisible lightning enveloping his feet, and he kicked towards a broken wave blade that was flying towards Mu Shi. Both Mu Shi and Mu Shi's expressions changed simultaneously. Was he trying to throw his life away? Just as Mu Shi was about to intervene, he noticed that the broken wave blade, upon nearing Zhao Xuan, seemed to encounter some resistance. An entire blade shot back at an accelerated pace. "Feel the might of an electromagnetic cannon," Zhao Xuan murmured. The broken wave blade spun, glimmering silver as it sliced through obstructive branches, ultimately halted by a tree trunk the thickness of a grinding wheel. Even so, the blade penetrated the trunk to nearly a third of its depth. Gazing at the broken wave blade several dozen meters away, Mu Shi turned to Mu Shi and asked, "What kind of trick is this?" Mu Shi, equally perplexed, responded, "This isn't my doing." Both then directed their astonished gazes towards Zhao Xuan, wondering if it was this young man behind it. Zhao Xuan feigned ignorance to their scrutiny, exclaiming in surprise, "What happened?" He then turned his attention back to Mu Shi. They exchanged glances, both aware that Zhao Xuan was undoubtedly the one responsible. However, since Zhao Xuan seemed unwilling to explain, they refrained from pressing the matter. In the distance, the broken wave blade suddenly dissipated into a flurry of light, only to reappear in Mu Shi's hand. Zhao Xuan realized that Mu Shi had summoned his weapon spirit again. "No more fighting," Mu Shi said glumly, eyeing the broken wave blade in his hand. Weapon spirits, both beast and tool types, share a common trait. Summoning them consumes a significant amount of soul power. Just now, from such a distance, Mu Shi could not recall his weapon spirit, but had to summon anew, resulting in his already limited soul power being reduced by half. Having expended half his soul power on just one soul skill and 2 summons, how could he continue to fight? "I should have stepped in earlier," the tall and slender Mu Shi remarked coldly. Mu Shi shot him a glance. "What What were you doing earlier? He then reached down to retrieve a delicate small pouch from his waist, pulling out 10 golden soul coins, and, with a pained expression, handed them to Zhao Xuan. Here is your reward. Zhao Xuan beamed, pleased with the easy earnings, grateful for the quick thinking that had spared him a prolonged encounter. As the 10 golden soul coins slipped from his grasp, Mu Shi wore a sorrowful expression. Looks like I need to go claim some subsidies from the Spear Hall. A dispassionate voice from Mu Shire interjected, Ha! At this rate, you might not even collect 100 golden soul coins in a month. That woman is becoming increasingly stringent with us wandering soul masters. What are you talking about? Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing there was some hidden information. The two fell silent, suddenly remembering that an outsider was present. Mu Shi forced a dry laugh. Oh, it's nothing at all. Perhaps we'll meet again by chance. With that, Mu Shi bid farewell to Zhao Xian and, accompanied by Mu Shire, meandered down a path randomly chosen by Zhao Xian, drifting aimlessly. Chapter 57. The Master's Astonishment Upon Returning to Shrek Academy. Tang San was already back, but Ma Hongjun was still nowhere to be seen. Zhao Xian couldn't help but comment. His evil fire is truly overwhelming. Tang San's face flushed slightly at the remark, and Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow. I wasn't talking about you. Why are you embarrassed? Tang San hesitated, seeming to want to say something, but ultimately sighed and gave up. It's nothing. Curious about Tang San's thoughts, Zhao Xian fiddled with the mechanical parts left on the bed, some as small as grains of rice, wondering how they had been crafted. Tang San silently pondered. Having grown up together, why Zhao Xian felt no shame in handling such items. If Zhao Xian knew Tang San's inner musings, he would surely scoff. Having been raised in a privileged environment, he was hardly embarrassed by such trivialities. Holding a small mechanical part, he instinctively asked, What are you making all these parts for? Little San? Tang San replied. Ning Rongrong needs them. She wants a concealed weapon for auxiliary soul masters to protect themselves. If all goes well, she plans to procure a large quantity for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Zhao Xian nodded, recognizing that while auxiliary soul masters play a crucial role, their self-defense capabilities are indeed quite fragile. However, Ning Rongrong's boldness in making such a request suggested she held a respectable position within the 7 treasure glazed tile school, perhaps even being the granddaughter of an elder. With this thought, Zhao Xian cautioned Tang San if Ning Rongrong is making a large purchase, ensure you don't undervalue your prices. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is wealthy. All they have left is money. It's not certain yet. Besides, I can't mass-produce concealed weapons. Crafting them takes time, and I still have to cultivate my soul power, Tang San replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in his eyes. If he employed the production methods from the Tang clan of his past life, mass-producing concealed weapons might indeed be feasible. Yet, he felt that it was still too early for him. Fine, as long as you understand. Just don't lose sight of the fundamentals. Ultimately, in this world, the strength of soul masters reigns supreme. Seeing that Tang San was grounded in his awareness, Zhao Xian nodded in agreement. As Tang San immersed himself in these concealed weapons, Zhao Xian worried that he might neglect his soul power cultivation. Just then, Oscar returned from outside, having no idea what he had been up to. His face, now devoid of the wild beard, made him resemble a delicate, noble young lady, instantly becoming the second most handsome in Shrek Academy. As for the first, Zhao Xian graciously accepted that title for himself. While Zhao Xian reveled in his self-satisfaction, Oscar cast a curious glance at him and asked Zhao Xian, What are you thinking about? Cough, cough, nothing. Zhao Xian snapped back to reality, clearing his throat. By the way, the master wants to see you, Oscar reminded him. Oh, for what? How should I know? Knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Come in. The master's somewhat weary voice resonated from within. Master, what do you need me for? Zhao Xian pushed the door open and strode inside. The master's room and the student's room are not significantly different. They are merely smaller. Apart from a bed and a wardrobe, there's only a desk and a bookshelf. A crystal lamp on the desk emits a soft glow, under which the master diligently writes. Noticing Zhao Xian entering, the master pauses, his gaze shifting towards him, lingering for a moment on the mark on his forehead. Please, have a seat, the master instinctively gestures. Zhao Xian glances around awkwardly. Master, you don't have a chair here. Where should I sit? The master seems to realize this, pointing to the bed and calmly saying, Apologies, I haven't adjusted yet. Please sit on my bed. All right. Once Zhao Xian settles, The master fixates on a mark on his forehead and inquires, "Has there been any change in the mark recently?" Under the gentle light, the mark emits a faint golden-purple glow, accentuating Zhao Xuan's fair complexion, appearing extraordinarily sacred. "It hasn't changed much," Zhao Xuan replies. The master nods, then suddenly focuses intently on Zhao Xuan's eyes. "Does that mean you have experienced other changes?" "Indeed, my physical abilities have significantly enhanced," Zhao Xuan affirms. "What is the approximate extent?" Senior Li Qing mentioned, "It could be akin to the strength of a title de law at level 91 after the beast martial spirit manifests." Clatter. The master drops his pen, his eyes filled with astonishment as he gazes at Zhao Xuan. Time seems to freeze at that moment. Zhao Xuan, feeling uneasy under the master's penetrating gaze, shifts nervously. After a long pause, the master exhales deeply. "Are you certain it's a title de law?" His voice trembles slightly. Zhao Xuan scratches his head. "I'm not sure how strong a title de law is, but that's what Senior Li Qing said." After a while, the master regains his composure. "Since it's mentioned by Doluo Yujun, it must be quite accurate. However, title Doluo? It's hard to believe that a mere 12-year-old has achieved such a pinnacle, a dream coveted by countless soul masters." He waves his hand. "You may go rest now." Understood. Zhao Xuan exits the room. The master remains in a daze for a long while after Zhao Xuan leaves, pondering deeply, then turns to face his desk. He flips open his notebook, crossing out the section pertaining to Zhao Xuan's training plan, and then picks up his pen, contemplating the blank page. His mind is equally void. Chapter 58. Special training begins the next day. In the Shrek Academy cafeteria, breakfast is more plentiful than usual, in accordance with the master's decisive approach. Once a plan is set, it is executed immediately. Li Qing also arrives that morning. Recently, he has been teaching the village children how to read, finding the days quite amusing, albeit occasionally infuriated by the village's mischievous kids, a feat likely unmatched even by title de law. In the cafeteria, Ma Hongjuan's plate is filled with several large steamed buns, eggs, and a big bowl of meat porridge. Upon the master's arrival, it feels as if he has come from hell to paradise. "Xiao Ao, bring me 2 more sausages," Ma Hongjun exclaims, savoring his porridge and buns with satisfaction. Oscar glances at the corner where Flinder's expression darkens, retracting his neck and quietly chanting a spell to hand Ma Hongjun 2 large sausages. Flinder raises an eyebrow, casting a sharp look at the oblivious Ma Hongjun. What does this brat mean? Is he implying my management was hellish in the past? Noticing Flinder's dangerous gaze, Oscar quickly bows his head, drinking his meat porridge while silently praying for Ma Hongjun. "Ma Hongjun, it's not that I don't want to help you, but daring to act recklessly in front of the petty-minded dean means even divine intervention won't save you." Zhao Xuan, sipping warm meat porridge and munching on buns, idly asks Tang San, "Xiao San, what do you think the master's special training entails?" Tang San, without lifting his head, responds, "How would I know?" After a sip of porridge, he slightly sniffs the air and murmurs, "There are 5 types of medicinal herbs involved." Zhao Xuan rolls his eyes at Tang San and continues to focus on finishing his porridge. "Xiao San, Xiao Xuan." At that moment, Xiao Wu's cheerful voice rings from the entrance. Turning to look, a few girls gracefully saunter in. Upon seeing the master in the cafeteria, Xiao Wu's lively steps momentarily halt, and she respectfully greets him. "Master, good morning." The master nods, his expression remaining stoic and unyielding. Not an intentional demeanor, but merely a reflection of his character. Breakfast is tailored to each individual's needs, with varying portions. After receiving her meal, Xiao Wu quickly sits across from Tang San. Hermione, familiar with the master as he is a friend of her grandfather, also respectfully greets him before unhesitatingly taking a seat across from Zhao Xuan. After a lavish breakfast, the master wipes his mouth with a napkin and slowly states, "After you finish eating, gather at the playground immediately." The few still eating hastily finish their meals, rushing towards the playground. Today marks the master's first class, and no one wishes to leave a poor impression. Although the master's strength is not high, his stern demeanor is quite intimidating, especially with Dean Flinder present. At the playground, the 9 students line up in order of age, with the master standing before them. After a cursory glance over the group, he speaks, "I have come to understand your respective martial spirits and strengths. Starting today, I will commence special training with you. I expect your compliance with my directives. However, if anyone has objections, feel free to voice them." His tone shifts to a colder demeanor. "However, Should any unreasonable disruptions occur, you will have two choices. One is to voluntarily withdraw from Shrek Academy, and the other is to challenge Dean Flinder to a duel. Whoever defeats Flinder may arrange their own schedule. Any objections? No. The 9 respond in unison, even Oscar and Ma Hong-jun sitting up straight, answering diligently. The rebellious Dai Mubai shows no signs of dissent either. While his private life may be questionable, he remains a diligent student. The master nods slightly, his gaze resting on Zhao Xuan, a glimmer of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Zhao Xuan stepped forward. Here. Zhao Xuan steps out, looking curiously at the master. This training will not significantly benefit you. Please consult several teachers at the academy. Consult about what? Kumba. Thus, Zhao Xuan promptly makes his way to the teacher's quarters. With so few students at Shrek Academy, the teachers often find themselves with ample free time, and with the master's arrival, they have even less to do. Li Yusong lounges in a rocking chair, leisurely swaying, a small teapot steaming on a nearby low table. Upon Zhao Xuan's arrival, he sees Li Yusong squinting in the sunlight. Teacher Li, Zhao Xuan calls out. Li Yusong opens his eyes a crack, glancing at Zhao Xuan and smiling. Why aren't you participating in the master's special training and instead come here? Zhao Xuan chuckles. I'm here to spar with you. Li Yusong was poised to savor his treasured tea when the words startled him, causing the liquid to ripple in his teapot. You come to challenge me? He placed the teapot back on the low table, gazing bemusedly at Zhao Xuan. Indeed, the master suggested that I was ill-suited for training there. Hence my arrival to seek you out. As luck would have it, I found you immediately upon my arrival, Zhao Xuan replied with a shrug. A hint of resignation in his tone. The master's arrangements certainly don't spare us old bones from exertion, Li Yusong remarked, a smile playing on his lips despite the apparent complaint. Rising to his feet, Li Yusong declared, Very well, let me contribute further to the academy. Just remember, little monster, don't strike too hard. These old bones aren't as resilient as Zhao Wuji's. Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled as he praised. You underestimate yourself. You are still as vigorous as ever. I was hoping you would show some restraint. Li Yusong turned to Zhao Xuan, his expression a mix of incredulity and amusement. How'd I not notice your sweet tongue before? Zhao Xuan chuckled, but remained silent. Suddenly, a profound wave of soul power emanated from Li Yusong, and a lengthy dragon-patterned staff materialized in his hand, accompanied by 6 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, rising slowly around him. With a resounding thud, the dragon-patterned staff struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble, a sensation Zhao Xuan distinctly felt beneath his feet. Boy, quickly reveal your martial soul. This old man needs to stretch his limbs. I feel like I'm rusting away. All right. Zhao Xuan's gaze flickered, and his phone instantly attached to his wrist. A barely perceptible flash of purple lightning coursing through his hand. Chapter 59. The 10,000-year soul skill. The two turned their backs to each other and walked approximately 30 meters apart before turning to face each other. A gentle breeze stirring the grass. Zhao Xuan squinted. In the next moment, he dashed towards Li Yusong, his form swaying erratically, leaving behind a series of phantom images in his wake. Engaging in battle with a soul emperor, Zhao Xuan naturally did not employ his full strength, instead controlling it to around 30%. Li Yusong, gripping the dragon-patterned staff, launched a swift strike towards Zhao Xuan without hesitation as he approached. Zhao Xuan faltered momentarily, but quickly twisted his body to evade the ferocious blow, then retaliated with a kick aimed at Li Yusong's legs. Despite his age, Li Yusong's agility remained impressive. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he retracted the staff, switching his grip to the front end, and deftly blocked Zhao Xuan's incoming kick. With a sharp clang, Zhao Xuan's foot struck the staff, producing a crisp sound. The staff was neither metal nor wood nor stone, its peculiar material resembling a unique form of jade, albeit with a somewhat coarse surface. At that moment, Li Yusong's third soul ring illuminated, and a powerful suction emanated from the dragon-patterned staff, pulling Zhao Xuan's foot toward it. Zhao Xuan's expression turned to one of surprise, caught off guard by the sudden pull. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Li Yusong's face as he swung the staff, sending Zhao Xuan flying. Although unsteady, Zhao Xuan quickly regained his balance in midair thanks to his remarkable control. Well done, you're still as vigorous as ever, Zhao Xuan praised, refraining from further offense. Li Yusong chuckled heartily. Not too shabby, but I'm nowhere near my youthful prowess. Suddenly, Zhao Xuan's first soul skill flickered to life. And while Li Yusong maintained his jovial demeanor, he found himself immobilized. First soul skill, immobilization. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Yusong's eyes, quickly followed by resignation as Zhao Xuan cheerfully pushed against him, causing Li Yusong to topple over. Midway, the immobilization effect dissipated, and Li Yusong swiftly propped himself up with the dragon-patterned staff, springing back to his feet like a coiled spring. "You little rascal, resorting to tricks," Li Yusong exclaimed, his beard quivering with indignation. This lad showed no respect for his elders. "I can't afford to give my opponent any chances," Zhao Xuan replied with a grin. "Then why didn't you continue your assault earlier?" Li Yusong retorted, momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he was dealing with a sharp-tongued young man. Narrowing his eyes, he resolved to demonstrate his true abilities. Having noted Zhao Xuan's tenacity, he suspected the youth hadn't unleashed his full strength yet. Victory might be elusive, but he wouldn't allow a humiliating defeat. Li Yusong pondered this inwardly, then decisively unleashed his sixth soul skill. The deep, dark 10,000-year soul ring shimmered, and the dragon-patterned staff appeared to grow larger, its patterns and hues transforming, faint golden currents swirling around its surface. Zhao Xuan felt a surge of excitement within. It was his first encounter with the soul skills of a 10,000-year soul ring. Without hesitation, he activated his fourth soul skill, Time Lock. After executing his sixth soul skill, Li Yusong observed Zhao Xuan's reaction, only to be astonished to find him possessing 4 soul rings, a detail he had overlooked until now. When did this lad quietly advance to Soul Zone? Zhao Xuan, unfazed by Li Yusong's astonishment, merely smiled and called out, "Teacher Li, come on." Li Yusong, his mind swirling with uncertainty, noted Zhao Xuan's stillness following the activation of his fourth soul skill, which felt unusually eerie. However, remaining in a stalemate was not a viable option, as the sixth soul skill demanded tremendous soul power, a strenuous endeavor. He promptly swung the dragon-patterned staff down towards Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan felt the air around him constrict sharply, as if this strike was siphoning the very atmosphere, crashing down upon him. Simultaneously, sharp wind blades grazed his body, and unnoticed, small cuts began to appear on his skin. Realizing the danger, Zhao Xuan swiftly employed his third soul skill, leaving behind an illusion to evade the blow. Li Yusong was prepared to retract his strike when he sensed Zhao Xuan's presence reappearing behind him, prompting him to strike downwards with unrelenting force. The illusion shattered instantly, disintegrating into light, while the dragon-patterned staff slammed into the ground, creating a significant depression in the soft earth that extended several meters around. However, as Zhao Xuan reappeared behind Li Yusong, he noticed faint golden currents expanding outward around the elder, which collided with him, causing him to stagger back several steps, a bruise forming on his chest. Nevertheless, after a moment of circulating his energy, the bruise and previous cuts gradually faded. A field of faint golden currents had formed around Li Yusong, ominously pulsating, each containing the shadow of a golden staff. This, Zhao Xuan gasped. Realizing this was the power of a 10,000-year soul skill. How am I supposed to counter this? It's as if I'm facing a hedgehog. Come on, let us see what you've got. Li Yusong bellowed from within the field, his demeanor fierce. You were quite arrogant just a moment ago. Zhao Xuan remained unflinching, his brow furrowing as he sensed something unusual. This was a sixth soul skill, and maintaining it would undoubtedly consume significant soul power. The old man couldn't sustain it for long. At that moment, Zhao Xuan regained his composure, standing with his arms crossed before Li Yusong, deliberately remaining outside the range of his sixth soul skill, refraining from launching an attack. The audacious Li Yusong, positioned centrally, quickly discerned Zhao Xuan's intentions. Yet, Zhao Xuan's non-aggression did not imply that he would remain passive. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Li Yusong charged forward, propelled by a torrent of golden energy. Zhao Xuan's eyes twitched as several streams of energy barreled towards him, striking him with force and forcing him to hastily retreat. These petite energy currents resembled small dragons, exhibiting astonishing strength. Truly despicable, Zhao Xuan thought, evading while casting a sidelong glance at Li Yusong, who reveled amidst the chaotic currents. Just wait until your soul power is exhausted. Let us see how you cope then. Indeed, not long after, The smile on Li Yusong's face gradually faded. Zhao Xuan halted, a mischievous grin emerging on his face, realizing that it was now his turn to counterattack. His fourth soul ring shimmered once more, and unlike before, a multitude of energy streams suddenly manifested around him. Li Yuzong stared in astonishment. Zhao Xuan, however, felt his heart race. The consumption of soul skills was alarmingly high. The soul power within him cascaded like a waterfall from a precipice, terrifyingly depleting. This revelation startled him, prompting him to regulate the output of his soul power. Ultimately, only a few slender streams remained, appearing pitiful compared to the overwhelming currents Li Yusong had conjured. Within these streams, flashes of purple lightning danced, emitting breathtakingly beautiful light. Yet, despite the transformation of this soul skill, Li Yusong recognized it as his own sixth soul skill and inquired, astonished, "What is happening?" After stabilizing the energy streams, Zhao Xuan exhaled in relief and explained, "This is my fourth soul skill, which allows me to imprint the abilities of my enemies and transform them into my own." Li Yusong was momentarily taken aback, then gasped. Internally, he mused, "What on earth are your soul skills?" Although Zhao Xuan had yet to manifest an offensive soul skill, the four he had developed thus far were extraordinarily formidable. Truly a prodigy, Li Yusong regarded Zhao Xuan with a newfound appreciation, smiling. "Such a remarkable being belongs to Shrek. Let me witness your unparalleled domain." Zhao Xuan was enlightened. So this soul skill was named Unparalleled Domain? He observed the swirling currents around him. Instead of the golden shadows of a staff, brilliant threads of purple golden divine lightning emerged, an essence uniquely belonging to Zhao Xuan. This sixth soul skill was acquired after I hunted a shadow beast, which exists solely in a perilous region on the western side of the continent. That place is shrouded in darkness, nearly devoid of life. The shadow beast is the only soul beast residing there. This particular beast is unique. Initially, it bears no traits of a soul beast, only imprinting the soul characteristics of others upon encountering them. After I imprinted my dragon pattern staff's essence, it became akin to a shadow of my staff, demonstrating an extraordinary compatibility. Upon slaying it, I obtained this soul skill, which I have named Unparalleled Domain. Li Yuzong Raminisa, feeling nostalgic as if the events of yesteryear were vivid in his mind. With a resounding crash, a stream of energy struck the ground beneath Li Yusong, the purple lightning erupting and creating a massive crater. "Enough reminiscing, come on," Zhao Xuan urged, his expression strained. Li Yusong glanced at him and muttered, "You little rascal. Not a shred of respect for your elders." However, in the next instant, he plunged into Zhao Xian's unparalleled domain, wielding his dragon pattern staff. Within this domain, the energy currents became animated, rushing towards Li Yusong as he entered. With a swing of his staff, he formed a dense wall of shadows. As an energy stream collided with the staff, a series of crackling sounds erupted, causing Li Yusong's expression to shift as he staggered backward. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, rendering him momentarily numb. "Is this lightning? ISNT or martial soul supposed to be that? Cell phone? When did it transform into lightning?" As streams of energy collided with the staff wall, their power was minimal, yet the numbing effect gradually dulled Li Yusong's hands. Eventually, his hands stiffened, losing all sensation, causing him to relinquish his grip on the dragon pattern staff. The staff fell, and the unimpeded energy streams surged towards Li Yusong, one striking his chest and causing the purple lightning to explode, shredding his garments. Startled, Li Yusong hastily summoned his soul power to resist, but the purple lightning was insidious. Seemingly alive, relentless, and extraordinarily resilient, it took considerable effort to dissipate it. Realizing the danger, Zhao Xuan quickly dispersed the unparalleled domain and hurried to Li Yusong's side. "Teacher Li, are you all right?" Zhao Xuan inquired anxiously. Li Yusong glanced down at the gaping hole in his attire, bemusedly replying, I'm fine. "That's a relief," Zhao Xuan sighed. Yet, just as he exhaled in relief, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, startling him. "Zhao Xuan, come in my room." Turning, he saw the master, arms crossed, already departing. "When did the master arrive?" Zhao Xuan wondered. "I don't know, but if the master is looking for you, you should go at once." Despite a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Zhao Xuan had no choice but to set them aside, acknowledging the urgency of the Master's summons. In the Master's chamber, he inquired, "Speak, what is the matter?" seated with meticulous attention. What matter? Zhao Xuan responded, puzzled. The master cast him a sidelong glance, softly stating, your fourth soul ring and the inexplicable emergence of a lightning power. Oh, that it's a long story, Zhao Xuan replied. Then make it brief, the master commanded, glaring at Zhao Xuan. Are you intentionally trying to vex me? He recounted the mysterious breakthrough of his soul power and the incident in the Stardow Forest where he inadvertently acquired a soul ring. As for the divine lightning, he feigned ignorance regarding its sudden manifestation. Zhao Xuan chose to conceal the truth behind these events. The notion of a martial soul generating its own soul ring for another soul ring's utilization was far too strange. He feared the master might dissect him for research. Moreover, discussing the purple clouds of divine lightning would touch upon matters from his past life, which he could not reveal. Is that so? The master regarded Zhao Xuan with skepticism. Such explanations seemed rather superficial. However, considering the peculiarities surrounding Zhao Xuan, the master hesitated, massaging his temples in contemplation. The notion of a body awakening further to increase soul power was plausible, but according to Zhao Wujia's account, Zhao Xuan had not been absent for long. Merely a few hours. To absorb a soul ring within such a brief span was indeed hard to believe. Nonetheless, given Zhao Xuan's exceptional physical capabilities, such a possibility could not be entirely dismissed. However, that purple thunder made the master instinctively feel it was connected to the golden mark between Zhao Xuan's brows. He yearned to dissect his head to uncover the truth. Gazing at the mark, the master murmured absent-mindedly. Zhao Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him. Was it truly that terrifying? Suddenly, a glint of inspiration flickered in the master's eyes, and his gaze upon Zhao Xuan turned fervent. Zhao Xuan trembled, whispering, Tang San, where are you? I'm so afraid. Chapter 61. The Third Martial Soul. At times, the master could instill fear, particularly in situations like the present, evoking memories of the mad scientist depicted in literary works from previous lives. Perhaps the master possessed traits reminiscent of those lunatics, a fervent passion for his studies and an insatiable curiosity for the unknown, which could be the most frightening aspect of all. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and in this instance, Zhao Xuan was that cat. Thus, Zhao Xuan hesitantly inquired, Master, are you all right? The master's fervor receded like a receding tide, replaced by his usual rigid expression, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an inexplicable seriousness. He scrutinized Zhao Xuan for a while, causing Zhao Xuan's heart to race, before solemnly instructing, Follow me. The master was decisive in his actions, leaving behind a single statement as he strode towards the door. Zhao Xuan hurried after him. Ask him, Master, where are we going? To the forest south of Soto City. Towering trees rose majestically, their canopies lush and verdant. Summer sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a patchwork of light and shadow upon the ground. A gentle summer breeze brought a touch of coolness, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Master, what are we doing here? Zhao Xuan queried, confusion evident as he trailed behind. The master gestured for silence and began to wander through the forest. Zhao Xuan, uncertain of the master's intentions, obediently followed. After aimlessly wandering for a considerable time, the master suddenly halted. Do you see that back pig ahead? Capture it, he commanded, pointing to a leisurely roaming back pig not far away. Back pig? Zhao Xuan turned to see the creature meandering beneath the shadows of the trees, occasionally nibbling on berries from nearby shrubs. Given Zhao Xuan's current strength, capturing a small back pig would be a trivial task. In a flash, he appeared behind it. The back pig, blissfully enjoying its berries, sensed a cool breeze behind it, just as Zhao Xuan swiftly grasped its hind legs, lifting it effortlessly. Quack, quack, quack. The back pig squealed in panic, struggling to break free, but Zhao Xuan's grip was akin to iron, rendering it immobile. Returning to the master's side, Zhao Xuan weighed the still struggling back pig and asked, Master, why capture it? With a touch of excitement and seriousness, the master replied, Kill it, then use your lightning to sense the existence of the soul ring. If you can then stop. Zhao Xuan was taken aback, but suddenly enlightenment dawned upon him. He understood the master's intentions, and a mix of amusement and exasperation washed over him. The master was suspecting that the purple sky divine thunder was his third martial soul. While the purple sky divine thunder was indeed a source of his inherent power, it was fundamentally different from his other two martial souls. As a force of divine retribution, It was inconceivable that it could accept external energies. He glanced at the struggling back pig in his grasp, then shrugged helplessly. With a swift motion, he tightened his grip around its neck and exerted a slight pressure. Crack! A barely audible sound marked the end of the back pig's life. A pristine white soul ring began to float gently from its lifeless form. The master looked at Zhao Xuan with anticipation, and with no other option, Zhao Xuan settled into a meditative position. Threads of purple divine thunder flickered across Zhao Xuan's body, dazzling and perilous, dancing like joyful little dragons. The master instinctively felt a chill rise from his core, fear reflecting in the depths of his heart. Meanwhile, the soul ring of the back pig began to dissolve rapidly, as if snow meeting the warmth of spring, starting from the side closest to Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan cautiously opened his eyes and stole a glance at the master, who was lost in thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a long pause, the master's voice emerged, laced with fatigue and deep confusion. "It is not a martial soul. Let us go back," he sighed, exasperated by the peculiarities surrounding Zhao Xuan. "By the way, take that back pig with you. We'll have a feast tonight." Zhao Xuan glanced at the back pig in his hands, silently lamenting its unfortunate fate. "I'm truly sorry for this encounter, only to face such a calamity and then be further exploited." Yet, recalling the delicious flavor of the previous back pig, Zhao Xuan could only think, how delightful. Upon returning to the academy and handing over the back pig to the cafeteria, Zhao Xuan rushed to inquire of the master, "Master, where are Zhao San and the others?" The master took a sip of hot tea to alleviate his stress and replied slowly, "They have gone to face their punishment. Their combat awareness is severely lacking. While Zhao San shows promise, he has many issues to address. Moreover, I've observed your battle against teacher Li Yusong as well. Your reflexes were commendable, yet you still lack practical experience. By the way, I have a task for you." The master set down his tea. "What task?" "Help me supervise them to ensure they do not cheat." "Huh? What punishment have you arranged?" "No use of soul power. Each must carry a basket of stones from the academy to Soto City and back 10 times. Of course, the weights of the stones vary, tailored to their physical capabilities." Zhao Xuan's eyelids twitched. "You clearly had this planned all along. Otherwise, you wouldn't have prepared these items in advance." Moreover, the master's objective was likely not merely punishment, but to test their ability to cooperate and unite. The distance to Soto City was only a few kilometers, yet 10 round trips would total several dozen kilometers. Carrying a heavy load without soul power for such a distance was a formidable challenge, and self-serving actions would render the task impossible. After all, not everyone possesses Zhao Xuan's physical prowess. Even Dai Mubai, with his beast martial soul, would not have superior physical capabilities without the soul's manifestation, and even then, it would consume soul power. "Actually, I intended to prepare a task for you as well," the master suddenly stated, pinching his brow in frustration. For someone with the physique of a title de law under the beast martial soul, he truly found himself at a loss for how to impose punishment. Zhao Xuan let out a dry chuckle. Was the master truly at his wit's end with him? Chapter 62. 9 individuals, united as the journey was short. Zhao Xuan stood at the entrance of Shrek, awaiting the others. The master borrowed a wooden tub from the cafeteria and prepared an appropriately warm saline solution. The heat of the day, combined with the 10 round trips, was no small feat. This saline would replenish the fluids and salts lost through their sweat. Noticing Zhao Xuan's puzzled expression, the master explained. Since they had yet to engage in the latter stages, everyone's stamina remained plentiful, and soon their figures appeared on the horizon, approaching Zhao Xuan. 8 figures, none missing. Including the support-type soul masters Ning Rongrong and Oscar, hurried towards the academy, each carrying a basket. Ma Hongjun, observing Zhao Xuan waiting outside the academy, called out mischievously, "Zhao Xuan, have you also been punished?" Zhao Xuan crossed his arms, wearing a half-smile as he regarded Ma Hongjun. The master gestured to the group. "Come over and have some water." The crowd quickly gathered, forming an orderly line to drink the salt water prepared by the master. He then announced, to prevent anyone from cheating, "I have appointed Zhao Xuan as the supervisor for this punishment. He will accompany you, and he will report everything that happens to me." Ma Hongjun glanced at Zhao Xuan, who maintained his earlier expression as he stared back, causing Ma Hongjun's heart to race. "Surely, my brother, you're not that petty?" Zhao Xuan, however, was not so small-minded. He suspected that Ma Hongjun was the most likely to cheat. Perhaps in the past, He might have included Ning Rongrong in that list, but he had noticed the recent changes in her, and to prove herself, she would likely refrain from such actions. As for the others, he could sense the unusual thirst for power in Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. While Xiao San's was exceptionally firm, Xiao Wu exhibited remarkable resilience, and Oscar possessed an inexplicable determination. As for Hermione, he stole a glance at the girl, whose beautiful golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Her brown eyes reflecting a steadfastness rivaling Tang San's. Noticing Zhao Xuan's gaze, the girl's eyes flickered with a subtle surprise, only to quickly transform into a fierce expression, revealing her silver teeth as she shot a sharp glare at Zhao Xuan. Huh. Zhao Xuan looked on in bewilderment. How many laps is this? The master inquired. The 5th lap, Tang San replied, slightly out of breath. Then let us continue. Yes. Along the way, everyone trudged forward, burdened by their baskets, their gazes resolute, save for Ma Hongjun, whose eyes flickered as if he might collapse at any moment. If Zhao Xuan were not watching, he likely would have been conspiring with others on how to cheat. However, upon seeing both support-type soul masters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, persisting, Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth, an unwilling look in his eyes, and silently pressed on. Lap after lap, even though soul masters possessed greater stamina than ordinary people, they still had their limits. Gradually, exhaustion set in, each breath became laborious, their lungs burning as if on fire, their feet heavy as lead, moving only in a dazed manner. The sun hung high in the sky, the heat of summer blazing down, causing sweat to pour from several individuals like rain. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support-type soul masters, felt dizzy and starry-eyed, fearing they might collapse with the next step, yet an inexplicable force urged them on. Xiao Ao, Emir Stone, Tang San said firmly. Oscar, panting, glanced at Tang San, equally drenched in sweat. Xiao San, don't waste your breath. Tang San's tone was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai extended his hand towards Ning Rongrong. Zhao Xuan, this doesn't break the rules, does it? Dai Mubai asked, breathless. Zhao Xuan, holding a lotus leaf plucked from the pond that shielded him from the sun, leisurely walked behind the group. He chuckled softly, of course not. In fact, Zhao Xuan welcomed their actions, having discerned the master's intention, and Tang San and the others were not foolish. They understood perfectly. The burden of Oscar and Ning Rongrong was transferred to Tang San and Dai Mubai, causing their bent backs to sag significantly. While Oscar and Ning Rongrong felt as if their bodies had become weightless, exhilarated by the relief. The groups supported each other, forging ahead, completing lap after lap. As the sun began to set, their steps slowed, each stride growing heavier, as if they could leave imprints in the ground. Though their wills were waning, they remained upright, each step a testament to their perseverance, sweat soaking the earth beneath them, yet none halted their march. Exhausted, they relied solely on their fading resolve. Zhao Xuan followed behind, observing the ground beneath them, where the yellow earth bore mottled wet marks, remnants of sweat. He sighed softly, then lifted his gaze to the 8 figures ahead, his hands unconsciously tightening. Tang San seemed to sense this, turning to look at Zhao Xuan, and the others also paused, their gazes fixed on him. Time appeared to freeze in that moment, their eyes locking in silence. After a prolonged pause, Zhao Xuan broke into a smile, his lips moving. Keep going. Tang San smiled. Dai Mubai smiled, and everyone joined in, even the girls with gentle smiles on their lips. Yes, all 9 of them were together. Time slipped away quietly. As they approached the final lap, Zhao Xuan had already arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy alongside the master. The last few hundred meters felt as if time had been deliberately stretched, each step akin to an eternity, yet they continued moving forward at that pace. 400 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Upon entering the gates of Shrek Academy, the exhausted faces of the 8 blossomed into smiles. In that moment, the most radiant and beautiful scene unfolded before their eyes, rendering even the blazing sun dim. After much struggle, all 8 collapsed before the master and Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan fell silent, and after a long while he sighed, I would rather forsake my physical prowess to accompany them on this journey. A rare smile appeared on the master's usually stoic face, an expression that astonished those familiar with him. He softly replied, You have always been with them. Flinder approached from the side, accompanied by all the teachers of Shrek Academy. while Li Qing gracefully descended from the distant treetops, having watched for quite some time. A flicker of emotion crossed Li Qing's calm face as he remarked, "In the future, they will undoubtedly carve out a place for themselves in the Dolua continent." However, after expressing his admiration, it was time to deal with the aftermath. Observing the 8 individuals lying unconscious on the ground, the master said with a hint of exasperation, "This is quite a predicament." Flender grumbled, "Isn't this all you're doing, you devil?" The master ignored Flender's complaints and addressed Zhao Xuan. "Zhao Xuan, go to the village and find a few women to help the girls clean up. I will prepare the materials they need for bathing." Zhao Xuan nodded and went to the village to fetch a few available farmers. He then carried each of the boys back to the academy, stripped them down, and tossed them into the bathing tubs prepared by the master, while the farmers took care of the girls. The master handed Zhao Xuan the prepared medicinal ingredients, instructing, "Boil them in water first, then pour them directly into the tubs." Zhao Xuan nodded, and the master turned to hand over several medicinal herbs to the farmers responsible for caring for the girls. The herbs prepared by the master were all aimed at invigorating the blood and nurturing the essence, possessing gentle attributes that, when boiled, emanated a unique fragrance. After fulfilling the master's instructions, Zhao Xuan left a few notes and proceeded to the kitchen to assist. The master anticipated that by the time everyone awoke, it would likely be deep into the night, and it was essential to have food available as the group, having undergone rigorous training, was undoubtedly famished. As expected, in the late hours of the night, several individuals gradually stirred awake. The night sky was a tapestry of stars, twinkling brilliantly against the dark canvas, while the earth lay in utter silence, broken only by the solitary chirp of a cicada. When Tang San entered the dining hall, he found Zhao Xuan boasting about his culinary skills to Dai Mubai. Upon seeing Tang San, Dai Mubai's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly beckoned, "Xiao San, you're awake. Come and taste Zhao Xuan's cooking." He sighed with relief, his ears nearly calloused from the anticipation. A savior had finally arrived. Tang San gazed at Zhao Xuan in astonishment. "Zhao Xuan, you can cook?" "Of course," Zhao Xuan replied, reclining with a sense of pride, gesturing toward a large bowl of braised pork before him, inviting Tang San to sample it. Though he had been a homebody in his previous life, he possessed fundamental life skills, and despite a lack of practice over the years, he had not forgotten them entirely. Tang San took a bite, the flavors bursting in his mouth, the meat tender and savory, leaving a lingering aftertaste. "Not bad," he remarked, his eyes brightening as he accepted the rice Zhao Xuan offered and devoured it hungrily, having felt the pangs of hunger after a day of training. Before long, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing arrived one after another, while the remaining members seemed too exhausted to join just yet. The group praised Zhao Xuan's culinary prowess, and his face beamed with joy. "Hermione, you've arrived," Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting Hermione entering. Her golden hair glistening with moisture under the dim light of the dining hall, resembling a radiant lotus emerging from the water. She nodded gently to the group and took a seat, her gaze turning to Zhao Xuan, a hint of joy in her eyes as she announced, "Zhao Xuan, I have broken through to the 28th level." "Really? That's impressive." Zhao Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded, considering it a pleasant surprise. The others congratulated Hermione sincerely, sharing in her joy, and she smiled while expressing her gratitude. Observing this, Zhao Xuan wore a peculiar smile, teasing, "Everyone should strive harder. If you don't catch up soon, I'll be reaching the Soul King level." The room fell into silence. Dai Mubai, filled with skepticism, inquired, "Soul King?" Zhao Xuan nodded lightly, saying, "In fact, I broke through during our last expedition to the Stardow Forest. My physical body underwent a transformation, and my soul power increased significantly. I even acquired a soul ring and advanced to Soul Zone." Clatter. Xiao Wu dropped her chopsticks, pointing at Zhao Xuan in disbelief. "You're already a Soul Zone." "Indeed," Zhao Xuan affirmed. Hermione's smile faded as she shot a glance at Zhao Xuan, sulking as she quietly consumed her food, clearly suspecting him of being deliberately provocative. The others were similarly unsettled. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded, recalling how Zhao Xuan's soul power had lagged behind us only a short while ago, and now he had silently surpassed him. Zhu Zhuqing's head hung low, obscuring her expression, yet the food on her plate rapidly diminished. Was she channeling her frustration into strength? Zhao Xuan observed them calmly, having heard the master's arrangements. Without applying some pressure, the upcoming months would be challenging for them. The next day, Tang San resumed his unfinished running from the previous day, while the remaining 7 silently strapped on their backpacks. They exchanged knowing glances and smiles, understanding each other without words. Zhao Xuan quietly watched their departing figures before turning to seek another teacher for practical training. Liu Qibin, a teacher known for his taciturn nature, was an exceptionally powerful control system Soul Emperor. When the chessboard was laid out, he commanded the battlefield with ease against those of the same rank. The black and white pieces were clearly defined, falling into perilous positions. This was Zhao Xian's first encounter with a high-level control system Soul Master, and he finally grasped the frustration his previous opponents must have felt, being perpetually constrained. However, compared to Zhao Xian's inner turmoil, Liu Qibin's frustration was even more profound. Control system Soul Masters feared their own kind, especially those like Zhao Xuan, who wielded unreasonable control. Although Zhao Xuan could only exert power equivalent to a Soul Emperor and lacked experience in battle, his soul skills were exceedingly troublesome. In the end, Zhao Xuan narrowly triumphed over him. Liu Qibin left without a word, and Li Yusong approached Zhao Xuan with a grin, clapping him on the shoulder. What matters most to him is his pride. Losing to a 12-year-old child must be quite disheartening for him. Curiously, Zhao Xuan asked, "And you feel nothing about this?" Li Yusong's smile faded. "It stings, you know?" In the following months, the little monsters of Shrek engaged in relentless battles. 1-on-1, 1-on-2, 2-on-2, constantly honing their skills. Zhao Xuan was no exception. He fought against Li Yusong, Liu Qibin, and Zhao Wujia, with each encounter contributing to his growth. Even Li Qing occasionally participated. But when faced with the formidable Li Qing, Zhao Xuan felt somewhat overwhelmed. Ultimately, his soul power was too weak, and despite possessing peculiar soul skills, the limitations were significant. One day, the master summoned Zhao Xuan before the Shrek Collective. Chapter 64. Internal Conflict, Part 1. After months of training, everyone had made substantial progress. Not just in cultivation, but also in combat capability. Like an unpolished gem, without refinement, its true brilliance would never be revealed. The master's rigorous training served as that necessary polish. The 8 stood in a row, each exuding an aura of vitality and vigor. The master, standing before the group, nodded in satisfaction before stating solemnly, "Over the past few months, you have come to know one another. Today's task is for all 8 of you to engage in combat against Zhao Xuan." "What?" The group fell silent, Zhao Xuan equally taken aback. Their astonished gazes meeting one another. "Is there a problem?" the master asked, his expression stern and voice indifferent. "No," they replied in unison. Having felt the fruits of their labor after months of training and adhering unwaveringly to the master's commands. The rules were simple. Zhao Xuan could employ all his soul skills and soul power, but his strength must be restrained to the level of Soul Zone. Additionally, Tang San was prohibited from using hidden weapons. Any questions? None. The 9 responded in unison. As Zhao Xuan faced the eager opponents before him, he felt an urge to recite poetry, his heart heavy with melancholy. Facing 2 or 3 would be manageable, but 8? Despite his extraordinary soul skills and physical prowess, his soul power was merely at the 45th level, and with limitations imposed, he felt thoroughly constrained. In contrast, the 8 opponents consisted of Dai Mu Bai at level 36, Tang San at 32, Xiao Wu at 32, Oscar at 31, Ning Rong Rong at 28, Zhu Zhu Qing at 29, Ma Hongjun at 29, and He Min at 28. Throughout these past months of intense training, their soul power had been continuously consumed and replenished, leading to numerous breakthroughs amongst them. Ning Rong Rong even advanced 2 levels, reaching 28. Victory seemed elusive. Despite Zhao Xian's pessimism, the opposing team remained equally resolute, gathering to deliberate their tactics, each feeling the weight of the challenge. Although Zhao Xian's physical capabilities were undiminished, many of their soul abilities posed no threat to him, and his prowess in close combat was formidable, rendering Xiao Wu's agility less effective. After much discussion, Tang San concluded that their only hope of victory rested upon Ma Hongjun's flames. Dai Mu Bai would take on the role of the primary distraction, while Zhu Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu would provide support. Ning Rong Rong and Oscar were to be protected by He Min, with the option to sacrifice the 2 support soul masters if necessary to preserve their strength, particularly given Zhao Xian's unpredictable 3rd soul ability. Nevertheless, I will keep a close watch on the two support soul masters, aiming to control Zhao Xuan when he attempts to strike. When I engage Zhao Xuan, Ma Hongjun must attack without hesitation. Does everyone understand? Tang San inquired, and all nodded in agreement. The venue for the match was set at the same location where they had battled Zhao Wuji at the beginning of the semester. All the instructors were present, including Li Qing, who watched with keen interest, anticipating Zhao Xian's defeat. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, feeling trapped. Injuries were permitted during the match, but attacks on sensitive or vital areas were prohibited. The match would conclude if either the opposing team lost all combat capability or if Zhao Xian was injured or stepped out of bounds. Is that clear? The master questioned both sides. Understood. Understood. Then let the match begin. With the master's command, Dai Mu Bai and Xiao Wu charged toward Zhao Xian, while Zhu Qing moved stealthily, waiting for an opportunity. At the rear of their formation, Ning Rong initiated the support of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and Oscar began crafting sausages. Zhao Xian contemplated attacking the two support soul masters at the back of their group, but he knew Tang San would be prepared. With a flash of determination, he resolved to eliminate one or two main combatants before reassessing his strategy. Dai Mu Bai had already invoked the White Tiger Spirit, simultaneously unleashing 3 soul abilities, with a surge of energy gathering in his mouth. They intend to exhaust my soul power, Zhao Xian deduced immediately. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with a pink hue as her second soul ring illuminated. Her second soul ability, Bewitchment, cast a pink glow that enveloped Zhao Xian's vision. In an instant, his spiritual consciousness awakened, and a radiant golden-purple light surged forth, colliding with the pink glow, causing it to dissipate. Xiao Wu shuddered, feeling a flash of golden-purple light pass through her, leaving her mind in a state of disarray. Sensing her disorientation, Dai Mu Bai instinctively released the energy ball from his mouth. Zhao Xian showed no inclination to evade, enveloping his hand in soul power and striking directly at the energy ball. A deep explosion resonated as the energy ball shattered into countless glowing fragments, resembling fireworks. Zhu Qing, moving with agility, activated her first soul ring, launching a swift attack aimed at Zhao Xian's chest. Although the scattering light obstructed his view, Zhao Xian's perception caught Zhu Qing's figure. Simultaneously, Tang San unleashed his binding technique, causing blue-silver grass to sprout from the ground, ensnaring Zhao Xian completely. While Zhao Xian felt capable of breaking free from the blue-silver grass, he recognized the need to restrain his power, rendering him momentarily unable to do so. Without hesitation, he activated his third soul ability, Telecommunication Fraud, instantly freeing himself and appearing several meters away, while Zhu Qing's attack struck his illusion, which did not dissipate as it was not a fatal blow. Zhu Qing go, Tang San commanded, instructing the rear to protect the support. Zhu Qing, upon hearing this, swiftly clawed at Zhao Xian's illusion, causing it to shatter. Dai Mu Bai quickly returned to defense, while the now alert Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and activated her third soul ability, Teleportation, to safeguard the supports. In the midst of being restrained, Zhao Xian decisively abandoned his previous plan, aiming to eliminate the supports while they were distracted. Yet, he did not anticipate Xiao Wu's rapid response. Fixing his gaze on her, Zhao Xian activated his second soul ability, Immobilization, to bind her in place and then charged toward the flustered Oscar. Phoenix Fire Arrow, Min, defending the two support soul masters, promptly unleashed her second soul ability. Utilizing his heightened awareness, Zhao Xian skillfully dodged, narrowly avoiding the hasty barrage of Phoenix Fire Arrows. I'm sorry, Oscar, Zhao Xian mused with a smirk as he aimed a decisive kick at the panicked Oscar, who flew backward, bewildered, still clutching a handful of sausages. My sausages Haven tea even had a chance to take effect, and I'm already out? Chapter 65. Internal Conflict, Part 2. Oscar's face was etched with reluctance as he desperately tossed away the sausages he had been holding at the last moment. Zhao Xian furrowed his brow, intent on seizing the sausages left behind by Oscar. If Tang San's group were to obtain them, the battle would become significantly more challenging. Conversely, if he secured them, his position would be greatly fortified. Just then, Tang San's second soul ring glimmered, and a multitude of blue-silver grass erupted from various angles, binding Zhao Xian tightly. Tang San's second soul ability, Parasite, as Xiao Wu returned, She seized the opportunity to collect the sausages Oscar had left behind. Since Zhao Xuan possessed no poison-based soul abilities, he had only managed to craft large sausages and mushroom sausages, totaling 3 large ones and 2 mushroom ones before his elimination. Meanwhile, Tang San shouted, "Fatty." Understood. Ma Hongjun, his spirit already manifested, observed Zhao Xian's bound form with a triumphant grin. "Sorry about this, Zhao Xian." Zhao Xian's awareness sharpened as he sensed Ma Hongjun's soul power fluctuating. Just as he turned to look, he saw Ma Hongjun's first soul ring illuminating. "Did you really think you had me cornered?" Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, immediately countering with his second soul ability, unconnected. Ma Hongjun's charged first soul ability abruptly faltered, resulting in a backlash that caused him to tremble slightly. Unable to suppress a wisp of green smoke from escaping his lips, his complexion paling. Despite Ma Hongjun's spirit having its flaws, it was undeniably a powerful beast spirit, and the phoenix evil fire clung to him like a parasite. If it ignited the blue-silver grass, ensnaring him, defeat would be inevitable. Thus, Zhao Xian decisively interrupted the fatty's first soul ability. With a slight exertion, the blue-silver grass began to break, allowing Zhao Xian to liberate himself. Concurrently, Hemin tapped her wand, activating her first soul ability, Spring Water Surge, which enveloped Ma Hongjun, while Xiao Wu hurled all the sausages in his direction. Ma Hongjun hastily caught the sausages thrown by Xiao Wu, and without hesitation, consumed a large sausage to restore his strength. Arriving swiftly, Dai Mubai entangled Zhao Xuan, his tiger claws slicing through the air with fierce precision, each strike executed without the slightest hesitation. The sound of his claws cutting through the atmosphere echoed ominously. Zhu Zhuqing stood nearby, restless, while Ma Hongjun transferred the remaining sausage to Tang San, and Xiao Wu's figure darted towards them with agility, while Hermione vigilantly shielded Ning Rongrong. The situation for Zhao Xian suddenly grew dire. He exhaled sharply, his gaze sharpening, as delicate purple-golden runes flickered across his body, small as flies, their faint glow remarkably arresting. They radiated a sense of sanctity, each resembling a star in the vast sky, seemingly unattainable. Tang San and the others exchanged glances, a hint of confusion crossing their faces. In Zhao Xian's hand, a purple-golden bolt of lightning shimmered, gradually morphing into a lightning spear, which he hurled towards Dai Mubai. Damn it! Dai Mubai instinctively sensed danger as the lightning spear hurtled toward him. He couldn't suppress an expletive and retreated without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu hesitated, unsure how to react. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Zhao Xian, what's going on? Are you a twin martial soul?" Dai Mubai and the others' expressions changed, their eyes widening in disbelief at Zhao Xian's innate talent, which already instilled a sense of despair. If he were indeed a twin martial soul, they would have no choice but to lament the unfairness of fate. Only Tang San wore a peculiar expression, for apart from the master, he alone knew that Zhao Xian was a twin martial soul, but the other martial soul was not this one. A thought struck him, could it be a triple martial soul? Tang San gazed at Zhao Xian in astonishment. Zhao Xian smirked, his tone slightly annoyed. Why all the nonsense? Get moving. You had your fun earlier. Now it's my turn. Outside the arena, several teachers looked quizzically at the master and asked, "Master, is Zhao Xian a twin martial soul?" The master rubbed his temples, unsure how to respond, and, after a long pause, he finally said, sort of. The teachers' expressions shifted to one of astonishment, their eyes igniting with fervor as they regarded Zhao Xian, recognizing him as a true prodigy. Dai Mubai's face darkened, feeling a sense of frustration. How could so many fail to overpower Zhao Xian? He contemplated the purpose that had driven him away from home since childhood, along with Zhu Zhuqing, and a heavy weight settled in his heart. Without hesitation, he charged at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised by Dai Mubai's courage. As Dai Mubai advanced, Tang San and the others' expressions shifted, and even Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor momentarily softened with concern. Maintaining his third and first soul abilities, Dai Mubai was enveloped in a white tiger protective barrier as he launched his assault. Zhao Xian's lightning spear sliced through the air, creating a trembling sensation. As the white tiger barrier was effortlessly torn apart, and Dai Mubai's claws lunged toward Zhao Xian's chest. In a flash, Zhao Xuan twisted his body to evade the attack. But in that fleeting moment, he felt small feet positioning themselves on either side of his head. Zhao Xuan inwardly cursed, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Xiao Wu's radiant smile. "Zhao Xuan, take off," Xiao Wu playfully announced. Xiao Wu unleashed her first soul ability, the waist bow. With a powerful thrust of her legs, her waist formed an astonishing arc, and an immense force surged forth, lifting Zhao Xuan off the ground. Simultaneously, Tang San's third soul ring illuminated, activating his third soul ability, Spider Web Restraint, ensnaring Zhao Xuan in a web of blue-silver grass midair. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun unleashed his first and second soul abilities, and with the boost from his second ability, Phoenix Bathing Fire, a torrent of flames surged toward Zhao Xuan. Concurrently, Hermione began to chant softly. Yet, Zhao Xuan remained unfazed in the air. His fourth soul ring activated, and an overwhelming surge of soul power dissipated within him, manifesting as ethereal currents inscribed with the shadows of the purple cloud divine thunder that enveloped him. These currents seemed to possess their own consciousness, desperately shielding Zhao Xuan from the oncoming phoenix fire, as they clashed, gradually diminishing the flame's intensity. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xuan freed himself from the web's grasp. However, Hermione completed her incantation. Her breathing labored as dozens of phoenix fire arrows shot toward Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan, having escaped one peril, found himself cornered again. Chapter 66, Internal Conflict, Part 2, What Should I Do? In midair, Zhao Xuan's thoughts raced as he beheld the incoming phoenix fire arrows, his expression shifting dramatically. Despite his formidable physical prowess, he was not impervious to harm, and according to the master, any injury would result in his defeat in this competition. His first soul ability was still on cooldown, leaving him unable to use it. Thus, he waved his hand, casting layers of lightning nets in the path of the phoenix fire arrows. Although the flames seemed diminished, they surged through the lightning net, absorbing the ambient fire elements as they closed in on him. The long, crimson tail feathers were breathtakingly beautiful, yet concealed danger. An idea sparked as Zhao Xuan plummeted. He gathered a massive amount of purple cloud divine thunder in his hands, forming a lightning sphere, which he hurled downwards. Seeing this, Dai Mubai and the others quickly evaded. As the lightning sphere detonated upon impact with the ground, dust erupted, the earth trembled, and those standing felt the ground shudder, a shockwave radiating outward. Zhao Xuan, in his descent, was also lifted by this force, his body swaying unsteadily like a leaf caught in the wind. In doing so, Zhao Xuan narrowly evaded the phoenix fire arrows that sought to ensnare him. The arrows grazed his hair, leaving a faint scent of singed feathers, causing Zhao Xuan to lament the loss of his precious locks. Could it truly be done? The little monsters of Shrek stood agape, astonished by his evasion. Suddenly, Tang San shouted, "Watch out, Zhao Xuan!" Everyone's hearts raced as they realized Zhao Xuan was descending towards Ning Rongrong. Panic spread among them, but it was too late. Zhao Xuan had already locked onto his target, charging straight for Ning Rongrong. In the midst of her fear and Oscar's anxious gaze, Zhao Xuan gently pushed Ning Rongrong, sending her flying out of the arena. At the same time, Dai Mubai and the others rushed toward Zhao Xuan. Tang San threw a large sausage to Hermione, eating one himself and signaling her to move toward Dai Mubai and the others. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing re-engaged Zhao Xuan, forcing him to halt his pursuit of Hermione. Bang! Bang! Dai Mubai's claws danced, their cold glint leaving Zhao Xuan alarmed, and he could only rely on his agility to block, crossing his arms as the wind surged. Zhu Zhuqing conserved enough soul power and stamina, occasionally harassing him, which irritated Zhao Xuan. Even worse, every time he attempted to disengage, Dai Mubai would re-engage. Dai Mubai, when did you become so clingy with men? Zhao Xuan grumbled in frustration. As long as I can defeat you, I don't mind being clingy, Dai Mubai chuckled. His breaths heavy. He was the most physically drained in the arena. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuan, though restrained in power, remained unyielding in stamina. Zhao Xuan furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Let us see who can endure longer." Despite this bravado, his greatest concern lay with the individuals lingering in the background, recuperating their soul power. Should Tang San and He-Min Ma Hongjun regain their strength, he could not assure his own safety against another wave of their assaults. Zhao Xuan's remaining soul power was barely sufficient to unleash one of his 3 primary soul skills. He fought while retreating. Although the absence of Ning Rongrong significantly diminished the capabilities of Dai Mubai and the others, the synergy developed over months of collaboration had undergone a remarkable transformation. When one faced danger, another would leap to their aid. Zhao Xuan possessed formidable power, yet he could only exert a fraction of it. While this fraction exceeded Dai Mubai's strength, it was not by a vast margin. Each time Dai Mubai was forced back, he would quickly re-engage. As Zhao Xuan found himself cornered, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. His 3rd soul skill activated silently, leaving a phantom to engage the trio while he dashed towards their rear. Even though this phantom was merely an illusion, Dai Mubai and his companions could not easily extricate themselves, for the phantom's strength mirrored that of Zhao Xuan's true self, which wielded the combat prowess of a title de law. The phantom possessed its own consciousness, and with a smirk, it taunted, "You all better put in your best effort. I have even suppressed my strength for this illusion." Dai Mubai and the others exchanged dark glances, while Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed slightly. Xiao Wu clenched her teeth, exclaiming, "This is infuriating." It dawned on them that Zhao Xuan's feigned retreat was merely a ruse to increase the distance between them. In a swift turn of events, the tables had turned. It was now Zhao Xuan who pursued the trio. However, while the phantom Zhao Xuan possessed the strength of a level 40 beast martial soul, it lacked the offensive capabilities of a beast martial soul, relying solely on its martial skills for combat. Thus, while the phantom could entangle the 3, it could only manage to do so. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuan's true self slipped to the rear, prompting Tang San to warn, "Everyone, be cautious." In that instant, the 1st soul skill ensnared Zhao Xuan, but the thunderous energy surrounding him surged, severing the blue-silver grass that had bound him. He Min and Ma Hongjun's expressions turned grave, instinctively preparing for defense. Yet Zhao Xuan's target was unexpectedly Tang San. Zhao Xuan moved with such swiftness that Tang San barely had time to react before being struck by an elbow, causing him to stagger. The 2nd blow followed swiftly, a kick to Tang San's chest that altered his expression as he attempted to stabilize himself with Ghost Shadow perplexing track. However, Zhao Xuan had long been attuned to Tang San's abilities, and with a swift downward kick to Tang San's leg, he propelled him backward. Tang San's face reflected a mixture of resignation as he quickly executed the dragon catching crane control technique, launching the remaining 2 mushroom sausages to He Min and Ma Hongjun. The pair caught the sausages and hastily consumed them, sprouting delicate wings of light and taking flight. Zhao Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "What are we supposed to do now?" Upon glancing back, Zhao Xuan noted that Dai Mubai and the others were still entangled with his phantom. As the phantom had not employed any soul skills, it could endure for a while longer. However, the others were now converging towards him, and once they drew near, an attack on his true self would be inevitable, leaving him with no means of escape. Xiao Wu contemplated teleporting back, but if she left, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing would likely be defeated by Zhao Xuan's phantom. Thus, she gritted her teeth and remained. A radiant glow flickered in Zhao Xuan's hand, revealing a purple-gold thunder spear, a manifestation of his innate power that did not deplete his soul power, although it did consume considerable physical stamina. With a soul power level of only in the 40s, he lacked the advantage against such a formidable group, hence he had relied on his abundant stamina as a trump card. Now, however, it was time for his final stand. Simultaneously, he resolved to further develop the might of the divine thunder, realizing that apart from his physical prowess, his offensive methods were exceedingly limited. High above, Ma Hongjun caught sight of the thunder spear in Zhao Xuan's grasp, recalling the crater created by the previous thunderbolt, causing his complexion to pale dramatically. He Min also wore a grim expression, fatigue evident on her face, with beads of sweat glistening upon her skin. "Hang in there, fatty," He Min urged. "Dai Mubai and the others will be here to support us soon." Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, casting a mournful glance at Zhao Xuan below. "It's not that I don't want to hold on, but Zhao Xuan has been fixated on me this whole time." Below, Zhao Xuan indeed had his sights set on Ma Hongjun with malicious intent. "Remember when you were so proud at the beginning?" With the thunder spear solidified in his grasp, Zhao Xuan hurled it toward Ma Hongjun. The spear crackled and surged forward, its trajectory erratic yet swift, transforming into a bolt of lightning once it left Zhao Xuan's hand. The speed of the lightning left no room for reaction, striking Ma Hongjun with a blinding flash. The thunderous light illuminated his pale face, sending chills down his spine. A sharp crack jolted Ma Hongjun from his stupor, his body trembling in fear as he began to plummet towards the ground. However, the true target of Zhao Xuan's spear was not him, but the wings behind him. Upon impact, the spear detonated, obliterating both the wings and itself in a brilliant explosion. Zhao Xuan deftly maneuvered like a dragonfly, skimming the water, swiftly reaching the spot where Ma Hongjun was descending, and with a deft grip on his collar, he tossed him out of the arena with minimal effort. Outside the arena, Tang San caught the dazed Ma Hongjun, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Ma Hongjun, startled, turned to Tang San with a mournful expression. "Little San, that was terrifying." Tang San could only smile wryly, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian's gaze fixed on He-Min soaring above, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He-Min blinked, her expression falling into despair, yet she continued to maneuver through the air, hoping to evade Zhao Xian's thunder spear. Oscar's mushroom sausages granted an unpredictable speed reminiscent of a phoenix's tail, yet for Zhao Xian, endowed with divine insight, his thunder spear was as precise as a missile. Had it not been for Master S' numerous restrictions, a single strike from the purple sky thunder would have likely resulted in total annihilation. As he had anticipated, Master, observing the rampant divine thunder from outside the arena, wore a grave expression. I underestimated it. As the thunder spear ascended, He-Min was inevitably struck down. Catching the falling He-Min, Zhao Xian murmured, "She's a bit heavier than I imagined." He-Min's face flushed crimson at his words, and she shot him an indignant glare. Before she could struggle, Zhao Xian effortlessly tossed her out of the arena. Outside, Oscar and Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, are you single-handedly taking on this challenge?" At this moment, Dai Mubai and his companions finally approached Zhao Xian, and the three simultaneously disengaged from Zhao Xian's illusion, advancing towards him with the intent to attack. However, a voice rang out, "Enough." The Master S call halted their movements instantly. He walked slowly onto the field and addressed Dai Mubai and the others, saying, "Mubai, you have lost." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai bowed his head in silence, his fists clenched tightly, his expression a mix of frustration and disappointment. Xiao Wu, biting her silver teeth, retorted, "It's not over yet. Who knows what might happen in the end?" Standing silently beside her, Zhu Zhuqing pondered the reality. Even if they won, what would it mean? 8 against 1, and 5 of their peers eliminated. Was such a victory truly a victory? Moreover, Zhao Xian had yet to unleash his full power. The master cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu, prompting her to obediently silence herself. He then surveyed the large crater left by the thunderball and sighed. "A loss is a loss. I underestimated the power of Zhao Xian's divine thunder." Zhao Xian's expression darkened. If even the purple cloud's divine thunder were restricted, what was the point of continuing? He might as well surrender. The little monsters of Shrek Academy were gathered together, none of them wearing smiles, Zhao Xian included. Yet, it was not all bleak. At least their teamwork had improved significantly. The master, not wishing to let the little monsters remain in despair, began to praise them. This was not mere empty consolation. It was his genuine sentiment. Their coordination was impeccable. It was merely Zhao Xian who was too formidable. The only flaw was Ma Hongjun, who lost his composure at the slightest hint of adversity. If that singular flaw were eliminated, the match had been quite commendable. With this thought, a smile seemed to break through the Master S' stern demeanor as he addressed everyone. "Congratulations. You have successfully passed my training." Strangely enough, Zhao Xian felt that each person across from him breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 68. Thunder Longbow. The Master's rigorous training session came to a temporary halt, granting everyone 7 days of rest. The continuous training over the past 3 months had undoubtedly led to considerable progress, but it also left everyone physically and mentally exhausted. Upon the Master's announcement of a 7-day break, the little monsters of Shrek Academy exhaled deeply, collapsing onto their beds to relish this long-awaited leisure time. Zhao Xian, however, was full of energy, continuing his challenges against the Daw of the Jade Monarch, Li Qing, as he sought to familiarize himself with his powers. The intensity of their battles echoed across the landscape, each clash reducing hundreds of square meters of terrain to ruins. This was a consequence of their control over their strength. Otherwise, the entire Shrek Academy, or even the entire village, would have been obliterated. The villagers of a nearby village were so frightened they could not sleep, suffering from several sleepless nights. After enduring their complaints, the two fighters, feeling embarrassed, agreed to a ceasefire. Li Qing remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Zhao Xuan now possesses the combat strength of a level 91 beast martial soul titled Law, perhaps even stronger. This statement left everyone in astonishment. The little monsters of Shrek Academy were invigorated, and after a day of rest, they eagerly returned to their training. Amidst the flourishing scene within the academy, the director, Flander, beamed with delight. However, the drawbacks of months of training had also surfaced, the most pressing issue being a lack of funds. Flander appeared unfazed, casting a glance at the master, who wore a frown, while he leisurely strolled towards a shop in town. "Oh, master, this was a boast of your own making. Do not blame me." Flander hummed a cheerful tune, feeling quite at ease. With the master in charge of the little monsters, he felt free to focus on his own matters, leaving the planning of the next steps to the master. Several kilometers away from Shrek Academy, in a small grove, Zhao Xuan sat cross-legged atop a large exposed rock, deep in thought. Since he could not spar with the Jade Monarch for the time being, he needed to contemplate how to develop his Purple Cloud's Divine Thunder. His two martial souls were either enigmatic yet useless or solely focused on control, leaving him with alarmingly few offensive options. Currently, he could only rely on his formidable physical prowess and the Purple Cloud's Divine Thunder. Perhaps his spiritual awareness could also be of use. Zhao Xuan rubbed his chin, his gaze flickering. Not only did his physical body carry the essence of the Purple Cloud's Divine Thunder, but his spiritual awareness bore its aura as well. If he could harness his spiritual awareness to attack, it would undoubtedly become a potent weapon. However, he was troubled by the slow growth of his spiritual awareness, which made it difficult to form effective techniques. Thus, his focus must remain on the Purple Cloud's Divine Thunder, as his abundant physical stamina could provide ample room for its manifestation. But how could he diversify the means of utilizing his thunder? Zhao Xuan pondered deeply, yet remained at a loss. Currently, he had mastered 3 methods. One was the Thunder Spear, another the Thunder Net, and the last was the electromagnetic properties that had remarkable effects against metals. Though the Purple Cloud's Divine Thunder was a divine thunder with a natural restraining effect against all things evil, its essence remained that of thunder. The generation of electricity and magnetism was a simple task. Could it be that in the future, he would prepare steel balls in his bag to use an electromagnetic cannon against foes? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Xuan discarded that notion. While the force generated by electromagnetic interactions could grant the steel balls extraordinary velocity, their exposure to air friction during flight would lead to significant wear, unless he could find a particularly hard metal. Otherwise, the steel balls would be rendered ineffective before even reaching their target. Zhao Xuan extended his hand, a swirling orb of purple-golden lightning flickering within his fair palm, seemingly concealing a power capable of cataclysmic destruction. Casually tossing it, the lightning sphere collided with a tree, producing a crisp crack as the entire trunk was cleaved in two, flames erupting from the severed ends. Witnessing the might of the divine thunder, Zhao Xuan couldn't help but nod in approval. The power felt exhilarating. With lightning flickering in both hands, Zhao Xuan felt no danger. Instead, he perceived the divine thunders as gentle as playful kittens, ready for him to manipulate. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as a thought struck him. He looked down at his hands, where his motion slowed as he meticulously formed a radiant longbow of lightning. With the longbow in his left hand, he conjured an equally radiant arrow with his right. Zhao Xuan gradually rose to his feet, straining to draw the bowstring fully, and then gently released it. The purple-golden lightning arrow vanished in an instant. Zhao Xuan's spiritual awareness barely keeping pace with its astonishing speed. The thunderous arrow pierced through multiple trees, leaving behind large holes in the trunks before disappearing from Zhao Xuan's sight. His gaze remained fervently fixed upon the longbow in his hands. This effect was a success. Even he had not anticipated that his sudden inspiration to create a reverse magnetic field using lightning would work so effectively. Moreover, it seemed to possess considerable power. Zhao Xuan traced the path of destruction left by the thunder arrow, witnessing tree after tree being penetrated, each leaving behind a gaping hollow. However, the power of the thunder arrow diminished with distance, finally dissipating after 60 meters, leaving only a small blackened mark on the bark. Zhao Xuan was taken aback. Was the repulsive force between the two so substantial? This was far more powerful than simply throwing a thunder spear. He could not help but feel a surge of joy as he once again drew the thunder longbow, conjuring an arrow out of thin air. The space between the arrow and the bow was filled with a palpable force. Zhao Xuan abruptly pulled the arrow back and then released it. Unlike Hermione's dazzling phoenix fire arrow, which left behind a brilliant trail of feathers, the thunder arrow merely manifested a fleeting trace of purple gold, accompanied by the sharp crack of thunder slicing through the air. This arrow possessed a power far greater than the previous one. As it flew forth, countless trees were severed in its wake, crashing down with a resounding thud, their branches snapping with a cacophony of crackles. Zhao Xuan reveled in his newfound abilities, relentlessly experimenting. And soon the entire forest lay in ruins, with scarcely one tree remaining standing within a kilometer radius. As dusk approached, Zhao Xuan finally emerged from his state of exhilaration. Surveying the chaotic scene he had wrought in the forest, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Perhaps I might have gone a bit overboard. Casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one had noticed, he swiftly made his escape. Upon returning to the dormitory, he encountered Tang, San, and Oscar, who were heading to the dining hall after finishing their training, and so they set off together to enjoy dinner. The summer night was alive with sound. On their way to the dining hall, the incessant chirping of cicadas and croaking of frogs formed a symphony akin to a romantic serenade of midsummer. The trio engaged in light-hearted banter, savoring the tranquility of the summer evening. Just a short distance from the dormitory, Zhao Xuan sensed a familiar presence approaching them. "Fatty, shall we head to the dining hall together? What happened to your face?" The familiar aura belonged to Ma Hongjun. As Zhao Xuan called out, the rotund figure drew closer, and upon seeing him, Zhao Xuan could not suppress a gasp. Tang San and Oscar were equally taken aback, exclaiming, "Fatty, what happened to you?" Ma Hongjun's face was swollen, bruised in various hues, and his eyes were squinted into narrow slits. Overjoyed to see his friends, he lunged towards Zhao Xuan and Tang San, clinging to one of their legs, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded, "You must help me." Oscar knelt beside Ma Hongjun and poked at his swollen cheek, causing the latter to flinch and swat away Oscar's teasing hand with a glare. Oscar stood up, shaking his head as he surveyed the sorry state of Ma Hongjun's visage. "This is truly tragic," Tang San said solemnly. "Fatty, please stand up and explain what transpired." Zhao Xuan nodded in agreement, looking down at Ma Hongjun clinging to his leg, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed, share your tale while standing. If you smear your tears and snot on my pants, I promise to make your situation even worse." Ma Hongjun's expression shifted immediately, and he quickly righted himself, offering a sheepish grin to Zhao Xuan. I'm up. Glancing at the chuckling Oscar, Zhao Xuan rubbed his temples in frustration. "Oscar, hand him a couple of sausages." Upon receiving Oscar's restorative sausages, the four companions made their way to the dining hall. After consuming the sausages, Ma Hongjun's complexion improved somewhat, although the swelling would take time to diminish. When they arrived at the dining hall, only Dai Mubai was present, dining alone. Hearing their arrival, he instinctively looked up and, upon seeing Ma Hongjun's battered face, was momentarily speechless. "Fatty?" he finally asked uncertainly. Ma Hongjun nodded pitifully. Resembling a downtrodden bride, Dai Mubai leaped to his feet, his anger boiling over. "Fatty? What happened?" Though he often appeared nonchalant, he held deep loyalty to his friends. And upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's injuries, his fury was palpable. Zhao Xuan placed a calming hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder, urging him to listen to Fatty's account first. Thus, they gathered their meals, eating while Ma Hongjun recounted the events with embellishments. Oscar, with an expectant look, tilted his head, remarking, "Just as I suspected." Dai Mubai remained unfazed, while Zhao Xuan and Tang San exchanged bewildered glances. "So, you were beaten up out of jealousy?" Zhao Xuan struggled to maintain his composure. "No, I was the first to notice that girl. He was the one who forcefully took her." Ma Hongjun insisted. "Fine, let us say he did take her. But did you manage to win her over?" Zhao Xuan shot a derisive look at the rotund figure. Ma Hongjun muttered defensively, "Not everyone is as abnormal as you. I'm a great soul master, while he is a soul sect." Ultimately, there was no clear right or wrong in this matter. But the beaten Fatty felt compelled to reclaim his honor. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on Shrek Academy. "We must make things right," Dai Mubai declared gravely. "Indeed, Zhao Xuan concurred with Dai Mubai's stance. Oscar, prepare the sausages. We must hurry. I fear that fellow might escape. All right. Oscar quickly finished his dinner and conjured 5 mushroom sausages. Outside the dining hall, the 3 of them held the sausages awkwardly, and Zhao Xuan felt a pang of regret. Oscar, grinning mischievously, elicited a sharp glare from Zhao Xuan, prompting him to avert his gaze. Perhaps we should just run over, Dai Mubai suggested. However, Ma Hongjun immediately protested, his face drawn in dismay. What if he runs away? Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San and Zhao Xuan, who both nodded in reluctant agreement. Then it shall be so, he resolved. Ma Hongjun beamed with delight, and they consumed the mushroom sausages, sprouting wings from their backs. With a powerful flap, they soared into the sky towards Soto City, their luminous wings stark against the night. As they passed the academy, Xiao Wu, just emerging from her practice, called out, Zhao Xuan, where are you going? Taking little San for a night out. Zhao Xuan laughed heartily. What? You dare? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock, her cheeks flushing with anger. As she watched the group vanish into the night sky, Hermione, who had just exited the building, seized Xiao Wu's arm to prevent her from pursuing them. You really believe them? They're just joking. Can you not trust Zhao Xuan and not trust Tang San? Xiao Wu paused, then calmed down, realizing the logic in that. How could the pure-hearted Tang San possibly indulge in such antics? That wicked Zhao Xuan. Just wait until you return. I shall have my revenge, she seethed between clenched teeth. Coincidentally, Ning Rongrong emerged from the building and remarked casually, Are you sure? He possesses the strength of a tidal Doloa. Xiao Wu's expression froze, turning stiff as she glanced at Ning Rongrong. Come on, can we not be so harsh? Chapter 70. Not happy, it must be said that Oscar's third soul skill is incredibly useful. On the Doloa continent, soul masters with the ability to fly are exceedingly rare. Yet Oscar's third soul skill can grant flight, albeit for only a brief few minutes. However, when employed wisely, this ability can be a lifesaver, truly deserving of the title of divine skill. After flying to a wooded area a few hundred meters outside Soto City, they descended slowly, careful not to attract attention by landing at the city gates or within the city itself. Ma Hongjun, consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance, hastily led the group toward the city. In the past, their frequent destination had been the bustling commercial street, where the Soto Great Soul Arena lay at its heart. However, this time, Ma Hongjun directed them toward the impoverished district of Soto City. Observing the lowly houses and winding, intricate alleys, Oscar couldn't help but remark, It's quite remarkable that you can find a courtyard in such a place. With an air of self-satisfaction, Ma Hongjun replied, I'm not boasting. There isn't a courtyard in Soto City that I, Ma Hongjun, cannot locate. The others exchanged skeptical glances. After meandering through the slums for a while, Ma Hongjun halted, pointing toward a location adorned with 2 pink lanterns. That's the one, he declared. Curiosity piqued. The group leaned forward to gaze, and Zhao Xian's eyelids twitched slightly. Ma Hongjun, do you often frequent such places? He inquired. Indeed, what of it? Ma Hongjun retorted. The group fell silent as they noticed the women of the night, heavily adorned, beckoning customers under the pink lanterns, while a few men entered and exited. But aren't those women a tad too old? Seemingly sensing the group's unspoken thoughts, Ma Hongjun shrugged. What can I say? My monthly allowance is limited. I still have to eat and pay tuition. After bills, I'm left with barely anything. During the times of heightened desire, I have no choice but to come here. The quality may be lacking, but it's affordable. This time, I've found quite the gem, he faltered, his tone turning grim. All right, enough of that. Is the person who assaulted you still here? Dai Mubai interjected, casting an exasperated glance at Ma Hongjun. Let me ask, he replied, suddenly eager. With a sense of urgency, Ma Hongjun dashed toward the door, seemingly irregular at this establishment. He conversed with the women stationed at the entrance and returned with excitement. They said he hasn't tea left. The group nodded, while the women noticed Zhao Xuan and his companions, their eyes lighting up as they flirtatiously cast glances their way. The 3 men stiffened, feeling a wave of nausea, as if their recent dinner threatened to resurface. They quickly retreated into a shadowy alley to hide. Ma Hongjun muttered with envy. It must be nice to possess such appealing looks. If only I had such a visage, I wouldn't need to be here. Keep your mouth shut. Zhao Xuan replied coldly. Ma Hongjun shivered and fell silent. The 5 of them crouched in the dim alley, surrounded by unpleasant odors, with a faint stench of urine lingering. Dai Mubai wrinkled his nose and glared at Ma Hongjun. What do you plan to do to repay us? Ma Hongjun recoiled slightly and tentatively suggested, how about I treat you all to a meal? Before he could finish, the faces of the others darkened. I meant to say, treat you to dinner at a high-end restaurant in Soto City. He quickly corrected, eliciting smiles from the group while he silently lamented his wallet's plight. Having made up his mind, the matter of how to deal with the unpleasant situation became their immediate concern. Tang San proposed, how about this? Zhao Xuan can hold the line while Dai Mubai, Fatty, and I go in together. It could serve as good practice. Agreed. I'm determined to beat that guy to a pulp. Ma Hongjun declared through gritted teeth. Dai Mubai had no objections, even brimming with eagerness. His eyes ablaze with combat spirit. After waiting for several minutes, as impatience began to set in, Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened as he pointed ahead. There he is. That's him. The group turned to see a lecherous man exiting the courtyard, hands in his pockets and a lascivious grin as he bid farewell to the women at the door. Fatty, just call him over, if he doesn't come. We'll chase him down, Zhao Xuan instructed. All right. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and strode out with an air of righteousness. The group watched quietly as Ma Hongjun confronted the man, hurling insults and gesturing toward the alley with bravado. Do you dare to take a stroll with me? He challenged fiercely. The man scoffed, just a bunch of kids. Do you think I'm afraid? Ma Hongjun returned, exhilarated, as the man surveyed the group with disdain. Just a bunch of kids thinking they can seek revenge? I'll wipe the floor with you. Zhao Xuan remained silent. He could easily dispose of such trash with a single kick. Oscar, feeling apprehensive, hid behind Zhao Xuan, knowing that as a support-type soul master, his role in a fight was to be as cunning as possible. Don't be too cocky. Dai Mubai cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. The man eyed Dai Mubai with open envy and resentment. That kid-ass got a good look. I'll give him a makeover. Enough of your nonsense. Dai Mubai summoned his evil white tiger, completing his martial spirit manifestation, revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, his aura surging dramatically. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Tang San also summoned their martial spirits. The man's pupils narrowed, his demeanor growing wary. You're well prepared, but today, no matter how talented you think you are, I'll make you know your place. In an instant, 4 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, rose beneath his feet, and his martial spirit's shadow materialized above him. Skynet. At the back of the group, Zhao Xuan and Oscar couldn't contain their laughter, bursting into fits of mirth. I finally understand why you can't compete with others. Your martial spirit is inherently inferior, Oscar exclaimed, doubled over with laughter. Zhao Xuan joined in, unable to hold back. Primarily due to the absurdity of the man's martial spirit, Skynet. The name sounded respectable, but the reality was rather comical. The 3 in front were left dumbfounded. Even the more reserved Tang San blushed slightly, while Ma Hongjun stared at the unremarkable martial spirit, muttering, I concede defeat. I acknowledge your superiority. Hearing the taunt, the man erupted in rage. You dare mock me with your pitiful spirit? Ma Hongjun snapped back. Who are you calling pathetic? You're the one with a sorry excuse for a spirit. My spirit is a phoenix. Do you even know what that is? The man's lecherous gaze scrutinized Fatty before he scoffed. That's no phoenix. My hen looks better than that. How dare you? Fatty exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage as he summoned his first soul ring. Phoenix Fireline. Taking a deep breath, he filled his chest as if ready to burst, then exhaled, unleashing a stream of crimson flames towards the man. With a dismissive glance at Fatty's soul skill, the man activated his second soul ring, immediately enveloping himself in a blinding pink light. As the flames of Ma Hongjun met the pink-hued mist emanating from Naluo's protective barrier, they split apart, dispersing to either side, leaving the shielded Naluo unharmed. Once Ma Hongjun's flames subsided, the barrier covering Naluo opened, and a teasing voice echoed, I told you it was a worthless spirit. Yet you still refused to admit it. Ma Hongjun's eyes turned red with anger. He despised being told that his martial spirit was worthless. It was a phoenix. A phoenix. Do you understand? Tang San's first soul ring quietly illuminated, and Naluo exhibited a wary expression. This young man was no mere triviality. He was a soul elder. However, after casting a cautious glance around, he detected nothing amiss. Yet, In the next moment, the blue-silver grass that had silently sprouted beneath him ensnared his ankles, lifting him upside down. Damn it! Are you playing dirty? Don't let me fall! Now Yuo exclaimed in shock, though he continued to shout defiantly. Dai Mubai swiftly completed the possession of his evil white tiger, brandishing his claws with a fierce expression. Now Yuo, upon witnessing Dai Mubai's actions, broke into a cold sweat, desperately trying to sever the blue-silver grass binding him, while simultaneously controlling his martial spirit. With a flash of his third soul ring, Now Yuo unleashed his Tianluo double cover, which hurtled toward Dai Mubai, causing him to gasp in surprise. The peculiar barrier, resembling a bra, approached him ominously, and without hesitation, he dodged. However, at the critical moment, the Tianluo double cover expanded dramatically, swallowing the unsuspecting Dai Mubai whole, its two semicircles sealing him tightly within. Damn it! Dai Mubai's voice echoed from within the cover, filled with indignation. When had he ever been covered by such a thing? To his surprise, the barrier was remarkably resilient, and even his tiger claws failed to break free. At that moment, Now Yuo managed to free himself from the blue-silver grass and leaped down with a sinister grin, glaring at Ma Hongjun and Tang San. You two little brats are about to see how I deal with you. However, as he took a step forward, he stumbled and nearly fell, feeling as though his body had lost all sensation. He suddenly realized, is it poison? Ma Hongjun chuckled, observing Now Yuo now render target. His two soul rings lit up simultaneously, enhancing his Phoenix Fire line with immense power. Phoenix Fire line. He unleashed a stream of flames even thicker than before, rushing toward Now Yuo with searing heat. Instinctively, Now Yuo sought to retract his Tianluo double cover for defense, but simultaneously, he heard Dai Mubai's furious roar. Now, with that shout, Now Yuo's face paled as he turned to Dai Mubai. The barrier enveloping Dai Mubai shimmered with a pink glow, but it flickered intermittently before shattering explosively. Now Yuo was thrown back by the blast, fortuitously evading Ma Hongjun's soul skill. As the smoke cleared, Dai Mubai appeared, panting heavily, his second and third soul rings still aglow, clearly having exerted tremendous effort. Now Yuo struggled to rise, his complexion pale and incredulous. You, a soul elder, actually broke my skill? Dai Mubai exhaled deeply, raising his gaze to meet Now Yuo's with a chilling intensity. You're done for. His voice was cold as he charged at Now Yuo. Fear washed over Now Yuo. His shattered martial spirit could not be summoned quickly, and he was paralyzed, unable to flee. Zhao Xuan, Tang San, and the others were equally startled. It seemed Dai Mubai had murderous intent. Ma Hongjun was taken aback as well. Although he sought to reclaim his dignity, he had never contemplated killing anyone. Suddenly, a short blade flew in from afar, blocking Dai Mubai's path, causing him to falter. Who? Seeing the blade, Now Yuo's spirits lifted, and he cried out desperately, Old Goose. Tinya, save me. From a distant alley, two figures rushed forth, evidently drawn by the commotion. Chapter 72. Collapse without battle, the two figures darted swiftly, and only Zhao Xuan and Tang San managed to discern their forms. They landed before Now Yuo. The individuals known as Old Goose and Tinya scrutinizing him for several moments before glancing at the others. Now Yuo, you've been thoroughly beaten by two soul elders and a great soul master. The man speaking had a rich, resonant voice, his hair tousled, exuding a wild aura. But his squinted eyes marred his imposing presence. Tang San's gaze sharpened. This man was undoubtedly far stronger than Now Yuo. Dai Mubai also sensed something was amiss, slowly retreating to stand beside Tang San. You speak as if you're unscathed. These young men are a bit troublesome. Now Yuo, having regained some strength, managed to expel the paralysis toxin from his body through sheer effort. He attempted to take a few steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he glanced at the Shrek group with venomous intent. Tinya cast a dispassionate glance at Now Yuo before beckoning with his hand. The short blade that had previously obstructed Dai Mubai's advance returned to his grasp, revealing it to be his martial spirit. Hee. Old Goose chuckled at Now Yuo's disheveled state. He appeared even more disheveled than Now Yuo and the hefty man, his eyes a sickly yellow and the wrinkles at the corners sufficient to trap a whole class of flies. Now Yuo, feeling humiliated, was incensed. Yet, upon noticing the vigilant expressions of Tang San and the others, he burst into laughter, reveling in the irony of his situation. What goes around comes around. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he approached Old Goose and Tianya, casting a mocking glance at the hefty man. Now it's settled. We can do 3 against 3, or rather, your 2 little friends can join in, making it 3 against 5. No problem at all. Worthless spirit. Ma Hongjun wore a perplexed expression, not bothering to dwell on the words worthless spirit. He discreetly glanced at Zhao Xuan and retorted, "Are you sure?" With 2 companions now present, Naluo's confident sword. Worthless spirit, you probably haven't grasped the situation you're in. Old Goose and Tianya seemed somewhat resigned as several soul rings emerged beneath their feet. Old Goose possessed a beast martial spirit, manifesting as a large white goose. And upon merging with it, white feathers sprouted from his body, his 4 soul rings gleaming, a formidable soul master. Meanwhile, Tianya, with his short blade martial spirit, displayed an even more impressive sight, revealing 5 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, radiating brilliance. He was indeed a soul king. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth in disbelief. What kind of world was this? These 3 ruffians were also soul masters and soul kings. Heaven was merciful, and despite his dashing appearance, he was merely a great soul master. Filled with indignation, Ma Hongjun refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing his compatriots would likely retaliate. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up as he waved his hand. "Little San, you all step back. I'll handle these 3. Dai Mubai frowned slightly. "Zhao Xian, we should take this ourselves and test the fruits of our training over the past 3 months." Tang San nodded in agreement with Dai Mubai's thoughts. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xian waved his hand and declared no. Tomorrow, the 2nd round of Master S training will commence. If any unforeseen events prevent us from training, it would be a grave loss. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback by these words and glanced at Tang San. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang San nodded. After all, they were facing 2 soul zone and 1 soul king. Without employing hidden weapons, they stood no chance of victory. If they were injured, it would become a troublesome affair. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Very well." Dai Mubai let out a deep sigh, fully aware of their capabilities. Despite the seemingly unimpressive trio before them, they were still 2 soul zone and 1 soul king. Even if the previous encounter had not gone well, their peculiar martial souls had shown remarkable strengths. Ma Hongjun, being merely a great soul master and the weakest among them, had already been praying in his heart. Upon witnessing the situation, he could not help but feel elated. Quickly darting behind Zhao Xian, Dai Mubai, somewhat vexed, chased after him and playfully thumped the chubby one on the head, saying, "If it weren't for your lack of ambition as just a great soul master, would we be unable to fight back?" Ma Hongjun, startled, protested, "Boss Dai, do you really have that much faith in me? The opponents are at least soul zone. Even if I were to break through, I would only be facing 3 soul sect." Dai Mubai fell silent, fully aware of this logic, yet he could not shake off the feeling of his own weakness. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xian, secretly envious. When would he be as carefree as Zhao Xian? The trio of Bulu appeared to have firmly grasped the situation, and upon seeing Zhao Xian stand alone, Bulu grinned maliciously. "Have you all given up? Sending out such a pretty boy to take a beating?" Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow and cast a penetrating gaze at Bulu. Then he calmly stated, "I offer you an opportunity. I have recently mastered a new technique, and you are fortunate enough to be my first batch of experimenters. Therefore, I won't kill you. But whether you can leave here intact depends on your own abilities." Lao Yi stroked his whisker-like beard with suspicion. "Kid, are you still half asleep?" Tianya, glancing at Zhao Xian, suddenly felt an unshakable chill run down his spine, a primal instinct honed through past experiences of peril. This youth was not to be underestimated. Tianya reached a firm conclusion in his mind. Zhao Xian exhibited no fluctuations of soul power, nor did he summon a martial soul. Yet suddenly, purple-golden lightning flickered in his hands, radiating an extraordinary and divine brilliance. At that moment, even Bulu and the scrawny man sensed the anomaly, their eyes widening in astonishment at Zhao Xian. This boy was indeed peculiar. Tianya seized the moment to shout, "Not good, run!" His short knife trembled slightly in his grip, a telltale sign of imminent danger. Both Bulu and Lao Yi, familiar with Tianya's soul weapon's warning characteristics, were startled and promptly obeyed his command. The trio smartly scattered in different directions. Zhao Xuan drew his lightning longbow into a full crescent, 3 shimmering arrows perched atop it. Tang San and the others also sensed the impending danger, feeling an eerie chill that compelled them to distance themselves from the crackling lightning in Zhao Xuan's hands. Whoosh! The 3 arrows were simultaneously released, leaving behind only a sound. The fleeing trio, akin to startled birds, caught a glimpse of a lightning serpent surging toward them and instinctively began to twist their bodies to evade. However, the arrows seemed to possess an uncanny precision, relentlessly tracking them. Realizing there was no escape, Tinya swiftly turned back, brandishing his short knife as he shouted, "Broken blade!" His third soul, ring activated, and his martial soul emitted a burst of white radiance. The short knife clashed with Zhao Xuan's lightning arrow, their confrontation lasting but a moment before Tinya was forced to retreat several steps, inadvertently loosening his grip. The already diminished purple thunderbolt narrowly brushed past him, leaving a charred mark on his arm. Lao Yi, in a panic, waved his arms, executing a somersault to evade the arrow's lethal edge. Yet the divine lightning still grazed his calf. Bu Lu employed his second soul skill, enveloping himself in the heavenly net. But while it might shield him from the chubby one's flames, it could not withstand the purple divine lightning. The thunder struck through the gaps in the heavenly net, leading to a cacophony of anguished cries. Ma Hongjun, taken aback, gulped and asked, "Zhao Xuan, what did you do to him?" Zhao Xuan replied nonchalantly, "Wasn't he competing with you for women? I ensured he could no longer do so." Ma Hongjun froze, suddenly recollecting something, his face turning pale as he instinctively protected his groin. Harsh. Chapter 73. The second phase of training. The trio of miscreants had suffered greatly and fled in a hurry. Zhao Xuan smirked. He had used relatively little power, so their escape was within his expectations. However, the consumption of his spiritual energy was alarmingly swift. Noticing a 10% reduction in his spiritual energy, Zhao Xuan felt discontent. Merely guiding the lightning arrows had drained so much energy. The prospect of utilizing it in battle seemed distant. Oscar approached, his face brimming with awe as he animatedly exclaimed, "That was amazing, Zhao Xuan. The instant you pulled the lightning bow, the 3 arrows shot forth in a flash." He mimicked Zhao Xuan's earlier movements, wearing an envious expression. "If only I were a food-type soul master." Oscar sighed, lamenting that every battle he lacked offensive capabilities and had to hide in the back, fleeing whenever danger approached. How could he ever be so carefree? Zhao Xuan teased, "What foolishness are you speaking? Your talent is something many soul masters envy. A support-type soul master with innate full soul power is truly unique throughout history." At that moment, Tang San joined in as well. His brows furrowed in confusion as he asked, "Zhao Xuan, what is this thunder you wield?" Hearing this, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai perked up, intrigued. The purple golden lightning was exceedingly formidable. Could it be Zhao Xuan's second martial soul? Zhao Xuan feigned distress. "I don't know either. This ability just manifested suddenly. Last time, Master thought it was my martial soul, but when he tried to attach a soul ring, it dissipated upon contact. Such a thing exists." The group stared wide-eyed, as if listening to a fantastical tale. Could there be other powers beyond martial souls? They were all perplexed, but Zhao Xuan seemed extraordinarily fortunate to encounter such phenomena. Stealing a glance at them, Zhao Xuan quickly averted his gaze and said, "Let us hurry back. Master's second phase of training starts tomorrow. It's best we rest early." "All right, I have a mushroom sausage." Oscar nodded, hastily conjuring a mushroom sausage. After departing the city for a distance, they consumed the mushroom sausage and flew back to Shrek Academy. The following day, the familiar bell rang, prompting the group to rush from the cafeteria to the training ground. 7 days had passed, neither too long nor too short. Everyone had rested adequately, though they had not relaxed their training during this time. It was certainly more manageable compared to the hellish 3 months prior. Despite the hardships of those 3 months, they had tasted the sweetness of progress, each of them having improved to varying degrees. As the second phase of the master's training commenced, anticipation surged among the group. In the early morning, a time of renewal when the sun had just begun to rise above the horizon, a warm sensation enveloped the air. On the training grounds, the little monsters of Shrek had gathered, with the master and Dean Flander standing before them. After summarizing the previous training phase, The master revealed the destination for this session. The Soul Arena? They had to obtain the Silver Soul badge? A look of bewilderment spread across the faces of the group. Indeed, the master nodded, affirming that they had not misheard. Not only individual points, but also the team battle points required the acquisition of the Silver Soul badge. Du Ning Rong Rong, and I also need to secure individual Silver Soul badges? Oscar suddenly interjected, expressing concern about the implications for himself and Ning Rong Rong in individual battles. Certainly, the master replied. However, given that you two are support-type soul masters, you may choose to team up with others for the 2-on-2 matches, which will also yield individual points. Those wishing to expedite their acquisition of the individual Silver Soul badge may likewise participate in 2-on-2 battles. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed over to Zhao Xuan, batting her eyelashes playfully. Fourth brother, what do you think? Let's team up. Zhao Xuan shivered, visibly alarmed by her approach. Must you be so flirtatious? The master promptly interjected, casting a dispassionate glance at Ning Rongrong. You're not permitted to team up with Zhao Xuan. He cannot partake in team battles indiscriminately. However, he must acquire at least the Gold Soul badge for individual points. Why is that? Ning Rongrong pouted as she returned to the group, lamenting what could have been an easier partnership with Zhao Xuan. Hey, Rongrong, why not team up with me? Ma Hongjun suggested with a sly grin, stealing a glance at Oscar, who glared back at him with gritted teeth. Haha, little Oscar. Feeling a bit dejected? Looks like I'm trying to steal your partner. No. To Ma Hongjun's surprise, Ning Rongrong rejected him outright before hastily rejoining the girls. Ma Hongjun's expression stiffened as he instinctively glanced at Oscar, who wore a beaming smile. Oscar shot a look at Ma Hongjun, his smile turning mischievous. Fool, do you even look at yourself? You think you can steal my partner? Back with the girls, Ning Rongrong noticed Hermione's gaze, which seemed to pierce through her. She chuckled and wrapped her arms around Hermione. What is wrong? Are you jealous? Shall we team up? No. Ning Rongrong found herself met with the same treatment as before. Why is this happening? Are you really upset? She wondered silently, casting a furtive glance at Hermione. Hermione rolled her eyes at her. You fool. Together we only have 4 soul abilities, 3 of which are support type. How can we fight? Ning Rongrong smiled dreamily and turned to the cool and composed Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, what do you think about teaming up? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Mu Bai, who was looking their way, and nodded slightly. At that moment, the master, who had been silent for a while, spoke again. Due to the uncertainties of this training phase, everyone will reside in Soto City until the Silver Soul badge is acquired. Pack your belongings. We will head to Soto City by noon, with training commencing the following day. One thing to note, all expenses for food and accommodation will be self-managed. Are there any questions? No problem. Naturally, self-managed expenses posed little concern. Everyone present, except Zhao Xuan, received monthly stipends of 10 to even 100 gold soul coins, rendering the costs trivial. Then dismissed. As the master's voice echoed, the group dispersed in a flurry. After they had scattered, Flander glanced at the master. Is this truly your devised solution? Is there a problem? The master replied. This way, the little monsters can manage on their own, and we can stay at your establishment, significantly alleviating the academy's financial burden. Suit yourself, Flander chuckled, sighing skyward. It will be interesting to see how they develop under your guidance. In the afternoon, the group reconvened on the training grounds and set off towards Soto City, accompanied by Dean Flander, the master, and Zhao Wujia, while the other 3 teachers remained at the academy to oversee matters. The distance from the academy to Soto City was minimal, and soon they arrived at the city gates. Soto City buzzed with life, its vibrancy undeniable. Near the Soto Great Soul Arena, they found a hotel to accommodate them, although it was considerably more expensive than other lodgings. Its proximity to the arena was advantageous. Will you not join us, teachers? Tang San inquired. No, we will head to Flander's establishment, which is not far from here. You all should rest well tonight, the master replied, shaking his head as Flander led him and Zhao Wujia away. For reasons unknown, the group felt a twinge of melancholy watching the 3 depart, their figures seemingly out of place in this world, yet shining brightly like stars in the darkness. After pausing for a moment, Zhao Xuan spoke solemnly. Let us go and refresh ourselves. The little monsters nodded and entered the hotel. After settling their belongings, Ma Hongjun hurried out, his sly smile hinting at mischief. With ample time ahead, the group lacked motivation for training. Several girls, unable to withstand the boredom, expressed a desire to go shopping, dragging the reluctant boys along as protectors. It must be noted that the 8-person ensemble was strikingly eye-catching. Each girl was a stunning beauty. And apart from Tang San, the boys were equally handsome. As they walked through the streets, they garnered numerous admiring glances. Perhaps I shouldn't be walking with you. Tang San sighed, feeling a sense of inadequacy under the attention. With her arms wrapped around Tang San's, Xiao Wu looked up at him, unabashedly declaring, "In my eyes, Brother San is the most handsome." Instantly, Tang San's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. The others were less than pleased, casting icy glares at the couple. To be out shopping and subjected to such public displays of affection was intolerable. Exiting the hotel led them to a bustling commercial street, lined with shops and food stalls, where vendors called out to potential customers. The girls indulged in treats as they strolled, while the boys followed helplessly. Laughter, like silver bells, echoed from the front, and even the seemingly aloof Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor softened, igniting a spark in Dai Mubai's heart. Oscar nudged Dai Mubai with his elbow, chuckling, "What are you looking at? Big brother Dai? Mind your own business." Dai Mubai shot back, glancing at Oscar. "Don't think I don't see you," secretly eyeing Ning Rongrong. As the group meandered through Soto City, they unwittingly ventured down a more secluded street. Here, the stalls offered not food, but an array of peculiar items. Antiques, paintings, flowers, strange stones, and even remnants of soul beasts. Xiao Wu cast a fleeting glance at the scattered corpses of soul beasts laid out before the stalls, her eyes glimmering with concern as she furrowed her brow and remarked, "What is this place? Perhaps we should return." The exotic goods street was a realm of peculiarities, a melting pot of various individuals, where even the Lord of Soto City dared not intervene, existing firmly within the parameters of the black market. It would be prudent to leave. Dai Mubai, evidently familiar with this locale, surveyed the surroundings with a hint of trepidation. At that moment, a sudden uproar ahead captured everyone's attention. They turned to find a young man embroiled in a heated argument with a middle-aged man. The youth, a stall owner, was flushed and seemed to be at a disadvantage in the confrontation. "There's nothing worth seeing here. The Lord's office won't intervene. Let us depart." Dai Mubai gestured dismissively, intending to lead the group away. However, Zhao Xuan and Tang San remained resolute, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual astonishment. "Is that Wang Sheng?" The group halted, and Xiao Wu, with keen ears, was momentarily taken aback. "Wang Sheng? Who is Wang Sheng?" Suddenly, as if recollecting something significant, her gaze darted towards the source of the commotion, her familiarity with the young man becoming undeniable. "Isn't that Wang Sheng?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. "What Wang Sheng?" Ning Rongrong inquired, perplexed, while the others directed their attention towards the trio. Observing the scene, Tang San elucidated he was a roommate back at Notting Academy. "For years our senior. It has been ages since we last met. I never expected to encounter him here." At this moment, Xiao Wu was overwhelmed with joy. Wang Sheng had once been her most devoted subordinate. The unexpected reunion filled her with elation, yet it was evident that Wang Sheng's current circumstances were far from favorable. "How dare they bully my little brother?" Tang San, Zhao Xuan, let us hurry to his aid, she declared angrily. Xiao Wu marched towards the fray. In concern for her safety, Tang San followed closely behind. The others exchanged glances and soon joined them. As they approached, it became clear that a crowd had gathered around the two men, allowing them to overhear the dispute. "This meteorite iron was painstakingly acquired by my classmate and me, and he even sustained injuries. There is no way it could be sold for just 1 gold soul coin." Wang Sheng, having matured considerably over the years, stood tall and assertive, his face flushed with fury as he confronted the middle-aged man. The latter scoffed derisively, "Young man, you seem to be unaware of the rules of exotic goods street. To sell here, one must possess the strength to protect their wares. A single gold soul coin is already a generous offer." Wang Sheng's face turned crimson with rage. He indeed lacked knowledge of the street's customs. He had merely heard that items sold here moved swiftly, leading him to venture forth with the spoils of his and his classmates' perilous journey. Whispers rippled through the crowd, some shaking their heads in amusement. What naive youth, to step into exotic goods street without understanding its dangers. "If he continues this way, he is bound to encounter hardship," someone remarked. "Is there truly no law here?" Oscar murmured. A nearby man shot Oscar a curious glance. "You should realize that this is a black market. Transactions often involve contraband or illicit goods. Almost everyone present is a soul master. And even Soto City's enforcement team dares not tread here. In this realm, the law of the jungle prevails, and there are countless tales of lives lost. Just as he finished speaking, a surge of soul power emanated from the man before Wang Sheng, revealing his soul rings, one white, one yellow, and two purple. He was indeed a soul master. In that instant, Wang Sheng's expression shifted to one of profound apprehension.